Bad news. Su Ning was deceived by a ruthless management company and forced to participate in a talent show, where, despite her exceptional capabilities, she could only garner a smidgen of fame, tainted by scandal. Good news. She possesses a comprehensive guide to gossip. She can relish in everyone's secrets. Faced with the disdain of the entire internet, Su Ning has thrown in the towel and decided to take it easy. Feel free to criticize, for all she desires is to be a mere bystander enjoying the spectacle. Little did Su Ning anticipate that the top stars of the entertainment industry could actually hear her inner thoughts. On the talent show, Su Ning exclaimed, "Wow. No wonder the mentor and the trainee are dating behind the scenes. It explains those inflated scores. What mentor is not on the level? Is this real or fake?" A certain mentor cried out, "Help. This is slander. Purely baseless accusations." In the live broadcast, Su Ning remarked, "Oh no. This beautiful lady should definitely not marry her fiance. He's as crooked as they come. No amount of detox will fix that." The heiress gasped, "What? I can't accept this." On the set, Su Ning wondered, no wonder the male lead and the second male lead gaze at me with such intensity. It turns out they are both vying for the attention of the true love interest. The male lead and second male lead exchanged puzzled glances. As Su Ning frolicked like a carefree creature in a field of gossip, a certain man grasped her chin and inquired, "While you're busy watching others, why not take a look at what I have to offer?" Chapter 1. Contemplating withdrawal to raise pigs. Under the azure sky, we chase our dreams together. On the splendid stage, we pursue our aspirations together. In the prime of youth, we strive for our dreams together. On a dazzling stage, a group of exceptionally attractive girls, each with their own unique style, were fervently pouring their sweat into their performance. The judges below watched with a mix of admiration and scrutiny, only to hear, "Oh my, what kind of aesthetic is this? Was the lyricist a primary school student? These lyrics are so lacking, they might as well be changed to chasing dreams in the entertainment circle. We are pure youths." In the back row of the stage, panting and exhausted, Su Ning struggled to maintain a businesslike smile for the camera while internally lamenting, "However, I should be liberated soon given that my dancing skills are subpar and my singing is unremarkable. Making it this far is already a stroke of luck, alas. But I do not desire such fortune. My Weibo comment section is overtaken by haters. Black and red, I only occupy the front of that phrase. They claim I have powerful connections? If I had connections, would I be working for a company that pays a mere 2,500 yuan a month without providing insurance? They say I have a benefactor? Well, I wish I did. Where is my wealthy patron, the one who will sustain me? And they say I only have a pretty face. What a commendation. Please, keep the insults coming. They are far more pleasant than the thought of being cursed with a lineage curse. Ah. So tiring. I can already hear the next round of insults. Are you still not accustomed to this human body? Forget it. Since I'm about to exit the stage, I might as well indulge in some gossip. Wait, what? The contestants who could have entertained me have all been eliminated? The remaining dozen or so must be dull. Let me check. Oh no. On stage, Su Ning was diligently flipping through her mental compendium of gossip, oblivious to the man in the front row, clad in a black mask and cap, who momentarily froze. What the hell? It's only been a few days. Wang Qi is actually dating Shirley? Can trainees and judges even be allowed to date? No wonder Shirley has been giving Wang Qi the highest scores. He's practically praising her to the heavens. But Wang Qi's taste is truly questionable. What is appealing about a man with a receding hairline who lectures like a father? I certainly wouldn't choose him. Oh. It says here that Shirley has only 3 minutes. Is that a joke? What kind of happiness can be derived from that? This man is secretly exchanging flirtatious glances with Wang Qi, blinking like he's been electrocuted too much. As Shirley, who was sneaking glances, pondered, "Why am I suddenly being mentioned?" From the moment he entered the production team, he sensed something was off about Su Ning. Not only did she know many insider secrets about the contestants, but her thoughts also seemed to reach his ears and those of the other judges. Yet, all he desired was to enjoy the gossip, not to be the subject of it. Moreover, it was all slanderous. Feeling the gazes of his fellow judges converging on a rather delicate spot, Shirley thought, "Please, don't come over." No, I can't take it anymore. Even if I want to continue enjoying the gossip, I must eliminate her this time. A man's dignity cannot be compromised. The judges have now witnessed the performances of our 16 youthful and beautiful maidens. It's time for your selection. Please write your scores judiciously and fairly. Regrettably, the bottom 4 will leave this stage. Su Ning thought, indeed, one of those departing will be me. I wonder if the company will still wish to renew my contract given my current online reputation. If they don't renew, so be it. I can always return home to tend to my dozen or so sows. I shall continue to enjoy the gossip. Haha, the director's physique resembles a double-door refrigerator. I never expected him to be so timid. Last night, he jumped into his wife's arms after being startled by a flying insect. Director Chin protested, "Nonsense. I thought it was a cockroach that startled me. Do you know how large and flying southern cockroaches are? They can dive into your mouth while you're screaming." Unbeknownst to Su Ning, she had already entered the next piece of gossip. No wonder mentor Fong Hong often clashes with mentor Chen Li. It turns out Chen Li once claimed on the show that she was naturally beautiful and did not require cosmetic surgery. While standing next to Fong Hong, who had just undergone facial surgery, Fong Hong exclaimed, "Ah, so that's the reason. I knew Chen Li always looked at me with such disdain." Chen Li retorted, "Let the past be the past." And then there's mentor Jiang Yuan. Ahem, little Su. Su Ning looked up in confusion, pointing to herself. "Did you call for me, mentor?" "Yes." Jiang Yuan smiled warmly. "You have made significant progress today. Keep up the good work." Su Ning was taken aback. "Thank you for the compliment, mentor." Director Chen and the other judges exchanged knowing glances. Cunning fox. Just as Su Ning basked in the praise, she felt a chill run down her spine. Turning around, she caught the resentful gaze of another contestant who had yet to retract her glare. "Tian Shui? What did I do to her?" I hadn't noticed before, but it seems Tian Shui has a boyfriend she's been with for 6 years. Her boyfriend works tirelessly delivering takeout to support her university education and her participation in this talent show, yet the moment she was signed by an entertainment company, she broke up with him. She even feigned innocence, claiming, "I had no choice. An idol cannot date during their rise to fame. I will return to him in a few years. Let him wait for me." Can you believe this fool still believes her? Tian Shui constantly tells her friends on WeChat that he's not worthy of her, and that she'll pay him back when she earns money, and then tell him to leave. She owes him nothing. She isn't even worried he might expose her online. Oh, how unfair the heavens are. Why can't I possess even a fraction of her talents, looks, and charm? The 4 judges exchanged glances. Aren't you already satisfied? Do you have any idea how many people would covet your so-called gossip guide? Yet, truly, one cannot judge solely by appearances. Who would have thought Tian Shui was like this? Tian Shui felt a chill creeping up her back. The judges silently agreed to vote Su Ning out. She knew too much. Of course, Tian Shui was also on the chopping block regardless of her skills. Poor character was a liability. As the judges scored, a voice crackled through the earpiece, instantly altering their expressions. A few minutes later, the host stepped onto the stage with the scorecards. "Very well, I now possess the scores for everyone. Now, allow me to announce the 12 contestants who have advanced to the next round. In 12th place is Su Ning. Su Ning. Cat emoji version? Chapter 2. Are mentors and trainees involved? Su Ning. What the heck? What is happening? I've advanced again? Now I'm starting to suspect if someone genuinely wants to manipulate me. Hiss, I was just joking. I wouldn't dare to touch that old man. I crave something exquisite. Someone wealthy, powerful, and with an 8-pack, perhaps." As the audience tuned into the live stream, is this a joke? How did Su Ning manage to stay? Which judge lacks the discernment? After all, she has backing that cannot be ignored. Teacher, if someone of Su Ning's caliber can remain, why can't I? The panel of judges, because either your skills are insufficient, or you've undergone cosmetic surgery to the point of being indistinguishable, or your recent failures are too painful to witness. In previous episodes, they had gleaned from Su Ning's heartfelt confessions that her family was involved in tax evasion, that she had stolen someone's boyfriend while belittling the original partner, that she had bullied others in school by forming cliques, and that she was pregnant, yet still pursuing her idol dreams with fervor. Truly an eye-opener. As for Su Ning, while her stage presence was slightly lacking, she was the one who helped the production team avoid numerous pitfalls. These days, if one is not cautious in selecting idol actors, the entire production crew could face dire consequences, and having to edit out blunders overnight would be considered fortunate. Su Ning, what is going on? Why do I feel like the judges are looking at me with something they wish to express, but can't? Oh, dear, they're still gawking at me. Am I truly that naturally exquisite? Had I known relying on looks could lead to such a predicament, a specific dance area. Whether my dancing is good or not is irrelevant. What matters is how little I'm wearing. On stage, after announcing the names of the contestants who advanced, it became glaringly obvious who the unfortunate 4 remaining were. Su Ning snapped back to reality. How could Tian Shui and Wang Qi be eliminated? I can somewhat understand Tian Shui, but Wang Qi's partner is right below. Is this truly a case of sacrificing personal ties for the greater good? Wang Qi was equally astonished. casting a resentful glare at Shirley. Shirley, I'm powerless. One must eat. The production team just informed me that if I continue to judge unfairly, I'll be liable for breach of contract. Do I have that kind of money? It's hopeless. Time to exit. My beloved. Wang Qi dared not voice her discontent, while Tian Shui boldly spoke up. Before we leave, may I inquire about the criteria for your scoring? I believe that while my skills may not be the highest, I certainly do not belong in the bottom tier. In comparison to me, some truly deserving of elimination remain. Tian Shui, with a pointed gaze, directed her attention towards Su Ning. Su Ning, I believe you're absolutely right. In truth, Su Ning felt vexed. She did not care about being eliminated, yet she remained. If she were to withdraw unilaterally, the company would undoubtedly extort her for a hefty sum before terminating her contract. Tens of thousands. Where would she find that kind of money? Selling off her dozen, or so Sao's wouldn't even suffice. The 4 judges. Help. How do we respond? Surely, I can't say that everyone simply wishes to continue watching the drama unfold. The higher-ups insisted on keeping Su Ning on stage to prevent any scandal from emerging. The audience in the live stream, Tian Shui, is impressive. Confronting the connections head-on, she is truly a champion of workplace reform. I'm a fan just for Tian Shui's audacity to face injustice. TSK, why is someone not speaking? Are they attempting to play dead and slip away? Su Ning found herself increasingly disgusted, observing the innocent facade of someone who surely knows their own guilt. The judges were at a loss for words, indicating they were all too aware of the reality behind the privileged connections. How delightful. This should be entertaining. In the midst of the tense silence, a man in the front row of the audience slowly stood up. I shall address that question. Who is that? Who is he? Though his face is obscured, he exudes an undeniable charm. He must be nearly 6'3". Look at that physique. Broad shoulders, slim waist, long legs. Even a black t-shirt is struggling to contain him. I can almost envision those chiseled pectorals, an 8-pack, and perhaps a thermos. Hiss. Who is this man, so disregardful of decorum? Why does everyone seem to feast well while I've been solo for 20 years? Su Ning inwardly salivated, and the man continued. At this moment, the chat room buzzed with excitement. Oh my, what a celestial being. That appearance is something else. My mother asks why I'm drooling over the screen. Darling, marry me. That necklace around your neck is not a chain, but a leash to keep me close. Hold on, don't get too excited. What if he removes his mask and is merely average? Who is this guy? He speaks freely in the audience during a live broadcast. How audacious. Wait. I remember now. He the 3rd son of the Qin family? The one who returned from studying abroad to take over the family business? I've seen his photo in the news. This idol creation program sponsored by Shengshi Entertainment, the largest investor under the Qin family? I heard they plan to select a few to join Shengshi. What a tycoon. My long-lost husband is right here. Speak to me, darling. Ladies. This is a comment section, not a deserted wasteland. Su Ning also gleaned from the discussions of other contestants. Wow, spicy indeed. As the prominent figure spoke, the atmosphere grew still. Tian Shui gripped the microphone tightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. She reviewed her entire participation in the competition and believed she had done nothing that warranted disqualification, calming herself. At that moment, the man's cool, deep voice resonated. You are correct. Stage prowess is undeniably important, yet as an idol, professional ethics should take precedence, should it not? When you sign the competition agreement, you must have noticed that it explicitly stated that should any contestant emerge with negative news confirmed as true, the production team reserves the right to disqualify that contestant. Surely, you all remember this, don't you? With that last statement, he spoke slowly and deliberately, causing everyone on stage to freeze, particularly Tian Shui, whose complexion turned ashen. Impossible. The production team couldn't possibly know. That useless man is so infatuated. How could he betray her? He must be trying to deceive me. Are you insinuating I have dirt on me? What evidence do you possess? Tian Shui scoffed, confident in the loyalty of her inadequate partner. She had just signed with the company and needed the exposure the program provided. She would not yield to elimination so easily. Moreover, there is still a significant flaw on stage. Why should she be the first to leave? Su Ning. When will I possess such formidable emotional resilience? Just seeing the comments on my Weibo can leave me sleepless for 2 days, dreaming of arguing with those people. Thus, I cleared my Weibo. Comments in the chat. What is happening? Is there an issue with Tian Shui? No way. If there were truly a problem, How could she dare to retort? I sense a misunderstanding. TSK. The trash production team, attempting to smear others to favor their connections. What Qin family scion?
Pa.
What a disgrace. Is it fair to bully a young girl like that? I can't stand it. Tian Shui is so pitiful. Just withdraw from the competition. This garbage program isn't worth it. Chapter 3. Is it so difficult to compliment me? Despite the fierce criticism in the live stream, the program did not lose momentum. Rather, the number of viewers surged, all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Su Ning felt the same. Qin Aiching. Where is my sweet melon from the western regions? I can hardly wait. Hurry, and bring it forth. Qin Jian, turning his gaze towards Tian Shui with an expression of disdain. Qin Jian remarked, to sever ties with a boyfriend who has supported you for 6 years right after signing with the company is quite the audacious move, Miss Tian. However, I wonder if the other party is aware that this is a genuine breakup and not merely the temporary ruse you claim? Su Ning. What a rotten melon. Is this really it? Qin Jian. How could you know? No, it's not like that. Tian Shui's hand trembled, causing the microphone to tumble to the floor. I owe him nothing. No, we're not in a romantic relationship. It is merely him pursuing me unilaterally. You are mistaken. I have done nothing wrong. Tian Shui shook her head frantically, her disordered explanation proving unconvincing. The comments in the live stream erupted once more. Can you believe this? Such a sweet scoop, taking a huge bite out of the melon. Am I worthy of savoring it crunch, crunch, crunch? Can this show be any more dramatic, spitting seeds, sputtering? In contrast, Su Ning appears to embody both virtue and artistry. The upstairs comments are dripping with sarcasm. I apologize, Mr. Qin, I misunderstood you. Can we mend our broken relationship? Realizing her predicament, Tian Shui shot a furious glare at Su Ning, grinding her teeth as she declared, and what about Su Ning? Why is she allowed to stay? Even if she lacks any scandal, her talent is insufficient to warrant her presence here, right? If I must go, she should fall with me. Su Ning interjected, am I digging up your ancestral grave? Why do you keep pursuing me? Qin Wan replied, she. Su Ning retorted. Excuse me? Why the silence? Shouldn't you be praising me? Is it so difficult to utter a few kind words? If all else fails, I can perform a sob story live and withdraw amid a sorrowful atmosphere. That would at least cleanse my image. I know how to sell it. Since childhood, my mother has told me that children from poor families must mature early, with a tremulous tone. Qin Wan replied, could you refrain from interrupting my thoughts? Crafting compliments for you is not a simple task. Unable to concoct a valid reason, Qin Wan bluntly stated, due to a comprehensive assessment, Shengshi Entertainment intends to sign Su Ning as one of its artists. As the largest investor in the program, it should be no problem to have those we favor remain a few rounds longer. Su Ning exclaimed. Is this for real? You better put that in writing. Others chimed in. Is this even a thing? Viewers commented. What is the true face of capital? I am so envious. It turns out I don't hate privilege. I despise my lack of it. Woe is me. Su Ning, what merit do you possess? Just because you are beautiful, can you act with impunity? Indeed you can. This episode had yet to conclude, and terms such as idol creation camp, Tian Shui's boyfriend, and Su Ning signs with Shengshi Entertainment began trending, along with the backdrop of Qin's Group's heir supporting Su Ning. In the comments section related to Su Ning, opinions were not polarized but decidedly one-sided. The monkeys are out, and I'm the only one blushing. It's over. The entertainment industry is doomed. Although it has never been great, your strength has arrived. I thought Shengshi Entertainment was impressive. They actually want such a vase. I'm curious what they plan to do with Su Ning. Use her face in live streams? Or have her perform the zombie dance on the big screen? Who stole my life as a rich second generation? This Qin is quite amusing. Does he really believe a useless person surpasses a morally deficient contestant?
Oh.
How ridiculous this is. Unbeknownst to Su Ning, who had just exited the stage, she discovered numerous missed calls on her phone, primarily from her agency. After returning her manager's call, Su Ning opened with, hello Xiao Yang. Do you need something? Previously, I had to call you Yang. Now, not addressing you as Indi is my last act of kindness. Yang Zhao replied, how did you connect with Shengshi? Leaning against the wall, Su Ning smiled leisurely. What's wrong? Do you want to scold me? No. Yang Zhao lowered his voice. Are you switching jobs? Take me with you. Are you a turtle reincarnated? So flexible? Yang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, his tone unfriendly. Don't forget who discovered you. I certainly remember. Su Ning twirled a lock of her long, dark hair. Without you, I wouldn't have known how deep the entertainment industry's waters run. You had me visit investors late at night to read scripts in the dark. And you even said that without bribing you with gifts, I wouldn't get resources, and that being late for a bathroom break would cost me $50. What? Are you afraid I'll steal your food? Not that I'm that vindictive. You don't fear my immediate withdrawal from the competition. You'll lose exposure. Really? Su Ning exclaimed joyfully. I didn't expect you to have a conscience, Xiao Yang. Knowing I'm being lambasted, would you kindly request the company to withdraw me? As the saying goes, it is beneficial to lean against a big tree for shade. With Shengshi Entertainment as her solid backing, Su Ning felt reborn. From now on, she would be Su Ri Tian, the sun, the earth, the air. After finishing the call, she turned around, her previously defiant expression transforming into one of flattery. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Having just witnessed a splendid performance, Qin Wan remarked, you do know how to change faces. Is there trouble with the company? Indeed. Su Ning retorted. What are you pretending for? Didn't you hear everything? Qin Wan's face remained impassive. Do you need Shengshi to assist you in terminating your contract immediately? That would be wonderful. Su Ning smiled sweetly. Then suddenly raised her head. Is there a fee involved? If there is, never mind. It's better to give money to a black-hearted workshop than to me. At least it contributes to the national poverty alleviation efforts. Not necessary. A sense of helplessness washed over Qin Wan. Conversing with this woman was akin to a eunuch facing a courtesan. Bah, who is the eunuch? You're bound by a black-hearted contract with melons. It's illegal for them not to provide you with insurance, and the exorbitant penalty fees are unjustifiable. The company merely needs to sue them, and melons will comply without hesitation, unless they wish to cease operations. I understand. Shengshi, also known as Nanshan Pizza Hut. Knowing you all are such rogues, I feel relieved. Well, what about the program? Am I still participating? ISN Tia good to have connections? Sure, why not? Just spouting sarcasm, after all. It's not you being drowned in saliva. Having just seen the trending topics on Weibo, Qin Wan asked, are you certain? Though they may not be siblings in hardship, they had successfully been slandered as illicit lovers. Tales of how Su Ning had used her beauty to entice him, allowing him to bend the rules, were vividly recounted, as if the observers had witnessed it firsthand. Reflecting on this, Qin Wan appraised Su Ning from head to toe. No 36D here, not even a 36A is evident. Su Ning questioned, what kind of gaze is that? Chapter 4. Live streaming confrontation with haters. Su Ning's contract termination process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Although her manager and the boss maintained stern expressions throughout, she remained unfazed by their foolish thoughts, for she now felt undeniably formidable. On the Shengshi side, they signed her on the spot, and as she gazed at the towering 88-story building of Shengshi Entertainment, her eyes brimmed with tears. Why do my eyes brim with tears? Because, good grief, why must you eat raw onions in front of me? Cooling down the purple apples, right? Currently dining on onions, Su Ning's present manager, Yu Fan, stated, the company's arrangement for you is to advance to the top 10 of the creation camp, likely as the 10th. A higher rank would serve no purpose. Maintaining the group's exposure is what matters. Having traffic is better than having none. Simultaneously, several live stream events were scheduled for her. Mr. Qin indicated that the live stream would undoubtedly attract numerous haters. You need not ignore or be subservient. Just speak your mind. Su Ning replied, I understand this. I'll embody the dignified, unyielding persona of a strong woman. Yu Fan's lips twitched. No, it's more like a brainless, clever persona. Su Ning remarket. Haters are actually my company. What a surreal job opportunity. High-paying work opens doors for me. In reality, even as a beast of burden, I still possess charm. Though she had already been predetermined to place 10th, Su Ning did not slack off in her dance practice or song learning. In fact, since the program began, she had not slacked off, often working late into the night at the practice studio. However, this did not affect her dancing, which felt electric. This was not about effort. Everyone has their weaknesses, and hers were simply more numerous. As the old saying goes, those more talented than you are still striving. What good is your effort? It is but a quest for solace. So, shall I simply engage in a chat with the barrage of comments tonight? Sitting in the live streaming room meticulously arranged by the company, Su Ning felt a twinge of nervousness. How could she not be anxious? Soon, she would face an overwhelming tide of negative comments from trolls. Yu Fan, well, speak your mind. Su Ning's eyes sparkled. If something goes awry, will the company cover for me? No, the company would make a timely exit. At 8 o'clock, Su Ning's live stream commenced punctually, and in an instant, the viewer count surged past 10,000. Though the comments were a dazzling array, over 90% were laced with vitriol. Su Ning, is this something a sweet little darling like me should endure? Is it too late for me to breach my contract?
Speak.
Yu Fan gestured with his lips, urging her. Su Ning, Muad, are you forcing me into disgrace? Just wait for it.
Cough.
Welcome, everyone, to my live stream.
Su Ning kiririt her trot.
Donning an official smile. Just as Yu Fan nodded in approval of her professionalism, Su Ning pinched her nose and spoke in a constricted voice. Oh dear. Have you all been having stomach issues lately? It seems like wherever I go, the stench abounds. Yu Fan, damn. You spoke too soon. You claim you detest me the most from the training camp? Oh, how unfortunate for me. If you had liked me, perhaps I could have secured the top position or 150 million and retired on the spot. Su Ning, how shameless can you be? If I were you, I would be utterly mortified. Alas, a child's misdeeds reflect on the parent, so your insults here are also my fault. Su Ning, do you wish for my demise? Do you think you deserve to remain on stage? Yes, I don't deserve it. I deserve your mother instead. Come, call me father.
What?
Am I getting anxious? Not at all. If a dog bites you, you'd be anxious too. At this moment, Su Ning was fully engaged, exchanging barbs with the trolls and occasionally quoting the spirited young men. Though initially hesitant while retorting, she soon found her confidence, for, indeed, her success relied more on luck than skill. Oh, but now it is the capital that speaks. Yet is it her fault? She is but a stubborn mule, driven forward by the whip. Why should she passively endure ridicule? Once she saw comments that insulted her parents, her patience snapped. All right, if you wish to continue, let us perish together. To the user named Su Ning, who adores AICAIAO, if you're so brave, let us host a live stream together, and I'll show you what true malice looks like. At that moment, the comments in the live stream read, is she planning to cyberbully someone? It requires someone to lead the charge. Her fans haven't even outnumbered the trolls. Initially, it seemed she was already too eye-catching on the show, but reality proved even more outrageous. Su Ning, are you really this fast at operating a machine in China? Is it reasonable not to ban someone like this? After spewing a barrage of foul comments, the netizens surprisingly came to Su Ning's defense. At this moment, she was reveling behind the screen, her fingers dancing furiously over the keyboard. Just then, Su Ning slowly lifted the corners of her mouth, resting her chin on her hands. Miss Yang, instead of hurling insults at me here, you might want to manage your own affairs first. Although it may seem unkind to say, I can't help but feel that your boyfriend's infidelity with your best friend is quite deserved. Su Ning had not anticipated that by merely browsing the gossip archives, she could actually glean information about those behind the usernames. This tool is far too effective. Yang Ting was initially taken aback. She had no idea how Su Ning had discovered her surname, but she quickly retorted, "You're lying." Su Ning kept a close eye on the comments at the side, and upon seeing Yang Ting's response, pouted. If you don't believe me, just take your boyfriend's phone, log into his QQ, and switch to his alternate account. I guarantee you'll find a surprise. Of course, it would be best if we could connect via video to see whose face gets slapped, yours or mine. Why should I? I don't believe you at all. Yang Ting gritted her teeth, unable to fathom that her boyfriend would dare betray her. Little did she know the sacrifices she had made to support him. By day she worked, and by night she took on a part-time job at a convenience store, which fueled her resentment, causing her to unleash her frustrations online as a keyboard warrior. How about this? Let us make a bet. You connect with me, and if I'm right, you apologize. If I'm wrong, I'll give you 100,000. How does that sound? Su Ning's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her smile piercing Yang Ting's heart. She despised these talentless, morally bankrupt individuals who reaped rewards without effort. Fine, but don't regret it. I'm going to get his phone. Okay, Su Ning unhesitatingly sent a connection request to Yang Ting. What is this progress? I can't comprehend. It feels like fortune-telling. Is she planning to go the con artist route? This has to be an act. I don't think so. I've seen dozens of comments cursing Su Ning. Right now, I just want to know if her boyfriend has truly cheated with her best friend. This drama is too enticing. I really want to know.
1, 2.
10,086. At this moment, Su Ning was completely focused on her opponent, oblivious to the fact that the viewer count in the upper right corner of the live stream had stealthily climbed to 50,000 and was still soaring. This was hardly surprising, for since the beginning of her broadcast, her decidedly unidol-like remarks had already trended on social media. Once this bet was proposed, the topic of Su Ning cursing the troll's boyfriends for infidelity with best friends skyrocketed into the top 10 trending topics. Fortunately, Su Ning had not scrolled through Weibo, otherwise she would have surely retaliated with a few choice words. Are you eating oil cakes? Can't understand human language, can you? Chapter 5. I envy your cauliflower. Yu Fan was witnessing such a scene for the first time. As a seasoned agent, he found himself somewhat out of his depth. Mr. Chin, should we shut down the live stream? Casual banter is one thing, but if you delve into superstitions and get publicly humiliated, how will you continue in this industry? It's fine, Chin Wan replied, his handsome face betraying a hint of amusement as he gazed at the live stream on the computer screen, his voice clear and confident. There won't be any issues. Yang Ting had retrieved the phone from her sleeping boyfriend, donning a Joker mask to avoid recognition before stepping in front of the camera. Alright, you can begin. Su Ning beckoned with her fingers. Yang Ting clenched her jaw. Fine. I'm waiting for my 100,000. With that, she clicked on her boyfriend's QQ, navigating to the account management settings. To her surprise, upon opening it, she discovered there were indeed 2 accounts. The lower QQ was adorned with a couple's avatar, right? Yes. And the nickname was also a couple's name. Can Ding Dang be considered a couple's name? Is it possible the other one is named Ding? Oh, truly? I can't believe it. Just as Yang Ting caught sight of this comment, her expression darkened. Indeed, her best friend's QQ username was Ding, using the other half of that couple's avatar. She had even asked her best friend if she was dating someone, only to be told it was just a pretty profile picture. Quick, check the chat history. It must require a password, right? If frequently switched, it seems not necessary. Yang Ting's fingers trembled as she clicked on the other QQ, and indeed, she smoothly entered the chat interface. She browsed through the messages, and the more she read, the more her expression soured, her body trembling slightly. What is happening? Let me see.
I am anxious, truly anxious.
Is there something you can't share with everyone? Perhaps something inappropriate? Could it be that Su Ning was right? Oh my god. She was in tears. It seemed Su Ning had indeed spoken the truth. Initially, she believed it to be a performance, but now, Su Ning had no interest in pouring salt into her wounds. Seeing your distress, I think I'll disconnect the call. No need. Yang Ting wiped her tears beneath the mask, realizing she had truly become the fool. You were right. This is their chat history. Yang Ting revealed the segment she could share. The general content of the dialogue comprising the female protagonist playfully requesting a handbag from the male protagonist, who suggested she wait until her salary arrives for him to purchase it for her. The female teased Yang Ting for being a gullible fool, thinking she was merely supporting a pretty boy, only to realize she was also nurturing the lover behind the pretty boy. The male protagonist inquired if she felt the slightest guilt, considering the two often referred to each other as best friends. The female admitted that her initial approach was based on Yang Ting's perceived naivety, but she had not anticipated Yang Ting's genuine feelings. Nonetheless, she felt she had not lost out, as she had gained an unexpected reward in him. A good friend's man is certainly invigorating even in slumber, she exclaimed.
Wow.
This is no friend. This is an enemy. Send me your best friend's contact information. My fingers are itching to type. She is so pitiful. Those who are pitiable must also possess qualities that are detestable. Did you not hear the foul language she just spewed? That was what Su Ning ought to have been reprimanded for. Su Ning, what a clear-cut case of cause and effect. Just as Su Ning was preparing to retort against the barrage of comments, Yang Ting suddenly stood, bowed to her, and said, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you. In truth, I do not idolize stars, nor am I particularly enthusiastic about your show. I simply harbor a resentment towards the wealthy. Earning money is arduous for me, hence my disdain for those who can easily profit and take shortcuts. I have not only insulted you, but have also created numerous alternate accounts to deride other celebrities. In the past, I did not believe I was at fault, but now I realize that my own misfortunes are the result of my choices and are in no way related to you. I should not have harmed an innocent person. I am truly sorry. Yang Ting bowed once more, drenched in cold water, confronted with the chaotic and absurd nature of life. She suddenly awakened to clarity. Su Ning was taken aback by her sincerity and, after a moment's pause, waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I accept your apology. In fact, what you said is not entirely incorrect. I am indeed taking shortcuts. However, I aspire to prove that I am not merely a useless ornament. Furthermore, Su Ning hesitated before gently stating, rather than yearning for the affection of others, one should learn to love oneself. Well said, Su Ning has finally spoken wisely. I apologize for my previous online harassment. Humph, what are you pretending for? At the end of the day, Su Ning is indeed at fault. If she had no skeletons in her closet, who would bother to insult her? Yu Fan nodded in understanding, realizing that this new artist of hers was not entirely without merit. I understand now. Yang Ting wiped her tears, turned away from the screen. And soon everyone in the live room heard the sound of water being splashed. Get up, you bastard. You must be so proud to use my money to support that bitch, huh? If you and she do not return the money I gave you, just wait for the court summons. I will print out all your chat records and post them outside, even at her workplace. Let us see how you both face the world. Su Ning remarked. Very well, quite spirited. Cutting off the connection, Su Ning continued to converse nonchalantly. And the atmosphere in the comments improved significantly, although half of it remained negative. But Su Ning would not tolerate them. She continued to verbally spar with her critics, slaying them with her words. Mr. Tang from the username Lily's handsome. Does your Lily know you lent money to a female streamer, gifting her 500,000, being her top donor, and even meeting her offline for a hotel rendezvous? And you, Ms. Wang, who refuses to change your name until you become wealthy, is insulting others on various social media your way of relieving stress? As a civil service candidate, are you not afraid of leaving a cyber footprint? Each time Su Ning named a critic, they immediately ceased their insults, the frenetic pace of their comments dwindling, some even sliding into apologies. This was no longer mere coincidence. This was uncanny prowess. It seemed that those Su Ning targeted were the ones who had spewed dozens or even hundreds of vile comments. I must be out of my mind. I actually find Su Ning quite cool. With such skills, why bother being an idol? What do you know? Money in the entertainment industry is not earned more easily than donations for temples. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Just as Su Ning's voice was growing hoarse, Yu Fan silently handed her a bowl of lotus root powder. It quenched her thirst and filled her stomach. Su Ning took a few bites, frowned, looked down, and gasped. What is this? Osmanthus lotus root powder? He made it himself by following an online tutorial. Angrily, Su Ning thrust the bowl towards Yu Fan's face. Who the hell put stonecrop flowers in lotus root powder instead of osmanthus? The comments erupted with laughter. Haha. Does this count as similar in flavor and texture? Now it truly has all the colors, aroma, and taste. Though a bit unkind, it made me laugh. Oh my, I laughed so hard, I almost threw up. What a surprise. I admire your cooking skills. A chorus of old perverts chimed in. Stop it, if you keep this up, the live room will get shut down. The atmosphere in the live room was filled with merriment as Su Ning regained her composure. Shut down the stream. No one is allowed to laugh. I have worked hard to establish my reputation. Chapter 6. Lower your voice. Is this truly glorious? Although the live stream had descended into chaos, this class still had to proceed as usual. Wait. At 8:25, Su Ning sprinted into the office building with the speed of a hyena chasing its mate across the savannah. Just as she reached the elevator, it closed. Fortunately, there was another elevator at the far corner ascending from the basement. As she hurried over, she sighed in relief the moment she stepped into the elevator. Clocking in. Thank goodness I didn't lose you, my 500 yuan attendance bonus. But why are there so many middle-aged men in this elevator? Their bellies are bigger than if they were 5 months pregnant, and their hair is so sparse. Who on earth is their target audience? The other people in the elevator murmured. Who is this? Isn't this the elevator reserved for executives? The crowd was somewhat cramped, so Su Ning quietly took a step back, only to accidentally step on someone's foot. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. She quickly apologized, raising her gaze only to meet the cold, disdainful eyes of a man who looked at her as if she were trash. Mr. Qin? So cold. What a pretentious man. I really want to kick you again. Qin Jian glanced down at Su Ning's sneakers. Mr. Qin, I hope your delicate little foot is unharmed. I truly apologize. I didn't notice you were behind me. If you were injured, I would feel terrible. Shall I take you to the hospital? The medical expenses, you could cover them yourself? Qin Jian snapped. Shut up. Lower your voice. Is this truly glorious? Can't you see everyone else is straining to listen? If you're going to embarrass yourself, do it alone. Oh. Su Ning feigned a pitiful demeanor while secretly reveling in delight. As long as I don't have to pay, what's embarrassment? I'm not the only one making a fool of myself. The elevator fell into an awkward silence. And Su Ning remarked, I heard we have a performance class today, but I'm not sure what exactly we will learn. TSK, this building is quite tall, 88 floors. It's such a waste of time with people constantly getting off the elevator. According to the typical CEO drama trope, the highest floor must only contain Mr. Chin's office. I wonder if Mr. Chin has a girlfriend, preferably one who is his personal secretary, fair-skinned, beautiful, and curvy, who engages in some thrilling daytime escapades, like pressing someone against the glass, lifting their skirt, and reaching. Hearing Su Ning's mind filled with such lewd thoughts, Qin Jian interjected, Do you really have to be so theatrical? Shaking his head, Qin Jian tried to ignore her, but Su Ning, bored, scrolled through gossip about the Qin family. It was a pity that Qin Jian had not partaken in the juicy tidbits, but, wow, as expected of a wealthy family, this is quite scandalous. Mr. Qin's elder brother's girlfriend is apparently not even carrying his child. Just then, Qin Jian was taken aback, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. As Su Ning pondered this, the elevator reached the 36th floor, and Yu Fan messaged her that the practice room was in 3607. Just as she was about to step out, her wrist was suddenly grabbed, yanked back forcefully, and she collided into a sturdy embrace.
Ha!
Qin Wan exclaimed, What should we do? Su Ning awkwardly smiled, her mind racing with thoughts of help. Is this a scene of forced affection? Am I truly deserving of such an experience? The onlookers chimed in, and then what? This is it. What could possibly be inappropriate for the brothers to witness? No wonder this unfamiliar girl dared to step into the elevator. Her background must be formidable. Clearing his throat, Qin Wan cast a frigid glance at the curious bystanders, prompting them to hastily avert their gazes, looking left and right. Turning to Su Ning, he said, I shall take you to select a script. With wide, innocent eyes,
Su Ning blinked in confusion. A script?
What script? Is it one that glows in the dark? Qin Wan replied, You truly wish to create an atmosphere of intrigue, don't you? On the 88th floor of Shengshe Entertainment, the vast expanse housed not only offices but also lounges, a gym, a screening room, and changing rooms, among others. Su Ning scrutinized the surroundings, thinking cursed capitalism. It truly corrupts the soul. Barely having entered the office, a stunningly attractive secretary arrived with coffee, subtly appraising Su Ning in the process. Qin Wan, with his back turned, perused the scripts on the shelf. It was a moment of impulsive excitement that had led him to drag Su Ning into the elevator. Reflecting on it now, he deemed it entirely unnecessary. He only needed to be aware of the matter and have someone investigate it. Nevertheless, having promised to let her choose a script, he diligently selected a few he deemed acceptable. The genres of these scripts varied, yet the roles were substantial. Take a look and see which one you wish to select, he urged. Su Ning accepted the scripts with both hands, scanning through them. The first page contained the names of actors, character significance, and an overview of their roles, ranging from school dramas to historical romances, urban tales, and wartime epics. For a moment, she found herself hesitating. After a brief wait, Qin Wan lowered his gaze towards Su Ning, who sat on the sofa. Her head bowed, her soft, chestnut hair cascaded loosely around her, and her flawless complexion glimmered in the sunlight, revealing a delicate layer of fine fuzz. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and her slightly pursed lips appeared, quite rosy. Suddenly aware, Qin Wan awkwardly shifted his gaze away. He was simply unaccustomed to not hearing the chaotic thoughts of this woman for even a moment. Mr. Qin, I've made my decision. I want to choose this one. Qin Wan glanced at the script in Su Ning's hands, somewhat surprised, raising an eyebrow. Are you certain? This is a villainous role. Yes, I am certain. Su Ning declared. Having chosen the third female lead in the historical romance Changlo, a maid named Danju, who betrays the protagonist. Although a villain, Su Ning discerned the character's conflicts, helplessness, and sorrow within the storyline. She believed that if portrayed well, it could garner a following. Of course, that was contingent upon her performance. At that moment, Su Ning's phone rang, revealing a call from Yu Fan. Upon answering, the man's voice erupted on the other end. Su Ning, where are you? Why are you shouting so loudly? Su Ning retorted. I'm on the 88th floor. Mr. Qin needs me for something. Stop making excuses. Hurry over. If you don't come soon, the teacher will leave. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to invite Teacher Qin? You're wasting company resources and disappointing me with your lack of effort. Although he had little expectation of her, he felt she was being utterly ungrateful. Su Ning winced at the painful volume of his voice, silently handing her phone to Qin Wan. At your young age, How can you lie back so comfortably? Signing the contract doesn't mean everything is settled. If you don't create value for the company, how can you accept such a generous salary? What do you owe, Mr. Chin? And stop invoking his name. Hello?
Ah?
Mr. Chin.
How are you?
Have you had breakfast? Did you sleep well last night? Get to the point. I apologize, Mr. Chin. It was a misunderstanding. Beside him, Su Ning puffed up in indignation, resembling a pufferfish. Do you even realize who you owe an apology? You should be apologizing to her, not me, Chin Wan interjected. Moreover, her practice room has been moved to the 88th floor, right next to my office. You and Teacher Ching should come up now. What kind of spell did you cast on Mr. Chin? You fan questioned. Chapter 7. Is there any advertisement sponsorship? Hello, Teacher Chung. Su Ning's eyes sparkled upon seeing the poised and dignified middle-aged woman before her. Would you like some water? I can pour it for you.
Wow.
It's actually Teacher Chung Yuehua. She's a true powerhouse. She has won numerous acting awards both domestically and internationally. I've watched her in Feng, Hua Shui, Yue countless times. The way she seamlessly transitions between the roles of hero and villain, embodying different personalities and presences, is nothing short of remarkable. Bowing to the Great One. Excuse me? Chung Yuehua looked at Su Ning with a hint of confusion. Did you just speak? What is it, Teacher Chung? Oh, nothing, she replied, accepting the tea Su Ning offered and taking a sip. I don't know if your agent has informed you, but I'm here primarily to train you in acting techniques. After all, you need to start learning the practical aspects, and we don't have much time. Specifically, I will be teaching you about line delivery, vocal techniques, body language, facial expressions, character interpretation, and stage practice. Those should be covered by other instructors.
All right.
Su Ning nodded obediently. Before we begin, I want to assess your foundational skills. Please take a look at this script and read it aloud. We won't discuss emotions just yet. I want to evaluate your diction, phrasing accuracy, and breathing rhythm. We can't have the audience thinking you sound like a buzzing fly when the subtitles cover the screen. And don't think you can just gloss over it. Reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, while the post-production team cleans up after you. Young people should possess a bit of humility and diligence. Okay, understood. Is that permissible to say, Great One? Chung Yuehua provided Su Ning with a selection of lines from a foreign art film. Su Ning read through it attentively before opening her mouth. Choosing someone to spend a lifetime with is the most important decision we each make, bar none. Because when you make the wrong choice, your life. Through the walls, Su Ning's voice reached Chin Wan's ears, each word crisp and sweet. He removed his Bluetooth headset, deftly twirling a pen between his fingers. Not bad, he mused, only to then hear Chung Yuehua's critique. Your delivery is all right. But you turned a beautiful lyrical passage into something rather solemn. Someone might mistake you for preparing to make a grand sacrifice.
In Juan chuckled softly.
Su Ning took it. Is that a compliment? I shall take it as such. For the next 2 hours, Su Ning diligently practiced the fundamentals of breathing under Chung Yuehua's guidance. When the instructor announced a 20-minute break, Su Ning finally dared to drink some water, rummaging through her bag for snacks. Teacher, would you like to try some hot pot-flavored snacks? Chin Wan nearly choked on the water he had just sipped. I suspect you're joking, and I have found the evidence.
No.
I misspoke. It's turkey-flavored rice crackers. Teacher, would you care for some? Forget the rice crackers. We'll practice tongue twisters later to save face. If you embarrass me, don't say I taught you. Su Ning talked. Wukong is speechless. In the afternoon, yet another esteemed instructor arrived, subjecting Su Ning to another round of rigorous training. By the end of the day, her complexion was pale. I truly have nothing left, she confessed. Yet, Yu Fan reminded her, don't forget tonight's live stream. What live stream?
Su Ning replied.
Do you think this is a walk in the park? It's like working in a factory from 8 in the morning until 10 at night. The earnings from yesterday's live stream, totaling 28,000, have already been deposited into your account. Let me shower and redo my makeup. If only you had said that earlier. Don't just think about 28,000. Even if it were 2,800 or 280, I'd still be on the job. The moon remains awake as I do, for I am a little bald treasure. Kidney treasure, let's go. Before the broadcast commenced, Su Ning generously donated 1,000 yuan to a charity providing free lunches, prompting Yu Fan to raise an eyebrow. You engage in philanthropy? Is that so surprising? Su Ning replied, turning off her phone. Since I began working part-time after my college entrance examination that summer, I've donated 5 or 10 yuan each time I earn some money. It's not merely to guard against the corruption of wealth. I also wish to accumulate some good fortune for myself. Although I have yet to achieve a daily income of 208,000, I firmly believe it is merely a matter of time. Money is indeed a wonderful thing, and I adore it. Yet I must maintain my reverence, abide by the law, and strive to be a positive role model and an admirable actress. Do remember, you must never attempt tax evasion behind my back. Yu Fan retorted. Are you lecturing me now? However, Su Ning's awareness did ease his worries slightly. Indeed, those educated to the level of 208 are truly next level. Streaming is about to begin. Remember, no foul language, Yu Fan reminded.
I'm starving.
Bring me a bowl of instant noodles, Su Ning exclaimed. Did you hear what I just said? Su Ning blinked innocently.
What?
Are you asking me what flavor I like? It's impossible not to curse. I will never stop swearing in this lifetime. However, this evening was destined to disappoint Su Ning. A mere 3 minutes into the live stream, her noodles were prepared. Yet the barrage of comments contained hardly any insults. In fact, when someone did insult her, others quickly chimed in. Are you not afraid of getting your pants pulled down with such audacity? Didn't you watch yesterday's stream? Su Ning, I report you. Su Ning glanced upward. They're cursing at me. Do you eat spicy shrimp? Silently slurping her noodles, Su Ning pondered. What strange language is this? Comments flooded in. Is this noodles an advertisement? Boo-hoo, I can't escape the daytime scroll at night. I'm starving. I also enjoy the old. The fermentation does indeed deter me from eating. Su Ning discreetly asked Yu Fan beside her. Is this an advertisement? Yu Fan shook his head. Su Ning lamented. What a loss. Thus, she hastily shielded the brand of her noodles with her hand. These are terrible. I do not recommend. It's not because the advertisers didn't pay me. I am merely speaking the truth. Yu Fan quipped. Who would believe you when you're enjoying it so much? Comments erupted with laughter. Haha. Kong Shuifu, hurry, and send money. Too late, I've already ordered a whole box. Order one more. Su Ning exclaimed. Shrimp and pork heart. At that moment, a crimson SC appeared, displaying a price of 100,000, with the message, I have a question for the host. Can I connect with you now? Comments exploded. Heavens. A wealthy patron. 100,000? Someone tell me, am I seeing things? What question is worth that much? Su Ning dropped her fork, hesitantly asking. Dear SC lady or gentleman, you're not a minor, are you? Please don't deceive me. I am easily fooled. Another SC worth 10,000 floated by. No, you'll understand once we connect via video. Su Ning eagerly accepted, her mind racing with thoughts. Is it too late for me to become a streamer? This money is too easy to earn. Chapter 8. I oppose this marriage. The video call connected, revealing a beautiful woman adorned in a black feathered mask with shimmering sequins, reminiscent of a masquerade ball. Apologies, it's not convenient for me to reveal my true face. The woman whispered to Su Ning, who nodded in understanding. What would you like to inquire about? Su Ning asked, gazing intently into the woman's striking eyes. I would like your insight on whether I should marry my fiance. Although he is gentle and considerate, I often feel that his kindness stems from mere politeness. And there seems to be a certain distance between us. Su Ning was taken aback. Has she truly mistaken me for a fortune teller? Although I can perceive the fate of others through their usernames. Do you harbor feelings for your fiancé? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ning's expression shifted with disdain. What a distasteful situation. The woman hesitated before nodding slightly. I suppose I do like him. Initially, I viewed him merely as a marriage partner introduced by my family, but as time passed, I found myself irresistibly drawn to his gentle kindness, yearning to be closer to him. It is precisely because of this that I feel uneasy, sensing his emotional detachment and reluctance. Perhaps I am simply too greedy. I long for beautiful love and a happy marriage. Maybe he doesn't truly like me, but is merely succumbing to societal pressures. I understand. I felt similarly when faced with cross-species relations. Miao Wazongzi. What expression is that on Su Ning's face? It looks utterly incomprehensible. Let us learn. So, even the wealthy can be troubled by love. If I am troubled by love, does that make me equal to a wealthy person? After much contemplation, Su Ning, having mulled it over, raised her hand to form a large cross. Absolutely not. I oppose this marriage. Comments immediately erupted. They are a match made in heaven. Who are you, a mere monster, to object? Match made in heaven? What a load of nonsense. How can the bent and the straight be a match made in heaven? Are you suggesting that the bent should drink arsenic every day for their health? What the? Is it true? Are you saying the wealthy woman's fiancé is bent?
Oh my.
You've scared the mice away with your talk. Hey, sister upstairs, your cute hairpin has fallen. The woman's eyes widened, her grip tightening on her knees. Do you have any evidence? Truly a refined lady, though incredulous, she displayed no excessive reaction. Su Ning admired her composure. I have no evidence, so you can choose to believe or disbelieve my words. Your boyfriend is indeed bent. His other phone is filled with male dating apps. And he follows many male bloggers on social media. He secretly arranges meetings with them. His distance from you is merely a subconscious aversion to women. I agree. I participate in anti-gay movements 8 days a week. I don't discriminate against the contacts, but marriage fraud is truly despicable. Do you really believe Su Ning? It feels like she's just saying this for attention. Sister upstairs, you're so brave. While it remained uncertain if others believed her, the woman on the other side of the screen had already accepted Su Ning's words. In truth, many matters have their trail. She simply refused to think deeply or consider them. After a moment of silence, the woman moved her fingers and sent Su Ning 500,000. Thank you. I will investigate. Wait, Su Ning interjected. Don't disconnect just yet. I have one more thing to tell you. The reason Su Ning felt such revulsion was due to the abundance of repugnant individuals involved. It pained her to see an innocent and kind woman who deserved a happy life, deceived for 7 years, bearing a child for a deceitful man, betrayed by those she trusted most. Initially, the woman questioned whether she was inadequate, whether she lacked charm for her husband, but upon discovering the truth, she realized that she was the most pitiful and tragic one. In despair, she sought to expose their vile relationship and disgraceful behavior, only to be slandered as mentally ill and imprisoned for years, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Su Ning took a deep breath, fearful that she might explode in anger. The person who introduced you to your fiance is not trustworthy. Do not place too much faith in them. After a prolonged silence, the woman weakly responded, Okay, thank you. Another gift of 500,000 followed. Su Ning quickly waved her hands. No need, no need. I didn't tell you this for money.
I know.
I am merely expressing my gratitude in my own way. Upon concluding her conversation, the woman promptly severed the connection. Su Ning pressed her lips together, quickly regaining her composure. All right, let us continue our live broadcast.
What?
You wish to connect with me and pose questions? Not tonight, I'm rather fatigued. Let us indulge in some uplifting content instead. As she spoke, Su Ning deftly navigated to the live stream of a male host known for skirting the edges of propriety on the same platform, immersing herself in his performance. In moments of excitement, she generously showered him with a flurry of complimentary gifts. The barrage of comments flew by, filled with question marks and ellipses. You fan remarked, Can you be any more outrageous? The Qin family, gathered in the living room watching the broadcast alongside Qin exchanged glances. Is this the extraordinary actress you spoke of? Qin's mother stared, unblinking, at the screen showcasing a man with an 8-pack and broad shoulders, swaying enticingly. I never imagined my youngest son preferred this type. Qin replied, Firstly, I am not attracted to men. Secondly, the rumors regarding me and Su Ning are mere fabrications. But is there any truth to what she claims? She speaks so convincingly that I am almost inclined to believe her. Qin Yi, the second son, placed a hand on Qin shoulder, inquiring with curiosity. Qin pushed him away in disdain. What motive would she have for lying? Qin Feng, the eldest brother, retorted coldly, for publicity, to achieve fame, by any means necessary. Qin smirked mockingly. When it comes to unscrupulousness, she cannot compete with your girlfriend, brother. By the way, how is she and her perpetually ailing stomach? Mind your words. She is soon to be your sister-in-law. Qin Feng's brows knitted into a frown. Had it been Qin Yi making this comment, he would have already dealt with him. This third brother had always been sensible and respectful, never meddling in such personal matters. Why did he suddenly speak out today? Qin Feng added. Xiao Wei is not even 3 months pregnant yet, and her health has been quite poor, making her pregnancy challenging. Are you certain it's not more than 3 months? Last I heard, that little rascal has already been around for 4 months. You were abroad 4 months ago, weren't you?
Wow.
What have I just heard? Qin Yi's eyes sparkled, hands resting on Qin shoulders. Is this gossip reliable? Son, don't lie just because you're reluctant to see your brother marry. Qin mother expressed, her faith in the brotherly bond unwavering. Qin observing the tender gaze of his elder brother, hastily tossed a file onto the table. Take a look for yourself. Qin Yi snatched it up first, tearing open the envelope. Upon seeing its contents, his mouth fell agape. Wow, it seems you don't know your white moonlight. No, your yellow moonlight well enough. Qin Feng seized the stack of papers. The first page was a gynecological ultrasound report with the name Lu Kaiwei inscribed in the upper right corner, indicating an early intrauterine pregnancy. His grip tightened around the report as his gaze fixated on the date in the bottom right corner, March 15th. 2 months ago. This contradicted Kaiwei's claim of being under 3 months pregnant entirely. Following the ultrasound report were several photographs depicting a couple walking intimately down the street, the man leaning down to kiss the woman's cheek while she playfully pushed him away. The woman in the photos was none other than the one he was set to marry. Brother, remain calm. You must stay composed. Seeing Qin Feng's face darkening, Qin Yi quickly reassured him. Though the child isn't yours, at least he'll call you father. Besides, this is your white moonlight. The one you've waited 3 years for. What's wrong with picking up the pieces? Qin Wan interjected, don't make a spectacle out of this. If a scandal arises, I want to testify in court. Qin Yi reined in his enthusiasm. I was mistaken, brother, he muttered, suppressing a chuckle. Qin Mother patted her eldest son's shoulder. It's all right, my son. I respect your choice. Frankly, I don't care much for bloodlines. After all, we have no throne to inherit. Does he resemble a stubborn mule to you? He admitted he indeed had feelings for Kaiwei. They met in university, where she brightened his solitary life like a radiant sun, bringing warmth and joy. Though her kindness wasn't solely directed at him, it still made him feel elated and content, his gaze often drawn to her as she mingled with a crowd. As graduation approached, he finally mustered the courage to confess his feelings, proposing a relationship. She seemed surprised but soon broke into a bright smile. Sure,
But not right now.
I'm heading to the United States for further studies. When I return, if you haven't changed your mind, we can truly be together. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Qin Feng agreed. 3 years passed in waiting. Since her return last year, they had begun dating, during which Kaiwei often teased him for being dull and slow to warm up, lacking in romance. He endeavored to become more charming and poetic, though the result was often met with her unrestrained laughter. This year, their relationship progressed further, and 3 months ago, after a night of drinking, Kaiwei entrusted herself to him. Now, as Qin Feng gazed at the photographs, recalling Kaiwei sleeping beside him after that night, doubt crept in. Did they truly share an intimate moment that evening? Brother, how do you plan to handle this situation? Qin Wan asked, understanding his brother's character more than Qin Yi or their mother. He was indeed sentimental, but also decisive and clear-headed. I shall sever ties with her. Qin Feng set the photographs down, his sharp gaze locking onto Qin Wan. What prompted you to investigate Kaiwei? Qin Wan's attention shifted back to the television screen, where Su Ning was saying, what? A treasure map just to add me on WeChat? Why not just rob it?
Oh,
I can add you without gifts. Just give me your WeChat ID.
no.
Just send it to me privately. The comment streamed in, what bargain is there that sisters can't share? Thank you, but the black has turned to white. How despicable. Such a pragmatic woman. Su Ning, you are portraying me. Following Qin Wan's gaze, Qin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. She even knows about this? And you say she isn't a fortune teller. What else does she know that's even more explosive? Hurry and share it with me. Otherwise, give me her contact information. I want to engage with her more.
Don't even think about it.
He could hardly fathom what further chaos could arise from two abnormal individuals converging. Before bedtime, Su Ning habitually checked Weibo. Upon opening the app, she was greeted by a plethora of trending topics featuring her name. Su Ning connects with a mysterious tycoon who tips her 1.2 million. Su Ning accuses her fiance of deception. Su Ning watches a male host on the edge of propriety. What is all this nonsense? Did the company purchase this many trending topics? They must be overdoing it. Her follower count had surged to 5 million. How much of this was inflated? How many trolls were lurking? A report came. We discovered a handful of genuine fans among the trolls. No, they are merely spectators who thrive on chaos. Su Ning's Weibo profile remained devoid of posts. She had no intention of sharing anything. Would anyone truly enjoy being berated? Surely not. After several days of performing arts classes, Su Ning felt parched, exhausted, and emotionally drained, teetering on the brink of madness. Fortunately, in recent days, Yu Fan had refrained from making her go live, allowing her to focus on her studies and prepare for the final episode of the idol creation camp, known as the group formation night, granting her a brief respite. As class concluded, Instructor Chung approached Su Ning, saying, Tomorrow my son and daughter-in-law will bring their granddaughter to visit me, so I want to be able to teach you. Here's a ticket. It's from an old friend of mine for her daughter's art exhibition. Why don't you go and immerse yourself in some artistic inspiration? Su Ning replied, all right. I promise to return infused with artistic fervor. However, when Su Ning finally discerned the name of the artist on the ticket, she thought, such a familiar name in such a small world. Perhaps there could be coincidental name sharing?
Well,
As Su Ning donned her sunglasses and mask, standing at the entrance of the exhibition hall, she felt her anxious heart finally settle. Never mind, she was merely here to appreciate the exhibition. Why should she be troubled? It was a perfect opportunity to observe up close what distinguished this captivating beauty, who had so effortlessly captivated numerous affluent young men. Surely, her artistic prowess must be exceptional. For the wealthy are invariably drawn to individuals who possess both beauty and charisma. Then Su Ning beheld the piece introduced as the pink floppy-eared rabbit jade carving. In actuality, it appeared as a rounded shape, resembling a cylindrical object, with the jade carving's front featuring a pair of arches that presumably represented the floppy ears. Nearby, a girl, cherishing her boyfriend while gazing at the exhibit, cupped her cheeks and exclaimed, "Wow, what an adorable rabbit." Her boyfriend remained silent for a considerable time, prompting Su Ning to remark, I study mathematics. This must be about 90, right? I study history. This is from the old century, isn't it? I study chemistry. This is a reagent, right? I study photography. This must be a camera, right? I study science. This is methyl, right? I buy weapons. This is a halberd, right? I study language. This is an ancient poetry collection, right? I study biology. This is a diaphragm, right? I study ancient literature. This is the records of the grand historian, right? Sensing the couple's bewildered expressions, Su Ning thought, oops, I accidentally voiced my inner thoughts. Chapter 10. A sculptor who cannot write a short essay is not a good painter. A chuckle escaped the lips of a man behind her, and Su Ning awkwardly turned around. Sorry, could you pretend you didn't hear that? To her surprise, the man behind also wore a mask and sunglasses. Could it be a fellow artist? He mused, momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether she had indeed spoken. No, it's also possible he has a visual impairment. But why would someone with such an ailment attend an exhibition? Never mind. This is too embarrassing. I should slip away discreetly. Su Ning swiftly moved to the side, where several paintings adorned the wall. Truly, what a remarkable artist. Not only skilled in sculpture, but also in painting. This painting depicts. Su Ning's gaze shifted to the description of a girl in darkness, prone on the ground, despairing and sorrowful, yearning to grasp hope amidst an emptiness devoid of rescue. Casting her eyes once more upon a painting that had first evoked the thought of a girl whose posterior was so elevated it could support a soda bottle, she silently mused, indeed, a sculptor incapable of crafting a short essay cannot be a good painter. The man trailing her remarked, I feel an urge to jot down all these thoughts. Miss Liu has arrived.
Wow.
She is stunning. Surely, the most beautiful artist. Upon hearing the gasps of admiration from those around her, Su Ning looked up to see a woman descending the spiral staircase at the center of the art hall. Clad in a flowing rose-colored gown, her long, lustrous black hair was casually styled, framing a flawless face with exquisite features, arched brows, phoenix-like eyes, a prominent nose, and luscious lips. She was undeniably beautiful, her heavy makeup exuding a regal yet aloof aura akin to a peony, making her seem unapproachable. Her figure was equally captivating. Her waist so slender it could barely be enclosed by a hand, revealing curves that were both alluring and radiant, a true vision of allure. Su Ning couldn't help but extend her hand and gasp, Oh, Goddess Nuwa, I wish to look like that. Yet, why would such an obviously heartless beauty engage in such matters? The thought of her bearing another's child and marrying an unsuspecting man who adores her so devotedly is somewhat hard to fathom. Throughout this, the man who had been listening intently to Su Ning's musings thought, Who am I? Where am I? What have I just heard? Why does this woman know so much? It was utterly fascinating. He could no longer restrain himself and began to follow Su Ning's every step, mirroring her movements. As Miss Liu reached the ground floor, numerous individuals eagerly approached her, presenting flowers, gifts, and initiating conversations. Although Su Ning did not recognize these people, it did not hinder her from watching the spectacle with keen interest. Which husband is that? Is it the blonde? Or the one who gifted the large diamond ring? Or the one with the hidden surprises? The man queried, How did you deduce there were surprises? Well, it's rather obvious. He must have hidden something. Everyone, please don't crowd around me. Isn't the focus today meant to be the exhibition? If you like something, please remember to support me. Her underlying message was clear. Do not forget to purchase the exhibits. Luke Highway cast a seductive glance at the crowd, signaling to her bodyguard to help shield her from the zealous throng. Su Ning felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that person isn't here? Then, as the two passed before her, she noticed Luke Highway subtly intertwining her fingers with her bodyguards, who reciprocated the gesture, caressing her hand for a moment. Su Ning thought, what is this? A play between the young lady and her bodyguard? Though it felt somewhat unkind, Su Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. I often find myself feeling so peculiar that I am incongruous with those around me. How is the child? Asked Liang Qian, bending slightly to whisper from behind Luke Highway. Luke Highway chuckled lightly. Whether it is good or bad is none of your concern. What do you mean? I am his biological father. Who else has the right to care? Liang Qian retorted, grinning. Aren't you worried he'll discover the truth one day? Luke Highway, listening to the praises of her work from those around her, wore a faint smile, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. As long as you keep your mouth shut and don't boast about it, he will never suspect me. Liang Qian shrugged. That's tough. Having slept with the future head of the Qin family and letting him raise a child without knowing the truth, while also enjoying the luxuries alongside the mistress and child, who wouldn't want to brag about such an accomplishment? Get lost. Luke Highway shot him a glance, though it resembled more of a playful reprimand. She held a high tolerance for this man, after all. He was her first love from her teenage years. Despite their numerous separations and reconciliations, their compatibility remained unparalleled. All right, I'm leaving, Liang Qian teased, lifting his chin and scanning the surroundings. I suppose he funded this exhibition as well? The venue is quite impressive. Why not have him purchase it outright? I can't afford to spend money like that. I plan to hold exhibitions nationwide and globally. Should I expect him to buy exhibition halls for me all over? Why not? He has no shortage of funds. Luke Highway replied, what women desire must be willingly given by men. Oh, where is he? Is he not coming today? He's said to have business to attend to. How arduous. I truly appreciate him. It's thanks to him that we can live this splendid life. Liang Qian remarked, slyly wrapping an arm around Luke Highway's waist. Stop it. There are people around. What is there to fear? They will merely assume it's the bodyguard protecting you. Liang Qian laughed, his hand lingering a moment longer. Just then, a child's innocent voice rang out. Wow. Bunny. Luke Highway's expression darkened instantly. What did you say? The child, confused, looked up at her as their parent hastily interjected. The child is just speaking nonsense. He has been influenced by those around him.
Who said that?
Luke Highway could not fathom how someone could associate her artwork with something so vulgar. Who on earth lacked the discernment to insult her exhibition in such a manner? The crowd exchanged glances, collectively turning their gaze towards Luke Highway's back. Liang Qian quipped, my sister does. Su Ning quietly shifted her position. It wasn't me. Just then, a pair of white diamond-studded stilettos appeared before her, accompanied by a frosty voice. You leave. Isn't this a bit excessive? The man behind Su Ning began to speak, but she promptly interjected. All right then. I shall take my leave. Su Ning's thoughts were rather simplistic. It was a mess I created with my loose tongue, so let it be. Besides, I truly cannot comprehend these artworks. Rather than wasting time here, I might as well go out and enjoy myself. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when a towering wall of a person blocked her path. Is this how easily you give up? Do you simply accept what others say? Chapter 11. Out of a possible 10 points, I would rate this an 8. 5 for I have won. 5 points of commentary. President Qin? Su Ning was taken aback. Why are you everywhere? Qin Wan replied, could you speak in a more sensible manner? It seems my efforts have been in vain. Luke Highway, surprised by Qin Wan's presence, instinctively distanced herself from Liang Qian, her face adorned with a gentle smile. What brings you here, Xiao Wan? Su Ning interjected, what a nonsensical nickname. We're both in our 20s. Are we still calling each other little? Qin Wan slightly frowned. Just call me by my full name. I have something important to discuss with you. Are you free now? Luke Highway glanced around the venue and pointed to the 2nd floor. Let us talk upstairs, and we can enjoy a cup of coffee.
All right.
Luke Highway shot a disdainful look at Su Ning, who remained rooted in place. Bodyguard, escort her out. However, Qin Wan stood in front of Su Ning. She is coming with us. Xiao Qin Wan, who is she? Who she is none of your concern. Su Ning exclaimed. Huh? What's this sudden altercation about me?
No.
Please, don't fight any further. Taking a deep breath, Lu Kaiwei forced a smile.
Fine.
Enjoy your moment of triumph. Just wait until I marry into the Qin family. We shall see then. At the bar on the second floor, Lu Kaiwei pushed a cup of coffee towards Qin Wan, who immediately handed it to Su Ning. Thank you, Su Ning said, feeling a bit touched. What kind of boss is this considerate? Lu Kaiwei had no choice but to prepare another cup of coffee for Qin Wan and, once seated, began adding sugar to her own. Qin Wan wore a knowing smile. Is it really advisable to drink coffee during pregnancy? You won't be calling my brother to rush back if you feel unwell, will you? Lu Kaiwei paused, her smile growing increasingly strained. The doctor said it's fine. 1 cup a day is permissible. But I'm always so inconsiderate. So I'll just refrain from drinking it. Qin Wan dropped 2 sugar cubes into his coffee and stirred it nonchalantly. No, you should drink it. This time. If anything happens, my brother won't come back for you.
What?
Lu Kaiwei thought she misheard. What do you mean? Qin Wan set down the spoon. Do you truly believe any man would care about someone else's child? Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Sensing the gazes directed at her, she quickly clarified. This coffee is just too bitter. It has nothing to do with what you two are discussing. Qin Wan replied, There's no need to emphasize that you heard us. Lu Kaiwei's mind went blank, and she suddenly stood up.
What did you say?
Did you hear some unfounded rumor? This child cannot possibly not belong to Qin Feng. He is the only man I have. Liang Qian, standing behind her, looked equally shocked, his expression filled with uncertainty. Su Ning talked. Desperate because she can't live off a rich man. You know the truth of the matter, and as for how many men you've had, must someone slap you with photos before you'll admit it? He leisurely sipped his coffee, which was indeed not bitter. Shall we call the Qin family's private doctor to conduct a checkup? A child over 4 months old shouldn't be delicate enough to make you feel unwell every few days. Should it? The mention of over 4 months caused Lu Kaiwei to wilt, collapsing to the ground. Her bodyguards didn't even react in time to help her. Qin Wan rose, saying, I hope you will be self-aware and take the initiative to dissolve the engagement. That way, you might retain some dignity.
No.
Just as Qin Wan was about to leave, Lu Kaiwei grasped his sleeve tightly, shaking her head vigorously. I don't want to break off the engagement with Qin Feng. He wouldn't want to part with me either. Otherwise, why wouldn't he come and say it himself? I know I've hurt him. I'll go have the child aborted right now. In the future, I will be with him properly. Lu Kaiwei was acutely aware that, compared to feelings, wealth and status held far greater importance. Though her own family was not without means, it paled in comparison to the Qin family's affluence. Losing Qin Feng would mean losing access to an entirely different world. Furthermore, Qin Feng was indeed exceptional, young, accomplished, and handsome, although he was not her preferred type. He treated her with great affection. Missing out on such a man would leave her wondering where she could find another so outstanding. Qin Wan, hearing this, looked down at her with no trace of compassion.
Oh.
And what about this one? Lu Kaiwei's eyes reddened. I'll break up with him. I'll sever all ties. If you don't believe me, just watch. I will never make such a mistake again. Please forgive me this once. Liang Qian, incredulous, exclaimed, Kaiwei, how could you do this to me? You didn't say that just a moment ago. Get lost. You're the one who trapped me. If you hadn't deliberately punctured the condoms, how could I have gotten pregnant? You were the one who said relying on a child would help me ascend quickly. You even claimed my child would be better than having Qin Feng's. Wow, a real dog-eat-dog scenario. What a splendid show. Out of 10 points, I rate this an 8. 5, for I have won. 5 points of commentary. Indeed, love without material support is like a pile of loose sand. Thankfully, I only care about money. Qin Wan replied. There's no need to keep emphasizing that point. Enough. Now, you can discuss this with my brother. Qin Wan opened his phone, which displayed a live call with Qin Feng. I have nothing to discuss with her. Qin Feng's icy voice echoed, devoid of any inflection. Lu Kaiwei, let us break up. I won't be reclaiming any of the gifts I gave you, and publicly, we will say our personalities were incompatible. I'm doing this for your sake.
So please do not persist.
Let us part amicably. What a good man. I don't want to. Qin Feng, do you not love me anymore? Lu Kaiwei sobbed uncontrollably. In the past, she had mentioned breaking up countless times, and he would patiently coax her back. This was the first time he had proposed to break up, and she was at a loss for how to salvage it. Once filled with love, now, love seemed unattainable. The call ended, leaving a profound silence in its wake. As Qin attempted to leave, Lu Kaiwei pleaded, "Qin, please let me see your brother one last time. This is between you two. Do not involve me." He was well aware of his brother's decisiveness. This woman would not have the chance to see his brother again. "What are you still standing there for?
Leave."
Qin's gaze fell upon Su Ning, who finally reacted and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm coming." She then followed him like a little follower. Seated in the luxurious sports car, Su Ning took a moment to glance at her gossip feed. Indeed, Lu Kaiwei is destined to love and battle her first love for a lifetime. One failed attempt to climb the social ladder, marrying down and facing challenges from a demanding mother-in-law and a slew of bizarre, impoverished relatives, the other unable to live off a rich man. Looked down upon by his wife, constantly caught in the crossfire of in-law tensions. Their future will be filled with drama. But why is President Qin here today? Normally, such matters of breaking up should be addressed face-to-face. Qin replied, "It's because you are here." He merely stopped by to take a look and did not expect to find this girl being bullied. Unable to resist, he resolved the issue ahead of time. Chapter 12. Being a clown is certainly preferable to being a sour grape. Finally, the night of the idol creation camp had arrived, coinciding with the live broadcast. Su Ning and the other 9 members, dressed in similar styles but different colors of stage outfits, awaited their turn backstage. This outfit is indeed attractive. But is it a tad too short? Su Ning mused, feeling the hem of the ultra-short skirt that barely covered her backside, made of pink-purple leather. But then again, if I wore leather pants, would I not risk an embarrassing situation? After tonight, we may not have many opportunities to meet again, lamented Yang Xiaoxiao, who ranked 8th. Her agency was far from ideal, and to this day, she had yet to receive any substantial resources. Her manager barely paid her any attention. And now she found herself regretting her decision, merely hoping to reap some benefits once the group was formed. As she observed the spirited demeanor of the top contenders, a pang of envy gnawed at her heart. Yet, what made her feel even more bitter was Su Ning, who was struggling to pull her dress down. "Don't be so pessimistic. There might still be group variety shows, endorsements, and concerts ahead," others consoled her. Meng Yun in 3rd place looked enviously at the 1st place Tang Ting.
Sigh.
"I really envy Ting Ting. She managed to sign with such a prestigious company. I heard your agency even set you up with a television drama? How wonderful. Riches and honors must not be forgotten," Tang Ting replied with a faint smile. "But it's merely a supporting role in a campus idol drama. It's nothing to get excited about. A supporting role is still something. You're being too modest." "Sister Ting, it's not modesty. Compared to Su Ning, I am indeed lacking. At least my agency is leagues ahead of hers," Tang Ting remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ning in the corner. "ISN, Ning going to share some good news with us? Since President Qin values you so much, he must have provided you with plenty of resources, right? Are you bringing me up again?" Su Ning thought to herself, sensing a chill in Tang Ting's gaze. Yes. Ning, do share. I would love to sign with Xingshi too. Or perhaps you could recommend me. Your recent live streaming has been quite successful. How about bringing me along for a couple of sessions? Or let me participate in a program or movie backed by Xingshi. The others chimed in, while Su Ning felt overwhelmed, especially as Tang Ting continued to stoke the fire. Ning is truly something, with President Qin supporting you. Why are you still competing for rankings? It must have cost quite a bit to elevate you to the 10th position. Huh? With that, Su Ning realized that Tang Ting had come specifically to provoke her today. She couldn't fathom what she had done to deserve such treatment, but she resolved to retaliate. Leaning casually against the railing, she waved her hand dismissively. "It's not like it's a fortune, right? A few million? Tens of millions? For Xingshi, it's merely a drop in the bucket. Plus, President Qin insists on inundating me with scripts and hiring professional acting instructors. I told him I was swamped, yet he wouldn't lighten my load. I wonder what he sees in me? Perhaps it's just my looks? Otherwise, why wouldn't he choose someone as capable as Sister Ting? However, Sister Ting, do be content. If your company discovers you're dissatisfied with the resources they provide, you might just find yourself sidelined."
"You."
Tang Ting's body trembled with indignation, showcasing her dramatic flair. Su Ning discreetly glanced at her own unremarkable figure, internally lamenting the unfairness of it all. All right, it's about time. We need to go perform." "Yes, we'll be live soon. Let us not cause a scene," the others urged in unison. Tang Ting scoffed. "Whoever lacks the skill will be the one to embarrass themselves. To be a clown is far preferable to being a bitter, envious person, right, Sister Ting?" Others. That us a heartless jab. As the clock struck 8, accompanied by a dazzling display of stage visuals, the 10 members stepped onto the stage one by one. The audience erupted in screams, a sea of colorful support banners filling the venue. Su Ning raised her gaze and was momentarily taken aback by the vast expanse of lime green in the audience. Wait, did the program hire crowd actors? Yu Fan was equally astonished. I thought they only hired 100 extras. There must be nearly 1,000 people here. The entire venue can only accommodate 5,000. Why is that? Su Ning wondered aloud. Did I pay for this? Qin Jian smirked, who knows? Su Ning looked exquisite tonight, and perhaps she could be cast in some youthful dramas moving forward. Listening to Yu Fan's musings, Qin Jian's gaze fell on Su Ning, who was standing at the periphery of the group. She had dyed her hair pink, styled it in loose waves, and tied it into side ponytails. Her makeup was neither too light nor overly done, making her appear as vibrant as a peach blossom, with bright red lips and a cheerful smile that exuded youthfulness and innocence. After all, she was only 20, still a university student, brimming with youthful exuberance and untainted clarity in her eyes. Her outfit was also well chosen, featuring a butterfly strap top paired with a short skirt that showcased her slender figure. Her legs particularly long and fair. Realizing she was scrutinizing too closely, Qin Jian cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked to Yu Fan, "Try not to stare at how women dress next time." "What's wrong with that?" Yu Fan replied. After performing 5 songs, Su Ning's legs felt like jelly. Although it was called the group formation night, it was primarily a song and dance showcase, akin to a concert. Each member shared their thoughts. And compared to the others' lengthy, heartfelt speeches, Su Ning's seemed rather simple. Thank you to my parents for bringing such an exceptional me into this world. Thank you, President Qin, for recognizing my talent. Thank you to everyone who has helped me. Thank you to all my supporters. I love you all. With that, she made a large heart gesture towards the camera. The audience in the live stream reacted. Seriously, she never forgets to indulge in self-admiration. Having watched her live streams so often, I'm too scared to criticize her, fearing she might cast a spell on me from afar. Actually, Su Ning is quite adorable in her own way. She feels genuine, unlike some who cry so dramatically that it comes off as insincere. Is it wrong to be emotionally expressive? Doesn't everyone have their own way of showing feelings? Are there really that many fans for Su Ning? Is it true? It doesn't seem fake. How could anyone buy such prime positions? Someone, aware of their unpopularity, wrapped up their comments quickly, showing a measure of self-awareness. Next came the mentors' blessings for the 10 contestants, followed by a performance on stage from the mentors, allowing Su Ning and the others a brief respite backstage to change outfits. The second outfit leaned towards a sailor style, and Su Ning was quite satisfied with the length of the skirt. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was fixated on her. With a mindset of being cautious, Su Ning approached the second half of the performance with great care. To her surprise, a mishap indeed occurred. Chapter 13. May I ask for your measurements? As the cheerful music played, Su Ning did her best to dance in time. Those who lack coordination can often appear overly forceful when they dance, but she was doing her utmost to restrain herself. Otherwise, she would truly give the impression of being a powerhouse capable of delivering a mighty blow. Ignoring Su Ning's dancing, her vocal performance was quite commendable. Indeed, her breath control is remarkably steady. She hasn't faltered for breath even after singing for so long, far better than the others. Some sound like a bull in a china shop. Can they even be called singers? You're truly indulging them. She's hardly qualified to be an idol. Who knows? She might transition into a role as a pretty face on the big screen, relying on her pouting and eye-rolling to dazzle the audience.
Hey, who are you pointing at?
Be careful, half the entertainment industry might take offense. As the dance formation adjusted with the music, Su Ning noticed out of the corner of her eye that Tang Ting's landing point was closer to her than during the rehearsals. With a swift movement to the side, Tang Ting gasped and then lunged directly towards Su Ning. Oh no! A heavy thud echoed, followed by a chorus of gasps from the audience. Su Ning grasped her skirt at the waist, her heart racing as she watched Tang Ting tumble spectacularly. Ting Ting, are you okay? It hurts. My knee really hurts. I'm bleeding. Someone should take me to the hospital. I can't leave. What about the show? Tang Ting's eyes brimmed with tears as she shook her head. I'm fine. I can manage. Her gaze then shifted to Su Ning, who stood aside like an outsider. Ning, are you alright? Thankfully you dodged. Otherwise, I would have dragged you down with me. Su Ning looked deeply at Tang Ting, then suddenly smiled. Well, indeed. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick. Otherwise, not only would you have dragged me down, but I fear my skirt would have been torn away as well. Su Ning, how could you say such a thing? Indeed. Ting didn't he mean it? You have nothing to say, and instead of offering a word of concern, you resort to sarcasm? Your behavior is utterly disappointing. What should have been a splendid live broadcast has, in the blink of an eye, turned into a calamity. Both the audience on site and those watching the live stream are left dumbfounded. What's going on? It's unclear, but Su Ning truly lacks tact. My heart aches for Ting. She fell so hard and is now being condemned by some selfish individuals. She didn't do it on purpose. What do those who have turned from critics to admirers of Su Ning have to say now? They claim she's not a good person at all.
Poor Ting.
Ignoring the accusations from others, Su Ning instead approaches Ting, crouching down before her. Oh, the poor captain. If we don't get you to the hospital soon, your wound will surely begin to heal. Won't it?
Su Ning.
What have I done to provoke you? Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Ning suddenly seized her hand. You must have pulled on my skirt quite forcefully just now, considering you managed to rip a piece of it away. As Su Ning forcibly pried open Ting's tightly clasped fingers, it was evident that her ring finger's nail was broken, bloodied, and painful to behold.
Indeed.
The edge of Su Ning's skirt had been torn away, a piece the size of her fingertip. With a radiant smile, Su Ning remarked, Fortunately, I was always on guard. When you reached for me, I dodged and held up my skirt. Otherwise, I would have exposed myself in public. It's a nationwide live broadcast. So many viewers. Ting, you truly resent me, don't you? Upon hearing this, the other members quietly took a step back. Is this really happening? We certainly wade into this murky water. We're not foolish. However, Ting's move was rather ruthless. Though they envied and were jealous of Su Ning, was it really necessary? I didn't mean to. It was merely a reflexive action when I fell. I truly didn't intend to do that. You know the truth in your heart. Su Ning found it peculiar. She had no prior grievances with Ting. So why was she being treated with such veiled hostility? Even in such a setting, Ting dared to strike out. As Su Ning perused the gossip, realization dawned upon her. You must think I snatched away your chance to sign with Xingshi, thus harboring resentment towards me, right? According to the gossip, Ting had overheard the company's discussions, believing Xingshi intended to sign only the most outstanding among the 10 candidates, which was her. She never anticipated that Su Ning would emerge and seize that spot through publicity. They even said that Ting had truly suffered a significant loss. Had she joined Xingshi, she would have effortlessly become a top-tier idol, replete with abundant resources. Unlike their current company, where many fought tooth and nail over a stale cake. Su Ning also discovered that the second female lead Ting mentioned was merely the second female lead in a 1-minute per episode short drama. Ting's expression hardened, and she immediately shook her head. How could that be? That's not true at all. Ning, you've completely misunderstood me. My hand hurts so much. And my leg too. I need to go to the hospital. Ting reached out for help, but Su Ning scoffed. Let the others take you. They're more eager to assist. The other 8 members exchanged glances, pondering their predicament. Is it so hard to pretend we're dead? A moment of enthusiasm could lead to a lifetime of embarrassment. Ultimately, it was the staff who reluctantly came to escort Ting away. What happens next? The live broadcast is still ongoing, and the members looked at each other, somewhat at a loss, before their gazes fell upon Su Ning. Why are you all looking at me? Let us continue the music and the dance. After a brief moment of awkwardness, the remaining 9 members became increasingly absorbed in their performance, successfully completing their group night show. Finally, it was over, not just the program, but also the fragile camaraderie among them. Su Ning carelessly tossed her performance outfit aside, but it didn't quite make it out. Instead, she stuffed it into her bag. After all, it was still clothing. These outfits seem unsuitable for any occasion. Perhaps I should just toss them? No, wait. What if one day I find a partner? We could have some playful fun together. Saving money on props. Upon boarding the van, Su Ning realized there was an additional person inside. Mr. Qin, when did you arrive?
In Huan,
who had been reluctantly subjected to a barrage of sharp words, lifted his eyelids. I was in the vicinity for business, and thought I'd drop by. Oh, how nice. Su Ning sat obediently across from Qin Wan, clutching her bag. Don't you have any questions for me? His deep voice resonated with a magnetic quality in the quiet atmosphere.
What?
Su Ning was slightly taken aback. What should I ask? Can I inquire about your measurements? What's your bust size? Your waist size? How many centimeters is your thermos? How are the last two related to my measurements? The tips of Qin Wan's ears turned slightly red. He struggled to withstand Su Ning's playful banter. Shengshi signed you because you possess the value of being signed. You haven't taken anyone's place, so do not doubt yourself.
Ah.
Alright, I understand.
Wow.
Is the big boss encouraging me? Although I've never doubted myself. Considering how exceptional I am, hearing such words is still quite moving. If I meddle further, I'll be a dog. However, that Tang Ting need not appear on screen any longer. Chapter 14. You're quite brave. The audition program has temporarily concluded, and during this time, Su Ning primarily focused on learning from various esteemed mentors, with no live streams for the moment. Where are you living now? As soon as the clock struck quitting time, Su Ning bolted from the practice room like lightning, leaving Yu Fan somewhat exasperated. Can't you show a bit of ambition? Would it kill you to work a little overtime? I live, Su Ning faltered. As someone directionally challenged, she couldn't quite recall which street she lived on, only that she knew where to get off the train. She opened her map application and found her neighborhood name to show Yu Fan. Yu Fan was astonished. You live that far away? That's practically the suburbs. It takes over an hour to get to the company by subway. Yeah, the rent around the company is just too expensive. Who understands the pain of a monthly income of 10,000, with rent starting at 7,000? And only having a mere 10 square meters? Look, this man named Dog Dan. He laid 10 eggs over the past decade and easily saved up 10 million. Finally buying this apartment that barely measures less than a square meter, not even enough to fit his grandmother's coffin. Every night, Dog Dan cries on his bed, and eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and broke down, needing to renovate again. Just as Qin Wan stepped out of the office, he remarked, a 1 square meter apartment? Even a cockroach would have to move out. Is this woman really that pitiful? Yu Fan sighed. Understood. Let me check with the logistics department to see if there are any employee dormitories available. Su Ning's eyes lit up. Great. You should have mentioned there were dorms. Are utilities included? Yes, but it's not a private room. It's a 4-bedroom apartment, essentially a 4-person shared room. Are you okay with that? Why not? I used to live in an 8-person room in high school. I'm currently in a partition space. For an artist to be so eager to stay in employee housing is quite unique in their company. After Su Ning left, Qin Wan said to Yu Fan, find a better environment. See if there are any single apartments available.
Got it.
Yu Fan scratched his head, wondering why Qin Wan seemed to be so considerate towards Su Ning. Upon returning to her rented place, Su Ning found herself in an older resettlement community. Most buildings in the neighborhood were low-rise, no more than 6 stories, and the residents consisted solely of struggling wage earners like herself or a handful of elderly folks. Approaching the door of room 303, just as Su Ning was about to insert her key, a person emerged from the opposite unit. Glancing over, Su Ning noticed a scruffy middle-aged man, his hair resembling a tangle of weeds and his physique somewhat portly. He was also observing Su Ning, and he approached with a disarming grin. Hello, beautiful. You look familiar. Aren't you that girl from the television show, the one called Su Ning?
No.
You must have mistaken me. Su Ning had been wearing a mask and took a step back. The man, with his greasy hair, rubbed his head and said, Oh, I must have mistaken you. By the way, beautiful, may I add you on WeChat? If you ever encounter a burnout light bulb or a clogged drain, you can call on me. I'll help you for free. As he spoke, he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Su Ning frowned in disgust. No, thank you. If you continue this nonsense, I will call the police. Damn it. What terrible luck to run into such a pervert. The thought made her feel nauseous. The man, rubbing his hands together, said obsequiously, Don't misunderstand. I'm really just trying to do a good deed. You young ladies are too quick to judge. Su Ning's hope that help. There's a pervert here. Come see this creep. Instantly, the man stepped back in fear. Seriously, is it that serious? Who is harassing you? Don't be so full of yourself. With that, he quickly dashed into his house and slammed the door. Once he disappeared, Su Ning trembled as she opened her door. She had been worried that if she opened it, he would force his way in. With her roommates absent, who knew what might happen? Later, when Su Ning recounted the incident to her other 2 female roommates, they immediately reacted, I know that guy. I felt him staring at me several times when I opened the door. It's so disgusting. I once saw a girl scolding him, claiming he had drilled a hole in the wall to peep at her while she was bathing. You need to be careful, Su Ning. He probably has his eyes on you now. Previously, he only dared to peek, but now he is actually harassing you. Who knows what he'll do next?
Hmm.
I plan to move, Su Ning replied, already telling Fan that she wished to relocate to the staff dormitory as soon as possible. You should move too. It's tough for a single woman.
All right.
I'll look for a place, Fan agreed. Upon learning this news, Fan immediately reported it to Qin Wan. Mr. Qin, I checked with logistics, and the company has no extra rooms available. Should we buy another apartment for the company? Or perhaps rent a place nearby for Su Ning? She's gained a bit of notoriety now, and it's truly unsafe for her to live in such a place alone. Without hesitation, Qin Wan agreed.
Qin Mu,
Who had been eavesdropping, interjected, I remember you live in that community. Don't you have a few vacant properties under your name? The security there is excellent. Let the young lady stay there. You can look after her. Exactly. Qin Yi chimed in mischievously. She owes a great deal to my elder brother. How can you let her live in a rundown apartment? Qin Wan shot him a glare. That wouldn't be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? If not, let her stay at my place. I'd love to hear all the juicy gossip, Qin Yi retorted. Qin Feng tossed an apple at him. Stop thinking about nonsense. Why not let that girl stay in my vacant apartment at Mingyuan? It's empty and not far from Shengshe. Qin Wan pressed his forehead, exasperated by the chaos. Fine. Let us go with what mother suggested. The next day, hearing a commotion from the opposite apartment, the man peeked out, seeing Su Ning moving her belongings. He hurriedly approached her. Are you moving? Where are you going? I was just joking with you yesterday. I'm not that kind of person. How could he let the woman he had finally found slip away? He planned to ingratiate himself with her, but if she continued to snub him, he wouldn't hesitate to resort to force. Why would my whereabouts concern you? Su Ning clapped her hands, and several burly men, resembling Ma Dongxi, emerged from the room. With the leader patting the man on the shoulder and smirking, Brother, you're quite brave. Now let me see your little hole. Chapter 15. The 7 Forms of Love. Surrounded by several muscular men, the lecherous man was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. With their piercing gazes fixated on him, he felt a wave of terror and instinctively covered his backside. No, I'm not your buddy. Who said we were buddies? The leader hoisted him up as if he were a mere chick. The pervert quickly corrected himself. Jia, please don't. The burly men laughed. So, you're still playing along, huh? Let me tell you, if you keep up those unsavory activities, don't blame us for shoving a baseball bat where the sun doesn't shine. The best way to deal with a lecherous man is to allow him to experience the feeling of being harassed. Su Ning turned to her 2 female roommates. You should note down their phone numbers. If anything happens, just call them. I guarantee they'll turn that pervert into a black hole.
Got it.
Her roommates sighed in relief, realizing Su Ning had her ways of handling such individuals. Su Ning thought it was surprising that Fan was taking such good care of her, even arranging for bodyguards. What surprised her even more was when Fan took her to a luxurious high-end community that reeked of capitalist decadence. Is this the company dormitory? Upon opening the door and seeing the expansive, immaculate space with excellent lighting, at least 200 square meters, Su Ning was left speechless. She knew Shengshe was wealthy, but she hadn't expected such opulence. You call this a dormitory? What do you think I've been living in? A dog kennel? Or a prehistoric cave? Fan felt a twinge of envy. While the room had minimal decorations, it was located in the best area of the city, and the large windows offered a view of the bustling scene outside. The best part was that this vast space was solely for Su Ning's enjoyment. That lucky girl. If he had no ulterior motives, he might as well cut off his own head to use as a soccer ball for her. Fan silently patted Su Ning's shoulder. Good girl, I'll stick with you from now on. Su Ning felt goosebumps rise on her skin. What was with this sudden change in his demeanor? He sounded like a brothel madam. After stuffing all her belongings into the house, it still felt incredibly empty. After preparing a bowl of noodles, Su Ning glanced at the unused kitchen, contemplating buying some groceries in the afternoon to reward herself with a sumptuous housewarming feast. The supermarket next to the upscale community was quite upscale itself, offering fresh ingredients and a wide variety of items, though the prices could have been more reasonable. As she murmured to herself while filling her cart, king crab, small lobsters, black tiger shrimp. I want to buy these. It's not that I can't afford them. I just don't like them. Auntie, I'll take 3 pounds of small lobsters, please. A robust arm reached over, grabbing a gigantic king crab. Su Ning turned her head. You've lost quite a bit of weight recently. Make sure to eat more. You're concerned about me? Humph. Aren't you too preoccupied with my sister? I've seen you buying her gifts to cheer her up when she's in a bad mood. 999 roses. A huge diamond necklace. And you just offer me some food to placate me? Do you really think I'm begging? Ah, Chun. How could you think that? Haven't I bought you those things before? And didn't you tell me Su Wei was feeling down? I thought you'd want to cheer her up.
Didn't you see I was testing you?
I think you're just using that as an excuse to get closer to my sister. What purity! You're clearly bisexual. Whether I'm bisexual or not is none of your business. You should know your own body, right? To this day, nothing has happened between me and Su Wei.
Not now.
What about in the future? Once married, aren't you still going to sleep together? At the end of the day, I'm the one in the wrong for trying to matchmake you two. Just wait until you call me brother, and your children call me uncle. I find it disgusting to steal from my sister.
Ha!
You're overthinking it again. Just tell me how it tastes. Shut up. Shameless. What a mean-spirited and nauseating remark. Such a dramatic scene. What a farcical romance. My eyes might just go blind. Su Ning was utterly astounded. Could these two not possess even a shred of decency? To utter such revolting statements in broad daylight. One can only wonder which innocent woman has been ensnared by their malevolence. Upon closer inspection, both were adorned with masks, with one even donning a hat, rendering their faces unrecognizable. Clearly, they were aware of their unsavory reputation. And Su Chen, Su Wei? Such familiar names. Oh my. Su Wei is indeed the beautiful sister who generously bestowed over $1 million on me that fateful night. So, these two must be that pair of shameless men. Their audacity is truly remarkable. No wonder they have purchased a residence here. The houses in this area are quite distant from the Su family's standalone villa. Unless Su Wei were to specifically investigate, she would never uncover their sordid affair. I must clandestinely photograph them and expose their misdeeds to protect the beautiful woman. Just as Su Ning raised her phone, it was snatched from behind. Are you out of your mind? Who are you, Mr. Qin? It's you again. Indeed. Qin could already discern the look of disbelief in Su Ning's eyes. Why do I keep running into Mr. Qin? Could it be that he is stalking me? My boss is a perverted stalker. Could it be that he has taken a liking to my beauty? Though that wouldn't be entirely unwelcomed, considering his handsome visage and fit physique, but what if his skills are mediocre? What if he truly becomes infatuated with me and demands a commitment? That would be terribly troublesome. Qin remarked, can your drama be as scarce as your finances? I reside in this complex as well. Oh, I see. Su Ning talked. But it's quite astonishing that my boss also resides in the employee dormitory. He truly mingles with the common folk. Can you engage that withered little brain of yours to think for a moment? What household would have such a splendid dormitory? Why can't I photograph them? Su Ning whispered back. Will it be of any use? They are so well concealed. As long as they do not acknowledge it, any number of photographs will be futile.
Oh.
Su Ning exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon her. You know about their scandal? Indeed, Qin replied nonchalantly. Because, he added. Su Ning immediately felt indignant. You two think they are being unreasonable, right? If they wish to be together, they should simply do so, but out of fear of societal judgment and parental opposition. They conspire to deceive an innocent woman, using her as a cover, even going so far as to exploit her to bear children. Especially since one of them is my foster brother, such individuals deserve divine retribution. Indeed, it is quite outrageous. Observing Su Ning's puffed-up face, Qin internally sighed. She still harbored a righteous indignation, but she was rather youthful. Fear not, that woman is already aware. She will not comply with their wishes. Yes, one can only hope. The atmosphere fell into silence as Su Ning gazed at the ingredients in the cart, pondering the fact that the person beside her was her boss, and hesitantly asked, would you care to join me for dinner? Internally, she thought, please don't accept. I was merely being polite. If you come, I want to have enough crayfish. Qin, who had not initially intended to join, nodded with restrained composure. Very well. 3 pounds of crayfish, is it? I'll have 2.5. Su Ning talked. He actually agreed. Sweat dripped down her back. The two departed, completely oblivious to the suspicious figure crouched behind the nearby shelf. Wow. Is there going to be another exciting scene? Sir, are you still shopping? You've frightened off all the other customers. A man snapped back to reality and replied in an authoritative tone. Yes. Give me one of everything. The cashier regarded him with the expression of an elderly subway passenger. Only then did the man realize he was facing an entire wall of sanitary napkins. Chapter 16. You have the ability to open the door. In the somewhat vacant and chilly living room, Su Ning and Qin sat facing each other. Before them lay a table laden with supermarket takeout. And Qin raised an eyebrow. Is this all we're having? He had expected her to showcase her culinary skills. Su Ning replied, my culinary talents are limited. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself. I initially planned to cook, but preparing a meal for one takes half an hour, eating 5 minutes. And washing the dishes another 5. Cooking for 2 doubles the time, double the utensils, and adds so much hassle. I'm not foolish. To avoid leaving a poor impression on the big boss, Su Ning used serving chopsticks to present Wan with a plump crayfish, such a succulent lobster. It's delightful. After this one, Mr. Chin must be looking forward to more crayfish. Wan asked, how many do you usually eat in one sitting? Dining with a stranger was exceedingly awkward, and Wan regretted his momentary lapse in judgment. He had no choice but to steer the conversation. You'll be joining the production team in a couple of days. How are your preparations coming along? Having just peeled a small dish of crayfish meat and stuffed her mouth, Su Ning looked up at Wan, her large eyes radiating untainted clarity. Forget I asked. Su Ning swallowed the crayfish, covering her mouth with her hand as she responded, it should be fine. Sister Chung says, my acting has surpassed that of most new generation actors. Wan was somewhat surprised. She holds you in high regard. Su Ning explained. That's because Sister Chung believes acting alongside most young actors is akin to having a toad perched upon one's foot. They don't bite but are rather distasteful. Acting with me isn't quite as repulsive. That's enough. We need not continue this conversation. The following morning, Wan was awakened by the exuberant shrieks of a girl. Wow, wow, wow. Living above Su Ning, Wan began to contemplate relocating to another apartment. My goodness. Su Wei is amazing. She's coming to confront those shameless men today, and in such a thunderous manner. I can't miss this. I must take a leave of absence. What excuse should I use? Menstrual cramps? But I'm not in pain. That would make me feel guilty. Returning home to breed the family pig? I wouldn't return for a day, and I can't spare the money for 2 days off. Hemorrhoids acting up? My TX membership is about to expire. My dog is about to give birth. I need to take it to the vet? I could participate in if you're the one? Su Ning was so engrossed in her thoughts that Wan felt a headache coming on. Then he heard Su Ning dialing a call. Hello, is this my manager? I need to take a leave of absence. And your reason? I'm not feeling well. Where are you unwell? I feel unwell upon seeing you. After hearing this, Wan silently messaged her manager. From this month onward, I will increase your salary by 10,000 every month. Managing such a peculiar talent like Su Ning is no different from working with an injury. Furthermore, he added, I will not be going to the office this morning. Her manager replied, I sense the scent of scandal. Su Ning excitedly concealed herself downstairs at the scene of the anticipated drama, clutching a black trash bag filled with an assortment of snacks. Behind her, Wan sat in his car. He was not there out of curiosity, but to ensure the safety of his employee amidst the gossip. Why is time passing so slowly? Only 10 minutes until 8. I arrived too early. I should have just squatted in the restroom first. As Xiao Chen exited the apartment building, he mused. I'm not going to seek gossip. The gossip comes to find me. Fine. I'll request leave immediately. Thus, Wan witnessed a tall man donning sunglasses inching closer to Su Ning, mimicking her actions of peering out. In less than 2 minutes, a fashionably dressed young man approached the building, before heading upstairs. He adjusted his appearance in a small mirror and attempted to flash a few smiles while raising his fist. Lulu, you're the best.
Soon after,
Another youthful boy strolled over, shyly smiling as he announced, Room 1505. Following him was a flamboyantly dressed individual in a leopard print miniskirt. There was also a refined gentleman with a gentle demeanor, exuding an air of sophistication. Lastly, a burly man resembling a bear, sporting a mustache, clad in shorts and white socks, appeared. Su Ning counted. That makes 13 who have gone upstairs. There were all sorts of men, with the delicate and charming types being the most numerous. As the clock struck 8, Su Ning dashed upstairs, with Xiao Chen quickly following suit. In an effort to ensure the safety of the employees, Wan took another elevator to ascend. Upon reaching the 15th floor, chaos reigned, resembling a bustling marketplace. You say Away summoned you? Nonsense. Away clearly called for me. Who are you to claim to be Away's favorite? Do you possess the allure I do? Am I not more beautiful than you? Am I not younger? You, a 35-year-old relic, should just leave. Sun Wei, what are you doing inside? Wasn't it agreed to meet at 8? Darling, someone hit me. Come and seek justice for me. Darling, say something. Su Ning crouched around the corner, exclaiming, wow. A grand spectacle of a brawl. Xiao Chen nodded repeatedly. The faint scent of wood wafted around Su Ning's nose, and when she turned, She nearly shrieked at the sight of a large man standing behind her.
Who are you?
I am Xiao Chen, also a resident of this building.
Oh,
So you're here to witness the commotion too. They must be disturbing you, right? Xiao Chen nodded earnestly, a bit. Su Ning pondered. With all this noise, where are the two main characters? Inside the room, Sun Wei, caught off guard by a sudden barrage of knocking, retreated. Sun Wei, if you have the capability to find a man, then come out. What is the point of summoning us all here? Is it for a public show? If so, at least gather more people. Aren't you afraid, Mi Qing, that you'll be left behind? A male beauty among the crowd could no longer endure it. He was a second-generation rich kid. Why should he compete for men with these people? And to be ridiculed and humiliated by them. Chen Wei, are you out of your mind? Get out here. Su Chen, filled with resentment, grumbled, what noise? It's giving me a headache. He attempted to open the door, only to be blocked by Sun Wei. You must have the wrong door. Just ignore them. They'll leave soon. Just then, a sultry voice rang from outside. Darling Sun Wei, darling, come out and tell them that I am your dearest. Chapter 17. Let everything be balanced for my nutritional needs. Watching Su Ning seamlessly switch to a male voice while causing trouble, Xiao Chen was left dumbfounded. Darling, another melodious, winding cries sent chills down Xiao Chen's spine.
well,
That's quite peculiar. I like it. Inside, Su Chen was furious, forcefully pushing Sun Wei aside to open the door. Which fool is making a ruckus out here? Upon opening the door, he was left speechless. Outside stood a dozen men of various shapes and sizes, igniting a spark within him. They were of the same ilk as him, even of the same model. Well, Sun Wei, keeping a beauty in a golden house, are we? What is this? Did you summon us to help you choose a bride? A cross-dressing big shot seized Sun Wei by the collar, exuding masculinity. You, Sun, have insulted me today. Just wait. Upon returning, he intended to terminate the collaboration with the Sun family. Away doesn't he want you? He wants me. And what is this sister getting upset about? Shouldn't good things be shared among sisters? A sister can also be a brother. Get lost. Who do you think is your sister? Su Chen trembled with rage. He thought defeating Su Wei would suffice, but now he had to vie with so many men for affection? Wei Ge, you said you only liked me, right? Just how many good brothers do you have? Away, for whom did you propose the breakup? Sun Wei, don't be anxious. They all seek your affection. But I solely desire your body. Same time, same place, always at your service. Su Chen, with reddened eyes, glared at his bedmate and slapped him. Sun Wei, how filthy can you be? Why are you hitting my Wei Ge? I intend to strike him, and that lewd person. Su Chen, infuriated, lunged at others. Sun Wei endured. But the others would not, and soon, the entire 1505 became a chaotic mess. Su Chen was surrounded and beaten, while Sun Wei shielded him and ended up getting hurt as well. Su Ning quickly took out her phone to record the video. Surely this time there would be irrefutable evidence. What is all this noise? For people upstairs, right? Don't you have any sense of public decorum?
wow,
What is happening here? By then, many had gathered upstairs and downstairs. Initially cursing, they now watched in awe, their eyes shining like light bulbs. Spectacular. Absolutely spectacular.
Mom,
Someone in our community is fighting. Come and see. Take a picture and post it for the family. Family members who had been lurking for years suddenly made their presence known, some even wanting to pinpoint the location. What is work? A half-day's salary, I'll forsake it. Among the eager onlookers was someone wielding a selfie stick for a live broadcast. Dear viewers, did you see that? It's a scene of men vying for one. Wang Er, a popular outdoor streamer with over 1 million followers, had received an anonymous request the previous night and arrived to stream this morning. Initially drawn by a handsome reward, he found himself amidst a genuine spectacle. He leapt through the crowd, desperately seeking various angles to capture the scene. His skills rivaling those of a television cameraman, while the live stream quickly amassed a large audience of spectators. What kind of scene have I not witnessed? But this one is truly unprecedented. Good heavens! Can someone provide a recap? I heard it's many men vying for one husband. Who is constantly shouting for female competition? When men compete for men, what business is it of women? Can someone specify who the object of contention is? The one in the gray silk pajamas? They don't seem particularly remarkable. Is it wealth? Or perhaps a larger following? I feel this person looks familiar. The one they're holding seems like someone I've seen before. I feel the same. Let me take a screenshot for identification. Su Ning inched further outside for a better view, offering a bag of chips to Xiao Chen. Good brother, Care for a bite? Sure. Thank you. Xiao Chen accepted, without hesitation. Su Ning then grabbed another bag of sunflower seeds and started snacking, tossing the shells into the trash bag. Thoughtful as always. She was truly commendable. Identified. Identified. Oh my. You can't imagine who the male lead is. Don't keep us in suspense upstairs. I know. He is Sun Wei, the youngest son of the Sun Group. Sun Wei. I think I just saw his engagement news. Yes, he has a fiancée, Su Wei, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Damn, a marriage scam. I don't discriminate based on contacts, but can those who engage in marriage scams go to 414? His fiancée, must be so pitiful. I hope she sees this live stream. She definitely will. It's already trending.
Oh my.
The man in Sun Wei's arms is Su Wei's brother. What? Not a biological brother. I checked Baidu. He is a child adopted by the Su family. That is even more disgusting. An adopted child who not only lacks gratitude towards his adoptive family, but also seeks to snatch his sister's boyfriend? Incredible. He knows his sister's boyfriend is gay, and doesn't he inform her, letting her jump into the fire pit? Don't blame me for conspiracy theories. I believe they are colluding to deceive Su Wei, probably intending to trick her into having children, and then leave her with a child to conveniently seize the Su family's fortune. Upstairs, you're simply a detective. Where are the Su family members? Did they catch wind of the live stream? Quickly deal with this toxic pair. Incredible. This is the reward for slacking off at work. Hey, look at that figure in the corner.
Who is that?
Following the colorful barrage of comments, viewers collectively directed their attention to a corner of the screen. Is that Su Ning? She looks like her. Not looks like. It is her. What is she doing here? Laughing to death. Still munching on sunflower seeds like a member of the village intelligence agency. The person next to her also looks familiar. That seems to be my Xiao Chen. How is that possible? Xiao Chen and Su Ning have no relationship whatsoever. Don't spread rumors. But it really does seem like Xiao Chen. How do they end up together? Both munching on snacks. KDL. Everything I partake in simply ensures my nutritional balance. Do not approach me, who cost Su Ling. The two friends, oblivious to their unwitting appearance on camera, were still engaged in fervent conversation. Xiao Chen remarked, I never expected the world of the affluent to be so chaotic. Indeed, this is merely a solitary issue. I hope Miss Su Wei does not take it too much to heart. Su Chen and Sun Wei, belatedly realizing they had been filmed, reacted impulsively. Su Chen reached out to snatch the broadcaster's phone, exclaiming, Who permitted you to record? I will sue you. Upon noticing the live stream, his panic escalated. Shut it off. Shut it off. Quickly, turn it off. Sun Wei, equally breathless, thought to himself that this broadcast must not reach Xiao Wei or their parents. Otherwise, his life would be ruined. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. A voice, cold as if forged from frost and snow, pierced through the air like a malevolent spirit. What are you two doing? Xiao Wei. Chapter 18. Duckhead. How many surprises remain that I am unaware of? Su Wei appeared at a most opportune moment, as if she had been awaiting this very instant. In truth, she had orchestrated the entire affair. From sending group date texts to Sun Wei's boyfriends to arranging for the broadcaster to go live, everything was meticulously planned by her. Su Wei's parents stood beside her, having watched the entire unfolding drama unfold live. Her mother, incensed, approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Su Chen. You ingrate. After we took you in following the tragic demise of your parents, we even changed your surname to Su for your sense of security. And this is how you repay us. Su Wei's father, dark-faced, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Chen's nose. Speak. Have you been colluding with the Sun family all along? And yet you introduced Wei Wei to him. What were you thinking? Do you wish to lay claim to the Su family fortune? No, Mom and Dad. Su Chen pleaded, attempting to embrace Su Wei's mother, only to be kicked away.
Get lost.
You do not deserve to call me Mom. Her father snorted coldly, declaring, from this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Su family. You can vacate the Su estate. He added ominously, I hope you have not plotted against Wei Wei. If I uncover any schemes involving you two, not only will I disown you, but I will ensure you can never rise again. He then turned to Sun Wei, whose face bore scratches and whose attire was disheveled. Beast. Were it not for Wei Wei's fondness for you, you wouldn't even deserve to touch the hem of her garment. As of today, your engagement with Wei Wei is annulled. The Su and Sun families shall cease all collaboration. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. He was genuinely terrified. Should Su Wei's father investigate further, his fate would be sealed. Unable to communicate with Su's parents, he could only place his hopes on Su Wei. Kneeling before her, he implored, "Sister, you must believe me. Wei and I are not what you think. We merely cohabitate, and nothing has transpired. Is that so?" Su Wei crouched down and grasped Su Chen's chin, glancing toward the house. "Are you certain you wish to maintain that claim? Are you positive that your bed is currently pristine, devoid of any evidence? Are you sure that if I were to check your phones, I wouldn't uncover anything scandalous? Do you honestly believe you are worthy of being my brother?" After years of shared moments, Su Wei had regarded this half-brother as her own. Yet, her true brother had treated her in such a manner, introducing her to someone so hypocritical, so vile. In a fit of rage mixed with irony, Su Wei lightly patted Su Chen's face. "Perhaps it is for the best, without the title of Su family's eldest son. You need not fear the judgment of society any longer, nor worry about opposition. You may be with Sun Wei, the scoundrel, for eternity, provided that, in your destitution, he still wishes to accept you." Su Chen's mind buzzed with confusion. This was not the outcome he had envisioned. How had things devolved into such chaos? Sun Wei, too preoccupied to shield him, was desperately trying to blend into the crowd to diminish his presence when his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. It was his father calling. Trembling, Sun Wei answered, only to be met with an irate voice. "You useless wretch. Look at the mess you have made. The stock prices have plummeted. Since you cannot seize the opportunity, you need not continue. I shall have your brother take your place."
Dad.
But all he received in response was a series of beeps. The call had been terminated. Su Ning, momentarily distracted from her sunflower seeds, found this spectacle utterly captivating. "This farce is worth every bit." Xiao Chun wholeheartedly agreed. The comments flooded in, expressing outrage and fascination, with many viewers fixated on this corner of the event. Can these two not at least maintain a semblance of an artist's image? Huddled in the corner, is that the best they can do? It seems their interaction is quite harmonious. Did they know each other previously? Su Ning, don't cling to the gossip. Do you think you, an insignificant figure, are worthy? Is someone repeating themselves? I hope Su Ning sees this comment and thoroughly exposes the hypocrisy of the naysayers. Meanwhile, standing at another corner to observe, Qinwan mused, "Why does it feel like a movie meant for three, yet I remain nameless?" As Su Ning finally returned to her sunflower seeds, the leading lady approached her. "Do you want one?" she asked, bemused, offering a seed with an air of embarrassment. Just as she was about to retract her hand, Su Wei reached out for the seeds. "Thank you. No need for thanks. I have plenty. Here, this, and this, all for you. Beautiful sister, come here." Su Wei paused, then smiled as she accepted the offerings. "Su Ning, truly, thank you. You have saved me." Su Ning. Unable to fathom what her life would have entailed had those two succeeded in their schemes. No need for thanks. Su Ning felt a tinge of awkwardness. Surprised that Su Wei recognized her. "You tipped me so generously. I should be thanking you." "That amount is nothing." Su Wei turned to her parents, Mom and Dad. "This is my benefactor. May I invite her to be the spokesperson for our beauty line?" Su Wei's parents exchanged glances, puzzled, but given it was their daughter's wish, they had no reason to decline. "Very well. Miss Su, the Su Group's Zhang Yan cordially invites you to be our brand ambassador. Would you accept?" What kind of miraculous turn of events is this? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Wow. Zhang Yan.
The brand where a single box of cream costs over 5,000. How did Su Ning strike such luck? Securing a top-tier endorsement just from enjoying some gossip? Zhang Yan's spokesperson? Many A-list celebrities would not qualify. How can Su Ning? While I do sympathize with the Su family's eldest daughter, inviting Su Ning as a spokesperson, I'm sorry, I'm abandoning Zhang Yan. I've just remembered. During her last live stream, a masked beauty tycoon tipped Su Ning 120,000. That must have been Su Wei. Indeed. The masked lady inquired about her fiance, and Su Ning mentioned her fiance was gay. Who would have thought it was all true? Su Ning, you are amazing. No wonder Su Wei wants Su Ning as the Zhang Yan ambassador. If I were saved in such a way, I would gladly give everything to repay her. Didn't someone say Su Ning was insignificant? How can someone so insignificant land such a fortune? Meanwhile, Yu Fan, who had been shared the live stream by a colleague, was now screaming in excitement. "Duck head. How many surprises remain that I am unaware of? Chapter 19. How presumptuous of you. Enjoying a piece of gossip and accidentally landing an endorsement, Su Ning felt incredibly fortunate. Before dispersing, Xiao Chun suggested exchanging WeChat contacts, to which Su Ning did not refuse. It is indeed beneficial to broaden one's connections in this circle. As her friend sent a message, Su Ning clicked on Xiao Chun's avatar, revealing a lovable, pudgy dog with a bright, sunny smile, an image that perfectly encapsulated her impression of him. In contrast, her own avatar depicted a closed-eyed cat, accompanied by the caption, "Eyes shut." One wonders if it's asleep or has departed. Xiao Chun chuckled as he observed, "This looks quite like you," referring to the spirit of the image. Su Ning retorted playfully, "How presumptuous. You resemble a monkey." Upon returning home, Su Ning promptly opened Weibo, anticipating that today's incident would surely trend. She was eager to see what mischievous netizens were saying. To her astonishment, the first trending topic was Su Ning Xiao Chun, followed closely by hashtags such as Xiao Chun hiding in the corner with Su Ning and what Xiao Chun does when not at work. Su Ning was taken aback, pondering the newfound fame of Xiao Chun. A brief search revealed that he was a popular young star with over 20 million followers. Each of his posts garnered millions of likes and shares, and the comment section was a chaotic scene of exuberant fans. Su Ning joked, "Is it too late for me to sell my soul to the big shot?" Curiosity piqued. She delved into the trending topics, mostly questioning how Xiao Chun ended up entangled with her. His fans expressed disdain toward Su Ning, clarifying that the two were not acquainted and had never collaborated. It appeared they had merely crossed paths today, perhaps with someone intentionally tracking Xiao Chun's whereabouts to capitalize on the buzz. Su Ning contemplated making a post to clarify her position but reconsidered. She couldn't let such an opportunity for attention from the big shot slip away. Just then, her Weibo was tagged by Xiao Chun himself. Xiao Chun wrote, "I never expected to live in the same neighborhood as Su Ning. I happened upon her while she was waiting for a juicy scoop, so I claimed a spot beside her. I've heard people say she's quite extraordinary and has the ability to foresee things. I was skeptical, but now I'm a believer. Please let me know next time there's something exciting happening. I'd love to see." He also followed Su Ning. Stunned by his kindness, Su Ning briefly reflected on her earlier selfishness. In turn, she followed Xiao Chun and prepared to retweet his post. Before doing so, she glanced at the trending topics again, her delicate brows furrowing. "Next time there's gossip, I'll definitely call you, Xiao Chun. By the way, please keep your distance from the mountains for the next few days." Upon reading Su Ning's retweet, Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. He didn't think her words were unfounded. After the art exhibition and today's event, he was convinced that Su Ning possessed the ability to perceive everyone's developmental trajectories. However, his manager, Sister He, was not convinced. She was furious and slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Do you even realize what you're doing? Who told you to post that on Weibo? Giving unnecessary attention to a low-profile celebrity with a bad reputation? You really have some nerve. Are you proud of being a sticky plaster?" Xiao Chun defended himself. "I said it was not Su Ning following me, it was me following her. She has a gift for predicting the future. I should be grateful to her for her warnings." Sister, he scoffed, "Predicting the future? Can you be any more absurd? Delete that Weibo post immediately." "I want to delete it."
Fine.
"You've grown some wings, haven't you? Just wait." Sister, he pointed angrily at Xiao Chun before storming off. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Chun dialed a number. "Hello, Ayong. Please help me find a new manager." "Yes, Sister, he is becoming overly controlling. Let us hold off for now. I'll let you know when to proceed." In the comment section of Su Ning's Weibo, fans exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Chun has taken the initiative to clarify things. Such a manly gesture. They have no relationship at all. Let us disperse the rumors." Some fans even apologized on behalf of the more irrational ones, asking for insight into Su Ning's supposed abilities. But others mocked her, accusing her of using underhanded tactics to attract Xiao Chun's attention, warning her to stay away from him or face a lifetime of obscurity. One particularly aggressive comment noted, "Xiao Chun's clarification is out of kindness. Someone like you, with such a tainted reputation, should refrain from sharing his posts to avoid ruining his public image." As the comment section, once relatively harmonious, erupted with hundreds of negative remarks, it became evident that some had hired trolls to malign her. Yu Fan pondered why Su Ning, a girl with merely average dancing skills and a questionable background, had attracted such animosity. "General Qin, should we hire some trolls?" Qin Wan shook his head, We're about to start filming Changlo. Upon reading the comments, Xiao Chen immediately messaged Su Ning. I'm sorry for the trouble. I intended to clarify, but I didn't expect someone to hire trolls. Su Ning reminded unfacet. This is what happens when one lacks projects. I also despise talentless and morally bankrupt artists. You don't need to hire trolls for me. Just transfer the money directly to my account. After sending a playful emoji, she intended to lighten the mood, but Xiao Chen surprisingly transferred her 100,000. Is he really this sincere? Although the temptation of easy money was strong, Su Ning ultimately returned the funds with a pained expression. I was just joking. The internet has no memory. This will blow over in a few days. By the way, remember what I said, for the next few days, no. Specifically 5 days from now. Keep your distance from the mountains. Xiao Chen replied, understood. Although the trending topic ended with a flood of negative comments, Su Ning's Weibo gained hundreds of thousands of new followers.
Great.
Another wave of people criticizing me. The internet's garbage dump is no one's responsibility, but mine. At this moment, the Changlo production team officially announced the project. Chapter 20. I want 1 billion. Will you give it to me? The Changlo crew released a series of silhouette photos. Although merely silhouettes, they were easily recognizable to devoted fans. Feng Cheng and Xian Yuanyao, Su in Changlo. The emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome, our leading man. You're fantastic. Always with you. Looking forward to our shadows. The comments were dominated by fans of the male and female leads, with a sprinkle of support for the second male lead. Passers-by, upon glancing at the images, noted, the second female lead looks a bit like Su Ning. I thought so too. However, these sparse comments were quickly drowned out by the fans' fervent posting. Early the next morning, Su Ning arrived at the set, even though her scenes were scheduled for the afternoon. Good morning, Director Liu. The director, busy arranging the set, turned at the sound of her voice, his eyes flickering with surprise and a hint of disdain, though he spoke in a perfectly normal tone. You're here quite early?
Su Ning smiled, yes.
I wanted to come and learn a bit. That's thoughtful of you. He turned away, no longer regarding her. Noticing the director's apparent dislike, Su Ning scratched her cheek and glanced at the trending topics. No wonder. The production company, Shengshi, was one of the investors, albeit not the largest. Therefore, among the roles allocated by Shengshi, the second female lead was the most significant. The director had high hopes for this character and wished they could find a suitable actress. Unfortunately, what they received was a non-professional newcomer, notorious for her lack of skills. Coming from an idol background with no talent in singing or dancing, and rumored to have unclear connections with a producer who could possibly favor her. In the director's eyes, Su Ning was a ticking time bomb on the set, much like a certain idol actress who had starred in several period dramas before. Aside from her beauty, she possesses no other virtues. Her acting is clumsy, her expressions unattractive. When faced with criticism, she weeps in indignation, even inciting her fans to engage in online harassment, utterly oblivious to her need for repentance. Ultimately, every film she stars and flops. Director Liu has already devised a plan. Should Su Ning's performance prove abysmal, akin to mud that cannot be propped up, he shall eliminate her scenes. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Ning refrains from further comment, believing that actions speak louder than words. She proceeds to meet several other leading actors. Hello, Teacher Zhong. As Zhongming applies her makeup, she catches sight of Su Ning and beams. You must be Su Ning. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. You are even more beautiful in person than on television. Su Ning blushes slightly. Oh no. You are incredibly beautiful as well. Teacher. Please call me sister instead of teacher. I am 7 or 8 years older than you. Haha, we're all in our 20s after all. Zhongming gazes into Su Ning's eyes, noticing a refreshing sincerity devoid of flattery, an uncommon trait in this industry. By the way, do you really read fortunes? Could you take a look for me? Su Ning hesitates. Not really, it's just coincidence. Besides, sister, your career is already shining bright. There are no significant hurdles ahead. You need not worry. And what about love? Zhongming winks at Su Ning. You know, I'm nearing 30, and I wish to experience the sweetness of love. Su Ning replies, you truly are remarkable. If I possessed your wealth and capability, I would swiftly surround myself with several charming young models. Not for any other reason, but to rescue him from his gambling father, his ill mother, his studying sister, and their fractured home. What was that sound? Zhongming ponders. Just as Su Ning prepares to delve into the gossip surrounding Zhongming's romantic escapades, a young woman approaches. Sister Su, you're here so early. What are you discussing with Sister Zhong? This woman, Su Ning recognizes, is the third female lead, Yang Tiantian. If her memory serves her correctly, this individual is 25. 5 years her senior, and yet dares to address her as sister? Su Ning remains silent, and Zhou Ming refrains from speaking, creating a moment of awkwardness. Yang Tiantian's smile fades, quickly shifting her gaze to Su Ning. I didn't see Sister Su during the auditions. I was astonished to see you on the cast list. Securing the second female lead must mean your acting skills are exceptional, she remarks, casting a veiled insinuation regarding Su Ning's background. Another figure appears. It is none other than the male lead, Fang Cheng. Su Ning raises an eyebrow. What could have provoked this individual? Isn't it enviable for Miss Su? With no effort, a path is already laid before her. Unlike us who have clawed our way up from the bottom, every role we secure is cherished, as we strive to perform to the utmost, not wanting to disappoint anyone's expectations.
Great.
Here comes the second male lead, Lu Sun. If a few more join, we could assemble the 6 great sects to storm the bright summit. Su Ning fakens admiration. Whoa. Is this why Teacher Lu portrayed a eunuch so convincingly? With such dedication. I can't help but wonder if he underwent a procedure before filming that role, only to have it restored afterward. A laugh escapes Zhou Ming, prompting the other staff in the makeup room to avert their eyes, fearing detection for their amusement. Just as Director Lu approaches, he exclaims, "What a sharp-tongued little brat you are. Su's sister. How could you speak like that? Lu Ge is your senior."
Lu Ye. Su Ning närligt hockeys.
First, I'm younger than you, so I can't bear that title. Second, you started the trouble. I merely reciprocated. Third, if you have something to say, speak plainly without the veiled sarcasm. Lu Sun feels a pang of indignation, struck by her words. Fang Cheng scowls. As someone with connections, can't you at least have the decency to keep your head down and work? If it weren't for you, Xiao Tian could have auditioned for the role of Danju. Do you know how much she adores that character and how hard she worked for it? Because of your sudden appearance, Xiao Tian's efforts have gone to waste. Does liking something guarantee possession? Su Ning retorts, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Cheng. If I claim to love money, I want 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion. Where's my money? Are you going to give it to me? Is effort so commendable? If hard work truly paid off, then the cows in the countryside would already be wealthy. The 996 workers would have become bosses long ago. Fang Cheng exclaims, "You're being unreasonable." Who is truly being unreasonable? Think about it. How did you obtain this role? I acquired it in the same manner, even without me. Someone from the esteemed ranks would have secured it. What does that have to do with you? If you find it unfair, why not report it? Fang Cheng is left breathless with rage, and Yang Tiantian steps forward to soothe him. Brother Fang, please don't say anything more. It's my lack of ability. But that is all right. The third female lead is already quite good. I will certainly strive to perform my best to satisfy the audience. Yes, I believe in you, Xiao Tian. Fang Cheng's demeanor softens considerably. For now, it's fine to be overlooked. Acting is about skill. If the acting isn't up to par, it won't draw in viewership. No investors will want to take a loss. Indeed, Xiao Tian will work hard. Brother Fang, Brother Lu, you must help me improve my acting through more practice.
All right.
Chapter 21. Yes, she is merely your sister. This morning, they filmed a scene where the female lead, Chang Lo, encounters the male lead, Xianyuan Yao, while praying for her ailing grandmother at the temple. Xianyuan Yao chases remnants of the previous dynasty to Kaifusi Temple, where Chang Lo, accompanied by her maid Qing Dai, who is also Yang Tiantian, washes clothes by the riverside, only to be kidnapped by remnants of the prior dynasty as a hostage. At the moment the villain grasps her neck, Zhou Ming's face drains of color, her expression frantic as she struggles to maintain composure, gripping the villain's arm tightly. Who are you? What do you want? Zhou Ming's every expression and movement is perfectly executed, making it easy for viewers to immerse themselves in the scene, truly deserving of the title of the top actress among the post-90s generation. Yang Tiantian performs adequately as well. Having graduated from a film academy, yet her presence pales in comparison beside Zhou Ning. Qing Dai covers her mouth, pointing at the villain. You. Who are you? Release my young lady.
Cut.
Director Lu calls out. The tension isn't palpable enough. Take a few steps forward to express your urgency to save her. And let your voice tremble a bit more. Okay. Yang Tiantian glances at Su Ning, who is observing from the sidelines. Su Ning rolls her eyes. What are you looking at?
Continue.
As the female lead struggles with the villain, the male lead arrives with his guards. Although Fong Ching-es's character is not commendable, his acting is decent. He only requires 2 pauses throughout the morning shoot. During the lunch break, Yang Tiantian praises Fong Chung. Brother Fong, you're so impressive, unlike me, who was halted several times. Do you think you'll find me foolish? Not at all. You've done very well. Fong Chung gently pats Yang Tiantian's head, while Lu Sun also compliments her. For your first time playing such an important role, your performance is fantastic. Don't underestimate yourself. You're making me feel a bit shy. However, Yang Tiantian's gaze drifts to Su Ning, who is conversing with Zhou Ning. Sister Ning has been watching me this morning, making me a bit nervous. Otherwise, I believe I could have performed even better.
Yang Tang Ti mess in.
She's deliberately trying to affect you. Knowing her acting isn't as good as yours, she resorts to underhanded tactics. Lu Sun adds, exactly. When she performs in the afternoon, we'll see who is truly exposed. Su Ning is left in fits of laughter at their outrageousness. If you don't want your eyes, you could donate them to someone in need. Which eye of yours saw me staring at Yang Tiantian? Must narcissism have its limits? And what are the 3 of you doing here, performing in burning winter? Brother and sister, harmonizing so melodiously. Dear fans know that their idols are flirting on set? Brother, I'm so close to you. The fan sisters won't be upset, right? I often chat with you. The fan sisters won't misunderstand. Will they? Gigi. ISNT just T? Who can't do that? Zhou Ming humorously watched Su Ning's prancing toes. Although I can, it's rather awkward. Fong Chung, embarrassed and angry, exclaimed, Su Ning, what nonsense are you spouting? Though he did indeed harbor feelings for Tiantian, he was in the prime of his career and would not engage in self-destructive behavior. Moreover, Tiantian had yet to confess her feelings. Their relationship was purely platonic. Right. She is merely your sister. Sisters say purple is quite charming. What family doesn't he have a good-hearted person without blood relations, calling each other brother and sister every day?
You. Yang Tian to get at Fang Cheng's slavey.
Enough is enough. If this continues, the others in the crew will look at me strangely. All right, Brother Fong, let us drop it. Perhaps I misread the situation. By the way, I made too much food this morning. Brother Lu, Brother Fong, would you like to eat as well? My cooking isn't great. Please don't disdain it. As she spoke, Yang Tiantian pulled out 3 thermal lunchboxes from her bag, unveiling a feast of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and then produced a thermal container. Inside is the chicken soup I stewed overnight. Do try it and tell me if it's good. Of course, what you make, Tiantian, is the best. Lu Sun took a sip and gave a thumbs up. This braised pork is incredible. Rich yet not greasy, with a hint of sweetness. It's truly a delight to savor the meals prepared by Tiantian. Fong Chung, not to be outdone, chimed in with praise. Your culinary skills rival those of a Michelin-starred chef. Yang Tiantian bashfully shook her head, cradling her face. It's not that exaggerated. Zhou Ming chuckled softly. Did you inadvertently make too much? This amount could feed a pig. Su Ning couldn't agree more. I need to eat as well. Would you come and join me?
Zhong Ying beckoned to Su Ning.
Her lunch consisted of a meal curated by her personal nutritionist, appearing both healthy and delicious, albeit in a notably small portion. Su Ning felt it inappropriate to snatch someone else's food, waving her hands, no. I'm fine with the crew's box lunch. Yang Tiantian looked astonished. Huh? Sister Su Ning, are you only eating box lunches? Doesn't the company prepare food for you? Box lunches are so unhealthy, laden with oil and salt, and the taste is mediocre. Surrounded by actors queuing for their box lunches, Su Ning genuinely questioned whether Yang Tiantian possessed any emotional intelligence. Didn't she notice that some actors were secretly glaring at her? Oblivious. Yang Tiantian continued, I saw online that everyone says Sister Su has a special relationship with President Qin, thinking he would take extra care of you. Who would have thought? Perhaps President Qin simply forgot. After all, he directly gave you the role of the second female lead. Such trivial matters likely slipped his mind. Don't be too disheartened, sister. Just as Su Ning was about to retort, a small white delivery truck drove in. And you fans stepped out. Sorry for being a bit late. Everyone has already started eating. What's this? Director Liu asked, puzzled. This was arranged by President Qin, who said since Xiao Su is joining the crew for the first time and might cause trouble, he wanted to provide some meals for everyone. Please take good care of her. Yu Fan instructed the driver to open the back of the truck, inviting the crew members to come and take. It's not anything fancy, just make do with it. As everyone opened their lunch boxes, they were met with a bounty of shrimp, lamb chops, seaweed, curry soup, and a bottle of yogurt. What do you mean this is not good? This is what you call good? This portion must cost dozens. Director Lu marveled. Truly, such generosity from Shengshi. If only they had been this generous when selecting actors for me back then. Yours. Yu Fan handed Su Ning a larger lunchbox, filled with even more diverse and sumptuous dishes. Starting tomorrow, I'll bring your meals to save you time on cooking. You should practice your acting instead. Is this directed at someone? Right? Su Ning, deeply touched, patted Yu Fan's shoulder. I never expected you could speak human words. I'm so gratified. Yu Fan, are you feeling all right? Watching others enjoy better meals than her own, Yang Tiantian's face fluctuated between pale and flushed. Lu Sun noticed her distress and gently reassured. Tian, don't be sad. What does it matter if one is wealthy? If your acting is poor and constantly delays the crew's progress, no one will still buy tickets. As for Director Lu, she shouldn't expect any favors from him.
Right.
In terms of acting, Tian, you outshine her by miles. Rest assured. The two men spoke with such conviction. Yet little did they know their faces would soon be met with a resounding slap of reality. Chapter 22. The Joy of Mischief. As Changlo pretended to bite his tongue in a desperate act to attract the attention of the remnants of the previous dynasty, Xian Yuan Yao shot an arrow that struck the head of one such remnant, saving Changlo. Subsequently, Xian Yuan Yao brought the injured Changlo back to the Chang residence. Upon hearing that the young lady was returning, the servants in Changlo's courtyard busily tidied up and prepared with great diligence. A maid entered Changlo's room carrying several outfits. "You Bai, where have you been?"
Ah.
The maid named Yu Bai, startled, turned around to see Danju standing in a corner of the inner chamber. Danju wore a smile, albeit one that appeared somewhat frosty. The sunlight filtering into the inner chamber illuminated half of her face, casting an eerie shadow that revealed a hint of menace upon closer inspection. "Danju, why didn't you say anything? You scared me to death." "Where could I have gone? I was in the laundry room fetching the young lady's clothes. The young lady has been out for so long. Are these clothes just now washed?" Danju stepped forward, picking up the garments one by one with her nails. Those lazy fools must have thought they could slack off just because the young lady isn't here. "Yes. It is rather excessive." "Huh. This piece of clothing looks somewhat unfamiliar." Danju pointed to a light yellow outfit in the middle. Yu Bai trembled slightly. It should be something the residents newly made for the young lady, right? This outfit doesn't appear new. It's already frayed at the edges and made from ordinary material. Danju sneered. "The young lady entrusted me with the management of the Falling Flower courtyard before she left, so I will decide to give this outfit to you." "You Bai, why not try it on and see if it fits?"
No.
"No need. I must have taken the wrong one. I'll return this outfit immediately." "Return what? Who dares to compete with the Falling Flower courtyard over things in this residence?"
Just wear it boldly.
"Or do you wish for me to serve you in dressing?" Danju's slender hand reached towards Yu Bai's collar.
No. Stop.
"You can't force me."
Someone.
At Danju's command, several maids rushed in. "Help our sister Yu Bai change into a new dress."
No.
"I want to wear it. I want to wear it. This dress. Surely it belongs to someone fated to wear it?" Danju suddenly grasped Yu Bai's chin, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. "How do you know? You can be the eyes and ears of that wretched person. Can others do the same for the young lady?" Danju's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Someone, bind this venomous-hearted Yu Bai, who betrays her own and seeks favor, and throw her into the firewood room until the young lady and the master return to deal with her." Behind the camera, Director Lu scrutinized every move of Su Ning, exclaiming, "This girl truly isn't a trained actress?" The assistant director was equally astonished. She performed quite well. Her tone was perfectly modulated, knowing when to soften and when to be fierce. "That glare just now even startled me." "Quite impressive." Director Lu nodded in agreement, captivated by her performance. Su Ning's portrayal was exactly how he envisioned Danju: aggressive, suspicious, and meticulous. Initially fiercely protective of her master, after enduring several lessons and misunderstandings, she ultimately turned against her master, becoming the greatest and most ruthless obstacle in the female lead's journey. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." At this moment, Su Ning was apologizing to her co-star. "Not at all. I must thank you. Your performance was exceptional, and it truly drew me into the scene. This has undoubtedly been my finest performance since entering the industry."
Ha!
"You flatter me excessively," was the response. As they exchanged laughter, Su Ning turned her head only to find Yang Tiantian staring at her in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Yang Tiantian was utterly flabbergasted. She had anticipated witnessing Su Ning's missteps, yet it was she who became the object of ridicule. Lu Sun and Fong Cheng were equally bewildered. Can someone explain why a newcomer outshines those of us who have been in the industry for years?
No.
She must be merely lucky. A blind cat stumbling upon a rat. At that moment, Su Ning approached Yang Tiantian, pouting as she sighed. Oh dear. I feel my performance was slightly lacking. My intensity was insufficient, and there remains a notable gap between me and professional actors. What do you think, Yang Jia? Yang Tiantian retorted. What do you mean, non-professional? What am I? Did my 4 years of university tuition go to waste? Do Lu Laosher and Fong Laosher have any advice? Lu Sun interjected. How shameless. Fong Cheng added. Get out of my world this instant. Observing the trio's exasperation, Su Ning relished the moment, thinking, how delightful to see them squirm. Zhou Ming chuckled quietly to her manager. This girl is remarkably audacious. Indeed, she must have no issues with her mental state. Who wouldn't envy such a vibrant spirit? Just then, Director Lu intervened to diffuse the tension. All right, we shall conclude today's shoot here. To celebrate the commencement of Changlo, shall we all dine together this evening?
Sure.
Let's heed the director. Absolutely. Yang Tiantian responded enthusiastically, having had her fill of Su Ning's smug expression. At the dinner table, aside from Director Lu actively fostering a lively atmosphere, the other main actors were not exactly familiar. It was more a matter of barely restraining their animosity from erupting into conflict, particularly between Su Ning and Randong's trio. As Director Lu praised Su Ning's commendable performance, Fong Cheng, with a sardonic smile, remarked, indeed, it was passable. Let's hope it isn't merely a beginner's luck. Many have started with great charm only to become increasingly wooden in subsequent roles. Su Ning, take this as a caution. Do not become overly proud. Su Ning widened her eyes. No wonder. I thought your acting in your first film, Long Wang Chuyu, was somewhat lacking compared to now. I still recall your commanding presence as you knelt and proclaimed, the decade is complete. We welcome the return of the Dragon King. How shall the Su family be punished for their transgressions against you? Indeed, Fong Cheng had portrayed not the Dragon King himself, but rather a mere lackey at his side. He was taken aback that Su Ning recalled even that cringeworthy production he had taken on during his school years to earn some money. His face darkened instantly. That was his greatest shame. After achieving fame, he had even spent a fortune acquiring the rights to ensure that the show was removed from all major streaming platforms. Where on earth did this girl come across that? Su Ning thought, Cloud Disc, you deserve it. Chapter 23. A little farther from the mountain. All right, Brother Cheng. Enough of that, Yang Tiantian said, shaking her head at Fong Cheng before raising her glass to Su Ning. Today we owe you an apology, sister. We should not have assumed you received this role through connections, nor doubted your acting skills. I sincerely apologize. Please, do not be angry. I toast to you. Yang Tiantian downed her drink in one go, but her haste led her to cough, tears welling in her eyes, giving her a pitiful appearance that tugged at anyone's heartstrings. As expected, the two sycophants were quick to express concern. Tiantian, don't drink too much. Yes, we'll drink instead. Su Ning thought, 3 fools. If you're going to act out, could you at least do it from a distance? I can't eat with repulsive people around. Director Lu nearly spat out his tea. What did I just hear? He turned to the others. Aside from Zhou Ming pausing momentarily with her chopsticks, everyone else seemed unfazed. Surely, he must have misheard. Yang Tiantian struggled to speak. Sister, why aren't you drinking? Is it because you won't forgive us? Su Ning chuckled. Why would I need to forgive you? Yang Tiantian was taken aback. Why did every word from Su Ning seem to defy her expectations? Do you hate us this much? Su Ning waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Stop this moral grandstanding. Did I ever say I hated you? Did I claim to be angry? Don't flatter yourselves. You don't even deserve my attention. Your clownish antics are beneath my notice. So please, cease adding drama to this already theatrical scene. If your acting is so remarkable, why haven't I seen it reflected in your performances? Yang Tiantian's voice faltered, her eyes glistening with tears. This distressed both Lu Sun and Fong Cheng greatly. As they prepared to speak, Zhou Ming set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. I can't discern whether we've come here for dinner or a quarrel. If this continues, perhaps we should disperse. Director Lu, unable to watch any longer, sternly addressed Yang Tiantian and her companions. You 3, take a breather. If you don't speak, No one will think you're mute. The world fell silent, and Su Ning finally felt free to indulge in her meal. Watching Su Ning's cheeks puff out like a cute hamster, Zhou Ming leaned closer. Has your manager not advised you to maintain your figure?
Su Ning,
With a crab leg in her mouth, replied, Nope. Besides, it's rare to enjoy king crab. Not eating more would be wasteful. And this is Japanese cuisine. It's served cold, hence low in calories and won't cause weight gain. Director Liu was now utterly convinced he had indeed heard Su Ning's voice, despite her lips not moving. Zhou Ming, enviously watching Su Ning, couldn't resist indulging a bit more herself, realizing she would need to add an extra 20 minutes to her workout routine upon returning home. Just then, a groan broke the tension. Ugh. Everyone looked up to see Yang Tian across the table, her face flushed with an unusual redness. Fang Chung rushed to her side. Tian. What's wrong? Yang Tian's voice was faint. I don't know. I feel so itchy and uncomfortable. Su Ning thought, could it be? Is this a scene from a novel come to life? Has she taken some aphrodisiac? Zhou Ming's expression turned peculiar. While Director Liu was so startled, he nearly dropped his cup. In his 50 years of life, he had seen countless situations, yet this was a first. Fang Chung quickly realized what was happening, his face turning crimson. Should I sacrifice myself to save her? It was Lu Sun who recognized the issue. No. It seems Tian is having an allergic reaction to alcohol. Her redness is abnormal and slightly swollen. It must be. Quickly, get her to the hospital. They rushed to the hospital, where the doctor diagnosed her with an alcohol allergy. Yang Tian was placed on an 4-drip, with the two men bustling about. Once she fell into a deep sleep, Fang Chung stormed out, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Ning. If anything happens to Tian, I will hold you accountable. Su Ning retorted, how is her alcohol allergy my fault? Did I force her to drink, or did I pour the liquor down her throat? Lu Sun interjected. If it weren't for your apology, Tian wouldn't have drunk. Su Ning looked at them as if they were fools. What? Do you want me to accompany her to the grave? Have you both been reading too many domineering CEO novels? Thank goodness, it was just an alcohol allergy. If she had a congenital heart condition, poor eyesight, or kidney failure, would I have to sacrifice my organs like a tragic supporting character? Really? Instead of treating her allergy. Shouldn't you two focus on treating your stupidity first? Or should I donate you both a couple of brain supplements to see if that helps? The two men were left speechless by Su Ning's scathing remarks. Zhou Ming couldn't help but admire these two individuals. They had never won an argument, yet consistently sought confrontation. Perhaps they possessed some peculiar proclivity. Su Ning, weary of dealing with these two fools, remarked, all right, since there's nothing pressing. This plastic colleague of mine should return to sleep. Director Liu, we're not having a holiday tomorrow, are we? Director Liu also harbored some discontent towards Yang Tian, who was always causing trouble. He reproached Su Ning, don't even think about it. Push Yang Tian as scenes back. You all are coming to shoot as usual tomorrow. With that, Su Ning departed, and Zhou Ming did not linger either. Before leaving, Director Liu shot a glare at Fang and Liu, stating, I do not wish to see you too late tomorrow. Being toyed with by a woman. What an achievement. In the following days, with Yang Tian absent, the crew experienced a remarkable tranquility, and the shooting progressed even more swiftly than Director Liu had anticipated. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's live variety show commenced. This was a program aired on an official channel, renowned for its positive energy. Today, Xiao Chen and his companions were tasked with visiting workers engaged in soil and water conservation projects in the mountainous region. Standing at the foot of the mountain, which, while not particularly tall, was notably steep, Xiao Chen felt a persistent sense of unease. What's wrong? Another member inquired with concern. Nothing, just recalling some matters, Xiao Chen replied. It was now the 5th day, precisely the day Su Ning had cautioned him to keep a safe distance from the mountains. He had initially prepared various precautions, even intending to avoid venturing outside for the entire day. However, his manager, Sister He, had unilaterally accepted this variety show for him. When he expressed his concerns about staying away from the mountains, Sister He dismissed him with a scoff, saying, Do you really believe that dead girl's words? Am I going to harm you? This is the best time for your transformation. Once you perform well in this variety show, I can secure numerous serious drama opportunities for you. You're nearing 30. You can't keep doing those idle dramas. Trust me. Sister He's domineering attitude exceeded his expectations. Faced with the burden of hefty breach of contract fees, Xiao Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and participate in the variety show. He resolved that upon returning today, he would have a Yang dismiss Sister He. What are you all dawdling for? Let us ascend the mountain. The crew, already making their way up the excavated mountain path, beckoned to the two. "We'll be right there. Xiao Chun, let us go." Xiao Chun remained silent. The audience in the live stream sensed something amiss. What is going on? Why does it seem like Xiao Chun is afraid of something? Is he really that averse to hardship? They've urged him twice, and he still hasn't moved. The professionalism of the 208 group seems to have diminished considerably. I just recalled something. Didn't Su Ning mention on Weibo for Xiao Chun to stay away from the mountains? And now they're going up? Indeed. Su Ning's post is still up. It can't be that ominous, can it? Stop spreading superstitions, everyone. Didn't you see the mountain wall secured with nets? What could possibly happen? Xiao Chun is such a coward. If he is afraid to go up the mountain, he shouldn't have accepted the program. Is it that hard to leave opportunities for others? Our Xiao just momentarily lost focus. It's not like he can't go up. Is it really necessary to berate him this much? Little Chun, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Mama's charms are protecting you. Xiao Chun, rest assured. Little gray dust stands with you. Could fans please refrain from being so inappropriate? Sister He, unable to bear it any longer, gestured furiously off camera at Xiao Chun. Pointing towards the mountain, what are you waiting for? Get up there. What kind of spell did that girl Su cast on him? He ignoring his own advice. Xiao Chun bit his lip, ultimately taking a step forward. Chapter 24. Trouble truly strikes. Walking along the relatively flat dirt path. A female guest beside Xiao Chun partially covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "See? Nothing is wrong, right? I've seen Su Ning's post too. And I don't believe it. Including her live stream, I think they just hired extras. This situation only confirms it. She is indeed a fraud. You're still too young. Don't fall for such tricks again. I don't think she is deceiving me." Xiao Chun halted, glaring at the female guest in anger. "You know nothing. Refrain from making baseless judgments."
Hey, how can you speak like that?
"I'm only looking out for you. Can't you see Su Ning is trying to exploit you?"
Don't be so naive.
The barrage of comments overwhelmingly agreed. Teacher Li Na is right. Did you not realize Xiao Chun has such a bad temper? The tide has turned against him. Is Su Ning brainwashing people? Why does everyone who interacts with her seem a bit off? What good is being stubborn? Nothing has happened, right? Sister, he was on the verge of being exasperated with Xiao Chun. Arguing over that girl and with industry seniors. What a remarkable achievement. Once the program aired, she vowed to give him a thorough scolding for her own relief. Li Na was equally displeased, exclaiming, "Fine. A dog biting Lu Dongbin. Unaware of good hearts. I'll be eager to see what transpires." Fuming, she marched ahead, while Xiao Chun kept his head down, fists clenched. His inner voice urged him to trust Su Ning. She had no reason to deceive him. However, reality insisted he move forward. Just as he took a step, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Intensifying the moment, he received a call from Su Ning.
Run,
she shouted from the other end. Without hesitation, Xiao Chun sprinted down the mountain. Simultaneously, the net on the side of the mountain, unable to withstand the weight of several large falling rocks, suddenly snapped. Countless stones, both large and small, broke free and plummeted down.
Ah!
As soon as Li Na heard the noise and looked up, she saw several rocks hurtling towards her. Those at the front could not evade it either. In an instant, screams erupted, and the camera was enveloped in a cloud of dust, obscuring the situation. Could it be? Has something truly happened? Oh my god! What is going on now?
This is terrifying.
Su Ning must have calculated this perfectly. Xiao Chun should be alright, shouldn't he? What if he was forced up the mountain? It's all your fault, you villains. If anything happens to our Xiao, will you take responsibility? A group of rioters. You are all murderers. This time, no one dared to refute in the comments. Once the dust settled, the diligent cameraman hoisted the camera and ventured up. The first to be discovered was Li Na, her leg pinned under falling rocks, wailing in agony. "Help me.
Quickly.
My leg is broken." The individuals ahead were quickly located, although they sustained injuries. Thankfully, their lives were not in danger. However, the camera captured a particularly large rock that had struck the front of the group, creating an enormous, deep pit. The cameraman couldn't help but reflect. If someone had been standing here just now, they would have surely perished. His words sent chills down everyone's spines, and someone remarked, "If Su Ning hadn't warned us, the person most likely to have been in that position would have been Xiao Chun, considering he is the youngest and strongest." Others fell silent, but internally agreed with this statement. At that moment, the production team began searching for Xiao Chun, quickly finding him behind a modest house at the foot of the mountain. He had just returned Su Ning's call, accidentally pressing the speakerphone. Su Ning immediately asked, "Hello. Are you unharmed?" Xiao Chun, covered in dust yet with a gentle gaze, replied, "I'm fine. Thanks to you. Thank goodness. What about the others?" Xiao Chun responded, "I'm not sure. It should be all right." Su Ning's assured voice came through, "Since you're fine, I'll hang up now. It's almost my turn to go on stage."
All right.
"Can I visit your set when I have time?" "Of course. Just remember to bring me some delicious food." Xiao Chun smiled slightly, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Okay." The comments flowed. "Wow. I'm going crazy. Xiao Chun dotes on Su Ning so much. And Su Ning cares for him too. My mom asked me why I'm drooling at the screen. I said it's because I'm sweetened to the point of tooth decay. Aren't they dating? They have such great chemistry. Where's my royal scribe? I command you to produce 100,000 words of sweet prose tonight. I cannot accept this. I ship Su Ning and President Qin. So, do I. I fear nothing in my endeavors. I do not ship CPs. I merely wish to present my head to the divine Su.
Oh.
Can the divine one perhaps divine where my yet unmet handsome and affluent husband currently resides? Witnessing this scene, sister, he felt her teeth could shatter.
Why?
Why did an accident truly occur? That wretched girl is a demoness, without a doubt. She rushed forward to scold Xiao Chun. What time is it? And you're still on the phone? Shouldn't you be saving lives to maintain your pristine image? Xiao Chun gazed at her steadily, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through her innermost filth. From this day forth, you need not follow me anymore. What do you mean? It means you are dismissed. Xiao Chun, have you lost your mind? What gives you the right to do this? Before sister he could finish her words, she received a call from the company. The boss requests you come over now to discuss your resignation. Chapter 25. Between the allure of fame and your father, you chose the former. In the resplendent royal garden, where blossoms flourished in vibrant hues, Chang Luo rested a hand upon Qing Dai's wrist, while the other cautiously touched the delicate petals adorned with resting butterflies. What splendid peonies! Qing Dai tilted her head, lively and charming. Nay, they cannot compare to your beauty. My lady, you surpass every flower in this garden. You exaggerate too much. I speak only the truth. If you were not beautiful, would you have become a noble upon entering the palace? Would the emperor have chosen you first to share his bed? Just yesterday, he bestowed upon you so many treasures. Chang Luo playfully pinched Qing Dai's nose. You, with your sweet tongue, the treasures gifted by the emperor cannot be shared with you, but later, choose something from my jewelry box to wear. Qing Dai beamed with joy. Thank you, my lady. Behind them, Danju paused momentarily before catching up. You should choose something as well, Danju. Danju looked up, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Thank you, my lady. As the scene came to a close, Director Liu declared, "That's a wrap." Zhou Ming performed excellently. Su Ning was in fine form as well, conveying just the right hint of jealousy and dissatisfaction. Xiao Yang, your performance was acceptable, yet you must temper your exuberance. Too much liveliness can come off as disingenuous and overshadow the main act. Yang Tian nodded humbly but internally disagreed. How could Su Ning's performance be so commendable? Was it merely a matter of smiling and lowering her head? Jealousy? The director was clearly biased. During lunch, Yang Tian scrolled through the news and exclaimed excitedly, presenting her phone to Fong Cheng. Brother Cheng, you've won an award. Best actor. How impressive. Fong Cheng modestly nodded. It's merely the fans' kindness. Brother Cheng, you are far too humble. Your acting is evident for all to see. I, as a newcomer, still have much to learn from you. What say you, Sister Ning? Su Ning did not lift her gaze from her meal. Go ahead and learn. No one is stopping you. Yang Tian bit her lip. Sister, do you not wish to hone your skills further? There must be something worth learning first, Su Ning retorted, not boasting but rather expressing her preference for attending acting classes over watching Yang Cheng and others perform. Moreover, this award is nothing but a sham. With enough fans, one can easily ascend. Did you not notice that Fong Cheng himself did not even mention it? He is well aware of the award's true value. Fong Cheng, what did I just hear? Did Su Ning just belittle him? Yet, little Su, you are quite remarkable. After such a significant incident yesterday, you did not take to the internet to claim credit? After all, you saved lives. The assistant director could not resist teasing Su Ning. You are willing to forsake such riches? Su Ning swallowed her meatball. What riches? It's fortunate I wasn't, he scolded. With so many injured yesterday, I'm sure many fans blame me for not warning them. That makes sense. Director Liu inquired curiously. Then why did you not inform the others as well? Su Ning gazed at him as if he were foolish. If I had told you when we were not acquainted, beware. You will face calamity today. Do not leave your home. Would you have believed me? Besides, they weren't in any grave danger. Merely some broken bones here and there. Isn't that not a big deal? Not a big deal. Director Liu could hardly bear to look at Su Ning's expression. Could he not receive a modicum of respect as a director? However, Director Liu felt a twinge of fear. Am I truly facing calamity today? Just kidding. Su Ning's eyes were filled with disdain. Director Liu, this is sacrilege. An affront to the heavens. Do you not believe I could add more scenes and make you work overtime? As all eyes turned towards Su Ning, even Fong Chun was fixated on her. Yang Tian bit her lip in displeasure, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. That evening, the trending topics included Su Ning bullying the cast, Su Ning using connections, and Su Ning with Yang Tian and Fong Chun among others. Uninformed bystanders clicked on the links and were met with several videos. One depicted Su Ning confronting the trio and the crew, accusing them of being well-connected. Another showed Yang Tian apologizing to Su Ning in a Japanese restaurant, where Su Ning coldly remarked that it had nothing to do with her after sending Yang to the hospital due to an alcohol allergy. There was also footage of Su Ning mockingly addressing Yang Tian and Fong Chun as brother and sister, insinuating an unusual relationship. Each video portrayed actual events. Yet they were edited and spliced to successfully craft an image of Su Ning as a bully who exploited her connections. The comments section predictably overflowed with vitriol. Su Ning, being a connection-based individual, assumes everyone else's as well? How dare she tarnish our brother Cheng's name? It's disgusting. Indeed, she is far more scandalous than Lu Sun, who has maintained a pristine reputation since his debut. Su Ning's demeanor resembles that of those ruffians in school. Truly, the entertainment industry is rife with detritus. Such filth is allowed to thrive. This person constantly criticizes others, forces them to drink, and causes them to end up hospitalized. Does she think she is invincible? Shouldn't someone be silenced? Su Ning, just quit already. Your existence is a waste of air. Can Shengshire Entertainment not manage its little ruffian? Keep her from biting anyone. Yang Tian is so pitiful, hospitalized, yet Su Ning offers no word of condolence. At least a public apology on Weibo would suffice. Apologize? Why should she? She has the illustrious support of the renowned third young Master Qin. In the company, Yu Fan played the video for Su Ning, who exclaimed in astonishment, "This editor is brilliant. The edits are seamless. Truly impressive." Yu Fan, is that the point? Just then, an article titled "Su Ning incited discord between me and the artist, leading to my dismissal" surfaced, capturing the attention of onlookers. Indeed, it was penned by He Bai. In the article, she lamented her struggles in elevating Xiao Chen to his current status, only for him to heed Su Ning's slander and have her dismissed. Many comments followed, predominantly from Xiao Chen's fans. "Sister He, do not be disheartened. Xiao was merely momentarily deceived. Xiao Chen, please bring Sister He back. Do not break her heart. And do not let us, your loyal fans, feel disheartened. I always said Su Ning was abnormal. Perhaps she has cast a spell on Xiao. Xiao Chen, do you remember your original intentions in entering the entertainment industry? How can you treat someone who has devoted themselves to helping you rise to the pinnacle so callously? I do not know this Sister He, but as a fellow worker, I empathize with her plight. Xiao Chen, how could you forget your principles and burn bridges?" Upon reading this article, Su Ning scoffed. What a poorly written title. Not worthy of UC. Yu Fan, is that the point? After a while, Yu Fan muttered, "What do you think should be done?" Su Ning, it's simple. A master of PUA? With just one sentence, Su Ning made Xiao Chen pay an enormous price. The heartless man, in an attempt to please his young lover, cast aside the companion who had been by his side for many years. A mature and composed woman and a pure and innocent girl, the young heartthrob finds himself in a dilemma. Ultimately, he made his decision. Yu Fan, how many new media personnel do you consume daily? Not at all compared to the unethical Hong Kong media, they are far from it. Su Ning read the article again and clicked her tongue. How could my words be likened to those of a treacherous seductress harming the loyal eunuch by the emperor's side? They even dare to speak of slander. Yu Fan, uninterested, replied, "Just hold on, I'll have the PR department clarify this right away." Su Ning smiled slily, pressing down on his shoulder. "No rush, let the bullets fly for a while longer." Qin Wan, who had been listening in, pondered, what on earth is this woman consuming daily? What solution does she have? Forget it. I should first prepare to support her. Then Qianwan noticed a push notification from Su Ning's Weibo. Su Ning first shared He Buys article, asking what the 3 essential elements of news are: timeliness, authenticity, and accuracy? No. It is about quoting out of context, creating division. What do you all think? Smiles. She then shared 3 videos captioned, Traffic and Your Father. You chose the former, and now I will take your father's life. Chapter 26. Who has a good person recording at all times? Once Su Ning posted this on Weibo. It was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire, and countless netizens flooded her account, cursing her ancestors. Su Ning found it amusing. The next moment, she started a live stream, waving to the audience whose numbers instantly surpassed 10,000. Long time no see, dear haters. It's been a while since I slapped you in the face. Have you forgotten who your father is? Come on, continue cursing. I'll pick some lucky ones for today as appetizer. As she spoke, the barrage of comments significantly reduced. Of course, there were still the unconvinced. Su Ning casually clicked on a comment. Is this the little girl from Chingchung's family? An 11-year-old girl? Isn't it a bit excessive to chase after stars at such a young age? But I understand, the younger you are, the more impulsive you tend to be. However, stealing money from your parents to chase stars is unacceptable, isn't it? Aren't you afraid of your parents' reaction when they find out that the tens of thousands on the card are gone? When I was young, I would steal 10 yuan to buy spicy strips and would get a serving of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat for it. You should be thoroughly punished for this. Su Ning smiled broadly, her teeth gleaming under the dim lights of the practice room, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. No way. Isn't Xiaoya a huge fan of Fengcheng? Her Weibo posts don't seem like those of a minor, do they? Su Ning must be talking nonsense. Why has Xiaoya stopped commenting? How strange. A few minutes later, Xiaoya posted on Weibo. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. You all must go check it out. Chengcheng Xiaoya. I'm Huangya's mother. I just saw Su Ning's live stream and remembered my daughter's Weibo name is this. I then texted to check the balance on her bank card, which originally had over 19,000. Now it's down to just over 3,000. Can anyone tell me how to get that tens of thousands back? The accompanying image shows the text message of the bank balance. I can't believe it. It's actually true. I told you all to believe in Su Daxian's power. I wasn't joking with you. Stealing your parents' hard-earned money to chase stars. How filial is that? Is there anyone else who wants to curse? As soon as Su Ning spoke, it was like Yama, the king of hell, demanding souls. For a moment, no one dared to be the first to speak out. After all, who doesn't have a bit of dirt on themselves? Truly, it's a harmonious society. Look at how civilized this barrage is. Su Ning reclined in her chair and then slowly sat up. Now it's my turn to clarify a few things, right? Su Ning took out her phone and opened the recorder, revealing a series of recordings. Guess what this is?
Hee.
Evidence of your public-funded romance. Of course, in my eyes. It's a romance. But not necessarily in your eyes, it could also be infidelity. Su Ning casually played a segment. If it weren't for you, Xiao Tian could have auditioned for the role of Danju. Do you know how much Xiao Tian loves that role? And how hard she has worked to play it well? Brother Fong, don't say that. It's my fault for not being capable. But it's alright. The third female lead is already great. I will definitely work hard to perform my best. To satisfy the audience. I believe in Xiao Tian. Yes. Xiao Tian will do her best. Brother Fong, Brother Liu, you must also act with me more to help improve my skills. Brother Fong is amazing, unlike me, who has been stopped several times. Will Brother Fong think I'm foolish? How could he? You're already performing wonderfully. As more recordings played, the barrage erupted once more. What the heck? What on earth are these two doing? Are there any fans of Fengcheng and Yang Tian who can confirm if that's their master's voice? This is way too clingy, right? Brother Fong Tian, if these two don't have something going on, I'll eat my keyboard. Who knows if this is audio synthesized by Su Ning to frame my Ching. To the one upstairs, do you really believe that? Didn't you see the timestamp on the recording? 10 days ago. Does Su Ning possess the ability to predict the future? Oh, it seems she actually does. Teacher. My Lu Sun is innocent. Su Ning raised an eyebrow in silence. Tian, what you did is of course the best. Tian, don't drink too much. If it weren't for apologizing to you, Tian wouldn't have drunk. The barrage exploded completely. Ha. Fans were slapped in the face so quickly. However, Lu Sun doesn't seem as clingy as Fengcheng. Let us do this. From now on, Fengcheng will be known as Clingy Dog number 1, and Lu Sun will be Clingy Dog number 2. Nevertheless, this young Tian seems quite happy. You three living your lives well is better than anything else. Honestly, facing such a tumultuous relationship, I could go crazier than Su Ning. Being a corporate worker is already unfortunate enough. Having to witness such a cringeworthy office romance is just too unlucky. And being kicked at any moment. How unfortunate. Damn it. Fang Cheng. How can you treat your fans like this? Unfollow. Lu Sun refund. You all chose this idol. Don't be fooled by Su Ning. This is slander. If it were truly slander, these companies would have long sent out legal letters. Why has every one of them remained silent until now? Behind the screen, Yang Tian smashed several cups in anger.
Damn.
Why is this wretched Su Ning always recording? Su Ning, of course. It's to deal with the big and small matters. Fang Cheng and Lu Sun are also going mad, with the term unfollow trending on hot searches. Their boss scolding them mercilessly, and the PR team left utterly helpless in this situation. Ultimately, who leaked the crew's video online? Chapter 27. Forgot to turn off the live stream. A large-scale feeding of dog food? At this moment, a certain person sneezed twice in succession. Yang Tian's manager, Zhang Jie, glanced at her a couple more times, thinking someone must be cursing her. Although the situation had developed beyond their expectations, it was not without its benefits. At least Yang Tian was gaining exposure. A newly emerging top-tier star, a girl whom all idol boys were pursuing, who wouldn't be curious. Zhang Jie said to Yang Tian, since this has happened, you must cling tightly to Fang Cheng and Lu Sun to maintain the heat. The drama is about to air. And you and Lu Sun are a couple in the show. If you stir up some CP outside of the show, you're bound to attract many fans. Fang Cheng must not be neglected either. It was also thanks to him leaking internal information that you could prepare in advance and secure the role of Qing Dai. Changlo is a drama that airs while filming. A major television station signed on before shooting began, booking prime time slots. The first 4 episodes are already edited. And they'll start airing this weekend. As long as the viewership is high, there's no need to worry about your chance to shine. Yang Tian thought about it and realized it made sense. She even felt a bit grateful to Su Ning. Thanks to her exposing these matters. She thought she could hurt me, but instead sent me soaring in popularity. Upon reflection, one might recognize that one's character in the drama is vivacious and charming, capable of generating romantic pairings, which is certainly a more favorable position than that of Su Ning, the ruthless and venomous antagonist. Therefore, the second female lead has not suffered any loss by not securing this role. However, Su Ning's uncanny ability to turn the tide is quite remarkable. Zhang Jie cautioned Yang Tian, you should temper your expectations. Such fortune cannot be relied upon consistently. Yang Tian readily agreed, though she felt a twinge of discontent. As Su Ning contemplated ending her live stream, she noticed a barrage of comments inquiring about her relationship with Xiao Chun and whether she had any response to He Bai's lengthy post. With a casual shrug, Su Ning replied, oh, there's nothing to it. We're merely friends who added each other on WeChat, and we rarely communicate.
I don't even know who He Bai is.
I've mentioned this to Xiao Chun, and he said he would clarify, so I won't elaborate further. That's all for today, bye-bye. She waved at the camera, then turned to rummage through her bag for some bread to satisfy her hunger.
Hey.
Su Ning, have you forgotten to end the live stream? Someone called out. Doesn't seem like it. Who would be so careless as to continue broadcasting while looking so unkempt? At that moment, Su Ning was sprawled on the floor, leaning against the wall, holding a piece of dark chocolate bread and taking a hearty bite out of it. That bread looks delicious. What brand is it? Exclaimed another voice. Just then, the door swung open and Qin entered with coffee and a lunchbox. Seeing Su Ning in her relaxed state, he frowned and asked, is this all you're eating for dinner? Yeah, Su Ning replied, looking up. It's too late to cook. That cannot be your only option. Here, take this, he offered. Su Ning blinked a few times, appearing somewhat like a bewildered puppy from Qin's perspective. What is this? She asked curiously, accepting the lunchbox and opening it with an exclamation. Wow, is this really for me? The two were oblivious to the rapid-fire comments flashing across the computer screen. What delicious food. Let me see. Is eating the main focus here? Did you all catch who just entered? Su Ning's rumored boyfriend. The illustrious boss.
So sweet.
Even if President Qin has a cold demeanor, he still bought food for Su Ning. How Tsundra, I love it. Hey, that Tsundra has left the chat. Su Ning exclaimed, picking up a piece of grilled eel with her chopsticks, only to gasp and inhale sharply as she bit into it. Qin, with a look of disdain, handed her a cup of coffee. Don't you know the difference between hot and cold? Su Ning shook her head, forcing down the yield while retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her bag. I'm not drinking coffee late at night. It'll keep me awake. You should cut back as well. Qin Wan, initially inclined to drink, decided against it after hearing her words. You seem to be performing well with the crew lately? He inquired. Of course. Is there a reward? Su Ning asked with a cheerful smile directed at Qin Wan. He was about to say there wasn't one when he caught sight of her sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation, making her look both silly and endearing. Well, there is. He blurted out. What is it? Su Ning glanet forward eagerly. Just as Qin Wan was about to mention a monetary bonus, his phone rang, an urgent call from Yufan. Upon hearing Yufan's hurried words, Qin Wan's gaze shifted to the computer screen. Yufan's final admonition was, please, do not say anything inappropriate in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. He actually wanted to say, you can say whatever you like in private but in public. It would be utterly disgraceful. Qin Wan stood up and, amid a flurry of comments like, what is it that we cannot see? We're all friends here. And what about the reward? I want to be able to sleep tonight if I don't know. He expressionlessly yanked the computer's plug. Su Ning nearly spat out her water, staring at the screen in shock. Did I forget to end the live stream? Qin Wan nodded, arms crossed. Seeing his silence, Su Ning hurried to explain, I didn't know. I didn't do it on purpose. You have to believe me. Surely the big boss doesn't think I intentionally left the stream running to scheme against him and stir up rumors, right? I'm innocent. How could I have known he would suddenly bring me food? And honestly, why would a capitalist care about their subordinate for no reason? Oh no. He was so accommodating that I couldn't help but take advantage of it. Qin Wan understood it was an accident. After all, this girl couldn't possibly be that clever. Alright, it's not a big deal. Look at you. So flustered. He approached Su Ning, playfully pressing down on her head. Finish your food. We'll head back together soon. Are you driving me home? Of course, it's on my way. I'm not that stingy. Meanwhile, the trending topics had shifted from negative news about Su Ning to her clarifications regarding the live stream incident and Qin Wan bringing her food, topics that elicited a flurry of interest. Some trends emerged organically, while others were strategically purchased by certain individuals to divert public attention. Indeed, it was the handiwork of Fong Chung, the manager of Lu Sun's agency. As Su Ning sat in the car, she casually clicked on the trending topic about the reward, instantly feeling her toes curl in embarrassment. Help! Why are the boundaries on Weibo so lax now? How is this any different from those sensational stories? Late at night, President Qin is on the couch reviewing documents while I'm dozing beside him, half asleep, poking his chest with my tiny foot. Honey, I want some water. He goes to fetch me water, and I just lay there, too lazy to sit up, and then he takes a sip and feeds it to me. Help! I'm going to die of embarrassment. While driving, Qin Wan remarked, I don't know if you'll die of embarrassment, but if you keep reading, you might find us in tomorrow's traffic accident report. Chapter 28. Workplace harassment?
Poor guy.
Perhaps influenced by those risky articles, as soon as they arrived, Su Ning promptly exited the car, exclaiming, President Qin, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I must avoid riding the elevator with him again. Otherwise, I might inadvertently immerse myself in those scandalous narratives. All right, Qin Wan replied thoughtfully. Watching Su Ning flee in a panic, as if she had seen a ghost, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two exited their vehicles, heading into the same building, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows below. Xiao Chen felt a sense of loss. He had watched Su Ning's entire live stream and couldn't resist coming to await her arrival. His intentions were twofold: to apologize for the trouble he had caused Su Ning and to inquire about her relationship with Qin Wan. However, what he witnessed was not what he expected. Were they truly that close? A message notification popped up on his WeChat, and upon opening it, he found a series of accusatory messages from Hebai. What are you posting on Weibo? Delete it. Is this how you want to treat me? What have I done wrong? I've sacrificed so much for you. I am the one who cares the most and values you the most. You owe your current status to me. How can you be so ungrateful? Come out and meet me. We need to talk. This isn't how things should be. I believe you've been misled by that despicable person. Let's not fight anymore. Let us give each other another chance, shall we? Xiao Chen grimaced in disgust, not replying a single word, and immediately deleted and blocked her. Su Ning also caught sight of Xiao Chen's Weibo post, which, in stark contrast to Hebai's lengthy diatribe, was succinct, consisting merely of chat logs. As she scrolled through the images, her eyes widened in disbelief. The first image displayed a series of messages from He-Bai sent between 1 and 3 in the morning. Are you asleep? I'm still awake. I'm really disappointed in you. Think of me as being crazy, but I do this all for you. Good night. Pretend you didn't see these messages when you wake up. We'll still be good. Right? Let us be each other's wings and soar high together. The second image. Xiao Chen. Hijia, for these few days, please refrain from accepting any invitations on my behalf aside from the scheduled work. Is it because of Su Ning's fanciful tales? Do you believe everything she says? I assure you, I would never harm you. Since you are concerned, I shall help you decline other offers. 2 hours later, you should participate in this variety show. It's an official channel, albeit in the mountains, but the safety is assured. Do not place too much trust in that girl. Who knows what her intentions are? Xiao Chen, I refuse to go. Did I not tell you not to take on any new engagements for me? I am merely looking out for your best interests. This is a splendid opportunity for exposure.
Fine.
You've grown wings. If you choose not to go, you will have to figure out the penalty fee on your own. In the third image, He-Bai sent Xiao Chen several pictures of swimsuits.
Ah,
I sent them to you? I didn't pay attention to the name.
it was a mistake.
After a while. Now that you've seen them, could you give me your opinion on which one looks best? I am heading to the beach this weekend. Why the silence? Are you embarrassed? Xiao, do you not know how to respond? Have you never been in a relationship? In the fourth image. Xiao Chen, where have you gone? Why are you not in the hotel? Have you sneaked out for some fun? You have filming tomorrow. What do you think you're doing staying out late? Xiao Chen, I went to the convenience store to buy some food. Really? You're not lying to me. Are you? Let me see you on video. Su Ning felt as though her eyes had been harassed upon reading the chat logs. Miles. This made Su Ning recall the so-called girl literature she had seen on a social media platform. So, over the top. So exaggerated. These individuals are somewhat narcissistic, self-righteous, and delusional. Su Ning felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiao Chen and messaged him. You've had it tough. You truly have it hard. Xiao Chen replied with a dog emoji that conveyed a bitter smile. I have been under her control since my debut. She treated me well in the past and didn't overstep. I do not understand why she has changed so drastically. And why is that? It is merely because she views him as the fruit of her labor, one she wishes to keep and cherish, denying any opportunity for others to covet or take a bite. But the issue is that Xiao Chen is a person, not a mere fruit. He possesses his own consciousness, his own life, and is an independent entity. How could he possibly be manipulated? Thinking this way, Su Ning realized that she was the one suffering the most in this situation. She had never uttered a word, yet she was treated as a potential rival and even paraded online. Who among the family understands? This beauty has been mistaken for a mistress, and the other party is not even the legitimate partner. Once these chat logs were revealed, the onlookers reacted. How pitiable for Xiao Chen. How pitiable for Su Ning. I just checked. This He-Bai is over 40. How shameless can she be? Xiao Chen is young enough to be her son. Age is not the issue. The problem is that he has no interest in her. This workplace harassment? Flies do not buzz around uncracked eggs. Xiao Chen, do some self-reflection. So, the victim is at fault. Is that it? I merely applied the words of the onlookers to the onlookers themselves. Su Ning couldn't be bothered with the online scandal. It was the same tired narrative of eternal youth, tears of fervor, perpetual exploitation, and relentless obstinacy. However, Su Ning could understand. She had been there too, having learned to keep her mouth closed after facing misinterpretations a few times. What truly surprised Su Ning the next day at the filming set was when she approached Chunge. I still can't get into character for the scene. Shall we find a place to rehearse privately? All right. Before Chunge could finish, he received a sharp glare from his agent and quickly amended. Let us just practice here. It's not too noisy and won't be a bother. Yang Tian felt a twitch in her eyelids, forcing a smile as she rehearsed lines with Chunge. Lu Sunge, the drama is about to air. Shall we take a selfie together and post it on Weibo? Lu Sun, Tian, let us not create any special treatment. We should stick with the promotional team. He had just been chastised by his agent the day before. Moreover, he had other dramas airing. Stirring up 2 pairs of CPs would not be beneficial for him. Su Ning could no longer contain herself and leaned closer to Zhongying, whispering, Do you know what this scene resembles? What? It's like Tang Sung encountering the queen of the Daughter Kingdom. Open your eyes and look at me. I don't believe you're that oblivious. Chapter 29. Damn it. I detest narcissists the most. Today's scene involves Dan Zhu and the female lead after a heart-wrenching separation designed to entice Xianyuan Yao. The night was as tranquil as water, serene and pleasant, with fireflies flitting among the flower bushes, resembling scattered stars against a pitch-black backdrop. Xianyuan Yao, bearing a hint of wine-s aroma, entered the Fonghua Palace. The palace attendants approached, hesitantly stating, "Your Majesty, the Empress has already retired." Xianyuan Yao surveyed the dark inner courtyard, a slight furrow forming on his brow, before suddenly scoffing, "Your master has quite the temper. I merely visited the Suan Palace, and she seems to have objections. She knows well that I—" His words abruptly halted as Xianyuan Yao clenched his fist. The affairs of the previous dynasty and the inner palace were intricate and convoluted, even as the emperor. He found himself often constrained. He had expected Chang'e to understand him, yet all that remained was disappointment. "Your Majesty, the Empress did not intend it." A pure white light flickered from the darkness, revealing Danju, clad in a spring-green gown, as she approached Xianyuan Yao with her head lowered. As she bowed, her swan-like neck, pale as jade, was unveiled, accompanied by a faint, elusive fragrance. The physician mentioned that the Empress has been feeling emotionally distressed and requires ample rest. Hence, she has retired early these past few days, not intentionally avoiding Your Majesty. Before Danju could finish her sentence, Xianyuan Yao lifted her chin with his finger. The usually aloof and distant visage of hers flushed lightly, which held a peculiar charm. "I recall your name is Danju?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." Danju S. Long. Curled eyelashes trembled slightly. "It is a lovely name. Recently, I find myself short of attendance, so you shall come to serve me." "Your Majesty." Surprise flashed in Danju's eyes, but she dared not refuse. Everyone knew what the emperor's words entailed. Xianyuan Yao's gaze, clear and devoid of desire, drifted past the window of the inner chamber, where he seemed to catch a fleeting shadow. Once Xianyuan Yao departed, Danju slowly lowered her head, her fingers gripping the lantern turning pale, her expression inscrutable. "Good. This scene is done." Director Liu clapped his hands, and Su Ning immediately set down the lantern, exhaling a sigh of relief. "I was initially worried about my portrayal of this peony, but I did not expect to nail it in one take. My practice was not in vain." Su Ning fanned her face with her hand, attempting to dispel the warmth blooming on her cheeks. As for the blush, it was entirely due to her effort to hold her breath. Not far away, Qingge had been casting her strange glances several times. Did she blush so easily because of him? Otherwise, to achieve such a rosy effect, one would need makeup or a gust of warm wind. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? As this thought crossed his mind, Qingge recalled how Su Ning usually regarded him and Lu Tiantian with disdain, even secretly recording a lengthy audio clip. Could it be jealousy? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his revelation, and as Su Ning passed by him, he suddenly exclaimed, "Stop thinking about it, I'm not your type. Besides, you made me look so ridiculous online." Su Ning? Looking up, she realized Qingge was indeed addressing her, leaving her utterly speechless. Yes, speechless. She had no idea how to articulate the bizarre combination of disbelief and indignation she felt at that moment. Thus, she slowly raised her fist towards Qingge, and as he stepped back, thinking she was about to strike him, she instead gave him an impudent middle finger. "Oh, and I almost forgot to mention. Can your acting be as minimal as your pay? Damn it. I detest narcissists the most. Do you think everyone adores you like Chairman Mao? What kind of look is that from Yang Tiantian? Did she really think everyone was as blind as she was?" It wasn't until Su Ning disappeared from sight that Fang Qing could still hear her incessant complaints. Fang Qing thought to himself, "See, she's anxious. There's definitely something she's hiding." In any case, he would never admit to having misjudged the situation. On Saturday afternoon, Qin Wan received a phone call from his mother just after finishing work. "What's the matter?" he asked, casually reaching for the coffee his assistant had brewed, only to pause with it near his lips before putting it down again. Drinking it now would disrupt his sleep later. Qin's mother was quite agitated. "What do you mean? What's the matter? Don't you remember what important day it is tonight?" Qin Wan furrowed his brow, pondering what day it could be. It wasn't his parents' birthdays, nor his brother's. Could it possibly be your father and I's 30th wedding anniversary? Get lost. That's still 25 days away. Is it the day you promised to take me to the beauty salon? When have you ever taken me there, you unfilial son? Or perhaps it's the anniversary of Qiansui's passing. Qiansui was the turtle his mother had bought last year, initially intended as a pet. Unfortunately, one evening, his dear mother, feeling peckish, had led the turtle back to its primal fate. With her embarrassing history exposed, Qin's mother was furious, You little rascal. Tonight is the premiere of your girlfriend's drama. Chinwon's lips twitched. Isn't there a possibility that she's not my girlfriend? Chin's mother retorted. I understand. You young people like to call each other husband and wife. Tonight, your wife's drama is airing. So come back and watch it with us. Chinwon chose silence, unable to refute her. Chin's mother exclaimed, See, I was right. At 8 o'clock, the first episode of Chonglo was set to air. Before the broadcast, Su Ning had already shared a promotional post on Weibo, captioning it, Tune in at 8 to watch The Bad Woman. If you have complaints, send them to the production team, but no insults allowed. The comments section was filled with praises for her. Most eye-catching were the avalanche of supportive comments, some forming a matrix, others filled with various emojis, and some even accompanying lovely photos, showering her with extravagant compliments. Su Ning found it quite overwhelming. Could these possibly be hired fans? She clicked on a few profiles and was surprised to find they were genuine fans, actively sharing her live streams, editing her photos, cutting her videos, and even arguing with haters on her behalf. After much contemplation, Su Ning couldn't fathom why these individuals had become her fans. Had her insults somehow made them fall in love with her? What was this Stockholm syndrome? Shengshi Entertainment quickly reposted Su Ning's Weibo. Ning Ning is too modest. Don't miss it tonight at 8. The official account of Zhan Yan also shared, Ning Ning, remember to come early for the advertisement shoot. I'll catch up on the drama first. To her surprise, Xiao Chen also shared it, adding, How could anyone insult her? Compliments are all that are warranted. The comment section below this post buzzed with excitement. What is going on? I sense a hint of ambiguity. Is the main character leading the charge and spreading sugar? Feed it to me. Shut up. Someone quipped. Xiao Su is the real deal. What kind of CP name is that? Don't spout nonsense. Xiao Xiao is just supporting a friend. There were also those eager for drama. Chinwon, hurry. Your wife is about to be snatched away. Chinwon, who happened to see this tagged post, thought to himself, I'm starting to forget what wife even means. Out of sheer impulse. Seeing Xiao Chen's repost and the myriad of pairing comments below, Chinwon also shared Su Ning's post. Currently caught up in the whirlwind of social media. You fan pleaded. Please, just stop showing off. As soon as Chinwon's post went live, the spectators swiftly shifted their attention. The Vinegar King had reposted. He's coming. He arrives reeking of vinegar. Does President Qin not deserve a few words? Simply reposting seems so dry. President Qin is too busy disciplining his wife right now. How sweet. It feels like the corpse spots have faded. Qin's mother scrolled through Weibo, casting a knowing glance at Chinwon. Oh my. It seems I can look forward to my grandchild soon. Chinwon thought. When did I not notice how eccentric my mother is? As the opening theme concluded, the first episode of Chonglo officially began, and the barrage of comments increased. Zhou Ming truly deserves her title as the leading actress. Her acting remains unparalleled. The male lead has made his entrance. Their chemistry is undeniable. Yang Tian is also quite charming. She's rather adorable. I find YTT a tad pretentious. Chong Lo and Xian Yuanyao are so perfectly in sync. They truly deserve to be the leads. When Su Ning finally appeared on screen, viewers were astonished. Is this still the Su Ning I know, who could only perform the zombie dance? Her acting is so impressive, it's a bit frightening.
Wow.
Did Su Ning take acting classes? She's far superior to those side characters. It only natural for the second female lead to outshine the extras? Don't spoil her too much. Who says the lead has to outshine the supporting roles? If that were the case, those popular stars would have long stepped back. Exactly. I'm so tired of watching cringeworthy dramas where 40-something women attempt to play 16-year-olds. It's just so awkward. Seeing Su Ning now makes her look so delicate and lovely. Su Ning interjected, Am I really that ugly? No matter how flattering the comments were, she was still playing a villain. Now, those who say they like her don't end up getting slapped in the face later. So, what if she's a villain? Nowadays, villains are often more captivating than protagonists, especially those full of lofty ideals yet ultimately just seeking a romance, ending up with 2 kids after 3 years. It's utterly disillusioning. After seeing too many trending searches, I feel like Yang Tian's character and the male leads are exchanging glances. I can't even ship the official pairing anymore. Where's the evidence? I can't see it. Not seeing it is the right approach. As the saying goes, you can't hide your affection for one person, but you must conceal it for 2.
Ha ha ha.
The one above is really sharp-tongued. as Su Ning ate while watching the drama. She only realized the show's ratings had surpassed one when she saw the celebratory WeChat message from YouFan. After the first 2 episodes aired, the main cast promptly shared their celebratory Weibo posts, and Su Ning followed suit. The comment section was predominantly positive. There were also some negative reviews that were upvoted, to which Su Ning replied, "Darling, remember to stay up late every night, wear a few extra layers when it's cold, and pile on the blankets when it's hot. Make sure to have midnight snacks, skip breakfast if you can, and if you must read, remember to turn off the lights. For those who have grievances against me, feel free to voice them. I'll delete all your comments shortly, so you can experience what it's like to hit a wall of cotton." Her impressive performance in the drama and candid remarks outside of it quickly propelled Su Ning into several trending searches. Su Ning, Changlo, Su Ning's acting, Su Ning's response to haters, and Su Ning Danju. In an instant, she became the biggest winner of the show. Overnight, she gained 1 million followers. With the drama airing, various invitations followed. YouFan carefully selected 2 television dramas, a film, and a variety show for Su Ning. Su Ning protested, "Are you treating me like a workhorse?" YouFan shot her an incredulous look. "This is a blessing that countless people yearn for." Su Ning shot back, "Would you like this blessing if I handed it over to you?" YouFan certainly desired to earn a daily 208, but Su Ning was barely scraping by and constantly facing criticism, so he shook his head without hesitation. He didn't want to suffer. He just wanted to reap the rewards. Su Ning quipped, "Your decisiveness leaves me feeling cold." After 2 days without filming, Su Ning immediately went to Zhangyan to shoot promotional videos and materials for advertisements. There's not a moment to rest. It's time to charge into a new battlefield. Su Wei stood behind the camera, observing Su Ning, whose complexion was flawless and radiant, posing in various ways to showcase the products as per the photographer's instructions. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, a star is a star. Their foundation is not something an ordinary person can compare to. I can't even see a single pore." "Absolutely," the stylist concurred, "especially when you compare them to those internet celebrities who are praised to the heavens. Standing next to a star, they truly appear pitiful." The operations manager beside her suddenly interjected, "Oh, by the way, a few days ago, Sun Ling's agent mentioned to me that they hope we can renew our contract with Sun Ling. They even stated they wouldn't mind having dual endorsers." "Wouldn't mind? Do they have the audacity to say such things?" Su Wei furrowed her brow. "Our 2-year contract with Sun Ling has already expired. There's no issue with not renewing it. However, they insist that Sun Ling has been the face of Zhangyan for 8 years. And when it was managed by the previous owner, she was never replaced. They want you to reconsider." Su Wei crossed her arms and scoffed, "As if she has done us some grand favor. Those veteran endorsers who are truly deserving of emotional appeals either maintain a humble attitude for years and cooperate with promotional efforts, or they express gratitude by not demanding exorbitant fees. I am not averse to increasing her payment, but every renewal, she demands an additional several million, and over the years, she has consistently neglected her work. There have been numerous occasions when her presence was required for shoots and roadshows, yet she kept postponing, wasting everyone's time. Why should I renew with her? If she brings it up again, just ignore her and block her outright." Meanwhile, the agent, who had been anxiously awaiting a response, relayed the situation to Sun Ling enraged. Sun Ling smashed a table full of Zhangyan cosmetics, exclaiming, "Who does Su Wei think she is? How dare she replace me at a whim?" The agent, aware of certain details, explained, "It's likely because that Su Ning is Su Wei's benefactor. And Su Wei replaced you in gratitude." "Huh? Gratitude? You believe everything you hear. Clearly, Su Wei is just trying to make a name for herself with her new position." Sun Ling retorted, her frustration palpable. "If it weren't for my dire financial situation, I wouldn't even bother with this endorsement." "So, what do you propose?" the agent asked, unwilling to concede defeat. A few years ago, when Sun Ling was flourishing as an 85 flower, this endorsement seemed trivial. However, in recent years, the 95 flower and even 00 flower generations have emerged, leading to a dwindling of Sun Ling's resources. Now, her agent is struggling alongside her. "Help me find out when they're doing the roadshow." "What are you scheming?" the agent asked, on high alert. Sun Ling's eyes glinted coldly. "What do you think I'm planning? Of course, I'm going to send a grand gift to Zhangyan and the new spokesperson." Chapter 31. Look at me. My skin is radiant. The roadshow for Zhangyan naturally provided all the clothing and accessories. Early in the morning, Su Ning sat in the makeup room, allowing several makeup artists to adorn her as if she were a BJD doll. "Miss Su has such a beautiful base. I almost hesitate to apply makeup. One of them remarked. Indeed, a beauty deserves exquisite makeup. Today's roadshow will surely be a success. No wonder Mr. Chin is so fond of Miss Su. Who wouldn't he admire such a face? Previously, only Mr. Chin's name had been known. There had never been any rumors about him. This was a first for Miss Su. This is not a rumor. If it were, Mr. Chin would have clarified it long ago. Admit it, Mr. Chin is in love with Miss Ning. Su Ning quipped, although, at the moment, I'm just worried about my magical castle beneath my feet. Why do these two speak as if they are in an old idol drama? She almost doubted if they would utter, I've never seen a young master so attentive to a woman. Has Su Ning's heart fluttered? No, her heart is just agitated. After finishing her makeup, Su Ning didn't even have time to drink water before it was time to go. She stood up, lifting her floor-length white gown, and, guided by the host, stepped onto the already constructed stage. Ning Ning, Ning Ning, look here. You look so beautiful today. The fans in the audience, waving their support items, shrieked with excitement. Surprised, Su Ning waved back at them. The camera in the official live stream focused on her. Ning Ning had finally made her appearance. The little lemons had been waiting impatiently. Ning Ning's makeup was simply stunning today, resembling a fairy. Who is this? Don't you recognize Su Ning? The new spokesperson for Zhang Yan. I don't know her. What about Sun Ling? I've been using Zhang Yan for years. Wasn't he Sun Ling always the spokesperson? I'd like to know too. I heard Zhang Yan is now under the management of the Su family's young lady. With a change in leadership, they've ousted the old contributors. No way. This young lady is going too far. Who'll still buy Zhang Yan now? If you don't buy, there are plenty of others who will. Huh, relying on these underage fans of flowery stars? Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, the host posed a question. Has Ning Ning used Zhang Yan before? No. Su Ning replied, holding the microphone without a moment's hesitation. The host was momentarily taken aback. It was a question she couldn't follow up.
Ha ha ha.
The spokesperson doesn't even use the product she endorses. Isn't that hilarious? Who would dare buy it now? Su Ning is so unprofessional. Didn't she prepare her answers in advance? This just proves how necessary advertising laws are. I can never understand why male celebrities endorse women as products. They don't experience menstrual pain. Anticipating what the comments were saying, Su Ning quickly shifted her narrative. To be fair, I truly hadn't used it before. Back then, I was earning a meager salary of $2,500 a month and couldn't afford such expensive cosmetics. I wondered if the packaging was made of gold or if the ingredients contained gold. However, after becoming the spokesperson for Zhang Yan, who generously provides me with samples, I truly opened the door to a new world. This month, I've been using Zhang Yan's cream every night. Just look at how much my dark circles have diminished, and my skin has improved significantly. I can stay up late filming without worrying about damaging my skin. Zhang Yan's toner and lotion have excellent hydration and moisturizing effects. My makeup no longer flakes off. Why is the camera so far away? Come closer and capture my face for the audience. Look closely, isn't my skin radiant? When Su Ning's face appeared on the screen, the audience was momentarily stunned before erupting. It's vibrant and lively. Ha, Su Ning truly knows how to entertain. But indeed, Su Ning's skin is flawless. The makeup is exceptionally well done. What shade is that lipstick? It really brightens her complexion. The eye makeup looks so clean and adds to her charm. I'm sold on that eyeshadow palette and mascara. Hurry, bring out the cream Su Ning mentioned. I can't wait to buy it. Just add more coupons. I want to buy. Who knows if she's really using Zhang Yan? Don't let it be false advertising. Su Ning, having spotted that comment, replied, I knew someone would say that, so I record videos every day of me using Zhang Yan products. Let me show you. Su Ning opened her phone gallery, locating a video filled with hundreds of clips of her using Zhang Yan skincare and makeup products. Now that's a solid defense. Su Ning is quite serious. However, seeing a celebrity genuinely using the products instills a sense of safety. With such a great product, I'm diving in. Sincerity is always a winning strategy. I'm sold. Watching the live stream, Chin's mother immediately forwarded the link to the family group chat. The debt collector's father. Your daughter-in-law is live selling. Hurry up and buy. Buy. The debt collector's father. Shocked. Are you talking about me? What would a man like me need with cosmetics? The matriarch. Can't you buy some for clients? Am I dead? Why don't you send me some? The debt collector's father. When did you start using such inexpensive cosmetics? The matriarch. From today onwards. The matriarch. Debt collector number 1 and debt collector number 2. Debt collector number 1. Mom, don't be angry. I'll buy it right now. Debt collector number 2. Since it's a command from mother, it must be arranged. The matriarch. Someone shouldn't need reminding, right? Debt collector number 2. Debt collector number 3. When pursuing a girl, one must be generous. If you don't understand, I'll teach you. Debt collector number 3. She is my employee, not that kind of relationship. Debt collector number 2. Don't be disingenuous. The matriarch. Don't be disingenuous. The other two chimed in. Don't be disingenuous. Qin Jian covered his eyes. Copying and pasting everything will only harm you. Qin's mother once again shared the live stream link in her friend circle. This little girl has her first endorsement. Everyone, please show your support. Tian Tai inquired. Who is this? Lin Tai responded, great. I'll purchase 10 sets right away. A friend at the card table, Ahua, chimed in. What you recommend is certainly of good quality. Buying is the way to go. A pesky critic remarked. Oh, are we resorting to such cheap goods now? Qin's mother replied. Supporting domestic products is everyone's responsibility. I see you've revealed your treasonous nature. The critic retorted. Is this moral coercion? Su Ning was still addressing the barrage of comments. Reminding everyone, spend within your means, avoid overspending, and no consumption for minors. Suddenly, the host exclaimed, oh my. A heartfelt thank you to the husband of Shi for ordering 1,000 sets of the Zhan Yen Supreme package. Thanks to Qin Feng for his order of 500 Supreme packages. Thank you to the one here to support my sister-in-law for ordering 200 Supreme packages. Thank you to Mr. Q for his 500 Supreme package order. The host continued to express gratitude, and Su Ning found herself gaping at the flood of purchase notifications, as if a quail egg had lodged in her mouth. Each Supreme package costs a staggering 888 yuan. To think these individuals have bought so many in one go, could they possibly be fulfilling some divine mission requiring them to spend millions daily to survive? The loyal viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your long-lost steward Wang. Jealousy has rendered me unrecognizable. Poverty is not frightening. What terrifies me is that the impoverished person is indeed myself. This time, I am genuinely shattered. Oh, dear. Are these star chasers so affluent now? It seems the younger generation outshines the older one. The ABO division has concluded. Confirmed, I am indeed a poor soul. Heart emoji. At that moment, Sun Ling at the roadshow nearly ground her silver teeth to dust, her eyes reddening in frustration. How can that wretched girl be so fortunate? No. I cannot let them revel in this any longer. Chapter 32. Happiness returns to Sister Ning. A quick-witted viewer in the comments asked, is this Qin Feng who placed the order, the eldest son of the Qin group? Indeed. The names match. Ladies, I just checked. And the CEO of the Qin group is married to Yuan Shui. The one who just ordered 1,000 sets is calling himself Shui's husband, right? The one mentioning sister-in-law must be the second young master of the Qin family. My goodness, Mr. Q must undoubtedly be President Qin. This is a whole family backing Su Ning. Heavens! That wretched girl Su Ning is truly blessed. Happiness returns to Sister Ning. Little lemons. Hurry and follow the steps of the Qin son-in-law. Let us go. In an instant, several packages in the live stream were met with a buying frenzy, with the relatively lower-priced ones selling out immediately. The more Sun Ling watched, the more infuriated she became, clearing her throat twice. Several people in the live stream turned their cameras towards her. Isn't that Sun Ling? Didn't they say she didn't renew her contract? Why is she still here? Two live streamers were the first to speak up, and their audience echoed in the comments. Sun Ling brushed her hair from her forehead, revealing a slightly pale yet graceful face. I came to take a look. After all, I collaborated with Zhan Yen for many years. Though it's regrettable I didn't renew my contract this time, I still feel a bit uneasy. When Zhan Yen first signed me, I was merely an obscure little star, and it was also a newly established beauty brand. Over the years, we have grown together. Seeing it thrive now, with such high sales brought in by the new spokesperson, I can finally rest easy. Had I been the one on stage today, I might not have been able to enhance its success. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her reluctant gaze drifting across the stage. The commotion drew considerable attention, and many were captivated by Sun Ling's words, offering her comfort. Sister Ling, you're being too modest. Everyone knows Zhan Yan's success is largely due to your diligent promotion over the years. Absolutely. Though I've never used Zhan Yan's products, I've certainly heard your slogan, Zhan Yan, unleash your beauty, for years. Not to mention, I think Zhan Yan has acted unfairly. They shouldn't disregard their longtime spokesperson just for the sake of traffic.
Yes.
Sister Ling has made significant contributions, and just because her fame has waned, Zhang Yan unceremoniously cast her aside. How heartless. The fervor in these live streams quickly influenced the official stream, where a cadre of Sister Ling's defenders bombarded the chat. Sun Ling is present. Don't you have anything to say? Sun Ling has endorsed your brand for 8 years. You change spokespeople without reason. Doesn't that weigh on your conscience? How shameless of Su Ning to reap the rewards of another's labor. I want to see which unscrupulous person is placing orders. The 4 male heirs of the Qin family reacted swiftly. Qin 1 instructed his team, have the public relations department investigate this Sun Ling situation thoroughly, especially her financial status over the past 2 years. As the saying goes, no one rises early without profit. I want to believe Sun Ling is genuinely so selfless.
Zhang Yan.
Refund. Returns. The viewers are incensed. Working class people can't tolerate such injustice. It's like laboring hard to build a project, only to be dismissed and replaced by a favored acquaintance. Indeed, if Su Ning had any conscience, she would terminate the contract with Zhang Yan. Otherwise, I'll unfollow.
Hey.
Aren't you a little lemon? You know deep down. As the comments shifted dramatically, the host hurriedly clarified, it's not like that. Our contract with Sister Ling was terminated normally. There's no dispute. Thankfully, despite the live stream incident, very few people applied for refunds. Otherwise, this host would truly lose her mind. Of course, if it were irregular, you would owe her compensation. Stop dodging the issue. We want to know why the contract was terminated. Su Wei, come out and explain. And Su Ning, stop acting like a ghost. Su Ning glanced at the comments and then at Sun Ling, still playing the victim not far away, utterly perplexed. While others at work face difficulties and strive to overcome them, she creates problems where none exist. How novel. This live stream incident quickly trended on social media. And as the storm brewed, marketing accounts and keyboard warriors seized their weapons, vehemently criticizing Su Ning, Su Wei, and Zhang Yan, even targeting the Su family behind them. In an instant, the Su group stock plummeted, with major shareholders and partners urgently contacting Su's father, demanding swift resolution. Or else they would bring back Sun Ling as the spokesperson. Su Wei promptly arrived on site, first expressing concern for Su Ning. Are you alright? I'm so sorry you had to face this situation. Su Ning shook her head. What could possibly happen to me? Before she could finish her sentence, an object came flying towards them. Su Ning pushed Su Wei's head down to dodge, turning to see a rotten egg splatter against the promotional backdrop. Following that, cups of milk tea, leftover takeout, and chic little items from the boutique were hurled their way. Su Ning exclaimed, "What a ruckus. This is outrageous. I'm not a prisoner being paraded through the streets, having everything thrown at me." Security quickly arrived, and after escorting the troublemakers away, the venue fell silent. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. Su Wei looked at Su Ning, feeling immensely guilty. I'm so sorry you had to endure this undeserved calamity. Rest assured, I will never agree to terminate the contract. I will increase your pay as compensation. As Su Wei strode towards the camera, Su Ning grasped her arm. What are you doing? I'm going to explain to the audience. How will you explain? The reason of a normal contract termination won't satisfy them. Su Wei paused, contemplating. I don't understand how a normal business transaction could spiral into this. Because of the hired trolls. Su Ning walked ahead of her, seized the host's microphone and announced, since we're all here, why doesn't teacher Sun come up and have a chat? Sun Ling lifted her head, meeting Su Ning's gaze, which held a hint of a smile that made her feel inexplicably guilty. What are we talking about? Su Ning responded with a radiant smile. Let us discuss how you managed to squander millions in a single day, transforming from a billionaire to someone buried in debt within a month. Chapter 33. I share no common ground with gambling and drugs. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Ling's mind exploded with confusion, staring at Su Ning as if she were a ghost. Could this insufferable girl truly possess the ability to predict fortunes? No. That's impossible. She must have merely heard some baseless rumors, attempting to frighten me. Sun Ling quickly donned a facade of innocence, her voice tinged with grievance. I have no idea what I did to deserve such slander from you. Su Ning, even with her toes, could surmise that many in the live broadcast room were likely cursing her. Are you performing in a period drama, playing the role of a pure and innocent flower? If you want to speak, then I shall take it upon myself to enlighten everyone. 2 years ago, during your careers, Nadir, you inadvertently clicked on a browser link featuring seductive dealers engaging in online card games. You, who have always enjoyed gambling, soon found yourself addicted to online betting.
And rather recklessly at that.
Initially, you won a few million effortlessly, but before long, not only did you lose your winnings, but you also found yourself in debt by tens of millions. The live stream audience reacted. Oh my goodness. Is this true?
I feel like it is.
Did you not see how flushed Su Ning's face has become? Gambling truly ruins lives. Back in my hometown, many displaced persons have been targeted by these people, losing hundreds of thousands or even millions in underground casinos in just a few days. This matter cannot be taken at face value. One should refrain from jumping to conclusions without evidence. Su Ning could no longer contain her true nature, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. I have never gambled." Really? Su Ning calmly took a seat, mentally rifling through the gossip compendium, while reiterating, "In the past 2 years, you have made multiple trips to Macau, Vietnam, and Cambodia, with no legitimate business activities there. You know full well what you were doing. Flight information can easily be traced. However, I must admit, I admire your tenacity. After losing so much money in Macau and being captured to serve as a mistress for the casino owner, you managed to escape successfully. Truly, you possess a certain skill." While Su Ning initially wished to refrain from discussing these sordid details, the recent unpleasantness had her irate, leaving her little room for restraint. "I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If you cross me, I shall retaliate." The audience chimed in. Wow, what an information-packed revelation. Why does Su Ning even bother? She had such a bright future ahead, yet succumbed to a gambling addiction. There are quite a few celebrities who have faced similar fates. Just recently, a certain male star divorced his wife due to gambling. If this is true, Su Ning will surely be labeled a disgraceful artist and face a ban. Why squander a good life on such pursuits? Let this serve as a cautionary tale. I share no common ground with gambling and drugs. Wait, did you forget something? Red symbolizes destruction, blue represents indifference, green signifies disguise, white embodies emptiness, pink denotes hypocrisy, purple suggests mystery, orange indicates anger, black is for belonging, and yellow is for me. I truly enjoy interacting with you talented individuals. Su Ning stumbled slightly, her agent dumbfounded, turning to her with a sharp inquiry. Did you truly engage in those activities? I did not. I did not. Then what are you afraid of? Su Ning steadied her nerves, gritting her teeth. Su Ning, if you have the ability, produce concrete evidence. Otherwise, I shall sue you for defamation. I know my sudden appearance here has disrupted your roadshow, overshadowing you in popularity, and you harbor resentment. But you have no right to tarnish my reputation. I am not like others who can tolerate your reckless words. Indeed, you are not a delicate queen. You possess both strength and means. Su Ning rolled her eyes silently. If you wish to sue, go ahead. The court will gather evidence, ensuring no one is unjustly defamed. Nor will black be turned to white. By the way, before you proceed with your lawsuit, remember to repay your online loans. Or the court will discover significant issues with your credit, indicating more than just ordinary financial troubles. While this development complicated matters considerably, Su Ning was undeterred, knowing she was in the right. At that moment, a group of tall men clad in black suddenly burst through the door. "We've found her. Su Ning. When do you plan to repay the money you owe our platform? Can a big star even pay back a few $100,000? And what about the $250,000 we are owed? Our $600,000. If you lack funds, you can offer your house as collateral." The debt collectors surrounded Su Ning, who had previously defended her, now wishing to distance themselves as far away as possible. They were there to collect debts and certainly did not wish to gamble with their lives. Back off. Back off. The scene descended into chaos, and the next moment, a convoy of black cars stopped outside. A middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed black sunglasses and exuding an imposing aura comparable to a double-door refrigerator, emerged from the lead luxury vehicle. "Su Ning, long time no see. What are you doing here?" Su Ning gasped in shock. "Do you need my help? As long as you are willing to return with me, I will ensure your debts are settled." The audience was now even more electrified. Oh my goodness. Is this the legendary casino owner?
Wow.
That aura, that appearance. Su Ning, don't you dare reject him. You're playing hard to get, aren't you? Trying to enact a dramatic chase for love. Or perhaps a runaway with a baby plot. Boss, we found the woman. And she is accompanied by 2 children who look just like you. Enough. Enough. I have the picture in my mind now. Can you all stop letting your morals follow your looks? What kind of good person could run a casino? Su Wei lamented. I thought the casino owner would be some unsightly character, which is why Su Ning was reluctant. It seems Su Ning has principles when it comes to relationships. Su Ning interjected, "You're jumping to conclusions too soon." Then they heard the man say, "While you have erred, your skills in serving are commendable. So your father has decided to forgive you this once. He awaits you in Macau. Do not squander this opportunity." Su Wei exclaimed, "Huh?" The audience echoed, "Huh?" This man appears to be in his 40s. How old must his father be? No wonder Su Ning is trying to escape. Who would be attracted to an old man? What? Are they after his age or his lack of hygiene? It seems wealth isn't everything. I understand. Before dating, I would have settled for anyone with money. After dating, I realize I'm not as enamored with wealth. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of others, Su Ning gritted her teeth in fury. Get lost. I will never agree to that. Very well. The man shrugged, showing no signs of regret. I wish you, Miss Sun, a swift resolution to this mess. Before departing, the man cast a glance at the unflappable and calm Su Ning on stage. Miss, would you be interested in marrying the son of the gambling king? Su Ning paused for a moment, then raised her middle finger. First, defeat your older siblings and allow your mother to become the legitimate wife before you can claim to be the son of the gambling king. Here, we do not recognize polygamy. The man's gaze darkened, and with a cold snort, he left without another word. Chapter 34, Joining an Extraordinary Variety Show. Mr. Qin. The matter has been resolved. The head of the public relations department stood before Qin Wan, earnestly reporting. The debt collection agents were each given 500, and the other companies were instructed to keep their mouths shut. Good. You've done well, you may leave. Qin Wan waved his hand, his attention returning to the computer where Su Ning was diligently conducting her roadshow, seemingly unaffected by the earlier chaos. Quite bold of her. As for that self-important illegitimate child. Qin Wan dialed a number to Qin Yi. I recall you have a friend involved in the casino business in Macau. A rather significant one? Qin Yi waved away the approaching female model and remarked cheekily, "Oh really? What's the matter? Are you here to seek revenge for your sister-in-law? No, rather, could you inquire if he has any needs for financing or industry expansion?"
He.
Just keep being obstinate. Understood. I will reach out immediately. After completing her roadshow, Su Ning was utterly exhausted. When Yu Fan came to pick her up, he teased her, saying, "I thought you were a robot," showing no signs of fatigue. Su Ning retorted, "What do you know? The vitality I exude in front of the camera, undeterred by difficulties, is a manifestation of my noble and unyielding spirit, right?"
No.
It's money. Glancing at her account balance, earnings from live streams, endorsement fees, roadshow payments, and a portion of contracts from the film crew, Su Ning had now amassed over 2 million in savings, making her a modestly wealthy young woman. Although this sum paled in comparison to the tens of millions earned by some actors for a single role, Su Ning felt quite satisfied. After all, just 2 months ago, she was a struggling girl earning a meager 2,500 as an allowance. Her phone rang, and upon checking, she saw it was her mother calling. "Hello, Mom. What's wrong?" "Oh, Su Ning. Why did you send me such an expensive gift? Your cousin saw the cosmetics you sent and said one item is worth several thousand. Are you doing something you shouldn't be doing out there? You mustn't act recklessly." Su Ning stifled a laugh. Her parents, still new to the internet, probably had no idea that she had gained a modicum of fame. "Of course not. Your daughter is a law-abiding citizen. These are samples sent by the brand I endorse. I have plenty more. By the way, you didn't give those cosmetics to your cousin, did you?" No. How would I dare? I thought if you were indeed involved in something illicit, I'd return it and seek leniency for you." Su Ning twitched her lips. What kind of image did her mother have of her?
Mom.
"I'll send you some money to spend soon." "Oh, what money do we need?" "There's enough at home, and your younger brother is also tutoring now. We're not short on cash. You've worked hard for your earnings. Save it for yourself." After pondering, Su Ning decided not to tell her mother about her newfound fame and earnings. She planned to save enough to buy a house outright in their hometown or perhaps in the capital to bring her parents to live with her. It wasn't that she didn't trust her parents, but rather the relatives. Her parents had such soft hearts that before they could even warm the money in their palms, those bizarre relatives might borrow it away. Several of her relatives still owed her family tens of thousands. It was all hard-earned money. In this day and age, those who borrow money are the true masters. As the mother and daughter chatted, Su Ning suddenly recalled a novel she had recently read and jested with her mother. "Mom, what if our family is actually quite wealthy and you and Dad are just pretending to be poor to temper me? What are you thinking? If we were wealthy, would I still be laboring away raising pigs? So, if you're not rich, what about my grandparents? Perhaps they are also pretending to be poor? There was silence on the other end, and Su Ning curiously asked, "Hello? Hello? Wait a moment, I'll call your grandmother."
Ha ha ha.
Just joking with you. After hanging up, Su Ning turned around to find Yu Fan looking at her in shock. What's wrong? You have parents?
Get lost.
You're the orphan here.
Oh.
I'm just a bit surprised. You never mentioned them before. Well, you never asked. Yu Fan chuckled awkwardly and handed her a notebook. This is the variety show I mentioned to you earlier. Take a look when you have time. Su Ning flipped through it. Isn't this the travel show abroad? The first stop is Japan. She had initially planned to post on Weibo about going to Japan and thought of a name that sounded Japanese but was recognizable as Chinese. How about Kenri Finzi? Or perhaps Hiroshima Atom? But then she exclaimed, how did it turn into a rural experience where I have to play the role of a daughter-in-law?
Huh?
I must have given you the wrong one. This daughter-in-law show. I intend to decline. The concept is all over the place. They're trying to take advantage of you since you're not very famous yet. Wait a moment. Su Ning interjected, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. This variety show sounds quite interesting. It would be a pity not to go. On the day of filming the show, Su Ning arrived at the airport early. Soon, she was greeted by the first guest of the show, apart from herself, Rao Man, a celebrated actress from the 90s who had won numerous awards and was the most prominent figure in the entire production team. Hello, Su Ning. I've watched your performance in Changlo. You were exceptional. May I ask how the plot unfolds from here? I can hardly wait to know. Su Ning was taken aback. She hadn't expected such a big star to watch her drama. Blushing slightly, she replied, I can't give away any spoilers, but if you're truly curious, you could read the original novel. The drama doesn't deviate much from it. Well, never mind then, Rao Man said, slightly disappointed. I really detest reading. It takes me a long time to prepare myself, just to read a script.
Ha ha ha.
You're truly delightful. Just then, another guest arrived, the young actress Lu Yen, who walked straight up to Rao Man's sister man. Hello. I'm your fan. I've watched every movie you've starred in. Hello, hello. The two engaged in enthusiastic greetings, and after a brief chat, Lu Yen turned and headed straight to the resting area without pausing for a moment, as if only she and Rao Man were present. Su Ning reached out to greet her. Well, alright then. Next came the third female guest, the singer by Shuero, a girl whose name reflected her appearance, delicate and seemingly fragile. Upon seeing her, Su Ning's eyes widened slightly. Isn't she the guest who was bullied by the old bachelor? How despicable. And she's just a girl born in 2000. Those shameless people are truly terrible. Rao Man remarked. It seems she heard something. Chapter 35. Turning the tables. You won to get away with this. Finally, another guest arrived, an old acquaintance of Su Ning. Hello, Sister Rao Man, Sister Lu Yen. Sister by Shuero. Oh no, I meant little sister. Hello. Su Ning, I truly didn't expect to see you here. I'm so happy. Su Ning looked at Yang Tian, who seemed energized, thinking to herself, this girl really does have a penchant for calling everyone sister. I didn't expect it either. Now that the second and third female leads from the Changlo crew are absent, Ing Jia and Fong Chung will be busy. But didn't Yang Tian have shooting tasks these past few days? At this moment, Director Liu was fuming. She's not even famous yet. And she's already taking leave every few days. Should I be grateful she's not delaying the shoot? Fong Chung, looking perplexed, asked, Director, are you talking about Su Ning? I also think she has gone too far. Running off for endorsements and variety shows. What about our crew?
Get lost.
Director Liu shouted, throwing the script at him. Su Ning working overtime these past few days? I'm talking about your crush.
Ah?
Fong Chung scratched his head. After thinking, he realized that indeed, although Tian had appeared frequently in the crew, she often found excuses to take leave, and she wasn't here today. No wonder the director was angry. Lu Sun attempted to explain for Yang Tian, perhaps she's not feeling well lately. Director Lu, please don't be too upset. She can make up her scenes when she returns. Not feeling well, yet she has the energy to go play the role of a wife in the countryside? You two are just enabling her. You'll regret it when it's your turn to cry. Fong Chung replied, Director, that's a bit too harsh. Get lost. Hurry up and touch up your makeup. If she's not filming, you all better work overtime for me. The big star marries into my family is a live-streaming variety show. As everyone gathered, Director Chi Fei clapped his hands, saying, all right, let us go. Wait. Su Ning suddenly raised her hand in protest. I said stop. Before the commencement of the program, I would like to propose a suggestion. As the camera focused on Su Ning's exquisite visage, Director Chi felt a twinge of caution rising within him.
What?
Upon reviewing the rules of the show, it appears that several guests are to assume the role of daughters-in-law in simple, rustic farming families, and subsequently, the families and the live audience will rate them, correct? Director Chi affirmed, yes. Is there a problem? Su Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, a significant one. Director, why on earth should the families rate their daughters-in-law? Do you believe that being a daughter-in-law in the countryside comes with KPIs to fulfill? The director, taken aback, replied, but you are the guests. Isn't it normal to be rated? Su Ning retorted, why is it normal? Who doesn't he know that in rural settings, the most burdensome role is that of the daughter-in-law? She must care for her in-laws, be attentive to her husband and children, and shoulder the majority of household chores, not to mention the labor in the fields. And yet, you expect her to be the one evaluated? Director Chi felt overwhelmed by Su Ning's fervor, but you are not actual daughters-in-law. He genuinely wished to tell her to stop being unreasonable. Su Ning crossed her arms defiantly. So, will we be required to undertake those tasks or not? Director Chi was momentarily at a loss for words. Raoman approached Su Ning's side. I believe Su Ning has a point. As we take on the role of daughters-in-law in these families, we, the female guests, are indeed quite attractive. Their essay saying that goes. One cannot expect a wife to be both beautiful and competent. Such wishes are unrealistic. Su Ning interjected, I apologize. That thought just reminded me of some rather inappropriate material. I repent. Lu Yan remained silent, while Bai Shuai felt her cheeks flush, subtly inching closer to Su Ning and the others. Suddenly, Yang Tian spoke up. Su Ning, how can you say that? Although the production team has assigned us tasks, surely it won't be that exhausting. We are participating in this program for remuneration. How can we refuse to endure any hardship? Moreover, I trust that these families will not be difficult to get along with. There's no need for you to constantly think of turning the tables and making things difficult for them. At that moment, the barrage of comments read, I think Yang Tian is quite right. They haven't even begun their tasks, and Su Ning is already shirking responsibility. Why is she not hesitant when it comes to receiving her pay? How can she even compare herself to rural daughters-in-law who are far more honest than she is? It's clear that any family dealing with Su Ning is destined for misfortune. Raoman is actually supporting Su Ning. Her worldview is skewed. It's no wonder she has been so obscure these past few years. After all that build-up, I genuinely thought she was standing up for rural daughters-in-law, only to reveal herself as an exquisite egoist. Truly speechless. In a corner, Lu Yan discreetly glanced at her phone to gauge the live stream's direction. I believe Tian has a valid point. Su Ning, if you have no constructive suggestions, perhaps it would be best to refrain from suggesting anything. Oh. Su Ning looked around, and now the factions were clearly defined. This was even better. In light of this, Director Chi, let us take a step back each. I'll team up with Raoman and Bai Shuai, and we shall produce the show using my method. Yang Tian and Lu Yan can continue with the original setup. We shall essentially serve as a control group. Once the first episode concludes, we'll see which side the audience supports more. If you win, I will forego my remuneration. Director Chi snapped back. Who the hell is going to give ground to you? The assistant director quietly approached Director Chi. I find this suggestion rather appealing. Our viewership has skyrocketed since Su Ning stirred the pot. Director Chi's eyes brightened. All right, I understand. We shall proceed as Su Ning has proposed. Although still dissatisfied, everything was in service of the ratings. Yang Tian questioned, how could you agree to that? Lu Yan added, why does it feel like we're shooting ourselves in the foot? After 2 hours of flying and another half day on the bus, when the production team was utterly exhausted, they finally arrived at their destination. Our first stop is a picturesque little village located beneath the provincial county. The scenery is delightful. And although the economic circumstances are somewhat lacking, the villagers are incredibly warm-hearted and genuine. Director Chi forced himself to maintain enthusiasm as he introduced the crew, leading them to the village's drying field. All 5 families have arrived today. Everyone, take a look. The camera panned to the 5 households, each with varying family compositions, yet all appearing relatively tidy and smiling, truly honest farmers. Yang Tian turned to Su Ning. Su Ning, you're just overthinking. Look how friendly everyone is. Indeed, they are quite amiable. Director Chi retrieved the pre-prepared drawing box. 5 guests, come forth to draw lots and determine which family you will visit. Su Ning drew a slip of paper revealing the number 2. She then glanced up at the corresponding household, where the male had appeared to be around 35. accompanied by an elderly couple and a small child about 4 or 5 years old, with each guest assigned to a respective family. Just as Director Chi was about to disperse the guests back to their homes, the matriarch of the fifth household raised her hand. Hey, Director, can we swap daughters-in-law? Our Juzi is only 28. Why did you assign us a daughter-in-law over 30? She is practically unable to bear children. The daughter-in-law she referred to as Rao Man. The production team was stunned, and the barrage erupted in disbelief. What on earth is this old lady saying? They can't seriously think the guests are their actual wives, daughters-in-law, right? I'm getting goosebumps. Give birth. Give birth, damn it. This old woman is truly revolting. Did the production team make a mistake in selecting such bizarre families? Su Ning had clearly foreseen this, hadn't she? The production staff spent the better part of the day explaining to the old lady, who eventually understood but remained irate. You should have mentioned this sooner. I got all worked up for nothing. Since they're not real daughters-in-law, you better increase our compensation. Our family doesn't support freeloaders. Su Ning upbrotted man. Intending to offer some words of comfort but unsure where to begin, contemplating suggesting, why not withdraw from the program? Your health takes precedence. However, Rao Man grasped her hand. Thank goodness I listened to your advice, Su Ning. Otherwise, I would have faced a lot of hardship. Aren't you angry? Rao Man smiled, though the warmth did not reach her eyes, giving her an unsettling aura. Of course I'm angry. But who knows who'll be the one to suffer in the end. Chapter 36. If I could choose, I would selectly buy. Why did Su Ning end up participating in such a variety show? Upon witnessing the old lady's disdain for Rao Man's age, Jin Mu genuinely contemplated changing the channel, thinking it all rather absurd. While earning money is important, I would rather we not pursue such earnings. If you want Su Ning to withdraw, I will cover any losses. Qin Wan remained silent, his gaze icy. Qin Feng poured himself a cup of tea and moved towards the television. According to what Qin Wan said, this girl can foresee future events, right? She must have her reasons for coming to such a place. Qin Wan was well aware of this. Su Ning was initially slated to participate in another variety show, and her sudden switch to this one surely had its reasons. Yet it was evident that this was not a favorable environment. She was walking into peril. Keep an eye on her. I will go over tomorrow. Upon receiving Mr. Qin's message, Yu Fan felt he could hardly maintain his composure. He had seen Mr. Qin more times in this short period than in the past several years. Is this truly reasonable? As night fell in the mountain village, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the moonlight illuminated the village paths brilliantly. It was time to prepare dinner. The camera crew divided into 5 teams. The production team was quite clever, broadcasting from 5 different live streams simultaneously, with each stream corresponding to a guest. Currently, the audience numbers in each stream were roughly equal, without any standout figures. The director relayed this feedback to Director Chi. He replied, it seems that Su Ning is indeed following a path of dark fame. Without controversy, there is no viewership. I am rather looking forward to the outcome. At this moment, Su Ning was washing vegetables in the kitchen alongside her grandmother-in-law, while her nominal husband gazed at her with affectionate eyes from outside. Once the vegetables were cleaned, Su Ning shook her hands and stepped aside. Upon entering the house, isn't it customary for you, Su Ning, to prepare a meal? Let Mom and Tianci taste your culinary skills. Su Ning extended her delicate hand, her brows slightly furrowing. Do I look like someone who can cook? I can cook but have no desire to, and certainly won't do it for you. Li Grandma pouted and remarked, a girl should know how to cook. Otherwise, people will gossip. Otherwise, come over and learn from Mom.
Wow.
What a way to assert dominance right off the bat. Su Ning called out towards the door, Director. Deduct 1 point from my grandmother-in-law and 2 points from my husband. But what did I say wrong? Li Grandma exclaimed, her eyes wide, while Zhang Tianci looked on in disbelief. What does this have to do with me? How could it not? In this day and age, Su Ning replied, glancing at Li Grandma and then at the lifeless figure at the door, there are far more men in the city who know how to cook than women.
Do you know why? Why?
To have an advantage when courting a wife. Su Ning clapped her hands. Those city boys have better conditions than your family. They are more handsome than your son, younger, and they understand the importance of respecting women, often sharing household chores. Your son is not only poor and old but also stands idly by when issues arise, merely acting as a bystander. No wonder no one wants him. I say, Grandma, you should teach your son to cook first, otherwise I might just divorce him. I have money and a job. Why would I want to be a maid? This ignoring Li Grandma's reaction, Su Ning walked out of the kitchen. I have done my part by washing the vegetables. The rest is up to you. If you don't, I will deduct points. Low scores come with penalties, right?
Director.
Yes, who would dare to refute you? The audience watching Su Ning's live stream erupted in laughter. Is Su Ning engaging in reverse PUA? I think she is, right? Why should men just sit and wait for food, then lounge on the sofa like royalty after eating? Those supporting Su Ning must be the little fairies who can't cook. It's shameful to take pride in that? To the previous commenter. Here's a certain response. Sometimes what you consider a detractor is merely to prevent you from receiving high scores. Finally, when it was time for dinner, an irate Li grandma remarked sarcastically, Xiao Su, wait before you eat. Here, the men eat first. Women cannot sit at the table. Oh, Su Ning replied, her expression unfaltering, then kicked over the table. Under the shocked and furious gazes of her family, she shrugged innocently. Our rule states that if women cannot sit at the table, then neither can anyone eat. Furthermore, each of you loses 2 points.
With that,
Su Ning leisurely retrieved a bowl of snail noodles from her luggage and headed to the kitchen to boil water. Ha ha ha. Li grandma is out. Zhang Tianci is out. Zhang Jiabao is out. Uncle Zhang is out. I love this audacious spirit. After seeing this, I'll share the live stream with my mom for her to learn a thing or two. If you share, I'll share too. Eating snail noodles. Letting others smell the stench of boiling excrement. Pure genius. In just 5 minutes, Su Ning's live stream had become the most popular among the 5. Meanwhile, Yang Tiantian diligently prepared 4 dishes and a soup for her family. Tiantian, are you tired? Her husband Wang Chuan asked, concerned as he helped her. Not at all. With you by my side, how could I feel tired?
Tiantian.
Wang Chuan was deeply moved. However, the nearby grandmother couldn't help but snort, shameless. The following morning, Su Ning was at the village pond washing clothes, limited to her own, of course. What kind of bug is this? So frightening. Not far away, Yang Tiantian and Wang Chuan were gathering pig fodder, occasionally letting out delicate squeals. Another bug. So scary. Tiantian, go wait over there. I can handle this grass.
How can that be?
As your wife, I must share both joys and hardships with you. Su Ning thought. Where else could you showcase such acting skills? Finally finishing her laundry, Su Ning held her basin and was about to leave when Yang Tiantian came running over with a flower crown. Sister Ning, why are you alone? There's a bug on the flower. What kind of bug is this? This is a capable bug. Really? The capable bug is an extremely voracious omnivore. A single bite can be fatal. Just as Yang Tiantian panicked and tossed the flower crown away, Su Ning added quietly. It was already present during the Tang dynasty. It was slain by the swordsman Li Bai. Historical records state, if the capable bug were to appear, I would choose Li Bai. Your mother. Chapter 37. Even climbing the mountain must be done with grace. Haha, capable bug, is that okay? A certain small-eyed singer quipped. I can be the original singer, or I can be the plaintiff. Su Ning is surfing online with 6G. Truly, she is not lacking in wit. Having watched all 5 live streams, Su Ning's was still the most entertaining. Unbeknownst to her, as she approached her home with the wooden basin, she found her suitcase and various belongings tossed outside the door, scattered all over the ground. Su Ning raised an eyebrow, and upon looking up, saw Zhang Jiabao hiding behind the door, making a face at her. Did you do this? Zhang Tianci emerged from the house, as if just noticing the situation outside. What's this? Jiabao, did you do this? How could you casually throw your sister's things out? His reaction vividly illustrated that expression of surprise when she asked him something he hadn't volunteered, though the acting was a bit over the top. Su Ning could only award it 5 out of 10. Zhang Jiabao placed his hands on his hips. So what if I did? I don't want this wicked woman as my sister-in-law. She only bullies people. Wicked woman, hurry up and leave. Su Ning felt her waistband. Initially intending to perform a moving action akin to a father meeting his long-lost son, only to realize she was wearing elastic pants. You want me to leave?
Fine.
With her sparkling eyes glimmering, Su Ning stepped forward to grab the small suitcase, turning to leave without a hint of hesitation, leaving the Zhang family somewhat bewildered. But you better think this through. If I leave, not only will you miss out on the program's money, but you'll also have to pay a penalty for breach of contract. Are you sure you want to do this? At this, Li grandma immediately rushed out from the house. Is that true? Su Ning turned back, teasing Zhang Jiabao with a couple of clicks, like one might do to a puppy.
Poor thing.
You could have had the program's money, and you could have married a wife in the future, avoiding the fate of being in your 30s like your brother, still a bachelor. Without that money, you might not have a wife. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiabao plopped down on the ground, wailing, "No, no. I want to marry a wife. I don't want to be a bachelor like my brother. I can't let the people in the village laugh at me." Zhang Tianxi steeled up, fist hardened. Su Ning placed the suitcase back down. "If you want the money, you better pick up my things one by one. If you lose even one, I'll deduct points and money from you."
No.
"Let us start by deducting 5 points from you. Zhang Jiabao, you're now the one with the lowest score in the Zhang family. When penalties come, you'll be the one to bear it." "I don't want that," Zhang Jiabao cried out. "Brother, I'll go pick up the things. You throw them out again, and you'll lose 5 points too. Get lost." Zhang Tianxi truly wanted to kick the stubborn child. "Then Mom and Dad, you come?" Li Grandma and Uncle Zhang exclaimed, "Damn it. What filial piety. Too much filial piety." After breakfast, the 5 groups of guests gathered in the square. Director Chi cleared his throat and announced, "As an exemplary daughter-in-law, being astute and capable is essential." This morning's activity involves the 5 daughters-in-law venturing into the mountains to find items that can be exchanged for money, and they must sell everything before noon. The one who earns the most will be declared the winner and awarded 10 points. Su Ning raised her hand. "Report, I have a question." Director Chi replied curtly, "I don't want to hear it. Just speak." It was clearly agreed upon yesterday that our 3 teams would evaluate the male participants, and obviously, they are the ones undertaking the tasks. "Is it acceptable for us not to enter the mountains?" Director Chi retorted. "No way." He clenched his teeth. "You may refrain from working, but you must be present." The same applies to the other teams. Both partners must venture into the mountains. "Fine." Su Ning reluctantly acquiesced, "Since we won't be doing the labor ourselves." Before ascending the mountain, Su Ning made thorough preparations. Although her luggage lacked climbing attire, she was wrapped from head to toe in protective layers, long sleeves, long pants, a jacket, a hat, a mask, and even a silk scarf tied around her neck. As Lu Yan passed by her, clad in a short-sleeved top and camo shorts, she expressed her distaste. "Your outfit is utterly repugnant. From a distance, who could possibly distinguish you from a fool?" Su Ning chuckled. "Indeed, I cannot compare to you, sister. Your attire embodies the essence of maintaining poise even in the harshest conditions. I, however, am more pragmatic. Yet, your ensemble hardly seems suited for climbing. It resembles someone planning to snap a few photos at the foot of the mountain, captioning a day that was both exhausting and fulfilling before returning home." Lu Yan retorted, "Were you spying on my social media?" As the group set off towards the mountain, Rao Man inquired of Su Ning, "Lil Su, have you been bullied?" "Not at all. With their meager skills," Su Ning replied, palm facing downwards. "They remain firmly beneath my thumb."
Haha.
"Lil Su, you are truly amusing. And what of your sister? Has she faced any bullying?" Su Ning vividly recalled the old woman's sharp tongue. Rao Man shook her head, "No. After I deducted points from them a few times, they became quite docile. Besides, I treat them well, telling them that I am the pillar of this family, and they should simply keep quiet. I even provided them with living expenses."
Ah?
"How much?" Su Ning asked. "Sister, don't be taken for a fool." Rao Man extended 5 fingers. Su Ning was taken aback. 5,000? That is far too much. Rao Man giggled. "Not 5,000, but 500. I let the old woman use it for the living expenses of her family of 4. Lu Yan, who had been eavesdropping, frowned. 500 is pitifully little, isn't it?" Rao Man pouted innocently, blinking. "Not at all. I heard that many men working in the countryside send home only 500 a month. Their wives have to take care of 2 elderly and 2 children, and they need to save money. Indet, Su Ning konsuret. These men seem to think their wives and children can survive on mere due, begrudging even 500.
Cough, cough.
Zhang Tianxi behind them cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, little Su, what about me? 500, though scant, is still affection. You've played the husband for 5 years without providing living expenses, accruing a debt of 200,000 from online loans, and daily lamenting online about how to manage as a pitiful woman with overdue loans." Bai Shuiro couldn't help but interject. "Ah, there's such a foolish woman? Shouldn't she have divorced after the first year without receiving support?" Su Ning shrugged. "I, too, wish to know what they gain from it. After all, I have seen more than once on audiobook that some are willing to pursue their dear husbands for a second or third child. Simply absurd. In the live stream. Ha ha ha. Su Ning speaks the truth. I've encountered such individuals in real life and can't fathom their thought processes. There's a saying, the more you endure hardship, the more hardship you will encounter. When I marry in the future, I can tolerate my partner not loving me, but I absolutely cannot accept them withholding financial support. Another day of fears surrounding marriage and childbearing. As they chatted, they reached the mountaintop, where a lush, overgrown forest lay before them, leaving several guests momentarily uncertain of their footing. However, their partners displayed remarkable enthusiasm, with Bai Shuirou's husband being the first to declare, "Rower, I am familiar with this mountain. Come with me." "All right, but please refrain from calling me Rower." Bai Shuirou felt slightly uncomfortable. Although they were pretending to be a couple, she was still a young woman in her early 20s and had never dated before, making it difficult for her to adjust. "By the way, let us bring sister Su Ning and sister Rao Man along." Bai Shuirou was grateful to Su Ning. Had she not spoken up to include her in their group, she might still be struggling to be the ideal virtuous woman. How different her situation was now. Zhang Chong hesitated, his smile somewhat forced. "Rower, we're in a competition. It's best not to share any good finds with the other groups." Seeing Bai Shuirou's discontent, Zhang Chong added, "Don't worry. If their group ends up with too few resources, we can share some with them to ensure they don't finish in last place, right?" Bai Shuirou hesitated for quite some time, but under Zhang Chong's pleading gaze, she eventually nodded in agreement. Su Ning observed the two walking away, her expression growing serious. She recalled reading in the gossip compilation that, when these two encountered danger on the road, Zhang Chong had shielded Bai Shuirou, sustaining injuries in the process. Bai Shuirou was deeply moved, lowering her guard against Zhang Chong, which gave him an opportunity, and she nearly fell victim to harm. Ultimately, Bai Shuirou discovered that the so-called danger had been orchestrated by Zhang Chong all along. "Let us go check that direction," Su Ning instructed Zhang Tianxi, pointing towards where Bai Shuirou had departed. Zhang Tianxi replied, "Sure. Who dares to contradict you, my ancestor?" Chapter 38. You too will experience phantom limb pain. Just a couple of days prior, there had been a rain here, so the mountain should be rich with mushrooms. I know of a place abundant in fungi, where few venture to collect them. Zhang Chong led the way, wielding a machete to clear the path, occasionally turning back to converse with Bai Shuirou. "Be careful. Remember to protect your exposed skin. There might be ticks in the mountains." "Okay." Bai Shuirou nodded obediently. Many viewers watching this scene exclaimed, "These two truly embody the best chemistry among the 5 teams. Zhang Chong is young and strong, fulfilling all my expectations of a rugged male protagonist."
Wow.
Rugged man versus delicate beauty, who understands my sentiments. I understand, because I, too, am a connoisseur. Here we are. Zhang Chong suddenly halted, and Bai Shuirou quickly followed suit, nearly colliding into him. "Look." Following Zhang Chong's gesture, Bai Shuirou gasped. "Wow. So many mushrooms. Right? I'll take you to pick them and teach you how to distinguish between poisonous and edible mushrooms." "Thank you." Together, they headed towards a tree abundant with mushrooms. Meanwhile, the spotlight was on Su Ning's group. Alone, Su Ning meandered through the mountain, following the gossip compilation's guidance as she boldly approached the area of danger, leaving the camera crew and Zhang Tianxi far behind. Thus, the audience witnessed a chaotic scene of individuals flailing about the mountain like headless chickens, shouting, "Su Ning, where are you? Come back, Su Ning. Su Ning, Ning Ning." The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. "Haha, Su Ning, come back. I can't handle this alone." Who is so amusing, crafting their own echoes. Zhang Tianxi was bewildered. "Are you the native, Su Ning, or am I?" Su Ning had dashed off like a wild monkey, leaving little trace behind. Su Ning truly knows how to stir up trouble. Surely, she hasn't snuck back, has she? That's not impossible. On the other side, Zhang Chong led Bai Shuirou in mushroom picking while simultaneously steering towards the location where he had preemptively set traps. He had already devised a plan when he was contacted by the production team. He intended to seize this opportunity to leap from a mere carp to a dragon. The key to this transformation lay in winning over his wife, both in heart and in body. To be honest, before the show commenced, he harbored some concern about being paired with an older woman that would leave him at a disadvantage. Little did he expect to draw Bai Shuirou. Bai Shuirou was perfect. A young girl, easily influenced. She was beautiful, and he had heard that her family was quite wealthy. Everything pointed to a significant gain for him. In an effort to win Bai Shuirou's affection, he diligently endeavored to present himself as both industrious and considerate since the previous night, ensuring she faced no hardships.
Today,
He was determined to take risks for the young lady, confident that she would be moved.
Wow.
Xiaoro, look over there. What is it? Bai Shuero lifted her head to see Zhang Chang pointing at a fallen log not far away. Beneath that lies a red mushroom. It could fetch over 1,000 yuan per pound. If we gather it, we will surely secure first place.
Really?
Bai Shuero exclaimed with delight, immediately sprinting towards the red mushroom.
Wait.
After we pick it, let us share some with Sister Su Ning.
All right.
Just as Bai Shuero was about to reach the mushroom, Zhang Chang suddenly grasped her arm, pulling her back while stepping in front of her. Xiaoro, be careful.
Ah.
What happened? Bai Shuero gasped in surprise. My foot! My foot! Zhang Chang grimaced in pain, sweating profusely. I'm sorry, Xiaoro. I just realized there was a trap here. I had to step in first to shield you.
Ouch.
I'm fine, Xiaoro. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Bai Shuero lowered her head, stunned for a moment before muttering, But there's no trap on your foot.
Huh.
Zhang Chang froze for a second, looking down to find his feet bare. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted behind them, and turning around, they saw Su Ning, holding her stomach and laughing heartily. Help! Turns out, it's not just women who experience phantom pain. Seeing Su Ning laugh, Bai Shuero couldn't help but join in.
Right?
Zhang Chang, what is wrong? How could you think there was a trap here?
Yes.
What is going on? You spoke so confidently and acted it out so vividly without any evidence. It wouldn't be that you set the trap yourself, would it? Su Ning suddenly raised her voice in inquiry. Zhang Chang quickly denied, No. I must have just misread the situation. In any case, Xiaoro, it's good that you're unharmed.
I'm not.
Bai Shuero trotted over to Su Ning. Sister Su Ning, have you found anything? Su Ning adjusted her mask. Why should I look? Didn't I say men should do the work? And you? Mushroom picking is something men should do. You're grateful to him for bossing you around? How silly. This thought struck Bai Shuero. Oh, isn't this the opposite of how it should be? She promptly placed her small basket in front of Zhang Chang. You go pick it. I'll chat with Sister Su Ning. Zhang Chang. Chapter 39. Enough. I said enough. Su Ning pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket and handed it to Bai Shuero. Since there's nothing else to do, let us snack to pass the time. Seeing her content demeanor, Bai Shuero followed suit, cracking the seeds open. There's a paper bag here.
Just put the shells inside.
The two of them were engrossed in their seed cracking, resembling two hamsters. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang, who was begrudgingly picking mushrooms, and the newly arrived Zhang Tianci were filled with discontent. I despise having to do all the work more than anything. I loathe that others around me don't have to. Noticing Zhang Tianci's gaze, Su Ning glanced at him.
What are you staring at?
You should go find something valuable. Do you want to come in last? Surely not, surely not. I can't bear to be that embarrassed. If you end up being penalized, I'll be mortified for you. Zhang Tianci, enough. I said enough. It's just about finding something to sell. Zhang Tianci's eyes darted around, and as Zhang Chang noticed him eyeing his mushrooms, he hastened his movements. I found these first. So, don't you dare steal them. Zhang Tianci scoffed. Who cares? Fine. He was indeed quite interested. The blossoms bloom in pairs, each a distinct branch. At this moment, Lu Yan was in a state of despair, incessantly applying floral water and insect powder to herself. Why are there so many bugs in this mountain? It's driving me insane. Lu Yan's husband, Liang Shan, helplessly responded, That's just how it is in the mountains. I suggested you wear long sleeves and pants. But you refused. Would it have killed you to persuade me a bit more? Lu Yan scratched her legs, and several welts appeared, some even bleeding from her scratching. Lu Yan truly couldn't bear it anymore. I'm done. I'm going back. Liang Shan urged. How about just holding on a little longer? Otherwise, our group will come in last, and you'll face the penalty. Why should I be punished? Lu Yan shrieked. Why don't Su Ning and the others have to work hard? Liang Shan replied. Why do you think? Despite her complaints, the thought of facing a penalty made Lu Yan grit her teeth and endure. You better find something valuable. Liang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried she would cause further trouble. Previously, he had idealized city girls, believing them to be glamorous and kind. Now, well, the girls from the neighboring village were also quite delightful. Liang Shan pointed to a spot not far away. I remember there are honeysuckles there. We could pick them and sell them at the pharmacy. How much do they sell for per pound? Fresh ones go for about 10 yuan a pound, and dried ones around 30. So cheap. How much do we need to pick to make it worthwhile? Lu Yan shouted, her voice nearly breaking. Isn't there anything more expensive? Like reishi or ginseng? Liang Shan replied, if there were, would it come to us? The viewers in the live stream room commented. Are they a couple or enemies? Even a dog would shake its head at this. Compared to Lu Yan, Su Ning seemed gentle and kind. Liang Shan was truly unfortunate. What was Lu Yan doing? Was she trying to attract negative attention on the show? Hadn't she always been the princess type? Those wanting to see a sweet pairing should tune into Yang Tian's live stream. Their relationship was quite harmonious. At that moment, Yang Tian and Wang Chuan were in a team, with Yang Tian holding her face with both hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wang Chuan. Brother Chuan, you're amazing. You can recognize so many sellable herbs. Oh no, most people in the village can recognize them. Hee, but you're also impressive. I'm terrified of bugs and snakes, so I didn't dare pick them. You helped me gather them. You've worked hard. It's only right. A good man wouldn't let his wife suffer. Brother Chuan, you're such a wonderful husband. Tian. Brother Chuan. Nearby, Su Ning overheard their conversation and exclaimed, enough. I said enough. I wonder how those two sycophants are feeling while watching the show. At this moment, Fang Cheng remarked, Tian is just putting on an act. I believe in her. Lu Sun. Who is this man? I want to take him down. Suddenly, Zhang Chong, who had been swiftly picking mushrooms, let out a blood-curdling scream. Bai Shuero, what happened?
I
got caught in a trap.
Ah.
It hurts. Call 120. Really? Bai Shuero replied. It's not that we don't trust you. Well, okay, we just don't trust you. Zhang Chong was in agony, tears and snot flowing as he lay on the ground, raising his leg.
Look.
Oh no! Su Ning gasped. Bai Shuero was horrified by the bloody scene and quickly sought help from the director's team. Zhang Chong kept wailing, and upon seeing the trap on his leg, he shouted, how is this possible? Su Ning approached, squatting down with her hands on her knees. What do you mean? How is it possible? This trap. It has no glue on it. No glue. Zhang Chong suddenly snapped back to reality and shook his head vigorously. Nothing. He nearly let it slip. To prevent a serious injury, he had indeed applied several layers of transparent tape to the sharp teeth of the trap. Where was the tape now? Su Ning remarked. I burned it with a lighter. What's wrong? You're quite resilient, aren't you, Ninja Turtle? What's going on? Yang Tian and her team heard the commotion and came down to check. Seeing Zhang Chong's leg caught in the trap and bleeding profusely, they were all startled. Su Ning reassured them, it's nothing, just a fantasy come true. She turned to Zhang Chong, you really are something, you just claimed there was a trap. Yet you had no precaution whatsoever. Hai Yen, do be more vigilant. Zhang Chong retorted, is this really the right moment to be saying such things? Director Chi hurriedly arranged for someone to take Zhang Chong to the hospital, thinking to himself how troublesome this person could be. Once the individual was sent off, Director Chi remarked, all right, let us continue. Su Ning retorted, continue? You might as well tattoo a Grim Reaper on your back. Director Chi shot back, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. With the decision to proceed, Su Ning resumed munching on sunflower seeds from the sidelines. Yang Tian observed the scene and gently chided, Su Ning, are you really leaving Brother Tianxi to handle everything alone? Why should I help him? Su Ning replied. Yang Tian pressed, can you not play by the rules? Brother Tianxi is working so hard alone. Look at me. Brother Wang Chuan has lent me so much assistance. Well then, what have you done? Su Ning asked, lowering her head and tossing the seed shells into a paper bag, not sparing Yang Tian a glance. I'm responsible for organizing the herbs, Yang Tian said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. How industrious of you, Su Ning scoffed lightly. One might think you were doing the heavy lifting alongside the men. Yang Tian's face flushed with embarrassment, and Wang Chuan, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, this is all voluntary on my part. Tian never ordered me. All right, I understand you both are willing participants, but I am not. I only partake in the sweet, not the labor. Su Ning offered no quarter to the two. As she spoke, her gaze drifted past a bee buzzing around before landing on a prominent beehive nestled in the treetop. Do you wish to win? Su Ning inquired of Zhang Tianxi. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianxi nodded. After all, matters of masculine dignity were at stake, and he could not concede easily. Su Ning pointed toward the hive. There it is. Go on, my brave little warrior. Zhang Tianxi replied. He doesn't seem to want to win that much. Chapter 40, Rising Early, Witnessing a Charge. Concerned for personal safety, Su Ning did not press Zhang Tianxi to act, yet he pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to give it a try. Let us take a gamble. A bicycle may transform into a BMW. With that, he declared, I'll go fetch a torch. Zhang Tianxi then set off in search of a stick and some straw. Wrapping his face in his jacket and dousing his arms with insect repellent, Zhang Tianxi prepared to climb the tree with the makeshift torch in hand. Su Ning reached out to stop him. What's wrong? Zhang Tianxi asked, clearly anxious. Have you heard the saying, with one strong effort, one may deplete their strength? Su Ning advised, remember to ascend from the side opposite the hive. Zhang Tianxi paused, taken aback. For once, you sound like a reasonable person. I am genuinely touched. With a determined push, Zhang Tianxi began to ascend toward his goal, while the others watched anxiously from below. Yang Tian, her face etched with worry, called out, Brother Tianxi. Be careful. Su Ning quipped. Are you hoping for him to meet a swift demise? Why shout so loudly? Wang Chuan interjected. Do not attribute malicious intent to her. Su Ning thought to herself, can I request a smack for this dimwit? When Zhang Tianxi reached within half a meter of the hive, he clamped the stick with his neck, using his free hand to ignite it. Flames quickly leapt up. Zhang Tianxi waved the torch at the hive, and as the bees sensed danger, they swarmed in all directions. The buzzing filled the ears of those below, and Zhang Tianxi, while fending off the bees, had to dodge them as well, creating a scene of palpable tension. Yang Tian clasped her hands together. I hope nothing happens to Brother Tianxi. Su Ning, are you not worried? He went up there, because you suggested it. Su Ning replied, do you think I need to pressure cook you for 2 hours before you behave? I merely offered him a suggestion. The choice was his. Don't make it sound like he follows my every command. I am not that influential. Just then, Zhang Tianxi excitedly hollered from above, I'm about to harvest the hive. You all catch it for me. He had spotted the plentiful honey within. With confidence now, he dislodged a significant portion of the hive and promptly climbed down the tree. His arms and face bore the marks of bee stings, yet he appeared invigorated. This is pure wild honey, worth at least $100 a pound. Yang Tian marveled, really? That pricey? How much honey do you think is here? At least 5 pounds, Zhang Tianxi boasted. If I had taken the entire hive, it would have been 8 pounds. I deliberately left some for the bees, to ensure they wouldn't starve. Brother Tianxi, you are truly kind-hearted. Yang Tian's eyes occasionally drifted toward the hive, contemplating that if she received half of the honey, she wouldn't lose. Brother Tianxi, does it hurt from the bee stings? I have some anti-itch ointment. Would you like to use it? With a sweet smile, Yang Tian offered Zhang Tianxi the ointment from her bag. Looking at her, Zhang Tianxi suddenly remarked, Are you coveting my honey? Just so you know, I won TV sharing. He had come to recognize the true nature of these beautiful women. They were all scheming to deceive and take advantage of him. With that, he shot a glare at Su Ning. What's with that look? Caught off guard by her intentions being unveiled, Yang Tian quickly denied. I'm not. I didn't. Don't say such things. I merely felt sorry for you with the bee stings. You don't have to use the ointment. Before she could finish, Zhang Tianxi snatched the ointment, scooping a generous amount onto himself. If you'd mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't have been so anxious. Thanks. You're such a good person.
Yang Tian retorted.
You and Su Ning get out of my world.
Now.
Meanwhile, in the live streaming studio. Unbelievable. I would call Zhang Tianxi the god of detecting green tea. Detecting what? Tian is clearly well-intentioned. I understand you because I, too, have been green tea pretending to be innocent. Su Ning was stung and didn't even apologize? Is Su Ning your mother? Must you call her out everywhere? Suddenly, it felt like Su Ning and Zhang Tianxi made an oddly compatible pair. One was wicked, and the other foolish. In a dim corner, Qin watched the live broadcast, feeling inexplicably irked by the comments. On the other side, Lu Yan was still on the hunt for valuable items, coincidentally encountering Rao Man's team. Rao Man's teammates, with a clear goal in mind, led her to the river on the mountain where they caught a bountiful haul of fish, filling 2 large baskets, along with 2 fish towering to their height. Lu Yan's eyes widened in amazement, especially when she saw Rao Man not lifting a finger while the man hefted the fish with ease, prompting her to shout, No way. I want to join Su Ning and the others. Why must I do all the work? I can't take it anymore. Completely giving up. Liang Shan chose to gaze up at the sky. I can't hear. Lu Yan truly felt that her luck had run out today. And then she heard something rustling in the grass. Approaching cautiously, she used a stick to part the foliage, her eyes suddenly gleaming with a strange light. Finally, I've found them. So many little wild boars. These can sell for a good sum. Liangshan hadn't anticipated Lu Yan's fortunate encounter, but he was slightly worried. These little wild boars look plump. They must have a big wild boar raising them. What if it's nearby?
How could that be?
Hurry, help me catch the other two. Just as they managed to seize all 4 little wild boars, a loud grunt echoed behind them, accompanied by the sound of hooves scraping against the ground. Liangshan exclaimed, "No, it can't be." Lu Yan stiffly turned her head, only to see a large wild boar glaring at them from a short distance away. Help! Zhang Tianxi was reveling in his triumph, delighting in imitating various animal sounds, from frogs to dogs, and even meowing like a cat. Yang Tiantian, still irked by earlier events, couldn't help but mutter softly, "What a nuisance." Zhang Tianxi responded, "This is called a skilled ventriloquist." Su Ning quipped, though distant, "The punishment will come."
Grunt, grunt.
Su Ning asked, "Are you alright? Did you just imitate a wild boar entering the mountains?" Zhang Tianxi replied, "Huh? My sister is here.
Help, help.
You all must stop it." Several individuals simultaneously turned their heads, only to behold Lu Yan and Liangshan hastily approaching with an air of indifference, while behind them trailed a formidable wild boar, brimming with menace. Goodness! They had risen too early and now faced a boar charging towards them. Chapter 41. I am not pig feed, so don't mess with me. As Lu Yan sprinted directly towards them, the group instantly lost their composure, each one leaving behind mere afterimages in their haste.
Su Ning, Lu Yan.
Are you two out of your minds? Do you understand the concept of life and death?
Yang Tian, help.
I can't run anymore. Someone come save me. Wang Chuan, Tian.
Hold on to my hand.
Bai Shuero. Zhang Tianxi, can't you mimic animal sounds? Speak to the boar in its tongue and tell it we mean it no harm. So it won't come charging at us. Zhang Tianxi, goodbye. Yang Tian was forcibly dragged forward by Wang Chuan, feeling as though her lungs might explode. Suddenly, she spotted Su Ning not far ahead. Her eyes glimmered with determination. She released Wang Chuan's hand and hurried to Lu Yan's side. Sister Yan, quickly toss away that wild boar. Then its mother shouldn't chase after you.
Lu Yan, oh, all right.
She then placed the small wild boar into Yang Tiantian's arms. 2 of them, no less. Yang Tiantian, you fool. Can you let me finish my sentence? Cradling 2 objects that felt like ticking time bombs, Yang Tiantian's mind buzzed. In the next moment, as if a resolve had ignited within her, she charged towards Su Ning with a wild shout. Su Ning, why are you shouting for your father, you fool? As the 2 small wild boars arced through the air, Su Ning, without a moment's hesitation, lunged forward to catch them, only to land awkwardly, leaving her sprawled on the ground. My ribs, she thought, feeling as if her body had come apart at the seams. The 2 small wild boars, however, were unharmed and cheerfully approached, licking her face. I am not pig feed. Don't mess with me. Su Ning recalled, yet was utterly immobilized. At that moment, she genuinely wished to exact revenge on both Yang Tiantian and Lu Yan. She was not oblivious to their intentions. One sought a charge, while the other seemed solely bent on targeting her. Now they had succeeded, and she was the only one injured. You stirred up trouble and harmed me. As Su Ning gazed at the rapidly approaching wild boar, despair enveloped her.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a sharp cry from the wild boar. Su Ning looked up in bewilderment, seeing an arrow embedded in the creature. Are you alright? A familiar voice resonated nearby, and as she turned to see Qin Wan stepping out from behind a tree, her eyes widened in horror. This is it. I can already envision my demise. But why are you here? Qin Wan, you'd better explain the disappointment in your tone. In the live stream, can someone clarify why CEO Qin is here? Is that even a question? It's evident that CEO Qin has been keeping an eye on Su Ning all along. What dark, obsessive tyrant is this? One can only imagine the feeling of CEO Qin watching Su Ning alongside others as a couple. CEO Qin, damn woman, if you did this to catch my attention, I must inform you, you've succeeded. Help, the grease is overwhelming. USA, you mentioned grease, right? Don't come any closer. As the wild boar, injured yet relentless, charged towards her, Su Ning quickly exclaimed, her heart racing, I'm doomed. Remember to transfer my funds to my parents. My bank password is. Before she could finish, the wild boar was upon her. Most onlookers instinctively shut their eyes in fear. Qinwan's eyes were laced with a hint of red, while Yang Tian hid behind the crowd, shielding her eyes but peeking through her fingers. The audience, too, was paralyzed by the spectacle. Su Ning really get hurt. Will she? Someone go save her.
Yang Tian is utterly inhumane.
She did this on purpose. Is this the woman Fang Cheng and Lu Sun idolize? She is truly a viper with a heart of ice. Yang Tian instinctively reacted. Even a murderer can wash their hands clean, right? To the one in front. May you encounter someone like Yang Tian. What have I done to deserve this? You know your words are inhumane, don't you? The anticipated impact never arrived. When Su Ning opened her eyes, she found the wild boar gently nuzzling the two small boars, occasionally nudging them with its long snout and emitting soft grunts. Only then did Su Ning realize that the wild boar had no intention of harming them. It merely sought to reclaim its young. Wang Chuan, return the other two small boars. All right. Wang Chuan nervously stepped forward. Lu Yan scolded. What do you mean return? I discovered them first. I intend to sell them. Since it wasn't her possession, Lu Yan had no fear of being harmed. Shut up. Wang Chuan could take no more. He felt as though he had encountered the worst luck imaginable, being entangled with such a person. If it weren't for the lack of funds for compensation, he would have terminated their agreement immediately. Once the four small boars were returned, the wild boar sighed with relief and collapsed onto the ground. Su Ning observed for a moment before turning her gaze to Qinwan. CEO Qin, could we fetch a veterinarian? Whether she was a saint or a troublemaker. She simply felt a twinge of sympathy. Very well, Qinwan nodded in agreement. After all, he had loosed the arrow. And since the wild boar had not intended to harm Su Ning, he ought to rectify the situation responsibly. Lu Yan sneered. What is there to treat? It's just a beast that causes harm. Are you referring to yourself? Su Ning extended her hand to Qinwan, who hesitated briefly before grasping it to help her up. I'll take you to the hospital. Wait, let me settle the score first. Su Ning's smile was chilling. I initially intended to be lenient, but some individuals just have to repeatedly test my limits. If they dared threaten my life this time, what has to stop them from stealing all my wealth next time? Qinwan, isn't the sequence of events reversed? Thus, I've resolved to deal with these folks like one would with cockroaches. A fleeting moment of unease crossed Lu Yan's face. What are you rambling about? Who harmed you? Su Ning, in pain, found it difficult to stand upright and leaned against Qinwan, who stiffened, unsure of how to respond. This may not mean much to you, but after all, you're someone who would drug your competitors, Su Ning chuckled coldly. Lu Yan trembled with fear. How do you know? Don't speak nonsense. In your previous drama, Dual Lives, the leading lady was poised to be chosen between you and your company as senior, Chen Yuma. Aware that your acting skills paled in comparison to hers, you secretly added peach juice to her drink, something she was allergic to, leading to her hospitalization and nearly disastrous consequences. With her incapacitated, the role naturally fell to you. Lu Yan trembled uncontrollably. You're spouting lies. You're slandering me. Whether it's slander or not is clear to you, to me, and to the surveillance in the room. If Chen Yuma had suspected foul play, you would have been behind bars long ago. You. Lu Yan's anxiety escalated, her eyes darting nervously. Was there really surveillance in that lounge? Seeing Lu Yan's distress, the others began to connect the dots. Yang Tian, drenched in cold sweat, swiftly knelt before Su Ning, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, Ning. I truly didn't mean it. I was just so scared. Thank goodness you're okay, or I would have felt immense guilt. Guilt? What a convenient way to die. I'm not inclined to accept that. Chapter 42. So you're the one called Yang Tian, huh? To be honest, doesn't it seem like Su Ning has gone a bit too far? Relying on her fortune-telling skills, she constantly exposes others' dark secrets. If anyone dared to frame me, not only would I expose their dark secrets, I'd de-unveil their entire lineage. Is Yang Tian feeling guilty? She immediately apologized to Su Ning. Dark secrets can be vast or trivial. After all, Yang Tian is a star, so it's entirely normal for her to fear exposure. Are we really going to discuss her relationship with those two sycophants again? Who is being called a sycophant? I'm saying your idol is a sycophant. I can't fathom you star chasers. The celebrity takes your money to support his girlfriend, and you have no objections? You fantasize about being the girlfriend, imagining a cyber liaison with the celebrity, right? You're stubborn, old friend. Simultaneously watching the live stream, Fang Cheng and Lu Sun coincidentally dialed Su Ning. Food can be eaten carelessly, but words should not be spoken recklessly. Su Ning glanced at her phone. It was Fang Qing calling, so she hung up. Then Lu Sun called, and she hung up again. Another call? She hung up once more. Instead, she directly tagged both of them in the group chat of the film crew. If you call again, do you believe I will expose your drunken escapade of stealing over a dozen shared bicycles to get home? Fang Qing. Fang Qing. Haven't you already blurted that out? Director Lu. Hee hee, little Fang. Your home must be quite spacious to accommodate so many bicycles. Assistant Director. Is that the main point? Let me ask. Have you returned the bicycles? One should possess a sense of public morality. And you, Lu Sun. Instead of expending energy on the substitute of your white moonlight, why not chase after your actual white moonlight? She's being abused daily, yet I haven't seen you offer timely assistance. Lu Sun. Who is hitting her? Su Ning. Clarify your words. Fang Qing. You actually consider Tian a substitute. How inhumane of you. Makeup artist Lisa. I do not comprehend the world of you straight men. Director Lu. While you're here rambling, can't you just go and check for yourself? Lu Sun.
5.
Zhonging. Incessantly scrolling on her phone. Should I make my presence known? Why has Su Ning fallen silent? Why is she playing with her phone? Is her rapid typing a sign of engaging in a heated debate? And she even put on a privacy screen. What could possibly be so secretive? The on-site cameraman. Yeah. Let me take a peek. I'm eager. I admit I'm eager. Thinking she had evaded a disaster. Yang Tian was just relaxing when Su Ning set her phone down. The hunt begins. Yang Tian, I truly do not understand you. You already have 2 highly regarded sycophants. And you are so adept at winning men's affection. Why would you recklessly pursue a balding, beer-bellied man in his 50s with a wife and children? Even going so far as to become pregnant and have an abortion for him. Is it really that desperate? Are you that eager for resources? Oh my goodness. Mom asked me why my jaw dropped to the ground. Is this permissible to discuss? Of course it is.
Say it.
Is Su Ning spreading yellow rumors? Many innocent female celebrities have been forced out of the entertainment industry due to such rumors.
Feng Teng, Su Ning.
Are you out of your mind? Are you daring to speak such lies? Do you believe I will sue you? Zhonging, calm down, let Ning Ning finish her statement. Finally, she found an opportunity to speak up. Yang Tiantian's face turned pale. She struggled to maintain her composure, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Ning, I know you are angry with me, but you cannot just say anything you wish or fabricate rumors. I am completely innocent with our boss. Innocent? Su Ning laughed. Your private album on your phone is likely not so innocent. Although Yang Tian had done a commendable job of keeping things under wraps, deleting WeChat conversations with the boss along with cloud data, she still had a contingency plan. She secretly recorded their intimate moments and took photos of the two together, waiting for the day she might be rejected, using them as leverage for money and resources. Yang Tian's complexion darkened, her grip tightening around her phone. I don't know what you are implying, Su Ning. There is nothing unclean on my phone, but I cannot allow you all to inspect it. Otherwise, even if I prove my innocence, there's no guarantee someone won't throw more dirt on me next time. It said that the one who claims must provide proof? I feel like Yang Tian is just putting on a brave face. Is there even a need to feel? She simply dares not show her phone to everyone. Why should she show it to everyone? Yang Tian is correct. Proving one's innocence doesn't guarantee it remains untainted. Are you speaking in riddles?
Provoking Yang Tian?
Su Ning has surely hit a brick wall. Lu Yan, is there such a tactic? Had I known, I would have been a bit bolder earlier, acted more naturally, and found a way to destroy the surveillance footage. Now it's too late. Damn it. Do you need me to help find evidence? Qin Wan whispered in Su Ning's ear, his voice not particularly low. Enough for everyone present to hear. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through. Yang Tian's complexion paled even further. No need. Su Ning waved her hand. Qin Wan paused for a moment, then placed his hand on Su Ning's forehead. Not even a fever. Su Ning, what do you mean by that? Qin Wan, are you truly planning to be the good person? But in that case, you will face criticism. Su Ning, who said I want to be a good person? The real lead is about to arrive. While they were speaking, a loud buzzing noise suddenly erupted from above. Looking up, they saw a helicopter hovering above the forest. Su Ning, the last time I witnessed such a scene was when the 4 heavenly kings picked up the male lead from prison after 3 years. Qin Wan, what on earth are you watching every day? A rope ladder was thrown down from the helicopter, and a woman clad in a black gown, trench coat, and sunglasses descended. Are you Yang Tiantian? The moment she landed, she marched straight toward Su Ning. Su Ning, if you're nearsighted, wear glasses and stop pretending. You nearly scared me. Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. The woman removed her sunglasses and donned thick glasses, then quickly approached Yang Tiantian, delivering a resounding slap. Are you Yang Tiantian? With a swift motion, she slapped again. You're the one who seduced that old man, aren't you? Another slap followed. Just you. Her reasoning wasn't fully thought out. The woman paused before quickly adding, I hit you because I want to. No justification needed. Chapter 43. What the hell? This is simply alarmist rhetoric. Having been publicly slapped several times, and realizing that countless viewers, including Fang Cheng and Lu Sun, were witnessing this scene, Yang Tiantian could no longer contain herself and pushed the woman away. Fang Cheng and Lu Sun were her most reliable options. And now they were being ruined by Su Ning and this madwoman. On what grounds do you strike me? What evidence do you have? Yang Tiantian covered her face, glaring fiercely at her opponent. Lu Yan, having stumbled back from the push, found the situation both absurd and amusing. She stood up and directly pinned Yang Tiantian against a tree. Did I give you a face, you shameless woman? You dare to hit me? You want evidence, huh? Fine. I'll give you evidence. Lu Yan opened her phone, navigating to a long-hidden WeChat group, locating a certain video, and played it right in front of Yang Tiantian's eyes. The video depicted a man and a woman, completely bare, engaged in the most primal and wild act of intimacy. If the man were handsome, it would be an aesthetically pleasing scene. However, the man's appearance was so repulsive that it rendered the moment both shocking and somewhat nauseating. No. Yang Tiantian's eyes widened in horror as she reached for Lu Yan's phone. Shut it off. Ah. Now you're feeling anxious, huh? Weren't you quite bold just now? Lu Yan switched off the phone, her hand lightly patting Yang Tiantian's cheek. Did you think you were the only clever one? You record videos, but that old man doesn't he know how? Not only does he know, but he generously shares them with other business partners as well. Many in the group are inquiring about your price. The old man said, once he tires of you, he'll sell you to them. Lu Yan ultimately let Yang Tiantian off the hook, allowing her to view the video privately without broadcasting the sound. Is this the kind of video I imagined? I beg for resources. Please, please, please. Desiring everything will only lead to your downfall. If this video were to leak, Yang Tiantian would have no reason to live. She should have foreseen this outcome when she engaged in such actions. The elder sister should teach her a lesson. The mistress couldn't contain herself, could she? Does she still feel aggrieved? Why is the woman being criticized alone? Isn't the man even more outrageous? Has the man vanished again? He revels in attacking the mistress, but why not confront the man? The previous person has a 2G connection. Hurry and check the trending news. On the trending list, the shocking news that the owner of Tianyuan Entertainment was severely injured emerged. Despite the report stating that a group of thugs had ambushed Jin Qi, the owner of Tianyuan Entertainment, in an underground parking lot, beating him up and claiming they had mistaken him for someone else, the audience was not convinced that there was no underlying story at this juncture. Look. This is what we call a role model. Why resort to personal action when money can resolve the issue? Is he dead? No? How disappointing. In this light, the young lady from Tianyuan Entertainment seems rather benevolent. Everyone believes they are the hunters, while the others are merely prey. Unaware that the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole lies in wait. 3 seconds. I demand to know Fang Cheng and Lu Sun's full reactions to this video. What reactions could there be? Is it plausible for someone so infatuated not to take action? Don't you agree, Fang Cheng, Lu Sun? No. It's impossible. Yang Tiantian shook her head in despair, her hands gripping her cheeks fiercely, her state reminiscent of a mother grieving a lost child. Su Ning observed for a moment before addressing Qinwan. Will you take me to the hospital? Can't bear to? How is that possible? I've simply had my fill of the spectacle. Su Ning felt no sympathy for Yang Tiantian. The path she chose led to her own consequences. Ow. With nothing to divert my attention, I suddenly feel excruciating pain all over. Qinwan sighed inwardly, then suddenly reached out to cradle Su Ning in his arms. Su Ning. Others. Qing Ning SCD. Did you see that? Have you noticed the look in Qinwan's eyes? A perfect blend of affection, helplessness, and adoration. Is this a pie chart? What else with the rural couple act? The real couple is right here. Tonight, I demand to see their story featured in the flower market. Su Ning, help! What is happening? In my lifetime, I have never been held by a man, let alone embraced one. This sensation is utterly maddening. Chinwan, do you still wish to be held by a man? Besides, refrain from describing it, lest you reveal your inherent lack of intelligence. Su Ning forced a smile at Chinwan. Then perhaps, Mr. Chin, you could set me down? Embarrassment aside, I'm concerned you might lack the strength to not drop me. That would be mortifying. I once witnessed a male star struggle to lift a female star, unable to manage it for quite some time. He merely appeared manly on the surface. Chinwan tightened his grip slightly, a smirk on his face as he gazed down at her. Were it not for his dignity, he would have remarked, "Woman, allow me to demonstrate whether or not I am a man." ISN to your body aching? Is it not hurting now? Oh yes. Su Ning immediately grimaced. Why did you have to remind me? It hurts so much. I must have internal injuries. Their interaction appeared to others as a display of affection. A solitary dog, wandering aimlessly. When will I find my sanctuary? Beautiful lady, your sanctuary has arrived, Rose. Rose? Scram? Enough. Enough. You two are so sweet it's nauseating. Hospital. The doctor pointed at the report and informed Su Ning, nothing serious, just some abrasions. Are you certain? Su Ning exclaimed in shock. Then why do I feel such agony? The doctor adjusted his glasses and replied, because you are too thin. With little flesh to cushion the impact, a fall naturally affects deeper layers. Su Ning. Ah, how eloquently you express it. No wonder. Besides the pain in my ribs, my chest also aches. But if I had a larger bust, a fall would definitely hurt more. I might swell from AC to AD. In a shade of purple, no less. Chinwan, how is it that a perfectly healthy person has developed a mouth? No, wait, 2 mouths. Returning with a handful of medications, Su Ning contemplated requesting a leave of absence from the production team when she unexpectedly saw director Chi had already announced in the group. The first episode concludes here. The timing for the second shoot will be announced later. Su Ning exhaled in relief, then resolved to join the Chang-le crew in a few days. For no particular reason, she simply relished working. Not working is not an option. In this lifetime, she would never cease working. Question 208. Understand 208, become 208, and ultimately surpass 208. Just kidding. Thus, filled with enthusiasm, Su Ning opened Weibo, intending to reminisce about the day's juicy gossip. She then stumbled upon the hashtags. Chinwan Su Ning Princess Carrie, explosive. Chinwan and Su Ning are really together, trending. Chinwan shooting arrows to save Su Ning. She even encountered comments beneath related threads from scammers claiming their zodiac signs and faces were a perfect match, destined to grow old together and have 2 children in 3 years. Su Ning, what the hell? This is nothing short of alarmism. Witnessing Su Ning's incredulous expression while listening to her distorted thoughts, Chinwan surprisingly felt a sense of comfort. Indeed, happiness can be contagious. Chapter 44. You wouldn't want to be targeted by an old green tea, would you? Was Yang Tian replaced? Upon arriving at the set, Su Ning was initially taken aback by the news. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Seducing a married man certainly qualifies one as a disreputable artist, doesn't it? No wonder the variety show announced a pause yesterday. The Chang-le crew only lost a supporting actress, but the variety show lost 2 key guests out of a total of only 5. Zhong Ying handed Su Ning a bottle of soda. The director has already found a new actress to reshoot Yang Tian's previous scenes. Fortunately, the episodes currently airing on the network are few, taking the show down for a while and re-airing it shouldn't have a significant impact. Director Liu was quite swift in his actions. Su Ning glanced ahead, then quickly moved to Zhong Ying's side. Sister, let us discuss this. Limited to discussion. Do you think if a female celebrity were to seek out a male model, would she face a similar fate? Of course, I know these two cannot be compared. I'm just asking, no other intentions. Zhong Ying was amused by Su Ning's dog-like demeanor. Theoretically, the impact should be considerably less if only one is sought. Seeking only one would be rather dull. Then how many do you wish to pursue? Fang Cheng suddenly appeared behind Su Ning, asking ominously. You scared me. Su Ning turned around angrily, then gaped. I know you hold deep feelings for Yang Tian, but you need not go to such extremes. Fang Cheng had shaved his head into a buzz cut, a very short one at that, and with his round head shape. He looked less like a trendy guy and more like a monk. Su Ning, I wish to curl my hair into a ring on this head. Fang Cheng exclaimed excitedly. This is a haircut gone wrong. I simply chose to shave it all off, not for that reason. He had already explained this to no fewer than 10 people, including the director, assistant director, makeup artist, and so on. Why was it still an issue?
Oh.
Su Ning nodded rapidly, though her eyes were filled with doubt. Fang Cheng, how foolish of me. I was trying to reason with a cow. Su Ning, so you call me a cow, didn't you? You just admitted it. Fang Cheng, it slipped out unintentionally. However, upon seeing Su Ning's furious expression, her teeth clenched, Fang Cheng felt inexplicably relieved, and his mood lightened significantly. Since the incident, Yang Tian had incessantly contacted him to apologize. She had clearly stated that it was fine, yet she continued to express her desire to meet him in person, wishing to clarify matters face to face. Fang Cheng was perplexed as to what unresolved issues lingered between them. Was it that Yang Tian was secretly involved with a married man while keeping him dangling? Or was it that his message about wanting to maintain some distance had not been sufficiently clear? Yang Tian sent him a video in which she sobbed uncontrollably, her cries filled with sorrow, questioning whether he no longer loved her and if he was unwilling to forgive her. He found himself at a loss for words, for he had once held genuine affection for her. Perhaps she had forgotten the time in college when she offered a candy to a senior who had failed successive auditions and was dejectedly squatting in a corner, softly asking, "Classmate, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Would you like me to accompany you to the infirmary? Hey, are you daydreaming?" Su Ning waved her hand in front of Fang Cheng, jolting him back to reality. He glanced at her and shook his head. "It's nothing." With that, he turned away and pulled out his phone, swiftly locating the well-memorized number and all the social media contacts associated with that person, deleting and blocking them all. Ultimately, he was a selfish individual, aside from his feelings. There were many other things he could not relinquish. Hence, it was time to draw a definitive conclusion to everything. "I sent Scandal-ridden tonight?" Chin's mother, clutching a large bag of chips, sat on the sofa waiting for over half an hour, and it was already past 8 without a broadcast. It will air next week. This week. Due to Yang Tiantian's incident, her scenes need to be cut and res hot. You should have mentioned it earlier. Chin's mother casually picked up a pillow and tossed it towards Qinwan. "I'm quite upset right now. I want to hear that your relationship with Xiao Su has progressed further before I can feel better." Qinwan replied softly, "There hasn't been any progress. Not even taking that first step. Get lost." Sighing exaggeratedly, Qin's mother then turned her disappointed gaze upon her younger son. "My blood pressure is acting up. You need to take Xiao Su to that old green tea's banquet for me to feel better." After pondering for a while, Qinwan finally remembered who his mother was referring to. "Are you talking about the Qiao family?"
Yes.
The old green tea said it was for her daughter's 20th birthday party. I suspect she intends to introduce her daughter to potential suitors. Wasn't her daughter already engaged? Qinwan had not followed this matter closely, his vague recollection stemming from his mother previously ranting. "That old green tea is truly insufferable. She invited us under the pretense of a birthday party, but it was actually to have us witness her daughter's engagement. Her daughter has just turned 18. The last sentence came with a sarcastic emphasis. "She has just turned 18. Speaking of this, Qin's mother became even angrier. Exactly. The male side's family faced some issues last year, and they went bankrupt. Instead of offering consolation, they immediately cut ties. With such a reputation, it's a disgrace for their family to take an interest in her." Her piercing gaze landed on Qinwan. "You wouldn't want to find yourself in a similar situation, would you?" "I understand," Qinwan replied, acknowledging that he indeed needed to attend the banquet. The Qin and Qiao families had frequent business interactions, primarily due to the amicable relationship between Qin's father and Xiao's father. Before Qiao's original wife passed away, Qin's mother had a favorable impression of the Qiao family. However, now that the new matriarch had taken her place, Qin's mother viewed the Qiao family with disdain. In her words, the Qiao family's judgment is truly flawed. It was merely unfortunate for Su Qin that she had been raised by that old green tea, and now she appeared to be a little green tea herself. Upon returning to his residence at Yunfengju that evening, Qinwan pondered how to broach the subject with Su Ning. Compared to the possibility of being scrutinized by a motley crew, having Su Ning pose as his girlfriend to fend off unwanted attention was evidently a far more favorable option. It was then that he encountered Su Ning, who was waiting for the elevator. She was completely engrossed in her phone, which appeared to be a second device, as it lacked a privacy screen. Consequently, Qinwan could not help but notice her comment beneath a photo of a swimsuit model. "You are forbidden from kissing men. And no talking to women. Just as I expected from you." Chapter 45. It has been ages since I've seen the young master smile so joyfully.
Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Who is it?
Coughing so loudly in the elevator? Are you wearing a mask?
Cough, cough.
Surely, you aren't intentionally spreading a virus?
Cough, cough.
Are you trying to poison me? Do you want me to scold you? Su Ning, infuriated, turned to shoot a fierce glare at the culprit, only to be met with Qin Wan's ambiguous expression, which was neither clearly a smile nor not. Is your phone amusing? Qin Wan huffed lightly. It took her an eternity to finally divert her gaze from the screen after his prolonged coughing. Hello, Mr. Qin. You are incorrigible. Is it Teacher De Bing?
Who taught you to speak like that?
You haven't received a beating yet? After this commotion, Qin Wan felt considerably more at ease and got straight to the point. Are you free on the 25th of this month?
Wow.
Mr. Qin, how did you know my birthday is approaching? Are you planning to buy me a gift? Oh dear, please don't be so polite. I already receive a salary from you. So, how can I accept a gift? Su Ning said, fluttering her eyelashes at Qin Wan. Is there a draft in your eyes? I am going to blow up your ironclad, masculine head. Qin Wan couldn't suppress a chuckle. Are you really going to celebrate your birthday? When is it? Su Ning mumbled softly, the 27th, all right. On the 25th, you will accompany me to an event, and on the 27th, I shall celebrate your birthday. Sounds delightful, doesn't it? Su Ning immediately shot him a panicked look. No way, buddy.
What are you talking about?
Which eye of yours saw me delighted? We aren't that close. Celebrating together would be so awkward. That's settled then. Who agreed to that? Su Ning attempted to salvage the situation, but Qin Wan pointed at the elevator door. You've arrived. Oh, thank you. What are you thanking me for? The ever-polite young lady's composure quietly shattered at that moment. Even after returning to his room, the smile on Qin Wan's face remained unyielding. Just as he walked in, Aunt Zhao, who was responsible for his meals, had yet to leave. Young master, have you encountered some good fortune? It has been ages since I've seen you smile so happily. Seeing Su Ning in a tough spot, hee. Hearing the servant inadvertently echo his domineering remarks, he chuckled. Su Ning initially thought it was just an ordinary business trip until Qin Wan took her to a posh clothing store that exuded high-end vibes and expensive merchandise. As soon as they entered the store, a warm and enthusiastic sales assistant approached them. Mr. Qin, please help her pick out a few outfits. Of course, madam. If you would follow me. Wait, Su Ning whispered to Qin Wan. Mr. Qin, you know I only sell my talents, not my body. Just go. The company isn't desperate enough to sell you off. Oh, that's good. Only then did Su Ning skip along behind the sales assistant. Mr. Qin, what do you think of the set? Qin Wan diverted his gaze from the magazine he had casually picked up, only to be met with a pair of jade-white long legs. The sales assistant had chosen a lake blue strapless, slick gown for Su Ning. The fabric was unknown, but under the lights, it shimmered with an extraordinarily silky sheen, reminiscent of sunlight dancing on the surface of a lake with a dreamlike luster. The dress accentuated Su Ning's fair complexion, making her appear slender, graceful, and enchantingly innocent. Feeling Qin Wan's scrutinizing gaze, Su Ning felt slightly uneasy. Let's keep this one and select a few more. Although the dress looked exquisite, Qin Wan still sensed something was lacking. Thus, due to his lack of enthusiasm, Su Ning changed into over a dozen gowns, transitioning from initial hesitance to a state of despondency. She presumed that Qin Wan was dissatisfied, however. He expressed approval for each ensemble, encouraging her to continue trying them on. Su Ning mused, if only I had an abundance of money. I would suggest it be directly transferred to me. She exclaimed, Mr. Qin, I can't go on like this. By the 15th dress. Her legs trembling from the strain of high heels, she leaned against the wall, massaging her knees. Qin Wan inquired, why do you seem somewhat disheartened? After a brief pause, he concluded, let us stop here. You may take all the dresses home. Please send me the one you intend to wear 2 days in advance, along with a backup option.
What?
All of them?
Så Nings AS Videnet.
She had discreetly asked the sales assistant, and the least expensive gown cost several tens of thousands, while the more extravagant ones soared into the hundreds of thousands. How could he so casually bestow all of this upon her? Su Ning lamented inwardly, had I known, I wouldn't have declared I was unable to continue. How could a leading lady admit to such weakness? Qin Wan replied, look at your lack of ambition. What astonished Su Ning even more was yet to come. Later, when she sent Qin Wan the selected gown, the following day, a man clad in a black suit, resembling a butler, arrived at her door with a delivery. Upon opening the gift box, she was nearly blinded by the dazzling array of white diamond accessories. particularly a ring that resembled a pigeon egg in size. Perhaps I should offer myself in a gesture of gratitude. Otherwise, I cannot bear the weight of such lavish gifts. On the day of the event, at the ungodly hour of 4 a.m, someone knocked on Su Ning's door. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Have you no sense of decorum? Open the door.
Su Ning thought, he has come at last.
But I'm not ready. What should I do? And will this Pikachu pajamas ruin the mood? Qin implored, please, just act normally. Steeling herself. Su Ning opened the door to find Qin accompanied by several handsome men. This is quite the gathering, she remarked. Silence. He commanded. Oh, how dull. From that moment on, Su Ning felt her anxiety dissipate. She dutifully stepped aside, then asked Qin, what exactly is the plan today? You will accompany me to a banquet as my date. Su Ning paused, and just as Qin anticipated her refusal, she queried, is this considered a business trip? Will there be any travel allowance? Qin shot her a bemused glance. What do you think? All right, no allowance is acceptable, she conceded. After all, I have received so many gifts. With the assistance of a female assistant, Su Ning donned the selected shimmering fishtail gown, layered with a silver tulle underdress and adorned with intricately hand-set diamonds and cascading pearl chains, while the neckline and hem featured delicately embroidered lace. She then sat obediently in front of an oversized makeup mirror as the stylist, Tony, meticulously crafted her hairstyle, softly curled long hair gathered into a bun, accentuated with a white diamond hair chain and delicate curls framing her petite face. What do you think of this hairstyle? Tony inquired. It's so spring-like and light. Su Ning replied. Next came the makeup artist's careful application, and as Su Ning closed her eyes, she soon drifted into slumber. Nearby, Qin remarked, at your age, how can you sleep so soundly? Finally, after enduring the entire process, Su Ning reluctantly opened her eyes at the stylist's call. It's finally done. This is more exhausting than being a bride. Qin retorted with a smirk. Have you ever been a bride? No, but I've seen brides before. I've also been a bridesmaid twice. I know the process well enough. Once fully awake, Su Ning rushed to the floor-length mirror, lifting her gown and spinning around, exclaiming,
Wow.
Is this really me? I look absolutely stunning. In that moment, she truly understood the feeling depicted in classic idol dramas where the protagonist undergoes a transformation through makeup and attire, triumphantly confronting her ex.
It was exhilarating.
Chapter 46. The chill has set in. It is time for the Zhang family to face bankruptcy. At the Qiao family banquet, Qiao Weining, flanked by her parents and several cousins, navigated through the crowd like a cherished princess. Ah, old Qiao, your daughter grows more beautiful by the day. Is she dating anyone yet? What do you think of my youngest son? Old Zhang, however, interjected, no rush on that front. Qiao Ping patted his shoulder and gestured toward Qiao Weining, his eyes filled with affection. My little one has become rather spoiled. Her standards are quite elevated. I've introduced her to several suitors, but she remains unimpressed. Young people will have their own choices. Let her decide. I understand. Meanwhile, Qiao Weining's eldest cousin, Qiao Yuan, scoffed. These people truly lack discernment. Our Weining is not only beautiful but possesses a delightful personality. How could those unsightly individuals even dream of pursuing her? Second cousin Qiao Yuanqing chimed in. Indeed. I know that Zhang family's youngest son. He spends his days in bars chasing after women. What a disgrace to suggest him. Third cousin Qiao Yuanlin mused. Why even bother discussing it? The weather has turned cold. It's high time for the Zhang family to face their downfall. As Su Ning stepped in, linking arms with Qin, she thought, who is this person? Trying to outshine me? The moment Qin entered the hall, he drew the attention of onlookers from all directions. He was the sole representative of the Qin family present. Mr. Qin, your father and elder brother are occupied with work and could not attend. Qin's mother lamented that the sight of the Qiao family would keep her awake at night. Thus, she resolutely chose to stay away. Too much green tea can indeed lead to insomnia. Though she wished to greet her future daughter-in-law, she deemed it better to avoid such an ominous gathering. As for Qin's second brother, he longed to attend but was sternly prohibited by Qin, who was already frazzled dealing with one unreliable sibling. Mr. Qin, and who might this lady be? Someone inquired, approaching with a drink in hand, scrutinizing Su Ning from head to toe. They felt she resembled someone familiar, but could not quite place her. Surely, if he had encountered such a stunning woman before, he would remember her name. Yet, she radiated an allure that rivaled even the starlets he had known. As Qin subtly shielded Su Ning from view, he replied coolly. First off, who she is none of your concern. Secondly, who are you? The man, taken aback and blushing, hastily retreated, covering his face as he felt the stares of the surrounding crowd. Is this acceptable? Su Ning quietly inquired of Qin. Are you intimidated? He observed, glancing down at her. Not at all. I simply felt you could have been more audacious. I would have said, who is letting out such foul gas? It's unbearable. Qin retorted. Have you considered my reputation? As the commotion drew attention, Qiao Yuan immediately noticed the stir and turned to his cousin, Qiao Yuanlin, commenting, who is that woman? I wasn't aware Qin had a girlfriend. She's quite striking. At that moment, Qiao Waning's gaze was fixated on Qin. Clad in a bespoke black suit adorned with black diamonds, he appeared impeccably tailored, perfectly complementing Su Ning's elegant attire. With his tall, handsome stature and her delicate grace, they formed a visually stunning pair. Particularly notable was how Qin instinctively leaned in closer to listen whenever Su Ning spoke, creating an atmosphere of harmony that seemed to radiate pink bubbles around them. To onlookers, this was the epitome of a romantic relationship. Xiao Weining clenched her fists, thinking, it can't be as it appears, can it? My mother assured me that Qin was still single. When sending the invitation to the Qin family, my mother remarked that their status in the capital was unparalleled and that the three Qin brothers were all remarkable, flourishing in their careers, urging me to select one without hesitation. Without a moment's doubt, I chose Qin, and I intended to find a way to draw closer to him during this soiree. Yet, to my dismay, he arrived with a female companion, and they appeared to be romantically involved. Xiao Weining found this utterly unacceptable. Isn't that Qin? She exclaimed. Upon hearing a hearty laugh from a distance, Su Ning turned to see an elderly gentleman with graying hair waving at Qin. Qin leaned down to Su Ning and said, that's a friend of my grandfather's. Stay here and don't wander off, I'll be right back. Su Ning retorted, don't move from here. I'm just going to grab an orange. You're leaving me to play the background. Once Qin departed, Su Ning, feeling rather bored, began to scan her surroundings. Her eyes lit up upon spotting a table laden with an array of desserts and dishes. Having risen early that morning without a proper meal, she now felt a pang of hunger. How does this cake taste? She heard a man ask as he fed a small piece of cake to a woman, who shook her head and replied, it's merely average. I don't particularly enjoy it. You don't like it, yet you're feeding it to me. Su Ning was not discerning. She eagerly sampled whatever looked appealing. Little cake, I'll eat, eat, eat. Chunk of steak, I'll eat, eat, eat. Salmon and sweet shrimp, I'll eat, eat, eat. Her fervent dining attracted others who were keen to engage her in conversation, hoping to find an opportunity to connect with Qin. Was she being tormented by Qin? After shoving a piece of an unknown dessert into her mouth, Su Ning found herself choking slightly and reached for a drink nearby. At that moment, another hand, adorned with red nail polish, reached for the same drink. Excuse me, Su Ning exclaimed as her hand brushed against another and she looked up to find Chu Xiang, who initially intended to say it was nothing, frozen in surprise upon seeing Su Ning's face. What a familiar visage. It bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew. Could it be? No, that was utterly impossible. Despite her mind's attempts to reassure her, Chu Xiang immediately grasped Su Ning's wrist, demanding, who are you? What is your name?
How old are you?
What is your date of birth? Where is your hometown? Why are you asking so many questions? Are you trying to curse me? For what reason? I haven't stolen your drink. Chapter 47. Oh dear. What a mess. Chu Xiang had never been rebutted in such a manner before. Her grip on Su Ning's hand tightened, her sharp nails causing Su Ning to wince. What an eloquent little girl. Do you even know who I am?
How dare you speak to me like that?
Su Ning forcefully shook off her hand, rubbing her wrist. What an unreasonable old hag. I care not who you are. I am the organizer of today's banquet, Mrs. Qiao. How dare you address me in such a manner?
Oh.
Su Ning thought, flipping through her mental notes on the Qiao family. You used to be Mrs. Qiao, the family's nanny, right? You. Chu Xiang's expression darkened like a thundercloud, flanked by several ladies who typically fawned over her. They were all accustomed to flattering her, and it had been ages since she had heard anyone mention her former identity. To think this young girl had the audacity.
Heh.
I certainly do not recall inviting such an impolite individual. You didn't manage to sneak in with some underhanded trick, did you? Chu Xiang had been too far from Su Ning and Qin earlier to witness their interaction. The women who had long sought to curry favor with her chimed in. Exactly. A woman of such low quality shouldn't be here as anyone's companion. She must have found a way to sneak in. The young girl, dressed to the nines, spoke so coarsely. Could her attire and jewelry be fake too? Mrs. Chiao, why waste your breath on her? Just call security and have her removed. Enough, Chu Xiang sighed, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, revealing a dazzling diamond ring. The young lady is merely vain and ignorant. I can understand. Since she is here, let her experience the world. Indeed, Mrs. Chiao is so reasonable. That magnificent diamond must be a gift from Mr. Chiao, right? The clarity and cut are far superior to some of the fakes others wear. Ha ha ha, that was a gift from my daughter, Waining at Sotheby's, called Gentle Heart. This girl just has a bit of money and loves to squander it. Your daughter, Waining, is quite filial. We're envious. Quite so. At that moment, a certain internet celebrity, who had entered through the purchase of an invitation, was secretly live-streaming. As expected of Wanwan, she is attending such an upscale banquet.
Wow.
I see Chiao Waining. She is even more stunning in person than in magazines. Such rare beauty wasted outside the entertainment industry. To the person in front. Your 2G network is inadequate. Chiao Waining has already signed with an entertainment company and has several leading roles lined up. Having a background indeed makes a difference. Look quickly. The handsome man and beautiful woman just walked past the red carpet. ISNT, that CEO Qin and Su Ning? Is that for real? The breathtaking beauty is Su Ning? It must be. Who else would be rumored to be with CEO Qin? Truly, appearances do matter. As the comments flooded in discussing Su Ning and Qin Wan, Lin Wanwan discreetly aimed her camera at them. Once Qin Wan left, she stealthily followed Su Ning, capturing the altercation between Su Ning and Chu Xiang. That Mrs. Xiao has such poor judgment. Our Ning Ning is brought here by CEO Qin. You think Ning Ning is so rude that it's surprising she has suspected? Clearly, celebrities and internet personalities thrive better in their comfort zones. When they step outside, they often reveal their ignorance. Some people's backgrounds dictate their words. Can't you see that it was Chu Xiang who instigated? Why interrogate Su Ning as if she were under scrutiny? CEO Qin, hurry back. Your wife is being bullied. With Su Ning's fierce spirit, who's bullying whom is still in question. Indeed, as several women took jabs at her while flattering Chu Xiang, Su Ning clapped her hands together, creating a resounding applause. What are you doing? A lady could not help but scold. I'm touched by your superficial sisterhood. Su Ning directed her gaze at the sycophants. May I ask your esteemed names? If you don't disclose your name, how am I to enjoy your gossip? A nickname will suffice. Why should I tell you?
What?
Are you afraid? This girl, who loves flaunting her fake goods, merely wishes to know you all.
What is so frightening about that?
A rather simple-minded lady stepped forward to introduce herself and revealed the names and backgrounds of the others, concluding with a smug huff. So, what do you think? Are you intimidated? You little brat don't even deserve to lick our shoes. Su Ning replied, Indeed, I am quite intimidated.
Humph.
After all, I've never encountered someone like Mrs. Wang, who can entertain 5 male models and engage in battles with them over a dozen times each month. You, Mrs. Wang's eyes widened in shock, her trembling finger pointing at Su Ning. You, how do you know?
No.
Don't spew nonsense. At that moment, Mrs. Wang's husband was also present at the gathering, and even if her mind were simple, she could not admit to such claims. Heaven and earth, supreme VIP member. A monthly fee of 500,000. Who envies me? I do not speak. But I must say, Mrs. Wang, your taste is rather poor. How can you forgive that number 18 for being so unattractive just because he has a specialty? And that headliner, did you know he just got a sharp cut last month? Be careful not to catch anything from him. Mrs. Wang's eyes widened in terror. You're lying. Don't think you can frighten me. I'm not afraid. No. I've never done such a thing. Wang Lifeng, you. A portly man with a round face and a belly that seemed ready to burst forth, charged towards Madame Wang, ready to confront her. I must ask, where does all the money you spend each month go? How dare you betray me? Madame Wang darted around several other ladies, while the rotund man pursued her from behind. Chu Xiang felt an overwhelming frustration rising within her, ready to unleash her wrath, when she overheard a girl nearby, her tone dripping with sarcasm. What, do you think you're a good person just because you're fat? A little money and you're off gallivanting about, indiscriminately. How disgusting. You wretched creature. What right do you have to speak here? I understand. This ISNT called debauchery. This is sweet affection. May relations, no worries about the repercussions, just take care of yourself. A chuckle rippled through the crowd, many amused by Su Ning's sardonic tone. The man, incensed, turned around to strike Su Ning, but she was not one to be trifled with, delivering a swift kick to his belly. You two are equally matched. Why not just settle for one another? What's the point of a divorce? In the courtroom, both parties at fault were hurling accusations at each other. Don't burn out the judge's CPU. Laughter erupted. It's still the same Su Ning. Judge, doesn't anyone care about my feelings? The others must be trembling right about now. What is the point of seeing these wealthy people flaunt their riches? This is the real entertainment. Chapter 48. Husband, she asked bullying me. Su Ning was on fire, pointing at the ladies who had just mocked her, addressing each one in turn. You always crafting the perfect mother-in-law persona in public while privately imposing rules on your daughter-in-law, causing her to suffer 2 miscarriages. I suggest all the lovely ladies here take a good look at her face. She's now urging her eldest son to divorce while searching for a proper match for her second son. Imagine 2 mama-s boys flooding the market. How terrifying. And you, to curry favor with your husband, you even tried to peddle your own sister. When your sister complained to the family, you cast dirt on her, claiming she seduced your brother-in-law first. And you, a self-proclaimed university professor, projecting an image of intellect while secretly exploiting your graduate students for your own research projects, only to manipulate them further after graduation. The moment anyone dares voice dissent, you threaten their graduation. I recall last year, one of your students couldn't bear it and jumped off a building, causing quite a stir, which you swiftly suppressed with your wealth. Doesn't your conscience ache? With each accusation, a lady broke down, desperately trying to defend herself, only to be met with overwhelming evidence from Su Ning, leaving them anxious and on edge. They were all left wondering who this girl was, and how she seemed to know everything. That's enough. Chu Xiang clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead. On one hand, Su Ning's knowledge was unnervingly extensive, making her anxious about what this newcomer might reveal next. On the other hand, today had required tremendous effort to organize a matchmaking banquet for her daughter, only for all the attention to be stolen by this girl. How could she accept that? With icy disdain, Chu Xiang glared at Su Ning. Young lady, I am unaware of who you are or your intentions for being here. But you are indeed causing considerable distress to many present. I would appreciate it if you could take it upon yourself to leave. Su Ning tilted her head, feigning innocence. Have I caused trouble for many? It seems I've only brought a smidgen of trouble to these few behind you. After all, they initiated the provocation. What? Am I allowed to be mocked while I'm not permitted to retaliate? Who do you think you are? Even a gold miner couldn't unearth a gem as pure as you. Moreover, it seemed the audience was enjoying her commentary. I'm merely bringing joy to the majority here. Isn't that a good thing? She gestured behind her, and unbeknownst to her, her group had become the center of attention, with more people discreetly gathering around. Those pointed out by Su Ning smiled sheepishly. There was no denying the sweetness of the gossip being served. I appreciate Su Ning's even-handed madness. This Chu Xiang only plays favorites. Not at all like a lady of high society. What a miserly demeanor. But truly, Su Ning did ruin the banquet first. It's only natural for her to be upset. Seriously, is Shengshi still hiring? I want to apply as Su Ning's assistant. Being at the forefront of this drama is exhilarating. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? She's drawing a lot of ire. Enough. Chu Xiang could no longer tolerate being publicly insulted, especially with laughter echoing around her. Security. Are you all just sitting idly by? Quickly, escort this uninvited guest away. Who do you mean by uninvited guest? A voice, as chilling as spring water melting ice, cut through, as Qin Wan approached Su Ning and linked his arm with hers. I understand. What do you understand? Suddenly, the woman beside him flung herself into his arms, faux sobbing, pointing a finger at Chu Xiang as she lamented, Husband. She's bullying me. Quickly, avenge me. Qin Wan froze in place. The woman in his arms was adopting an exaggerated tone, uttering words that left everyone dumbfounded. Yet, what struck Qin Wan the most was not her theatrics, but her soft figure and the scent of gardenias that wafted into his breath. Why aren't you playing along? What are you doing? Su Ning subtly raised her head, shooting Qin Wan a series of playful glances. Can you not cooperate? I intentionally staged this performance in such a setting where gossip would be less likely to spread. Can you not put in a little effort as the male lead? Unbeknownst to them, every gesture they made was being broadcasted to countless viewers in the live stream. I knew these two were up to something behind the scenes. Look. He's already calling her wife. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. I thought they were merely engaging in publicity stunts. Publicity? More like a mutual exploitation. What are these wild claims? Noticing her son's live broadcast, Chin's mother quickly messaged him, "Son, I just picked out a few lovely and meaningful characters from the dictionary, which would suit my grandson's name." Why, isn't Chin one reacting? Am I supposed to turn a blind eye to your performance? This is hilarious. I told you Su Ning was one-sidedly infatuated. A dream girl, isn't it? I've fallen into that embarrassing habit again. Just then, Su Ning, who had just joined her mother, shared the crowd's sentiments. Initially, she assumed this woman was Chin Wan's girlfriend. But it seemed she was merely an inconsequential companion meant to ward off unwelcome advances. "Dear sister, please don't complicate things for Mr. Chin." Pouting with wide, innocent eyes, she addressed Su Ning. "Why are you pouting your lips so high? Are you cosplaying a goldfish? The last time I saw someone pout like that was my 3-month-old cousin, always yearning for milk. How can you speak like that?" Xiao Yuan deep interjected, unable to bear the sight, for Wanning was their beloved cousin. "What have I said?
I merely stating facts."
Why play young at this age? I'm 20. Does that make me not an adult? Sister? Do I really have to call her sister? Su Ning found it perplexing. Why are there so many random individuals trying to claim kinship? Are you after the inheritance of my family's dozen or so sows? Xiao Yuan deep, enraged, raised a hand toward Su Ning. "Watch your mouth. It's you who should clean up your act." Chin Wan seized Xiao Yuan deep's wrist, applying pressure that twisted his face in pain. Finally, the wooden man reacts. "Qin San Xiao." Chu Xiang interjected, aiming to mediate. It was indeed a moment of impulsiveness. Yet it was also the young lady's disrespectful remarks that initiated the exchange. "Surely, you can comprehend this, can't you? After all, she is merely a female companion. And Chu Xiang does not believe that Qin Jian would hold any significant regard for her." However, unexpectedly, a chilling gaze from Qin Jian was cast upon her. "Understand what? My woman has been wronged, and I am to express my agreement?" Chapter 49. My delicate wife is myself. What? Chu Xiang was evidently taken aback by Qin Jian's response. Even more so was Su Ning. What did he just say? My woman? Help, help. Who was mortified? I won't even mention it. Yet, it seemed that Qin Jian relished this feeling, leaning down to whisper in Su Ning's ear, "Why so silent, little one? Wasn't it my task to seek justice for you? Do you think my efforts insufficient? Little one, my delicate wife is myself." "Enough, Mr. Qin. Do not sacrifice yourself like this," Su Ning implored in a hushed voice, on the verge of tears. "No need to be so moved," she added. Qin Jian redirected his attention to the individuals across from him. "Today, I represent the Qin family at Miss Chiao's coming-of-age banquet. I pride myself on being courteous. Ning Ning has not deliberately provoked anyone, yet she has met with such unreasonable challenges. It seems I ought not to have attended this gathering. Ning Ning, shall we depart?" At that moment, Qin Jian cast a penetrating glance at Chu Xiang. "I cannot make decisions on behalf of the other members of the Qin family. But from this day forth, my enterprises will no longer engage in any collaborations with the Chiao family." With that, Qin Jian placed his hand upon Su Ning's waist, guiding her away. "No, Mr. Qin." Xiao Wanning was the first to react, attempting to retain him. "How can we not cooperate? I still wish to star in the production of Xingshi Investment and draw closer to Qin Jian." Chu Xiang felt similarly. Yet, upon noticing Xiao Ping approaching from a distance, she hastily grasped Xiao Wanying's hand. "Do not speak." With such close proximity to Qin Jian, Su Ning stood frozen like a statue, her movements awkwardly synchronized. "Mr. Qin is formidable. Ha ha ha. She is blushing. She is blushing. Su Ning, please act normal. I am frightened." Su Ning should express this to Mr. Qin.
"Oh,
That girl truly is fortunate." As the two exited the villa, Su Ning sprinted away to distance herself from Qin Jian. "How cruel to use me, and then discard me." Qin Jian raised an eyebrow at Su Ning. "No." Su Ning's smile was more akin to a grimace. "Mr. Qin, there is no one left. Shall we cease the pretense? You are scaring me. Who says there is no one?" The laughter rang out again. Su Ning turned back to see an elderly gentleman with graying hair being assisted by others as he approached. "What brings you here?" Qin Jian greeted him. "Oh, dear. I am growing old. I can hardly keep up. If it weren't for the spectacle today, I would have left long ago." The old man bypassed Qin Jian to stand before Su Ning, revealing a warm, benevolent smile. You are quite an interesting girl. Su Ning touched her hair. Chuckling. I shall take that as a compliment. Indeed, indeed. Do you truly have no connections with this young man? The elderly gentleman inquired discreetly.
Ah?
Well. Then, how wonderful. I have a grandson. He just returned from abroad this year. He stands at 185 centimeters, exceptionally handsome, and possesses a fine character. He will inherit our family business. The Liu family is only slightly beneath the Qin family, yet we possess but one heir. What do you say? Su Ning paused for a moment before immediately shaking her head.
What?
Are you not satisfied? The old man feigned a stern expression. Su Ning, undeterred, replied with a smile. Not at all. I simply have a strong sense of caution regarding such fortuitous encounters.
Ah.
You truly are amusing. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Liu Jiangwo, the head of the Liu family, known for our real estate ventures. As the old man handed Su Ning a business card, he whispered, This is my grandson's card. It contains his number. If you add him on WeChat and mention that I introduced you as a potential match, he will surely agree. Are you serious? Su Ning hesitated, glancing at the opulent card, unsure whether to accept it. She did not believe herself to possess any extraordinary charm that could captivate the heart of a real estate magnate. By the way, Liu Jiangwo? Su Ning flipped through the gossip collection and discovered. Elder Liu, you must ensure to thoroughly check your transportation before heading out.
What?
Liu Jiangwo's expression turned grave. He had just witnessed Su Ning's verbal duel with the crowd. He did not believe that a seemingly obscure girl could possess such an extensive network of information to uncover the hidden scandals of the elite. The only explanation was that this girl must have some foresight. Thus, he wished to introduce her to his grandson, thinking that with her presence, his grandson's future would be promising. Now that she had taken the initiative to warn him, Liu Jiangwo's first instinct was that someone intended to harm him. But who could it be? Rest assured, you can trust me. Su Ning did not wish to delve deeper, as it was a matter of their family affairs. If they doubted her and accused her of sowing discord, where would she go to seek justice? Very well. Elder Liu pressed further, deciding to investigate personally. You should accept this business card. Just as Elder Liu was about to finish his sentence, Qin Jian snatched the card away. Ning Ning is an actress. If you have resources from the entertainment industry to offer her, she may consider it. As for introductions, let's refrain. At her young age, rumors would not bode well for her. Elder Liu glared at Qin Jian. And what about you? I have seen quite a few rumors about you two online. Why do you not clarify? I am her employer. It is my duty to protect her. Though it may tarnish my reputation, it is far better than allowing her to endure online harassment. Humph, what a flimsy excuse. Elder Liu huffed in dissatisfaction. The hour grows late. You ought to return home and rest. Qin Jian said, taking Su Ning's hand, their fingers intertwined. We should also be on our way.
Ah.
Very well. As they walked further away, Elder Liu chuckled to himself. What a contradictory young man. In the car, Su Ning gazed out at the scenery, realizing after an hour had passed without reaching home. Mr. Qin, are we not returning? Aren't you hungry? Starving? Su Ning clutched her stomach. I had planned to indulge in more pastries, all due to those troublemakers. What shall we eat? I am in the mood for barbecue. A buffet would suffice. I feel I could devour an entire cow. Just as Qin Jian opened his mouth to respond, he abruptly fell silent. Su Ning thought she had misheard. What did you just say? Nothing. Qin Jian tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Why did he feel the need to inquire whether she truly wished to accept that business card? What significance did it hold for him? Chapter 50. Keep your private life away from me. Are we dining here tonight? Su Ning followed Qin Jian to a high-end restaurant located on the top floor of a shopping mall, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows. From this vantage point, one could behold the dazzling nightscape of the capital, with the brilliantly illuminated river nearby, a sight so breathtaking it felt surreal. Truly, this is an upscale restaurant. Upon receiving the menu from the waiter, Su Ning's eyes widened at the unadorned figures of 2 zeros, 3 zeros, even 4 or 5 zeros following the delectable dishes. Indeed, this is an upscale restaurant. She could hardly recognize the numeral 0 anymore. Heavens, are you attempting to bankrupt me? Mr. Qin, I am aware of your wealth. But is this not a bit extravagant? Surely we could find a roadside stall for a taste? It was no wonder she had scarcely seen anyone upon entering. At such exorbitant prices, not only would she be denied entry, but even lingering at the entrance would likely earn her the disdainful gaze of the haughty staff. Qin Jian skillfully selected several dishes, then raised his gaze, casting a knowing look at Su Ning. Dining at a street stall, Are you concerned that your exposure is insufficient? Exposure? What does that mean? Have I made it onto the trending list again? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Is it a crime to enjoy cursing at people? Su Ning quickly fished her phone out of her pocket and deftly opened the trending topics. Upon seeing the hashtags, Su Ning calls Chinwon hubby, Chinwon my woman, Chinwon defends his wife with fervor. Her expression resembled that of someone who had just faced an intense debate. Can't one leave a modicum of privacy? Though I am a female celebrity, undeniably beautiful, and currently experiencing a bit of fame that incites jealousy, must I be scrutinized so closely? I'm even worried that the next time I use the restroom outside, I might be secretly filmed.
Truly.
Is it that if one does not shine brightly, they are regarded as a fool?
King Juan, a nostalgic moment.
Ordering. Chinwon tapped the menu. Su Ning shook her head. I recognize the text on this menu, but it does not recognize me. You order for me. She was currently in a fit of anger. After a moment's thought, Su Ning opened her long-neglected Weibo and posted, "Please keep a respectful distance from my private life and focus more on my work." Just after posting, someone commented, "But your work hasn't been updated since last week." Su Ning, Changlo, come out and take your beating.
No.
I will secretly stalk you. Forever. Eternally. Without respite. Su Ning, I defecated on your bed. Beauty, send a selfie. Unedited, please. Su Ning, go check the trending topics yourself. Don't you have hands? It's infuriating. Is CEO Chin still by your side? Do you two dine together, stroll together, sleep together at night? Su Ning, I said some people should mind their own business. If you keep this up, I command you to hand over the money in your wallet. Ha ha ha. I love the current netizens' wit. Everyone seems like sworn enemies, their words dripping with venom, yet it warms the heart to witness. Su Ning, all of this is a cold hatred. Just thinking of it sends chills down my spine, as if I were a demon in a hellish realm, causing me to crouch in the underground garage and weep for 3 hours, as if suffocating in a vacuum for 2 minutes, unable to hold back my tears. It all came pouring out, feeling wronged, disoriented, powerless, and enraged. Chinwon had been observing Su Ning, who was furiously tapping her phone like a creature with tentacles. And seeing her completely absorbed, he simply took her phone. With a bewildered expression, Su Ning watched as Chinwon commented on the top trending post. Let us put this aside. She needs to eat. Ah,
Who are you?
is it as I imagined? Is it really you, CEO Chin? Haha, CEO Chin couldn't help but laugh at his woman so engrossed in replying to comments. The king of jealousy in East Asia has arrived. CEO Chin, please take good care of our Ning Ning.
Why are you staring at me?
Aren't you going to eat? Chinwon placed Su Ning's phone into the pocket of his clothing and leisurely dipped his bread into olive oil. Su Ning looked down at the table. Aside from the bread, most of the items were small enough for her to finish in one bite. Is it really worth so much?
Su Ning klicked her tongue.
Does she need to spend tens of thousands to feel full? If you're still hungry, just order more. You don't have to pay. Su Ning pouted and mumbled, I certainly know I don't have to pay. But that doesn't mean I enjoy watching others be taken for fools. Upon hearing this, Chinwon gazed deeply at Su Ning. He had frequented such places numerous times, whether with family or business partners, but most often, he dined alone. He never imagined that one day he would hear such a remark here. It perfectly matched this woman's personality, somewhat foolish, a bit silly, yet undeniably charming. If it feels like a loss, let us finish these and leave. If you're still hungry, we can order takeout at home. Would that be all right? Su Ning nodded eagerly. Of course. We should have just ordered takeout from the start. Enough already. With food in front of you, can't you keep your mouth shut? Hee hee.
Mom.
Why did you stop me earlier? CEO Chin just left like that. How am I supposed to approach him in the future? Once the banquet concluded, Xiao Weining angrily confronted Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang's gaze darkened. Blame it on your father arriving at such an inopportune moment. What does that have to do with my father? Too similar? Chu Xiang stroked the gilded teacup. It is indeed too similar. What is too similar? That girl named Su Ning resembles Bai Suqin. The two are strikingly alike. Chu Xiang clenched the cup tightly, her fingers turning pale. If your father sees her, he will undoubtedly recognize her as Bai Suqin at first glance. Like being struck by thunder, Xiao Weiniang's mind buzzed. How could that be? Are you seeing things? Mom, didn't you say that the wretched child she left behind is already dead? Chu Xiang splashed tea onto Xiao Weining. Calm down. Are you afraid others want to hear you? Is this the way to speak? At that time, I indeed had someone take that child out of the hospital to be killed, but I never saw her die with my own eyes. For all these years, I've been in constant trepidation, fearing the unexpected. I fear. Xiao Weining, disregarding her disheveled appearance, rushed to Chu Xiang's side. So, what should we do? Don't rush. I'll have someone investigate the Su Ning. It may not necessarily be as I think. We can't act in haste. All right. Xiao Weining returned to her room in a daze, receiving messages from her 3 cousins. The 4 of them were in a group chat. Xiao Yuansheng. Weining. Although today brought some unexpected events, don't be disheartened, all right? Xiao Yuansheng. Yes. Yes. I've already spoken with friends in the entertainment industry, and they will definitely make things difficult for that Su Ning. Xiao Yuanlin. Weining dear, how about I reward you with a leading role in an idol drama? Very imposing. One who does not suffer injustices. What do you think? Moved yet? Xiao Weining stared at her cousin's messages for a long time before replying. Can my 3rd cousin arrange for Su Ning to join that production? I want her to be the 2nd female lead. Chapter 51. I just love to dig gold. Long live your majesty. Long live, long live, long live. How is the empress doing? The emperor, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, strode into the hall. All the palace servants in the Fenghua Palace knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Qing Dai gritted her teeth. Your Majesty. Physician Lin says the Empress has experienced a miscarriage. Miscarriage? Xianyuan Yao's expression changed dramatically. When did she become pregnant? Why was I not informed?
King Dynasty expand. Your Majesty.
The Empress is also pregnant for the first time and lacks experience. If not for Physician Lin's words today, the Empress would not have known she was with child. How could she have a miscarriage? The Emperor questioned sternly, making most present tremble in fear. Because Qing Dai hesitated, afraid to speak. I command you to speak. Because of Shun Guerin. She entered the inner chamber and said something privately to our Empress, after which our Empress suddenly cried out about stomach pain. Shun Guerin? Xianyuan Yao tightened his grip on the bead necklace, producing an ear-piercing sound. Where is that wretched woman? We have detained her in the Western Palace. Bring her forth. Dan Zhu entered the hall with her head bowed, and before she reached the Emperor, he had already slapped her hard. Wretched woman. Kneel. Your Majesty, I. You ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten where you came from? Dan Zhu's attempts to defend herself were stifled in her throat as she suddenly raised her head, coldly staring at the lofty man before her. His past tenderness and thoughtfulness felt as fragile as soap bubbles, all mere illusions. She should have known better. Yet she had unwittingly fallen, choosing to deceive herself. Why are you silent? Dan Zhu, with an expressionless face. If your Majesty insists on saying this, then I am indeed at a loss for words. What a splendid loss for words. Convey my imperial decree. The esteemed lady shall be demoted to a mere concubine. And from this day forth, she is to remain confined, reciting Buddhist scriptures to pray for the well-being of consort Xian and the child. Without my express permission, she is forbidden to venture outside. Take heed. Should any misfortune befall consort Xian or the child, you shall accompany them to the grave. Dan Zhu clenched her hands tightly, her nails piercing her palms until they bled, yet she seemed utterly oblivious. Yes. When Changlu arrived at Chuanchi Palace, she found Dan Zhu quietly kneeling on the ground, picking up Buddhist rice. Upon hearing the commotion, she did not rise to greet her. What brings you here, my lord? Do you still remember that I am your master? Changlu retorted, taking a seat without ceremony. How could I forget? Everything I have today is thanks to you, my lord. Is that so? Do you harbor resentment towards me? Changlu suddenly grasped Dan Zhu's chin, her eyes betraying an unmasked intensity of hatred and disdain. Who is it that first betrayed her sovereign on the dragon bed? Who divulged my matters to the noble consort? Who bribed the palace maids to poison me? Who took advantage of my helplessness to strike me when I was down? Your Highness overestimates me. I have no such capability. Some things I acknowledge, but others, you must be more discerning. Dan Zhu met Chang Li's gaze without fear, a hint of mockery playing at her lips. However, this time, you have indeed triumphed. And thoroughly so. I never anticipated you would use an unborn child to threaten a lowly servant such as myself. I merely wish to inform you. In the eyes of His Majesty, you are worth less than a mere finger of mine. I could easily crush you without fabricating any evidence. His Majesty's favor towards you is but a means to draw my attention. Indeed. Dan Zhu lowered her gaze, one hand falling upon Chang Li's face, which Chang Li swatted away as if it were filth. But, my lord, you have ultimately changed. Will His Majesty still hold such affection for you in this new guise? With the release of 2 more episodes of Chanlo, half of the trending topics in the entertainment sector were related to the show. Other social media platforms and browsers incessantly pushed content associated with Chanlo. The series had surged to become the biggest dark horse of the summer season, undoubtedly the reigning king of dramas. Yet, the greatest victor among them was not the male and female leads, nor any other virtuous supporting characters, but rather the show's most formidable antagonist. A trending post. Who understands? I truly adore Danju, this dark and insane character. Am I the only one who thinks Danju's affections lie not with the emperor, but with Chanle? Seeing Danju being berated as a servant by the dog emperor shattered my heart. A popular video montage. This is the true mad beauty. Su Ning. An evil woman loves you by dragging you into hell. Danju Changle. While watching, I find the malicious female supporting character in this drama utterly captivating. Su Ning's Weibo was flooded with fans urging her to promote her work. You fan, at least post a photo from the show. You haven't updated in ages. Do you have something on your mind? Su Ning, do you not know I enjoy digging through gold? You fan, isn't it hard to ignore the negative comments? Su Ning, my eyes are not filters. I see what I see. If I don't curse them, I feel uneasy, and if I do it poorly, I can't sleep all night. You fan, if you don't start posting soon, I might just send a truckload of bread to your door. Su Ning, how dare you? Then, you fan saw a post from her, showcasing a television screen with a caption, as expected of me. Truly beautiful. Of course, my lord is even more beautiful. You fan, what are you doing? Su Ning, posting a photo from the show? You fan, can't you show your face? Su Ning, I did. I'm right there on the TV screen. You fan, I must be a fool for still having expectations of you. Others in the production team also noticed this Weibo post. Zhong Ying's manager quizzed. She clearly mentioned you. Why didn't she tag you? Zhong Ying stepped off the treadmill, wiping the sweat from her brow. This girl appears carefree. Yet her thoughts are quite meticulous. She likely fears that tagging me would imply she is trying to ride my coattails for attention, and she doesn't want to upset me. She knows her boundaries. Zhong Ying extended her hand to her manager. Give me your phone, I'll respond.
All right.
Zhong Ying was known for her caution in her endeavors, and her manager trusted her implicitly, handing over the phone without hesitation. To her surprise, Zhong Ying replied, I hear everyone is shipping my character with yours, Danju. What is your take on it? Fong Chung responded, and what of me? Is the backyard ablaze? Lu Sun, fear not, your majesty. You still have me. Fong Chung, Goe. Thus, this group once again trended on social media. Upon seeing the trending topics, the manager exclaimed, my goodness, what a disaster. Su Ning's popularity soared alongside the show's airing. Invitations pouring in like snowflakes. You fan approached Su Ning with a stack of scripts. Let us pick out some new ones together. Su Ning, have you screened them? You fan nodded.
Su Ning, astonished. There are still so many? Yes.
Su Ning sighed, her hand on her forehead. These producers truly have no strategy. They can't seem to deal with you. You fan, where's my dish soap? I need my grease-cutting dish soap. After perusing a few scripts, Su Ning paused upon spotting a campus idol drama. Has the female lead been decided? You fan took a look. I haven't heard anything. Su Ning, then tell the director I wish to audition for the lead role. Inquire if there are any audition opportunities. And if there aren't, Su Ning shrugged. Then I won act. I'm not foolish. The second female lead is either playing the fool or on a quest for misery. After being slapped in the face by the lead so many times, still clinging on like a resilient cockroach, it's hard not to suspect she is a masochist. To take on such a role feels like inviting an avalanche of negative comments upon myself. Chapter 52. Has Su Ning dug up his ancestral grave? Upon receiving this news from the director, Xiao Wanning remarked, she still wishes to play the lead? Why not aim for the heavens? The forthright director replied, how about you, Miss Xiao? Compete with Su Ning fairly? I've seen her portray Danju, and her performance was remarkable. When she was vicious, she was utterly detestable, yet when she hit rock bottom, she evoked sympathy, making one unable to help but understand her. She is truly a talented actress, with great potential. Xiao Wanning laughed in disbelief. Director Zhang? Have you forgotten who the biggest investor in this production is? The director. I am aware. However, the show is made for ratings and viewership. The higher the ratings, the more the production earns, and I bear responsibility for the entire project. Xiao Wanning. Very well. She immediately called Xiao Yuancheng. second brother, replaced the director of the Best You. He is a fool. On Saturday evening, Su Ning joined the creative team of Chanle to participate in a variety show. Noticing Su Ning's distracted demeanor, Fong Cheng assumed she was anxious. Do not fret. I have participated in this variety show several times. The host is very kind and will not purposely put the guests in a difficult position. Su Ning, that is not what I am concerned about. Then what is? I am pondering the barbecued meat I ordered for tonight. I had a cashback coupon for a good review, yet despite my praise, the owner did not send me a red envelope. Does he think I, a regular patron, cannot live without his establishment? Tomorrow, I shall order from another place to let him experience the taste of losing my business. Fong Cheng, you actually engage in cashback reviews? Su Ning, what else? $5. A whole $5. Do you truly need that $5? Su Ning looked at him solemnly. Do not underestimate that $5. It can bribe 5 children from our village to run errands for me. Fong Cheng, what good deeds do you usually engage in? At the variety show set, the host, Li Jie, held the script and microphone, shouting, "Let us welcome the Chanle crew to the stage." The audience erupted into applause and cheers. Before we begin, shall our talented creators from Chanle showcase their skills to leave a lasting impression on the audience? Sounds good. Li Jie pondered for a moment. Let Su Ning take the lead. I recall that aside from acting, you are quite skilled at playing the violin. Would you be able to perform live for everyone? Asked Su Ning. Of course, replied Fong Cheng. Following this, Fong Cheng showcased his singing talents, Lu Sun demonstrated martial arts, Lu Dao recited poetry, and the actress filling in for Yang Tian performed a tongue twister. At last, it was Su Ning's turn. Li Jie, holding the script, calmly inquired. I've heard that dancing is your forte, Su Ning. Could you perhaps grace us with a demonstration? Su Ning paused for a moment, then cast a meaningful glance at Fong Cheng. The host was exceedingly amiable, never aiming to put guests in an awkward position or make them falter. Fong Cheng exclaimed, "What the heck is going on here?" Redirecting her attention back to the host, Su Ning took the microphone and queried, "Who told you that?" I was under the impression that, as an idol, you would excel in dance. How did you debut with your group then? I recall several of your teammates from past variety shows were exceptional at singing and dancing. I assumed you were as well. Su Ning regarded him with a look of incredulity. Why are you rambling on? I never claimed I wasn't proficient. However, I do have a small request. I could perform a classical dance if you would accompany me with a song. Perhaps a piece from Kung Fu Opera, Peony Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Li Jie dropped the microphone with a thud. Realizing his lapse in composure, he hurriedly picked it up and stammered, "Who said I could sing Kung Fu? I can't." Is that true? Su Ning fake net surprise. But I've heard you captivated several leaders at the station with your splendid voice. Didn't you even discuss the allure of opera with them until dawn? I remembered they were, wait a moment. I'll sing. His back drenched in sweat. He dared not risk it. Should he inadvertently reveal the names of the leaders, he would be out of a job.
No.
Let me hear. Who enjoys it so much? No wonder Li Jie got promoted so quickly. His hosting skills aren't that impressive, but he must have other talents. What talents? Watch the comments. If you have something to say, let us discuss it privately. Spreading baseless rumors. To everyone's surprise, Su Ning's classical dance was not ungraceful. The flowing sleeves and trailing gown concealed her lack of coordination to some extent. Coupled with the poise learned in performance classes, her dance was executed without embarrassment. In contrast, Li Jie repeatedly stumbled over his song, drawing the audience's attention and leading him to make even more mistakes. The real clown is him. The sponsors must be questioning their judgment. But do the sponsors know he has other sponsors? Let us not spread rumors. Our JJ is innocent. Is that the JJ I'm thinking of? Finally concluding his song, Li Jie quickly changed his attire. Now, let us move on to the next segment. After a few more rounds of games, Li Jie announced, I've heard that the Chanle crew is renowned for their academic prowess, with everyone holding impressive degrees. So, I would like to quiz you all. Who would like to go first? I will. Fong Cheng volunteered eagerly. Excellent. You shall solve this binary equation. Fong Cheng effortlessly provided the correct answer. Who's next? I will. Su Ning raised her hand. All right, Su Ning. I will give you a set of words to transcribe. Let us see if you make any mistakes. Gold list, visit here. Riverbank. Li Jie's subsequent questions were rather straightforward until it was Su Ning's turn. What is the true color of the sun? A. White B, red C, blue-green D, golden yellow. Su Ning, with an expression that indicated she had anticipated this, looked towards Fong Cheng. The host was exceptionally kind, never intending to put guests in a difficult position. Fong Cheng replied, "Why do your eyes speak? Is this deliberate difficulty? Did Su Ning dig up Li Jie's ancestral grave? Li Jie truly has no fear of being reprimanded by Sister Ning. Who could possibly choose?" Li Jie remarked, "If little Su doesn't know, she can simply say so. No one will think less of you."
Su Ning retorted. Who said I don't know?
"The leaders at the station discussing opera with you?" Li Jie snapped back. "Must we bring this up? Can't you let it go?" Chapter 53. I suggest we take them outside and execute them. I choose C, blue-green. Am I correct? Su Ning raised an eyebrow at Li Jie, who almost crumpled the script in his hands. A petty victory. A petty victory indeed. Yes. Li Jie replied with difficulty, though internally he was not satisfied. Could you elucidate your reasoning for choosing that option? Surely you don't just select C when unsure? Su Ning explained, "I understand your discontent, given your ignorance compared to my extensive knowledge, but hold your objections for now."
Lia.
Su Ning continued. It is widely recognized that the sun is essentially a blue-green star. From a spectral perspective, the sun's peak radiation lies between the blue and green wavelengths, thus categorizing it as a green star. However, due to the scattering effects of the Earth's atmosphere, we typically perceive the sun as yellow or white. This is because the atmosphere scatters shorter wavelengths, like blue and violet, while longer wavelengths, like red and yellow, penetrate the atmosphere more easily, reaching our eyes. Therefore, although the sun is intrinsically a blue-green star, the scattering effect causes it to appear differently to us. Your widely recognized differs from my understanding. I don't comprehend, but I am utterly astonished. It's my lack of education that leaves me speechless. Su Ning, please speak frankly. How many entries did you read on Baidu, Encyclopedia? Could this possibly be scripted? Otherwise, how could she recite such a lengthy explanation so effortlessly? If you say that, Li Jie would be the first to leap out of the screen to bite you. Did you not see his face turn green? Little Su, you truly are well-educated. Li Jie clapped in praise. Truly, a professional host, capable of changing expressions faster than flipping a page. Su Ning humbly replied, "Not at all, it's merely that you are too uninformed." Li Jie nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What sin have I committed to host this program? This is a work-related injury. I must file a claim. Never mind, even if you answer incorrectly, it's no matter. The second question, spring, summer, autumn, winter? Identify the most distinct option. After a moment's thought, Su Ning answered, C, autumn. The first character of the other three is structured vertically, whereas autumn is structured horizontally. However, this is contingent upon the question being one of visual reasoning, otherwise I could select B as well. After all, spring, autumn, and winter all begin with the first tone, while summer is in the fourth tone. Please remember to state the full question next time. Li. The others, 2, 3, 2, 6, what fills in the parentheses? A for B, 5C, 7D, 8. Su Ning responded, I choose B, the difference between alternate terms. 22 is 0, 62 is 4. Hence the number in parentheses must subtract 3 to yield 2, so I select 5. Li Jie exclaimed, congratulations, you got it right again. There's one more question. 9 Chinese characters are to be placed within the 9 boxes created by a square. The first row contains Wei, 1, Fong, the second row has Wang, Gong, Yi, and the third row has Ri, Cheng, and a question mark. Which character corresponds to the question mark?
A, Xinbi, Lei Qi, Jingdi, Yan.
Without hesitation, Su Ning declared, I choose C. The first stroke of the first row is all dots, the first stroke of the second row is all horizontal lines, and the first 2 strokes of the third row are vertical. Thus, the character represented by the question mark should also start with a vertical stroke. What on earth is Su Ning studying? At this moment, a humble civil service aspirant silently broke down. I merely wish to relax and watch a variety show, but the pressure has only increased. Who understands? 208 surprisingly understands public examinations better than I do. I am utterly devastated. I am truly at my wit's end. Su Ning, you should consider live streaming your public exam preparations. I would follow your lead every day. Is 208 not more appealing than public service? 208, who desires everything, asserts that both paths are equally enticing. With 208's diligence, what excuse do you have left to refrain from studying? Li Jie was at a loss for words. He initially intended to cast Su Ning as a hopeless illiterate, only to be met with her unexpected ability to respond. He now wished to grasp Su Ning by the shoulders and shake her, exclaiming, "What on earth are you thinking? If you're not participating in one stop to victory, what business do you have here? How does this harm me?" It was Fong Chung who voiced everyone's confusion. "Su Ning, from where have you acquired such an eclectic array of obscure knowledge?" Su Ning sighed, then solemnly patted Fong Chung on the shoulder. "Clearly, you have not been educated by unscrupulous capitalists. Do you know the best way to terminate a contract in the entertainment industry without incurring a hefty penalty?"
What?
Public service examinations. When she was under her previous agency, there was a time when she felt immense pressure and thought, perhaps I should take the civil service exam. Thus, she immersed herself in various online courses and tackled a multitude of written test questions, only to realize that it was an elusive goal. If she could outshine 300 to 500 candidates, would she have found herself in such dire straits? Yet, many parents still tell their children, "Can't you juggle national exams, provincial exams, civil service positions, teaching qualifications, postgraduate entrance exams, interviews, studying abroad, portfolios, internships, spring and autumn recruitment, entrepreneurship, papers, and even romantic pursuits all at once? What am I, an octopus? Am I capable of grasping so many things simultaneously? Is my inability a matter of desire?" Su Ning spoke earnestly. Yet the only key phrase Li Jie seized upon was, "Little Su wishes to terminate her contract with the company? Are you dissatisfied with Xingshi? You dare to betray the company by pursuing civil service? I distinctly recall that you had a good relationship with President Qin of Xingshi, don't I?" As he uttered this last line, Li Jie winked at Su Ning, wearing an expression that suggested he knew everything. Well, this is splendid. Although he could not label Su Ning as illiterate, he could sow discord between her and her management agency. He could even lead President Qin to believe she harbored ulterior motives. At that point, Xingshi would certainly diminish her resources, ideally leading to her being sidelined. Let us see how far she can continue to thrive under such circumstances. Su Ning tilted her eyes upward at a 45-degree angle. "Where did you deduce my dissatisfaction with Xingshi? With such impressive reading comprehension, your college entrance examination essay must have scored 0. Li Jie's face flushed. "Then what do you mean by terminating your contract? Whatever I say is the truth."
So,
"If I claim you've been talking nonsense, would you admit it? Moreover, is it wrong for a worker who toils so hard to desire a civil service position to escape their plight? How is seeking civil service a betrayal? So many companies offer meager salaries, require overtime without weekends, neglect insurance during the probation period, and engage in performance evaluations that lead to elimination of the lowest performers, while the bosses wear perpetual frowns. That is betrayal. A betrayal of diligent employees. A betrayal of the noble proletariat. I propose we take them one by one and execute them. I support this." Oh my, who would have thought I would hear such eloquence from 208? How can I make my boss see the segment? It's been screen recorded and shared on social media. I stand against unscrupulous capitalists. Chapter 54. I declare to you. Do you wish to be with me? Qin was currently en route back from a business trip. Beside him lay 2 gift boxes. One was a birthday present for Su Ning, and the other was an attempt at atonement. He had promised to celebrate her birthday with her, but had to leave unexpectedly for a business trip, thus missing the occasion. Remembering that Su Ning had a variety show airing tonight, Qin opened his tablet for a brief look. Upon witnessing her being challenged by Li Jie, a frown involuntarily creased his brow. Yet, as he observed her deftly countering her adversary, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. When she answered several difficult questions in succession, he raised an eyebrow, realizing that she was far more astute than he had initially presumed. Hearing Su Ning passionately denounce unscrupulous capitalists, Lin Zhu, who was driving, broke into a cold sweat. Was she really that audacious? Executing them? Qin, sensing Lin Zhu's astonishment, glanced up. What's this? Are you dissatisfied with having to work overtime? Would you prefer I find another assistant? Absolutely not. Lin Zhu quickly denied it. Though the 996 work schedule left him feeling exhausted, receiving a 6-figure salary each month was undeniably gratifying. Qin sent a message to the company's operations director, who immediately sprang into action. Personally logging into Xingshi Entertainment to post a tweet. To prevent Su Ning from having any opportunities to leave, Xingshi will continue to strive. Let us start by granting everyone 3 days off each week. However, everyone must still fulfill their work responsibilities. My goodness, what are the hiring criteria for Xingshi? After a long day, opening Weibo felt like the sky was falling. I cannot accept this. My own failures are dreadful, but the successes of others gnaw at my heart. How infuriating. You all just indulge her. Don't be too envious. While they V gained vacation time, they V also lost their worries. Su Ning, don't celebrate too soon. There will be plenty of reasons for you to frown later. Does being the boss's wife mean one can do as one pleases? Indeed, it does. Upon reading this comment, Qin Wan felt an inexplicable sense of approval. At this moment, the variety show had reached its final adventure segment. Contestants would draw questions from a board, and after selecting one, they had to call someone from their contacts and act out the scenario described on the board. Those who failed would face a punishment. Su Ning tore open her question board, which read, "Confess your feelings to the other person." Su Ning. Ha ha ha. This is going to be entertaining. Laughing Mouse, Fong Chung drew the question about borrowing 5 million. It would be amusing if he accidentally called Yang Tian Tian. Zhou Ming drew the task of singing Big Banana to the other person. Help. Does the film queen even know this song? Lu Sun must reveal a secret. That's quite a challenge. None of these are as difficult as Su Ning's. Can't you see her CPU is about to overheat? If she doesn't draw President Qin, will she face punishment when she returns home? That would be a fine punishment. Fong Chung completed his challenge effortlessly, as his contacts were primarily colleagues who would readily lend him 5 million. Zhou Ming, after several attempts, awkwardly sang Big Banana, turning as red as a ripe persimmon. Lu Sun dialed a number, paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. I want to share that I am a failure in love. I once had deep feelings for a girl, but never confessed due to work commitments. Eventually, she married someone else, and I regretted it immensely. I even ended up pursuing another girl who resembled her as a substitute. Recently, I heard from someone that she was being abused by her husband, which shocked and pained me. That day, I had an epiphany. I found her, and she was indeed being mistreated by her husband. I intervened, confronting him, which led to my arrest and a hefty compensation to settle the matter. I told her I hoped she would divorce him, and I could marry her, taking care of her for a lifetime. She declined, claiming she was unworthy of me and did not trust me. In the end, I had no choice but to hire a lawyer and find her a bodyguard, but thankfully, she successfully divorced. Now she has moved to another city and says she is doing well. I wish to convey to everyone that if you have someone you cherish, you must bravely pursue them and not leave yourself with any regrets. Do not be a coward like I was, regretting what might have been.
Goodness, this is a true secret.
Could the substitute Lu Sun mentioned be Yang Tian Tian? It feels like the one he referred to as his white moonlight, who suffered domestic violence, is Su Ning. Now that I know, I regret it. Why didn't I act sooner? A belated confession is worth less than grass. However, Lu Sun does seem quite sincere and is genuinely helping the other party escape their predicament. I have become a fan of his. The girlfriend fans must be heartbroken. This situation teaches us that enduring hardship can indeed lead to profit. Lu Sun should lie on the ground, claiming he was genuinely hurt by the other's copper skin rebounding. Su Ning did not expect Lu Sun to bring this up at this moment. Glancing at Lu Sun's manager in the audience, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, Su Ning silently lit a candle for Lu Sun in her heart, wishing him good luck, brother. When her turn came, Su Ning donned a blindfold and pointed to a spot on the contact list. When she removed the blindfold, she realized she had called Xiao Chen, the man who enjoyed eating gossip with her. Hello? Almost simultaneously, a low, gentle voice came from the other end. What's wrong? This. As Su Ning proceeded with her task, she struggled to rummage through her limited supply of eloquence. A heartfelt confession is ready. I had a plate of dumplings today that made me tear up. Can you guess the filling? Xiao Chen was taken aback. What was the filling? I love you. And I have already succumbed.
Uffed. Ha ha ha.
What a profound surrender. The other guests roared with laughter. On the other end, Xiao Chen also let out a low, pleasant laugh. Su Ning, my ears might just get pregnant. Su Ning, do not confess if you can't do it sincerely. Fong Chung teased from the side. Su Ning retorted. Is this not deep and romantic? Then let me try another. Xiao Chen, listen carefully. I have caught a cold recently, and the doctor said my immunity is a bit weak. In truth, my immunity isn't weak. I simply have no defense against you. Fong Chung, what unnecessary expectations do I have of you? Also, do you know my surname? I originally carried the surname Su, but after meeting you, I became happy. Do you know what distinguishes you from the stars in the sky? The stars are in the heavens, while you reside in my heart. What mistakes have I made? Loving you, I am at a loss. Su Ning was fervently spouting romantic lines while Qin Wan silently released the air conditioning in the car. In short, I want to say, Xiao Chun, I declare you. I wish to be with you. Will you agree?
Xiao Shen, y chapter 55, King Juan.
You have a heart of stone. Xiao Chun gripped his phone tightly, his face flushed, his eyes fixed intently on the television screen. He understood that Su Ning was undertaking a daring challenge, and he knew she harbored no ulterior motives. Even now, there was no hint of shyness on her face. Yet he could not quell the rapid beating of his heart. Xiao Chen's manager messaged him. You may agree, but remember to clarify later that you were merely cooperating with her for the show. Yet Xiao Chun pondered his agreement was not mere play acting. I am willing. Before Xiao Chun could finish a sentence, a WeChat call came in from Su Ning. As the camera was directed at Su Ning's screen, it captured the note. Qin E. Food and shelter. Do not get angry, smile. Without a second thought, Su Ning hung up. Didn't you see I'm in the middle of a show? The next moment, someone's WeChat call came in again. Su Ning hung up once more. At this moment, a message popped up on her WeChat interface. If you don't answer the call, don't expect your 2 gifts. Su Ning. What gifts? Qin E. Food and shelter. Do not get angry, smile. Very expensive gifts. Are you sure you don't want them? Su Ning immediately called Qin Wan back. Ha ha ha. Is it possible that Su Ning labeled Qin Wan like this? I'm laughing so hard. In one moment, Su Ning says no one can be tougher than her. The next moment, what good things? I'm on my way. Is this considered a scene of infidelity? Su Ning, why aren't you smiling?
Oh.
It turns out your smile has transferred to my face. Xiao Chun seems a bit awkward. Xiao Chun, clearly, it's a 3-person movie. Su Ning, remembering this, quickly turned to Xiao Chun. You must give me an answer. It's fine if you don't agree. Whoever dares to make things difficult for me, I will reciprocate. Li Jia, are you threatening me? Are you? To Su Ning's surprise, the response from the other end came with lightning speed. I am willing. Xiao Chun spoke so quickly, it was as if he were being chased by wild dogs. Qin Wan. Su Ning, ah. I can't process that. Goodness. What is happening? I'm feeling a bit shy. It seems the influence of beauty is indeed overwhelming. I nearly lost myself in the moment. Her inner voice was candidly transmitted through the receiver into the ears of the other 2. Xiao Chun. So she is enamored by my looks? It seems I've found a shortcut to drawing closer to her. Qin Wan. Good, very good. Su Ning ended her call with Xiao Chun and asked Li Jia, does this mean I've successfully completed the challenge?
Li Jia,
with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, replied, yes, why wouldn't it count? Su Ning, uninterested in his reaction, turned to Qin Wan. Mr. Qin, where do I collect my gift? I just lost it.
Ah?
Ha ha ha, that LL teach you to be reckless. Just say whether the task was completed. Mr. Qin, flirting with another man in front of me, and you still expect to receive my gifts. It seems Xiao Chun's earlier response was not a jest. Our Xiao Xiao is merely kind-hearted. Some people should not jump to conclusions. Promiseme, Su Ning. Shall we live on another planet? Why do you have to provoke the jealousy of the vinegar jar? The variety show concluded smoothly, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time participating in such a targeted program, although it felt somewhat unethical, everyone thought. Thankfully, it was Su Ning who was targeted. If it were them, they could not bear to imagine how badly they would fare. Observing Su Ning's distressed expression, Zhou Ming approached to comfort her. It's all right, you performed exceptionally well. Everyone is praising you. Su Ning buried her face in her hands, lamenting. My gift. It was so valuable. Holding back tears, I can't contain it any longer. I'm done, boo-hoo. Qin Wan, you have a heart of stone. Zhou Ming, can't you be a bit more ambitious? Qin Wan was sulking as he returned home. He himself did not know what he was angry about. Before Xiao Chun clarified things, he inexplicably called her on WeChat. The more Su Ning hung up, the more he wanted to call. Did he not rank higher in her heart than some gossiping onlooker? Yet this girl was indeed coaxing him for gifts while letting that guy speak his mind. Are you willing? What are you willing for? What significance does that hold? It was merely a game. And that girl, who usually spoke so sweetly in front of him, had the audacity to label him in such a way. What had he ever done to her? Why was she angry? How dare she be upset? Oh, dear. Look at some people's faces. They were practically dragging on the ground. Good brother, quickly tell your elder brother what troubles you are facing, so that he may share in your joy. Qin Yi was being mischievous nearby. Qin Wan, get lost. Qin's mother poked Qin Yi on the forehead. Look at you. Do you still have the demeanor of an elder brother? My good son, since you can't give away those two gifts, why not give them to your mother? She won T-mind. Where are the gifts? In Juan. Chin phone. Mom, stop joking about the third brother. Third brother, if I were you, I would apologize to Miss Su. You can be jealous, but you shouldn't be angry with her in front of the entire nation.
How old are you?
And how old is she? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? Chinwan retorted. Aren't you all supposed to be my family? So, am I to blame for everything? The following day, Chinwan deliberately sauntered past Su Ning's training room several times. On their first encounter, he held his head high with an air of arrogance. Su Ning, however, kept her gaze lowered, thinking, how dull. The thought of losing such an expensive treasure is more painful than eating excrement.
In Juan remarked.
There's no need for such dramatics. On their second meeting, he huffed in a proud manner. Su Ning contemplated. Forget it, if it's lost, it's lost. Perhaps I should host a live stream tonight to recoup some losses? Chinwan questioned. You would rather live stream than explain this to me? During their third encounter, Chinwan stood directly in front of Su Ning. She nearly collided with him, lifting her gaze to meet his unwavering stare, and simply uttered, "Ha." Chinwan queried, "Have you grown bolder, perhaps?" Su Ning replied, "Apologies, I couldn't help it. If I weren't concerned about keeping my job, I'd have even considered giving you the finger." Chinwan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. What a woman who is true to her feelings. So, you no longer desire the items, do you?
Ah,
Mr. Chin, you still intend to give them to me? You should have said so sooner. Su Ning's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. For a fleeting moment, Chinwan thought he could see a certain someone joyfully wagging their tail behind her.
In Juan chuckled. He. Su Ning protested. No he.
Please, do not hold my transgressions against me. Can you not be a bit magnanimous? Come on, can't you be a little more gracious?
In Juan replied. He.
Muad. You insist on pursuing this, do you? If so, I might resort to some underhanded tactics. Chinwan appeared puzzled. In the next instant, Su Ning wrapped her arms around Chinwan's, shaking him with the fervor of Lin Dayu pulling down the willow. Mr. Chin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored your calls. I shouldn't have been so headstrong. Please give me the gift. I promise to behave next time. If you tell me to go east, I will go east. No, I will absolutely not go west. If you order me to chase dogs, I will not pursue chickens. In short, I will do as you say. Just as Su Ning finished her plea, a sound of something crashing to the ground echoed behind Chinwan. They both turned in unison to find his beautiful secretary staring at them in shock, quickly donning a sheepish grin. Please, continue. I saw nothing. Help. Who understands this? I just realized my boss is a sadist, and his rumor girlfriend is a masochist. Knowing such secrets, will I still be able to come to work tomorrow? Chapter 56. The waters here run deep, and you cannot grasp them. At this point, Chinwan ceased to tease Su Ning. If this carried on, rumors would surely abound within the company. Su Ning cheerfully accepted 2 gift boxes, eagerly unwrapping one to reveal a bracelet adorned with white diamonds and colorful gemstones. Unfamiliar with luxury brands, she resorted to Baidu's image search, discovering that this trinket was worth over 30,000. So, expensive? How could I dare wear it? It's more suitable for display. Mr. Chin, I feel uncomfortable accepting something so valuable, she exclaimed, hastily stuffing the bracelet into her bag. What if I go bankrupt one day? Who knows if this will retain its value in the second-hand market? Chinwan clarified, this is a belated birthday gift for you.
Ah?
Su Ning was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would actually remember her birthday. She had thought he was merely joking at the time. A warm, heartfelt sensation enveloped her. And what about this? She inquired, unwrapping the other gift box to discover a seemingly ordinary string of 18 beads. This is a compensation for not celebrating your birthday with you. It has been consecrated. How sincere of you, Mr. Chin.
Su Ning get climate.
Slipping the bracelet onto her wrist and admiring it closely. Such simple yet heartfelt gifts provide a sense of security. Chinwan added, this was consecrated by a renowned master. Worth 188,000. Su Ning was taken aback. You must be joking. Do you have money to burn? If you have surplus funds, why not give them to me? The realm of metaphysics is profound. You cannot fathom it. Noticing Su Ning's expression of dismay, as if she had lost 18,000 herself, Chinwan felt a sense of relief and patted her shoulder. Next time, avoid taking on any random variety shows. Refrain from saying anything that might provoke others. The second episode of A Big Star Marries Into My Family was about to commence. The first episode had devolved into a world of pixelation due to the drama surrounding Yang Tiantian and Liu Yan, yet this did not hinder its viewership. Consequently, numerous female celebrities were eager to volunteer as replacements for the two. At the airport, Su Ning was surprised to see someone rushing towards her, grasping her hands tightly. "You are?" To which Xiao Weining replied, her radiant smile faltering. "I'm Weining. Don't you remember me?" Oh. Su Ning racked her brain. "You were the one at the adult ceremony, right?" Yes. Xiao Weining nodded vigorously. "You are the one whose mother brought people to bully me? Can you not speak so bluntly?" "Weining, who are you chatting with?" Another beautiful girl approached. Xiao Weining introduced Su Ning. Jiao, this is Su Ning. The one I mentioned who is quite popular in the entertainment industry. Isn't she beautiful? Is that so? I don't recognize her, and besides, she looks just average. Not nearly as stunning as you, Weining. Jiao scoffed, turning her nose up at Su Ning. Su Ning, however, met her gaze with a glance at her towering heels. Those must be at least 20 centimeters. I didn't realize your friend was so adept at walking on stilts. But I'm not sure if that's customary in your circle. We certainly don't judge people by their noses where I come from. Jiao was about to retort, but Xiao Weining intervened, explaining to Su Ning, "Don't take offense. Jiao is just like that."
Oh.
So, she must be using her nose to judge you daily? I'll have to observe that further. Xiao Weining was momentarily speechless. Before long, Bai Shuiro and Rao Man arrived, both of whom had a favorable impression of Su Ning. Rao Man even presented her with homemade cookies. As Su Ning accepted them, her sparkling gemstone bracelet became visible. How beautiful! Bai Shuiro marveled. That must be quite expensive? Su Ning waved her wrist nonchalantly. Indeed. Quite pricey. It costs $20.
Haha.
You're such a joker. Rao Man chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. Jiao interjected. I recall, Weining, that you have several bracelets from the same brand. Why aren't you wearing them? Flushed with embarrassment under the scrutiny, Xiao Weining stammered, I don't particularly like that brand of jewelry. It's just something my cousins enjoy giving me. Besides, we're attending a rural variety show. I thought wearing overly extravagant jewelry would seem unrefined, especially while working in the fields and worrying about losing things. See, that's what we call class. Unlike some people who, upon acquiring something nice, feel the need to flaunt it. Who knows if it's genuine? Jiao's skepticism was evident on her face. Xiao Weining quickly added, Jiao. Don't say such things. Su Ning is not like that. However, at the adult ceremony, I noticed the ring Su Ning wore looked remarkably similar to the gentle heart one I bought for my mother. Su Ning replied, and? They're implying you're wearing a fake. Surely not. Su Ning is a star. Would she wear something counterfeit? What does being a star matter? There are plenty who wear knockoff gowns on the red carpet. Su Ning has only just entered the entertainment industry. Even if she could afford such a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands, it doesn't mean she can afford a multi-million-dollar diamond. I just reviewed the live stream from that night. The ring Su Ning wore is indeed the same one as that of Mrs. Chiao. Perhaps it's mass-produced?
Impossible.
That was a one-of-a-kind piece at the auction. Is Su Ning really that vain? How could she not be? Why else would she flaunt her wealth without regard for the occasion? Xiao Weining was still defending Su Ning. I believe that Xiao Ning did not intentionally purchase counterfeit goods. You must simply be misled about the authenticity of those jewels. Weining, you ought not to be so benevolent. Some individuals are simply vain. However, it is not surprising, considering she's from a rural background and has never been exposed to the world, so it's quite normal for her to be dazzled by the glamour of urban life. The issue is, even after being exposed, she remains unrepentant. What a thick-skinned person. Su Ning waved her hand at the camera. Did you hear that, fellow villagers? This young lady looks down upon rural people. When the production team comes to your area, you know what to do, right? And Su Ning dialed a certain someone's phone number. Hello. Someone claims that the jewelry you gave me is counterfeit. What do you have to say about that? Chapter 57. What a filthy thing. Keep your distance. On the other end of the line was a man's voice, slightly hoarse and muffled, as if he was still trying to comprehend her words. Su Ning exclaimed, What on earth? What have you done? Can this segment be aired? Qinwen had been on a business trip, experiencing a complete reversal of day and night, and had only just fallen asleep when he received Su Ning's call, forcing himself to stay awake. Upon hearing her voice, he let out a low chuckle. What are you thinking? Frog fun. My ears are pregnant. Could you two keep your romantic antics private? Su Ning was so flustered just now, it was quite genuine. Honey, let's discuss this at home. Hurry. Someone wake up the upstairs tenant. Those who are sweet must not come near. We cannot let him taste the sweetness. Be normal. Su Ning hetkujetli. Don't lead the young ones astray. Also, they claim that the pigeon egg you gave me is fake. You need to explain. At this moment, Chinwon had already browsed through the events online. Calmly, he replied, do I need to purchase counterfeit items? That gentle heart was acquired by me for 12 million at an auction. I wonder what the value of Miss Chiao's piece is, and where it came from. What? 12 million. Good heavens. Su Ning's inner skreamet. She had actually worn over 10 million worth of jewelry, and she had carelessly hidden that ring at home. Could she still make it back in time to deposit it in the bank? The key was, you just gave me something worth over 10 million? In the eyes of the wealthy, does 10 million truly equate to a mere thousand? Those insufferable rich people.
No.
Given Mr. Chen's generous spirit, I would gladly work for him for a lifetime. A thunderous crash resonated in the sky, and the old servant made a grand entrance. Young master, do you need me to do anything for you? Laundry, cooking, anything is fine. I can be your dog. Be quiet, my head is buzzing. This ring was originally purchased by Chinwon to gift to his mother. But she had smacked his forehead. What use is such a thing if not given to your partner? Why give it to me? No wonder he had yet to bring a daughter-in-law home. With such a wooden head, he was at a loss. Chin's father nodded in agreement. He is indeed much worse than me. Chin's mother reached out. Then what about the ring you bought for me? That topic is beyond scope. As for why he had given the item to Su Ning, Chinwon rationalized, keeping it would be wasteful. It is better utilized in the right circumstances. Xiao Weining was left speechless.
Wait.
Your gentle heart is genuine. Then what is mine? Xiao Weining hurriedly interjected. Mr. Chen. Are you certain? Mine was also bought at an auction. Chinwon's voice grew increasingly frigid. Did you purchase it yourself?
He was personally present that day.
How could there be a fake? Well, I had matters to attend to, so I entrusted a friend to bid on my behalf. How much did you spend? Chinwon's inquiry left Xiao Weining at a loss for words. I spent 2 million. Chinwon showed no mercy. Do you think 2 million is enough to buy anything worthwhile? Xiao Weining was so ashamed and furious that she could hardly contain herself. She had indeed entrusted an acquaintance to help her purchase it. This girl often flaunted her wealth on social media, posting pictures from various upscale venues, and without much thought, she had given her the money. Could it be that she had been deceived? Su Ning, however, was aware of the situation. She had just scrolled through the details. The girl who had duped Xiao Weining was actually a false socialite. She relied on photo editing and shared the costs of visiting high-end hotels with dozens of friends. The luxury items were rented, and they even took turns wearing brand-name stockings and undergarments, leading to foot fungus and skin warts. The faux socialite had intended to show off by posting about attending an auction, but when she encountered Xiao Weining, who asked her to help bid on items, she developed ulterior motives. The faux socialite had ordered a replica ring for Xiao Weining online, then extracted 2 million from her. The large diamond on the ring was actually a lab-grown diamond. Yet, considering this person was somewhat kind-hearted, she only charged 200,000. Upon seeing the show, the faux socialite exclaimed, "What? So expensive? What a huge loss. No. I must flee quickly." Huang Jiaojiao was also taken aback by the turn of events and awkwardly defended Xiao Weining. Weining never expected to be deceived. She is simply too kind-hearted and easily trusts others. Chinwon sneered. So kind-hearted and trusting, yet you dare to question the authenticity of Su Ning's diamond ring? Foolishness is foolishness. Wickedness is wickedness. Do not concoct excuses for yourself. Su Ning remarked. How refreshing. Speaking too much can be detrimental.
In Huan.
Your words seem a bit excessive, don't you think? You are now questioning her character. Are you a coward who endures accusations while remaining silent? This is not about enduring. She merely asked for an explanation. Holy Mother, keep your distance. I fear your ashes might explode in my face. Less Han Giant Buddha, come. I'll offer you my seat. All right, it's almost time. Everyone prepare to board. The director intervened to ease the tension. Had it not been for someone slipping him money to provide extra care, he would not have easily missed this hot topic. One is soft when receiving favors. Su Ning retorted. Director, let us maintain decorum. You don't want to be caught up in this mess, do you? Are you dissatisfied that the last episode's mosaic wasn't sufficient? Do you want the subtitles to be blurred as well? The director protested. When did I say that? Don't slander me. Upon arriving at the familiar little mountain village and spotting a family she recognized, Su Ning immediately opened her arms towards Zhang Jiabao. Come here, dear. Zhang Jiabao, who had just received a shipment of dozens of teaching materials from Su Ning, burst into tears and sprinted over faster than a rabbit. Su Ning, with an innocent expression, approached Zhang's family. What happened? The Zhang family, equally frightened by a certain someone, exclaimed, "What a filthy thing! Keep your distance." Zhang Chong, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at Bai Shuero with reddened eyes. "Shuero, you have finally returned." He pushed the wheelchair forward a step, but Bai Shuero stepped back in response. Zhang Chong questioned, "Huh?" Bai Shuero turned to the director. "This isn't right, is it? Wasn't it said that men should do the work? He is still injured. Am I supposed to take care of him?" The director remarked. "What a familiar tone, yet an unfamiliar face. How is it that you are the one to say this?" Su Ning was equally surprised that Bai Shuero would voice her dissent. Bai Shuero herself had no objections, but upon her previous return, her parents had warned her that Zhang Chong was not right and advised her to keep her distance. As a devoted daughter, she naturally listened to their words. Director Chi interjected, "But Zhang Chong is an accidental injury. He is also your teammate whom you personally selected. How can you simply replace him?" Bai Shuero retorted, "I don't care. I want to serve him. If you make me take care of him, be careful of causing him further injury." Bai Shuero is so unreasonable. Zhang Chong is already pitiable, and she still wants to abandon him. This is what they mean by one who is close to vermilion becomes red, while one who is close to ink becomes black. Being close to Su Ning leads to madness. Director Chi wouldn't agree, right? Surely not. Huang Jiaojiao murmured to herself. I thought this would be promising, but she's just as despicable as Su Ning. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Xiao Weining's eyes as she raised her hand. Director, why don't you let me take care of Chang'e? Su Ning couldn't hold back her laughter. Chapter 58. You jump, I jump. Early in the morning, the 5 guests and their husbands gathered at the village entrance. Director Chi clapped his hands. Today's game rules. Each guest must rely on their own abilities to obtain food from the villagers. No money can be used, nor can they simply ask for it. Today, whatever food you manage to acquire will be the only food you use to cook. In short, eat what you obtain, and if you fail, you'll have to rely on the wind for sustenance. Of course, the production team also offered an additional reward of 10 pounds of meat to the first-place team, including ribs, pig's trotters, and all manner of pork. Huang Jiaojiao pondered. So, isn't that just doing chores for the villagers? Director Chi grinned like a sly fox. You could choose not to work if you have other ideas. Now, everyone, give it your best. The 5 teams dispersed. In Rao Man's group, the men immediately exerted their strength to help the villagers plow the fields, while she leisurely sipped tea by the field's edge. Bai Shuero and Xiao Weining exchanged families, with Bai Shuero now paired with Liang Shan, the unfortunate man who had previously endured much at the hands of Lu Yan. Liang Shan was not averse to hard work. He proactively inquired with several households and ultimately helped an elderly widow push a stone mill to grind corn, while Bai Shuero kept the old woman company. Huang Jiaojiao took over Yang Tiantian's spot. Wang Chuan had a decent personality and volunteered to take on any tasks that arose. Excuse me, ma'am, do you need any help? Oh, dear. We can't let a city girl do the hard labor. Little sister, it must be tough for you to herd the cattle alone. Would you like me to assist? No, my mother says you're a bad person. Sir, may I help you cut the wheat? You city girl know how to cut? Don't ruin the grain. No need for you. Huang Jiaojiao, frustrated after being turned away multiple times, kicked a stone by the road, only to hurt her toe. Ah, that Su Ning. It's all her fault. Wang Chuan stood by, dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Can I find work? Can't you ask? Are you enjoying my embarrassment? Huang Jiaojiao shot him a fierce glare. Wang Chuan felt overwhelmed. That Yang Tiantian may have caused a ruckus later, but at least she knew how to put on a show. This one doesn't even bother. Wang Chuan decided to ignore Huang Jiaojiao's antics. He wasn't about to get embroiled in her troubles. At that moment, Wang Chuan's mother caught sight of this scene. Having never liked those city folks, she was particularly displeased to see her precious son being scolded. She grabbed Wang Chuan's arm. What are you standing there for? Haven't you had enough of being scolded? Come home with me. Leaving Huang Jiaojiao standing alone in the middle of the road. Unlike Huang Jiaojiao, who faced continuous setbacks, Xiao Weining was faring quite well. She pushed the injured Zhang Chong to a villager's doorstep. Ma'am, may I do some work for you in exchange for food? What can a delicate girl like you possibly do? Xiao Weining chuckled shyly. I'm not sure, but I'm willing to try. If I can't get food, I can go hungry myself, but Chang'e needs nourishment to recover, and I can't let him starve. I want to win back some ribs to make soup for him. Weining, Zhang Chong was moved to tears.
Qiangye,
Xiao Weining smiled tenderly at him. Weining.
Qiangye.
Passing by, Su Ning quipped, "You jump, I jump." Xiao Weining replied, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Chong added, "Why are you everywhere?" The elderly woman was quite charmed by this interaction, which middle-aged aunt doesn't enjoy a little romance. "All right then, young lady, come help me pick some vegetables." "Sure." Xiao Weining thought picking vegetables would be easy, only to be led to a vast plot of land. "You can harvest these radishes and water spinach. Please help me out, and I'll give you a basket in return." "Is this much?" Xiao Weining exclaimed. "This is nothing. I can finish it in half a day." "You, as a little girl, might not finish, but do what you can." The kind lady's encouragement, combined with the presence of the cameras, compelled Xiao Weining to nod in agreement. Determined to win the audience's favor and improve her image in Qin Wan's eyes, she diligently began to pull up the vegetables. Nearby, Zhang Chong watched her with eyes full of admiration. He never expected she would work so hard for him. It was clear that she had feelings for him. One cannot hide such affection. Zhang Tianxi had just finished cleaning a chicken coop when he stepped out to find Su Ning moving a table to the roadside, with a large piece of paper placed on top. "What are you doing?" Su Ning stepped aside. "Stay away from me. You smell like chicken dung." "Who do you think I'm doing this for?" Zhang Tianxi stomped in frustration. Su Ning shot him a disdainful glance. "Don't speak, as if you don't need to eat. Do you believe I'll go on strike? That LL cost you points." "Fine, I'll do it." Zhang Tianxi was genuinely afraid of Su Ning. He initially thought her threats about point deductions were mere bluster, but the production team really docked his pay. For every point lost, they deducted 100, and it pained him deeply. Little did he know the production team was merely venting their grievances against Su Ning on him. "I can't bully Su Ning, but I can bully you." Su Ning arranged the table and chairs, then borrowed a brush from a villager to write a notice on the paper, advertising for lost items and stating that nothing would be collected if not found. Zhang Tianxi was initially taken aback by the ugliness of her handwriting, but upon reading the content, he looked at her suspiciously. "You?" "Yes, it's me. Have you got nothing better to do? If you don't win first place, don't expect to get paid this month." With that, Su Ning playfully tossed a stick of dried cow dung at Zhang Tianxi. "What good are you?" "Ha, some people can't go a day without being beaten." Su Ning has quite the temper. Is this even a couple-less variety show? This is clearly a master-servant game. Why is Su Ning doing the work herself? Can she really find anything? Don't tell me she's just boasting. Is there anyone who doubts Su Ning's abilities? Just then, a woman holding a child stopped by. "Sister, can you really help people find things?" Su Ning nodded. "Yes, just give me a name and tell me what you're looking for."
"Oh."
"Can you help me find my son, as pacifier? He is used to it. But it suddenly went missing a few days ago. I've searched everywhere at home and can't find it. He refuses to accept a replacement and keeps crying." "Sure. What's your name?" "Zhang Xiaohua." Su Ning closed her eyes and flipped through a book called The Complete Guide to Gossip. Thankfully, it had a directory, much like a dictionary, allowing her to quickly locate Zhang Xiaohua's page. "Your son's pacifier is stuck in the gap of the stroller. You took your child out a few days ago, and after soothing him, you placed it in the stroller, where it slipped into the gap." "Really? I'll go check." Zhang Xiaohua hurried off to find her lost item, while Su Ning leisurely rested her head on the table, pretending to doze off. "I bet 5 dimes that pacifier will be found." "I'm in." "What are the odds?" "I think it's scripted." Scripted. Is your life of failure a script too? Half an hour later. Why hasn't she returned? Did she not find it? Now Su Ning is going to be embarrassed. Perhaps she has indeed found it, but is unwilling to return the item, which is why she hasn't come. Just as the barrage of comments continued, a commotion erupted from afar. "Erdan, where's your wife?" "Right ahead." "Oh dear. I must ask her to help me find my missing dentures. And my laying hen. That old hag next door must have stolen it." Before Su Ning could comprehend the situation, a throng of villagers had already gathered around her table. "Little girl, could you help me find my lost phone? Someone has stolen a lot of my vegetables. Can you see who it was?" "Me too." Su Ning, feeling dizzy from the noise, waved her hand. "Everyone line up. One at a time." Zhang Xiaohua placed a small basket on the table, containing about 10 eggs. "Fairy, this is for you. Thank you for helping me find my pacifier." "You don't need to give me so many," Su Ning said as she took out 2 eggs. "This is more than enough. The pacifier isn't worth much." All right. Following this, Su Ning earnestly began to address the villagers' inquiries. Initially skeptical, the villagers soon found their lost items thanks to her guidance. They immediately regarded Su Ning as a fairy, bringing baskets of goods to her until the table was overflowing. And they had no choice but to pile things on the floor. After finally collecting the vegetables, Xiao Weining, holding a basket of rewards, exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Beautiful lady, I want to ask you, where did my gold jewelry go? Was it stolen? Gold jewelry?" Su Ning's interest peaked.
Yes.
It was the 5 pieces my husband bought for me when we got married, along with some fortune beads and gold rings I purchased before marriage. I kept them all in a jewelry box hidden deep in my wardrobe, but a few days ago, I discovered everything was gone. I suspect my mother-in-law took them while tidying up my room, or perhaps my elder sister-in-law, who lives with me, took them. By the way, my name is Li Meixiang. The woman expressed her grievances indignantly. Those two just can't stand how well my husband treats me. They can't bear to see me enjoying life.
Wow.
A wicked mother-in-law script. I love it. Why not just report it instead of asking Su Ning? Just get a divorce. Don't hesitate. The entertainment industry is clearly all about looks. Don't trust this. I'm Guangzi and I'm 22121. Are there any sisters out there like me? The one in front. Are you still adjusting to human brains? If things went missing at home, it's definitely an inside job. Su Ning's tone turned a shade cooler. Have you reported this to the police? Yes, I have. The police said there were no signs of a break-in. It must be someone from my family. They are still investigating. I believe it was either my mother-in-law or my sister-in-law. My mother-in-law recently asked to borrow money for pesticides and fertilizers, which I didn't give her, so she has been holding a grudge. My sister-in-law often tells me to buy gold bracelets for her children, claiming she bought some for my child when he was born. But why should I buy for her child when she is already buying for mine? Su Ning grew somewhat impatient. Is there no one else in your family besides you? Your mother-in-law and your sister-in-law? Yes. My husband. But how could my husband steal my things? Why not? Su Ning retorted. Li Meixiang's expression turned slightly menacing. Many of those items were bought by my husband for me. When the police came, he cooperated fully to provide a statement. Moreover, he comforted me, saying that if things were lost, we could always buy them again. He treats me so well. How could he possibly steal? Su Ning's face scrunched up in disbelief. Li Meixiang continued to assert her position. You simply don't understand. If you can't figure it out, just say so. Why slander my husband? He is incredibly good to me. During my pregnancy, when I couldn't eat anything cold, he bought 2 ice creams to eat in front of me, saying one was for him and one was for me. Also, I had 2 daughters, and he never complained. He said there is no need to chase after a son, and suggested I get sterilized to avoid further pregnancies that could harm my health. And every time we go out to eat, knowing I have a small appetite, he always brings my baby bowl to ensure I only have what I can eat. Enough.
Stop.
Su Ning interjected, pressing a finger against her palm. If you keep talking, I might just throw up my dinner. This time, I won't scold Su Ning. She has truly voiced my sentiments. Help. How is there so much wife literature everywhere? I understand. This little pregnant woman, with her delicate constitution, is being poked by her affectionate husband's baby needle, feeling bloated. I want strawberries, but my dear husband won't let me. He loves me so much. After giving birth, I realize I resemble him little, proving I'm merely a delivery person. I've given my husband a little lover, dividing his affection. 3 months later. If the baby makes this gesture, does it mean a second child is on the way? I want to have another son, not favoring boys over girls. To the one in front, please spare me. Honestly, doesn't anyone want to see what her dear husband looks like? Let us not get sidetracked. We need to find the gold. Li Meixiang became enraged. How dare you say I'm disgusting? I'll tell my husband. Su Ning waved her hand in exasperation. Go ahead, just ask him where your gold went. I told you it wasn't he my husband who took it. Can't you understand human language? Infuriated, Li Meixiang grabbed a basket from the table intending to throw it at Su Ning. Su Ning swiftly dodged and, in one motion, grabbed her braid and yanked it back. If you're out of your mind, go to the hospital. And let me ask you, if I prove that your husband stole the gold, how will you compensate me? If it was your husband, I'll bow 10 times. If it wasn't he, you'll bow 10 times. All right. Su Ning couldn't help but want to applaud her. Remember what you said. Now bring your husband here. You'll bow to me. And he'll take the hit. It's a win-win. Chapter 60. She won't bow, but you will. Soon, the male protagonist arrived. A man who appeared quite upright, with a face as fresh as a young calf. Li Meixiang shook her companion's arm, pointing at Su Ning and complained, Husband, she is accusing you of stealing my gold. She's so wicked. Li Meixiang's husband stared at Su Ning, his eyes fixated on her, momentarily lost for words. What are you looking at, dear? Li Meixiang noticed her husband's unusual reaction and pinched him. What's so captivating? Tell me, who's prettier, me or her? If they were at home, Chen Fuyuan would undoubtedly say his wife was the prettier one, but now, in front of so many villagers and cameras, he couldn't bring himself to say it. The crowd's eyes were keenly observant. Speak up. No. Chen Fuyuan quickly changed the subject. Wife, how could I possibly steal your things? Here, this is for you. He handed her a gold ring. Though it's not as heavy as the one you lost, I will replace everything you lost one by one. Don't be too upset.
Wow.
Thank you, husband. I knew you were the best to me. Li Meixiang eagerly put on the ring, flaunting it before Su Ning. See? I told you my husband treats me well. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Indeed. A fake ring arranged so quickly. I wonder if the other fake items are on their way. That's several yuan, not cheap. Li Meixiang shouted. You're talking nonsense. How could this be fake? Chen Fuyuan quickly chimed in yes. Young lady, why are you slandering me? I'm not poor enough to resort to that. A soft, melodious voice interjected, Su Ning. I understand your eagerness to prove your point, but you shouldn't tease out discord between the couple, right? I find this brother quite honest. Su Ning appeared to disregard Xiao Weining's words, her gaze fixated on the resplendent ring. If it's genuine, why not take it to the shop for verification? Li Meixiang interjected. What if it gets damaged? Su Ning replied, if it turns out to be real, I shall gift you 10 more. Li Meixiang's face lit up with joy, you promise? I'll go get it tested right away. Remember to visit Zhou in your town, and bring your husband along. Ask the shopkeeper if your husband seems familiar, after all. He sold your gold there, she added with a smirk. Humph, spreading rumors again. Come on, dear, let us go. Li Meixiang exclaimed, tugging at Chen Fuyuan's hand, who remained oblivious, standing frozen. Upon closer inspection, beads of sweat adorned his forehead.
Aha.
The case is solved. Su Ning, the Great, teaches you how to behave. I suspected it was her husband all along. Mother-in-law, elder sister-in-law. Don't our feelings matter? Is it truly you who stole it? Li Meixiang was taken aback, her composure crumbling as she shouted, why did you steal that gold? If you need money, just ask me. Why resort to theft? Suddenly recalling something, she seized Chen Fuyuan's arm and rushed towards the exit. Hurry, we need to go to the police station to retract the report. If the police find out, you could end up in jail. Her devotion as a wife was evident, amusing Su Ning. Are you certain you wish to protect him? He sold the gold to provide for a son. She was curious to see how far this devoted wife would go for her beloved husband.
So,
What son are you talking about? What son? Li Meixiang frantically pounded on Chen Fuyuan's chest. He suddenly pushed her away. What can I do? I am just as helpless. She claimed she was carrying my child, and when I asked her to abort, she refused. She demanded money, and when I didn't comply, she threatened to disturb you. I don't want to divorce you. This is the only way. Vile woman. Vile woman.
Li Meixiang cursa.
You need to sever ties with her. Let her come to me. I want to divorce you. I know she is at a hotel, but I am home. You love me the most, and you cannot bear to part from me. Oh my, is she mentally challenged? I told you, fools should not marry. The case is cracked. No wonder she doesn't want to have a child. She already has one. Hotel home? Is the first wife going mad? Su Ning had lost any desire to offer advice. Some people's mentality was well suited to the suffering they endured. Now that the case is solved, you must fulfill your promise. Su Ning approached the woman, gripping her wrist. Bow to me. Make sure to do it properly. Xiao Weining stepped forward. Su Ning, don't do this. She's already pitiful. Why force her to bow? Fine. If she is pitiful, then you can bow at her stead.
Me.
Su Ning had completely run out of patience. If you can't do it, then leave me alone. Don't disgust me. It's already annoying dealing with fools, and having to listen to this green TBTCH. Will anyone compensate me for emotional distress? I won't bow. Li Meixiang gritted her teeth. Very well, then do not blame me for cursing you. I curse you to have your dear husband divorce you and form a blissful family of 3 with the mistress and the illegitimate child.
No.
I'll bow. I'll bow. Li Meixiang, with reddened eyes, bowed to Su Ning, while her husband remained as unresponsive as a statue. Isn't this a bit excessive, Su Ning? Forcing someone to bow publicly is too humiliating. Excessive? If Su Ning had lost, do you think this devoted wife wouldn't have screeched for her to bow? Certainly. How could she bear to have her beloved husband's reputation tarnished? This is truly absurd. Although I'm merely an observer, why do I feel so stifled? Only Su Ning's performance can bring me some satisfaction. As the farce concluded, Su Ning resumed her task of finding items for others, and by noon, a small mountain had formed beside her. Su Ning, look! I caught a hen. Isn't it amazing? Zhang Tianxi exclaimed as he sprinted towards her, holding the hen triumphantly. Upon seeing the bounty beside Su Ning, his tone shifted dramatically. Not only did she possess hens, but also roosters, chicks, and even game birds. A veritable feast of chicken. Zhang Tianxi asked in horror, "What have you done? Did you rob the villagers?" "No, I sold your brother." "Oh, well, that's a relief." Zhang Jiabao remarked. "Are you alright?" Chapter 61. Even if I starve, I wouldn't eat a morsel of your food. Unsurprisingly, Su Ning claimed first place. The other contestants watched as she received 10 pounds of meat from the production team. However, more than the meat, they envied the mountain of food piled behind Su Ning. Not to mention a day's worth, it could easily last a week. "Wow, Ning Ning, you're incredible," Rao Man praised, giving Su Ning a thumbs up. "Your team did well too. You have both meat and vegetables." Su Ning glanced at Rao Man's team, where the members looked exhausted as if they had been working like dogs, nearly bursting into laughter. "Serves you right," Su Ning continued. "I can't possibly eat all this. Let me take a bit home." Rao Man was pleasantly surprised. "Is that allowed?" "Of course. Shuero, you can take some too." By Shuero's team, didn't he receive much? Just a small bag of rice and some vegetables and tofu. The elderly were quite frugal, and that was all they had.
Great.
I was worried about not having meat. Thank goodness for Ning Ning. Bai Shuero was not shy, taking a large piece of meat from Su Ning.
Nearby,
Huang Jiaojiao observed them dividing the food, fuming. What is so impressive about that? It's just a bit of meat and vegetables. They act like it's a famine. Su Ning glanced at Huang Jiaojiao. Some people would rather starve than admit defeat. Huang Jiaojiao was already feeling hungry, having skipped breakfast and spent the day working. Her stomach now churning with acid. "Jiaojiao, let me share some food with you," Qiao Weining said softly.
great.
"I knew you cared for me the most." Huang Jiaojiao joyfully rushed to Qiao Weining's side, only to find a basket of radishes and greens. "Is this it?" Qiao Weining's displeasure was evident. "What's wrong with these? She worked hard for them." "Jiaojiao, just bear with it. It's only 2 meals," Qiao Weining said.
Fine, Wang Jiaojiao replied.
Unceremoniously taking half of the vegetables from Qiao Weining's basket. At noon, the 5 groups of contestants began cooking in the square. It was hard not to suspect the production team was up to something. As the contestants busied themselves, they soon discovered a significant problem. They had ingredients but no seasonings. Just as a few of them stood around in confusion, Su Ning interjected, "You've added too much soy sauce. It's already the color of burnt meat. For the fish, add more sugar. I love sweet and sour fish. And wash the ribs a couple more times. The soup will be cleaner." Huang Jiaojiao protested. "Why does Su Ning have seasonings?" Director Qi looked up at the sky in exasperation. Why? She earned them herself. Not only did she acquire seasonings, but she also managed to get a clay pot, a rice cooker, and a grill. Zhang Tianxi's mother observed from the sidelines, watching her son bustling about while Su Ning merely acted as a supervisor, unable to resist a tinge of jealousy. "He certainly listens to you.
Oh,
And you should help out too. Come over and pick the vegetables." Is that a human way to talk? Rao Man and Bai Shuero also borrowed seasonings from Su Ning. Before long, the square was filled with the enticing aroma of cooking. After finally bringing water to a boil, Huang Jiaojiao dropped in the radishes and cabbage, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Xiao Weining felt the same, but she held back, not forgetting to check on Zhang Chang, who was tending the fire.
Qian Ye.
"Keep your distance from the flames. Don't get burned." Zhang Chang's face turned beet red, his ears flushed, resembling someone who had been drinking, unsure if it was the heat or something else. "It's fine. I can't help you earn food, but I can do what I can. It's all right. Changgo, your thoughtfulness is enough. I'm already very happy." Huang Jiaojiao and Xiao Weining were the last to prepare their meal, finishing ahead of the others. The two held bowls of plain boiled vegetables, gnawing at them with little appreciation for the flavor. Huang Jiaojiao felt nauseated by the taste, but was reluctant to share even a morsel with Wang Chuan. Let that useless fellow starve for his laziness. If he were to perish from hunger, so be it. After all, they were part of the same team, and this ineffectual man could not discreetly seek food. With this thought, Huang Jiaojiao found a semblance of satisfaction in her meager vegetables. Xiao Weining, suppressing her distaste, poured the remaining boiled vegetables into Zhang Chang's bowl. Her face adorned with a bashful smile. Changge, do indulge. There are no condiments, no meat, so please don't turn your nose up at it. How could I? This is, without a doubt, the most delectable meal I have ever tasted. Before Zhang Chang could finish his words, a wave of enticing aroma ensnared his senses. He glanced to the side and beheld a table overflowing with delicacies set by Su Ning and Zhang Tianxi, sweet and sour fish, braised pork, stewed ribs, and cola chicken wings. 6 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 2 soups. Were they celebrating the New Year? Excellent, Su Ning exclaimed, savoring a slice of meat. Bestowing upon Zhang Tianxi the first compliment since the show began. You've worked hard. Hear us an extra 20 points. Make sure the production team reimburses you. Director Qi interjected. Who is the actual director here? Zhang Tianxi was so moved that he discreetly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Is it really necessary to be so sentimental? Su Ning mused to herself, considering whether she ought to treat him with more kindness in the future.
No.
I just got chili juice in my eye while chopping, he exclaimed. Quick, fetch me a damp towel. Su Ning thought. Forget it. Let us pretend I didn't say anything. She brought him a damp towel, and as he couldn't see clearly, he used her hand to wipe his eyes. At that moment, Yu Fan's thoughts echoed. Sister, what on earth are you doing? Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he could vividly imagine the expression on that ancestor's face. Mr. Qin, could you take a look at this proposal? The marketing director observed Qin Wan's increasingly dark expression. His back slick with sweat. What was going on? Was his work truly that poor? He had deliberated for quite some time before finalizing it. Take it away. Let us proceed with your version, Qin Wan finally said after a long pause, pinching the bridge of his nose. Understood, the marketing director replied nervously, his gaze darting past his boss. As he left, he noticed the tablet on Qin Wan's desk was streaming a variety show. The screen displayed a man and a woman earnestly enjoying their meal, with the man offering vegetables to the woman, only for her to push them away in disdain.
Wait.
That woman looks somewhat familiar. She the artist rumored to be linked with the boss. He recalled hearing from Secretary Jean and the operations director that the boss had a peculiar interest in Su Ning, suggesting the rumors might run deeper than mere gossip. Qin Wan shut the tablet, his voice icy. Have you seen enough? Is everything completed? The marketing director felt a chill run down his spine, his thinning hair prickling. I'll get right on it. Right away. Once he departed, Qin Wan paced by the window a few times before silently returning to his seat and reopening the tablet. What did it matter to him who she interacted with? He was the one feeling frustrated. Then he noticed Su Ning's hand brush against Zhang Tianxi's while she was serving food. With such a lavish spread, Su Ning found it quite challenging to manage alone, so she invited Rao Man and the others to join her. Rao Man and Bai Shuiro hesitated, feeling awkward about taking more food after having already taken so much. Su Ning waved to the production team. You've worked hard too. Why not come over and eat? We use serving chopsticks and the leftovers are quite clean. The director remarked. Is this truly the Su Ning I know?
Who are you?
Meanwhile, Jin Jiao, who was gnawing on radish and feeling queasy, scoffed. What is so impressive? Who would want your leftover food? I'd rather starve to death than eat even a morsel from you. Su Ning replied. No one invited you. Chapter 62. A Grand Feast. As night fell, wisps of smoke rose from the small village. Su Ning directed Zhang Tianxi to set up a barbecue in the square, grilling the meat obtained from the production team alongside the small fish and vegetables sourced from the villagers. As the meat sizzled, releasing its savory juices, Su Ning raised her arm to sprinkle soul-soothing cumin and chili powder. The photographers nearby were practically drooling, not to mention Huang Jiaojiao and the others, who had endured 2 meals of radish and cabbage. Huang Jiaojiao swallowed hard, her stomach audibly protesting. Back home, a meal would typically consist of a dozen dishes, with everything she desired at her fingertips. Yet here, she had to endure a day of hunger. Especially as Su Ning exclaimed, this meat is incredibly tender. And this chili is delicious, not spicy at all, just fragrant. And this pork belly is divine. Come join us, Man Jie and Shuiro.
Indeed.
Rao Man and her companions felt their appetites stirred. However, Su Ning only extended her hospitality to the 2 female guests. The others were of no concern to her. Wang Chuan, unable to bear his hunger any longer, approached Su Ning with a flushed face. Miss Su Ning, may I buy some food from you? I'm willing to pay.
Right.
Su Ning agreed without hesitation. 1 skewer of vegetables for $1, 2 for meat. You pick.
Great.
Wang Chuan was taken aback by her prompt agreement and hurried off to select his barbecue. Moments later, he returned with an impressive collection, 15 vegetable skewers and 20 meat skewers, totaling 55 yuan. Wang Chuan devoured with gusto, his mouth dripping with grease, and sighed in bliss. Meanwhile, Huang Jiaojiao, who had been swallowing her saliva repeatedly, could no longer restrain herself and strutted over to Su Ning. I want to buy too. She waved her hand grandly. I'll take all of those. All right, 100 yuan for the vegetable skewers, 200 for the meat. Huang Jiaojiao gasped in shock. Are you robbing me? Su Ning raised an eyebrow. Do you want them or not? You truly are something, Su Ning.
Ha ha ha.
Su Ning doesn't engage in internal strife. She addresses grievances right away. Is it really necessary, Su Ning? We're all part of the same production team. You really lack social grace. If you're so good at social grace, then why don't you send me 50 for a meal at KFC? I'll repay you when I get the chance. Then I want 100. I want 500. $10 is enough for me. Hey, where did you go? Huang Jiaojiao wanted to refuse, but her stomach betrayed her, emitting a long, mournful groan. In front of the cameras, she thought it would suffice to embarrass herself just once. Gritting her teeth. Fine. I'll take them all. Huang Jiaojiao, one moment. I wouldn't touch your food even if I died of hunger. The next. 200 is a steal. How fragrant. Is this the world of the wealthy? Who envies me, I one say. Su Ning beamed with delight, counting the skewers, 17 vegetable skewers and 22 meat skewers, earning her a staggering 6,100 yuan. If only I could find a dozen more of such easy marks. Huang Jiaojiao took her food, and as she bit into the first skewer, tears streamed down her face. Truly, it was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted in her life. Beside her, Xiao Weining watched as Huang Jiaojiao alternated bites from different skewers, her joy palpable, though her own smile began to wane. After all, she had shared half her vegetables with her earlier, yet now Huang Jiaojiao showed no inclination to share with her. How about I get some skewers for you, Weining? Zhang Chong offered. Xiao Weining shook her head. No thanks, Chang'e, I'm not hungry.
Good.
I knew you were so thin. You certainly must not be hungry. And what about Su Ning? A skewer of vegetables for $1, and a skewer of meat for 2. Why doesn't she just rob us? So expensive. We want to eat. Xiao Weining replied. The following morning, Su Ning sat at the doorway, feeding the leftover raw meat to the dog outside. As Xiao Weining pushed Zhang Chong past the door, she noticed the scene and voiced her concern. Su Ning, feeding the dog raw meat might awaken its primal instincts. We wouldn't want it to bite someone, now would we? Su Ning replied. That's an interesting question. When you eat bananas, do you transform into a monkey swinging on vines, returning to the primordial forest? Zhang Chong, how do you speak? Wan Ing is only looking out for your best interests. Su Ning playfully beckoned Zhang Chong with her finger. What? Are you dissatisfied? If you have the guts, come and hit me.
Come on.
Why aren't you coming? Is it because you don't want to? Zhang Chong, seated in his wheelchair, chuckled. Ha ha. Su Ning, you really think you're something, talking all high and mighty. I don't think I'm anything special, all right? Zhang Chong, you're just provoking me. It's like kicking against cotton. Does Su Ning never tire of bickering with everything and everyone? You should ask those who constantly put their faces in front of Su Ning if it doesn't hurt when she slaps them. Xiao Wanning, feeling embarrassed, puffed up her cheeks as she pushed Zhang Chong away, completely oblivious to the stern gaze Su Ning directed at her. Today lacked any special activities. It was merely a day of filming this couple. Su Ning, as always, toyed with the unfortunate Zhang family, contrasting sharply with Xiao Wenying's group. She not only took meticulous care of Zhang Chong but also got along splendidly with the other family members. The mother-in-law exclaimed, having a daughter-in-law like you is my blessing. Littling, please stay with our family forever. Oh, marrying you has made our Zhang family's ancestors proud. I still think Xiao Wenying's group is the most appealing. Absolutely. This kind of variety show thrives on family harmony and marital affection. Mom, I believe in love again. Why do I feel like Zhang Chong and his mother are acting for real? There's no helping it. Xiao Wenying is just too impressive. Once the show concludes, their family will surely feel a massive void. All of them share the Zhang surname, and on Su Ning's side, the Zhang family would gladly send this calamity away. Su Ning, reflect on that. Surreptitiously observing the flood of accolades in the comments, Xiao Wenying felt her dissatisfaction from caring for a disabled person dissipate, turning back to treat Zhang Chong with gentle affection. Zhang Chong gazed at Xiao Wenying with infatuation, captivated by her every smile and gesture. The thought of the production team leaving tomorrow and the long wait until he could see her again made his heart race with anticipation. Late at night, Su Ning suddenly opened her eyes wide while lying in bed. She walked into the living room and shook Zhang Tianxi, who was sprawled out on the sofa, awake. He was filled with grievances. What's the matter? If you need to use the bathroom, go by yourself. Do you want a chance to be a hero and save the beauty? There's a chance to trigger a reward from a beautiful lady. Chapter 63. Does this kind of thing require cheering? What good fortune is this? Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Tianxi followed closely behind Su Ning, the two stealthily traversing the village path. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, and the occasional night breeze stirred Zhang Tianxi's nerves. Keep quiet. We'll arrive shortly. It's no wonder the production team is dedicated. As soon as Su Ning and Zhang Tianxi got up, they were right there filming. In the dead of night, the green light in Su Ning's live-streaming room still glowed. What are these two up to? This is hilarious. They're tiptoeing around, hunched over, full of stealth. Is there something weighing on your minds that you're up so late? How do you know I have something on my mind? Boo-hoo. I'm getting divorced again. This is my 5th divorce. Don't be too sad. Although your ex-husband abandoned you, at least you got a settlement, right? You must be rich now. What does money matter? I want love. Do you understand love? I understand. Your mind isn't quite right. What kind of decent person chooses love over money? Why did these two end up at Xiao Wenning's house? The audience looked up to see Su Ning and Zhang Tianxi crouching beneath the window of Zhang Chang's bedroom. Zhang Tianxi watched as Su Ning pressed her ear to the window, his eyes widening in disbelief. What are you doing? I know you don't like them, but that's a bit extreme, don't you think? Besides, they're already asleep. What can you possibly overhear? Fake couples can't possibly engage in anything inappropriate. Shut up. Su Ning casually stuffed an apple into Zhang Tianxi's mouth. That sound didn't come from Zhang Tianxi, but rather from within the room. Xiao Wenning was awakened by the weight pressing down on her, initially thinking she was having a nightmare, only to discover something far more terrifying upon opening her eyes. Zhang Chang was sprawled on top of her, roughly tugging at her clothes. What are you doing? Don't be afraid. Zhang Chang quickly covered Xiao Wenying's mouth. Be good. I won't hurt you. Xiao Wenning's eyes widened in horror as she struggled fiercely. Suddenly, she kicked Zhang Chang between the legs, causing him to yelp in pain, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. Just as Xiao Wenning prepared to kick again, a rough hand pressed down on her calf. Lil Xiao, just give in to my Zhang Chang. He may be a country bumpkin, but he is honest and not unpleasant to look at. He will treat you well. Zhang Chang's mother was unexpectedly in the room, actively assisting him. I know, little Xiao, your family is wealthy, and ours can't compare. But my Zhang Chang is willing to be your husband, and our children will take your surname. My husband and I can come to take care of our grandson, and you can rest assured. Tears of humiliation welled up in Xiao Wanying's eyes as they streamed down her cheeks. Zhang Chang eagerly kissed her cheek. Ying, don't be afraid. I will be very gentle. I know you like me and love me too. Otherwise, why would you be so nice to me? You even call me Brother Chang, and take such good care of me. I know you're shy and find it hard to express yourself. That's all right. I'll take the initiative. Once we're together, I'll shoulder all the blame and won't let anyone know about you taking the initiative. Xiao Wenning felt utterly crushed. She never imagined that her efforts to build her persona would be misconstrued by Zhang Chang as romantic interest. Had she known, she wouldn't have acted that way. No, had she known, she wouldn't have switched places with Bai Shuero. She wouldn't be in this predicament. Just as Zhang Chang's hand moved towards Xiao Wenying's skirt, there was a sudden crash as the window shattered, followed by a black object striking Zhang Chang's mother on the head.
Ouch. Who is it?
Zhang Chang nervously looked outside. Standing before the window were two dark figures, one with a pale face. Su Ning illuminated her face with a flashlight. Since you asked so sincerely, I will generously inform you. I am your nameless, shameless wild father. Zhang Tianxi, I am your nameless, shameless wild uncle. He intended to say wild mother, but Su Ning pinched him sharply, forcing him to change his words. What do you two want? Zhang Chang inquired. I want to ask you what you're doing. Su Ning retorted. If I'm not mistaken, this is Xiao Wenying's room, right? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Zhang Chang tightly covered Xiao Wenying's mouth and boldly declared, What do you think we're doing so late? Wanning is terrified because of you. Shouldn't you leave? Wait, is it what I think it is? Xiao Wanning is quite indiscriminate, isn't she? No wonder she is so nice to Zhang Chang. It turns out they've transformed from a fake couple to a real one. Is Xiao Wanning inflating the price of pigs? Zhang Chong isn't unattractive. He's just a bit poor, uneducated, and not very useful. This world has ultimately become something I can't comprehend. Su Ning, lacking in decorum, expressed her emotions bluntly. What a load of nonsense. Which ordinary person conducts affairs with their mother in tow? Are you seeking extra excitement, or do you need someone to cheer you on when things get tough? You want to open the door, huh? Zhang Tianci, smash it.
Huh.
Zhang Tianci pondered as he looked at the large iron hammer Su Ning handed him. When did you bring a weapon? Hurry up. Do you still want to earn gold coins? Zhang Tianci wasn't he foolish. Being from the same village, he was well aware of Zhang Chong's reputation. He also didn't believe that Xiao Wanning, having been there for only 2 days, could genuinely fall for a toad. So he swung the hammer hard against the window. 80, 80, 80. Su Ning cheered him on from the side. As the window was violently shattered, Su Ning brandished a flashlight and her phone to illuminate the interior, allowing everyone to finally discern the grim situation within, collectively inhaling sharply. Zhang Chong's mother lay unconscious on the ground, struck on the head by an apple. Zhang Chong, his legs incapacitated, could only assume an unnatural position atop Xiao Weining, who lay unresponsive on the bed. Zhang Tianci was momentarily stunned. Had they misconstrued the situation? Misconstrued my foot? Xiao Weining had undoubtedly been knocked out. Su Ning picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Zhang Chong, preventing him from taking advantage of the chaos. As expected, when the production team forcefully breached the Zhang family door, they found Xiao Weining with a large bump on her forehead, rendered unconscious.
Damn.
This is a criminal act. Thank goodness Su Ning arrived just in time.
Su Ning is truly remarkable.
If Su Ning foresaw this, why didn't she come sooner? Xiao Weining almost lost her innocence. Can she honestly claim it wasn't intentional? Shut your mouth. If Su Ning truly thought that way, she wouldn't have made this trip tonight. Exactly. You slanderous individual, may you find no one to assist you in times of trouble. Poor Xiao Weining, participating in a show only to encounter such a pervert. The police arrived promptly, and upon hearing the full account of events, regarded Su Ning with a mixture of subtle suspicion and intrigue. Can you explain how you knew Zhang Chong would commit a crime tonight? Su Ning understood the skepticism of Officer Mao and replied earnestly, as is widely known, I am a fortune teller. I predicted it. The police regarded her with incredulity, but the gathered villagers chimed in. Indeed, Su Daxian is extraordinary. She helped me find my gold tooth and my big yellow dog. Not to mention the bitter tea I've worn for over a decade. The police remarked. That can be overlooked. Regardless, Zhang Chong, his mother, Su Ning, Zhang Tianci, Xiao Weining, and the production team were all taken to the police station. Meanwhile, the Qiao family, having learned the news, boarded a flight to the location. In first class, they unexpectedly encountered Qin Wan. Chapter 64, Su Ning, you are my deity. When Xiao Weining regained consciousness, the truth quickly unfolded. It wasn't that she wished to tarnish Su Ning's reputation, but admitting that Su Ning was merely a bystander would inadvertently imply a mutual consent between her and Zhang Chong. In contrast, it was preferable to speak the truth. The police still found it hard to believe, as fortune-telling seemed far-fetched. An elderly officer even produced a dusty case file and inquired of Su Ning, "Can you help me predict who the perpetrator of this case is? Where are they now?" Su Ning did not refuse. Assisting in capturing a murderer would bring solace to the victim's family. After reviewing the victim's name and background, she swiftly concluded, the killer is the son of Zhang San. The victim attempted to collect a debt from Zhang San, and his son killed him, disposing of the body in a ravine before fleeing. That individual is likely working in an illegal coal mine in X province, X county, X town, and has since started a family. The old officer's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the culprit was that person. They had pursued the criminal for years without any leads. Hearing Su Ning's words ignited a flicker of hope within him.
Daughter,
are you all right? At the police station entrance, Chu Xiang tightly embraced Xiao Weining, while Xiao Ping comforted his daughter. Be good, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here.
Dad.
Xiao Weining plunged into her father's embrace, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Xiao Yuanlin patted her shoulder. Don't cry. With your brother here, that man will never have a peaceful day, even if he goes to prison. Su Ning witnessed this scene through the glass doors, momentarily lost in thought. Yet, she felt a slight pang of longing for her parents. Once she completed her statement, she would return home to see them. Was it not possible to hear anyone speaking? It wasn't until she felt a slight pain on her earlobe that Su Ning snapped back to reality. Raising her head, she found the imposing figure of a man before her, his hand gripping her earlobe. Su Ning immediately stood up. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Qin Wan's voice was cold, his gaze as dark as ink, piercing through Su Ning with an icy intensity. Had I not come, I would never have known of your audacity.
What?
Do you believe that engaging in such acts of heroism would be without consequence? Or do you think you could handle any fallout? Analyzing the case, do you intend to switch careers and become a police officer? Su Ning was taken aback by Qin Wan's rapid-fire questioning, momentarily at a loss for words.
Speak.
Qin Wan now grasped her cheek. Su Ning, being tugged at the face, struggled to articulate. Oh, I have my limits, and I have someone with me. At that moment, Xiao Ping entered and, witnessing the scene, intervened. Mr. Qin, please don't be angry. The young lady acted with good intentions. I am very grateful to her. Had it not been for her, my waning. Xiao Ping's words faltered. This face was both familiar and strange. Even after nearly 20 years, even as the memory of that person had begun to fade. Seeing her again evoked immediate recognition. Su Qin? Su Ning blinked, unsure of whom the older man was referring to. However, Chu Xiang quickly stepped between them, glaring at Su Ning with murderous intent. You tell me, did you know that man would harm my waning?
Su Ning ignored hash.
Chu Xiang continued to interrogate. Don't say you were unaware. Aren't you supposed to be able to foresee things? If you knew this incident would occur, you should have appeared immediately, preventing my daughter from being harmed and enduring this immense trauma.
Su Ning.
You are so heartless.
In Juan Chakel lightly.
Reaching out to ruffle Su Ning's hair. See? Some people will always try to turn the tables. It's better to let events unfold and see what they can conjure up.
Su Ning boasted, appearing innocent, indeed.
I never anticipated that saving someone would lead to such trouble. Are you attempting to frame me? How can you be so certain that I knew what would happen? Am I a mind reader? If I had known you would indiscriminately accuse me, I would never have intervened with Zhang Chang, thus avoiding this mess. Chu Xiang, stop pretending. Enough. Xiao Ping chastised his wife in a low voice, then bowed deeply to Su Ning. I sincerely apologize. My wife has been disrespectful. I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Su Ning accepted the envelope handed to her by Xiao Ping, opening it to reveal a check inside, with several zeros on the back. After counting, she discovered it amounted to a staggering 5 million. Although she had felt somewhat aggrieved earlier, Su Ning was now willing to endure a bit more discomfort. Ahem. My hand got cut by the glass while knocking on the window. It hurts so much. Zhang Tianxi moaned in pain from the side. Xiao Ping also expressed his gratitude to him, handing him an envelope. Upon seeing the $1 million check, Zhang Tianxi could only shout, Su Ning, you are my deity. As dawn broke, the group finally completed their statements. After this ordeal, Director Qi was mentally and physically exhausted. Soaring ratings could not salvage him. After all, who would dare participate in a variety show that had devolved into a legal program? Director Qi announced, Everyone has worked hard. Let us conclude this episode for now. We will notify you of the next recording schedule. Su Ning thought to herself, even if you notify me, I shall not return. She had initially come to rescue by Shuero, and those circumstances had shifted to involve someone she did not favor. Su Ning had no regrets. The person was saved, and she no longer wished to squander her time on this peculiar variety show. Before parting ways, Chu Xiang cast a sinister glance at Su Ning. I acknowledge my previous faults, but as an elder, I have a piece of advice for you. Do not be tempted to indulge in underhanded schemes simply because you possess a modicum of talent. One must remain grounded in reality and tread steadily.
Goodness.
Is this the sort of wisdom a mere maid should dispense? Su Ning retorted impatiently, waving her hand dismissively. I have some advice for you as well. Instead of offering young people mere words of wisdom, why not give them a house, a car, or some money? Spare us your incessant prattle. As chapter 65 unfolds, when Su Ning was about to leave, the old policeman deliberately pursued her, saying, Young lady, have you considered joining our police department? It would be a shame for such talent to go unrecognized here. Before Su Ning could respond, Qin Wan leaned in close and whispered, compensation. Those two words sent a shiver down Su Ning's spine, her smile evaporating instantly. If your police department is willing to offer me 10 million as a buyout, then farewell. The old policeman simply waved goodbye, realizing it wasn't that they couldn't afford exceptional talent, but rather that 10 million was far more cost-effective. In first class on the plane, Su Ning occasionally glanced at Qinwan, who seemed to be asleep. If you have something to say, just say it.
What?
Can you sense that from up there on your head? Su Ning cautiously inquired. May I take a leave to return home? Qinwan opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the woman beside him, who was trying to ingratiate herself. Yes. I haven't been back in a long time. I wish to see my parents. Not because you're feeling a bit envious seeing Qiao Weining as parents? Qinwan's eyes flickered, surprised to discover the softer, more delicate side of the girl. It made sense. It wasn't easy for a young woman to strive alone in the world, so longing for home was only natural.
Hey.
I can also show off when I return, letting those who have looked down on me see what it means to not underestimate the youth in poverty.
All right.
How long do you plan to stay? 3 days. 3 days will suffice. Su Ning clasped her hands together, practically begging. Fine. Qinwan agreed quickly, albeit in a somewhat indifferent tone. Acting, variety shows, and this trip home meant some individuals were absent from the company for nearly 20 days each month. Truly, it was a life of freedom. Upon learning of Su Ning's return home, you felt a sense of relief. Surely, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy a break as well. Then he received a message from his boss. You will accompany her back.
Me?
What capacity do I have to return with her? We're not that familiar. What does this even mean? Mr. Qin, I am her manager, not her maid. Triple pay. Qinwan replied. I suppose I can play the role of this male maid. Princess, please get in the car. I shall escort you home. Once downstairs, seeing you standing by the car, striking a gentlemanly pose, Su Ning took 2 steps back with her suitcase. What is going on? Are you planning to abduct me to Myanmar? Am I disappearing? Are you serious about stepping back like that? You asked. Why are you accompanying me home? Su Ning posed the existential question. Because you are the most promising and satisfactory artist I have ever managed. I cannot allow anything to happen to you. Look me in the eye and repeat what you just said. You looked up to the heavens. Do not pressure me. Once is enough for my conscience to be troubled. You drove Su Ning back to her hometown, to a village that had yet to see a paved road. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the old women fanning themselves under the big tree all turned to gaze at them.
Oh.
Whose child is this? Driving such a big car. It must cost several tens of thousands, right? Su Ning rolled down the window, waving at the old women. It's me, Su Ning.
Oh.
Isn't she from the second family? Didn't they say she died outside? Not at all. I heard people say that the second family's girl was up to no good, wearing short skirts to dance for men. I saw it on TV. Didn't she end up in jail? How did she get out so quickly? I heard she was tricked into the mountains. But her husband is quite wealthy. Su Ning thought, I should have never trusted the village gossip network. Even a passing dog would be kicked twice, right? Silently rolling up the window, Su Ning suggested. Let us go. No need to put on a facade. You nodded vigorously. Some rumors were best left unacknowledged. If Mr. Qin found out, would his job still be secure? You finally parked at Su Ning's doorstep. As Su Ning stepped out, she spotted her mother outside the pig pen, feeding the pigs while stooping and occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow. A pang of emotion struck Su Ning. Mom. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Hongmei paused for a moment, then dropped the pig feed bucket and rushed towards Su Ning. Oh my child, you're back.
Mom.
Su Ning's eyes brimmed with tears as she ran to her. My child.
Mom.
With arms wide open, Su Ning watched in disbelief as her mother dashed past her to embrace a husky behind her. My child, where have you run off to again? Look how dirty you are. Let Mom clean you up. You couldn't help but chuckle.
Don't make me cry for you.
Oh my daughter, when did you return? Zhang Hongmei turned around, startled. Su Ning rolled her eyes. When you were hugging my older brother. Where did this silly dog come from? Oh, don't be angry. Dear daughter, you know your mother's eyesight isn't great, and you've known that for quite some time. This dog was brought back by your brother. He said a classmate didn't want it anymore, and he felt sorry for it, so he took it in. Upon entering the house, Su's mother immediately poured tea, sliced fruits, and fussed over her like a servant. Have you eaten? I'll cook for you. No need, Mom, I've already eaten, Su Ning replied, feeling much better. She turned to you and said, Brother you, could you please bring the things from the car? Zhang Hongmei watched Yu's retreating figure and quietly asked Su Ning. Who is he? He's my driver. I heard you know. You interjected. Zhang Hongmei grasped Su Ning's hand. I heard from your brother that you're a celebrity now? Quite famous? Su Ning nodded, maintaining a straight face. Yes. If the degree of scolding one receives is proportional to fame, then I am indeed quite well known. That makes sense. Makes sense about what? Before Zhang Hongmei could elaborate, a cacophony erupted outside. Oh, little Ning is back. Why didn't you tell your aunt? What wonderful gifts have you brought for your mother? Let us see. Heavens! Ginseng, bird's nest, maodai, and so much good stuff. How much is all this worth? Just in time, your grandmother hasn't been well lately. I'll take the ginseng. I've lived for so long and never tasted maodai. Give me a bottle. Your cousin still needs some gifts for his future mother-in-law, with so many items. Let him take a few. Little Ning, your car is nice. Let me borrow it for a couple of days. I'll cover the gas. Su Ning stepped outside, holding a sickle, and struck it against the doorframe. Haha, why don't you try taking even one? Chapter 66, Eat Shit. Little Ning, you're joking again. The aunt forced a laugh, retracting her hand, suddenly remembering that this girl had never been quite right in the head. Little Ning, now that you're a big star, wealthy, what is wrong with giving your family a little something? The uncle still hesitated, and Su Ning raised the sickle, ready to strike again. What is wrong with you, girl? The uncle stepped back in alarm. Su Ning sneered coldly. What? Just because I have money, I should give you some? When you all had money, why didn't you ever say you'd help my family? My younger brother lacks the funds to attend university. Did you extend any assistance? Has anyone inquired about my mother's health during her illness? In the most challenging years for my family, who among you offered a helping hand? Aunt's eyes flickered momentarily. Well, it's not as if we are faring any better. You know, our family has even more children than yours, and the burden is heavy. Su Ning merely smiled, choosing silence. Burden? Her cousin had long since abandoned her studies to work. Her older cousin had also entered society early. Their family had not acquired a house or a car. Burden? It was merely a fear of lending money and not getting it back. Su Ning held no resentment towards them for their refusal, but their previous resoluteness contrasted sharply with their current, insistent presence, which felt rather nauseating. Xiao Ning, how much do you earn as a star each month? Seeing Su Ning's silence, her cousin could not resist continuing the conversation. It must be a substantial amount, right? I saw the cosmetics you sent your mother last time. They were all exquisite. I've never used anything like them. Su Ning cast a sidelong glance at her flamboyantly dressed cousin. If you have something to say, then speak your mind. Fang Ziji's expression darkened momentarily before she forced a smile. Look at you. Your temper has been poor since childhood. I merely wanted to ask, how do you find me? As she spoke, Fang Ziji reached up to caress her own cheek. How do I find you? What if I also became a star? What do you think? Su Ning was at a loss for words. If you're experiencing hysteria, perhaps you should drink more barley and koik seed soup. Fang Ziji was infuriated. What do you mean by that? If you can do it, why can't I? You're merely a bit prettier and have a higher education than I do, but your figure isn't as good as mine, nor is your emotional intelligence. Don't think too highly of yourself. Aren't you also leveraging dubious means to ascend? Just like that CEO Qin from your company. Such news has spread like wildfire online. What are you pretending for? So? Su Ning surveyed Fang Ziji from head to toe. If you can throw caution to the wind, so can I. Introduce me to CEO Qin, and when I succeed, I'll share resources with you. We both win. Slap. As soon as Fang Ziji finished speaking, Su Ning delivered a resounding slap to her. Su Ning was almost laughing with indignation. Dear sister, the wealthy are not foolish, nor are they blind. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Furthermore, I have no relationship with CEO Qin. Everything is above board and squeaky clean. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I will slap you again, but I assure you I am merely striking you. Should CEO Qin learn of this, I cannot guarantee his reaction. You know how the wealthy enjoy their peculiarities. You dare strike me? Fang Ziji was about to retort when she was pulled back by Aunt. Aunt stepped forward, smiling sweetly at Su Ning. Xiao Ning, don't pay attention to your cousin's nonsense. We all believe in you. Yes, yes. Your sister is always like this, believing every rumor. Su Ning regarded the feigned kindness before her and with a measured pace, enunciated each word. Speak. Let it out. Aunt's smile faltered slightly. Xiao Ning, your older cousin has recently met a fine young lady, a university student, intelligent, and with a good disposition. You know how hard it is to find work these days. Why don't you bring her along? She could help with the odds and ends. It's not odds and ends. Older cousin interjected. That's called a manager. Nink. Your future sister-in-law is quite astute. She won't drag you down. Amidst the onlookers, Yu fans suddenly erupted. Damn it. Someone here to steal my job. Am I unable to wield a knife? Or have you all become deluded? Su Ning leaned casually against the wall. Is a mere managerial position sufficient? Upon hearing this, several relatives' eyes brightened. Uncle, Su Ning, you know we are all family. Outsiders may feign kindness, but we are the ones who genuinely care for you. Older cousin, I've seen you live streaming online. I can help you with operations, securing advertisements, and merchandise. Your uncle can drive for you. Second cousin, you're currently getting roles in plays and advertisements through your company, right? But they only care about money, not the roles. Why not let us help you choose? We'll ensure you get the best. Aunt, if you need anyone, don't waste money hiring outsiders. You can find family. Your place must be large. Can my sister stay with you while she looks for work? She'll move out once she finds a job. Su Ning listened to their words with a smile. Do they intend to establish a family workshop? Yu Fan was irate, exclaiming, what sort of people are these? He recorded a message to Qin Jian, CEO Qin. The entire Jinxi Northwest has turned into chaos. Qin Jian, let us see how she plans to handle it. Qin Jian patiently listened to the recording again. He hadn't anticipated Su Ning's family to be like this. Had he known, he would have dispatched more people to accompany her home. No, he should have brought her parents to the capital to spare her from such distress. Su Ning set down her sickle. Given how hard everyone is working, how much do you plan to pay me? Mentioning money invigorated the crowd. The cost of living in the capital is high. We're not being greedy, Su Ning. Surely, it's reasonable to expect at least 20,000 a month for each of us in that place, right? Yes. And you must provide us with insurance and contributions. As for rent, you should consider subsidizing a bit. It's a gesture. And for driving, you'll need to cover fuel and vehicle expenses. What do you think? Su Ning? Before Su Ning could respond, her mother had already rushed to the pig pen, seizing a broom to sweep pig dung. Then turned to swing it at the group. 20,000. You look like 20,000. How can you all be so shameless? My daughter's earnings have nothing to do with you. You even wish to exploit my daughter, while bringing your whole family along. Don't expect everyone to be like you. If you can't find a wife, it's your fault. Stop relying on others. If you dare to slander my daughter, you better not be so shameless yourself. Su Ning's mother was fierce, wielding the broom with vigor, driving the group into a frenzied retreat. Piao Ning, your mother has gone mad. Aren't you going to do something? Isn't she embarrassing you? Embarrassing? Su Ning had, at some point, also picked up a filthy broom and smacked it against her aunt's face, rubbing it vigorously. Is this embarrassing? Crazy. You're all insane. Aunt was nearly driven mad by the filth. Older cousin could no longer take it. Su Ning, don't force me to kneel before you. Do you know what a man has beneath his knees? What is that? Just calves, right? What else? Su Ning slapped him back. Useless thing. If you can't afford a bride price, go sell yourself. It's quick money. If you expect me to help, you'd better call me father first. Chapter 67. I need to resolve my lifelong issues. How can you speak like this? Su Ning's uncle roared. Is this how your parents raised you? Do you have no upbringing?
No motives?
Su Ning, my lineage is ambiguous. I only grow stronger when faced with strength. Moreover, uncle, are you truly so moral? With such high morals, it's no wonder you frequently patronize the town's foot massage establishments. It seems you're diligently rescuing innocent, misguided women. Older cousin is also deeply influenced by your teachings. Even his preferred type aligns with yours. They both adore that so-called red thing.
What?
Aunt's eyes widened, her tone shifting dramatically, disregarding all propriety as she seized her husband's collar, berating him. Aren't you still involved with that wretched woman? No wonder you haven't been proactive with your finances lately. Do you have any shame? I don't. Su Ning fanned the flames. Really? Just the other day. You told Aunt there was work at the construction site, yet it's too hot for anyone to work. You, Su Dafu, have grown bold. How dare you deceive me? I'll make you pay. Aunt immediately lunged to scratch her husband's face. The son of the two was retching nearby. There was no other reason. Just the thought of having kissed a woman with his father and having engaged in such acts made him feel nauseous. Su Ning, even if you disagree, why provoke discord between your uncle and aunt with such talk?
Oh.
Then, I simply shan't mention the matters your uncle has been involved in outside.
You speak.
Hurry up and say something. That scoundrel. I knew he was often away from home, because he had someone else outside. As the initially aggressive group that had been targeting Su Ning began to turn against one another, hurling insults and engaging in physical altercations, Yu Fan was astonished. Yu Fan remarked, President Qin, Su Ning resolved the issue all by herself. Qinwan replied, and Qinwan added, "What use are you? I'll withhold your salary. You fan." Once that peculiar group of relatives left, looking as defeated as a beaten chicken, Su Ning finally set down her biochemical weapon. Su's mother sighed deeply. "I never expected much kindness from them, but I certainly didn't anticipate such shamelessness. My dear daughter, you shouldn't have returned. They must have disgusted you, right?" Su Ning wrapped her arm around her mother's shoulders, flashing a bright smile revealing her pearly whites. Who knows who is truly disgusted? In any case, for the next couple of days, they will certainly lack the energy to trouble me. By the way, Mom, please accept this card. It has 1 million yuan in it. You might want to consider buying a house in the city. Su's mother quickly pushed Su Ning's hand away. No need. I don't want your money. It's not easy for you to earn outside. In the future, when your father and I grow old, just remember to send us some living expenses. Su Ning does it. What about my little brother? How will he buy a house if he wants to get married in the future? Su's mother shot her a glare. Your brother can figure out how to buy a house himself, after all those years of schooling, if he lacks this capability. Where has all his education gone? Su Ning thought. It can't be that simple, can it? Meanwhile, her younger brother in the lab sneezed. Achoo. Mom must be thinking of me. As Su Ning anticipated, for the next 2 days, the eccentric relatives did not appear. However, unexpectedly, a new storm was brewing. Girl, listen to me. The man's family works for the government, and they own 2 houses in the county. In the future, you won't have to worry about supporting them in old age. The man's uncle has some skills. Once you two are together, no one in our area would dare to bully your parents. You should think not just for yourself, but also for your family. They're so far away. And if they suffer, you won't be able to help them. Do you understand what I mean? Listening to the matchmaker's incessant chatter, Su Ning suppressed the urge to grab a broom and sweep away the nonsense, forcing a smile. So, you just want me to go on a blind date with that man? Yes, yes. My dear, I'm not deceiving you. The man not only has a decent job, but he is also very kind. He is honest, speaks little, stands at a tall height of 6 feet, and is quite handsome. His interest in you is truly a blessing. What a delightful farce. Su Ning cracked her knuckles. All right, when shall we meet? Tomorrow afternoon. You'll meet him in the county as he cannot return due to work commitments. After sending off the matchmaker, Su's mother looked at Su Ning with concern. Ning, you're still young. There's no rush to find a partner, so it's better not to go. Don't worry about your father and me. We're not foolish. If there's really something, we'll leave this place. After all these years of farming, we've had enough. Working in the city is quite good. Su Ning shrugged. It's all right, Mom. I genuinely want to meet such an impressive blind date. However, this meant she would have to delay her return plan by a day. After much mental preparation, Su Ning, who felt embarrassed about asking for leave, sent a message to Qinwan. Boss, I have something to attend to tomorrow. Could I return the day after? Qinwan, what is it?
Su Ning, oof.
A lifelong matter? Qinwan. The next second, Yufan, who was still outside walking the dog, received a call from Qinwan. What exactly is Su Ning doing tomorrow? Yufan, what do you mean by doing? I have no idea. Qinwan, what use are you? I'll withhold your salary. Yufan, damn. Here I am running around in the fields, and trouble comes falling from the sky. The following day, clad in a cotton t-shirt worth a mere dozen yuan, shorts, and with a bare face that even had a hint of oiliness, Su Ning sluggishly arrived at the CAF where the man had said to meet. As soon as she arrived, she noticed a shiny head with thinning hair. The owner of the forehead stood up and waved at her. Su Ning assessed. He looks about 5'7". When she glanced down at his shoes, all right. He is probably not even 5'6". Indeed, he is old, and not one for many words. Silently, Su Ning opened her Weibo live stream, titling it Experience a Real Blind Date in Person. It's entirely authentic. If there are similarities, you're just unlucky. As soon as she sat down, the man's piercing gaze scanned Su Ning from head to toe. You don't look as beautiful as on television. Your eyes aren't that big. You're 5'6" and bald. You almost made me late. That is quite impolite. You're 5'6" and bald. Why do you have such a personality? Not at all likable? Don't think you can act however you please just because you're somewhat attractive. You're 5'6" and bald. You. Chapter 68. You truly are a toad with a hideous appearance playing the flower. Zhou Jian was nearly infuriated. What a fine woman, yet she had to speak. However, considering that Su Ning, even without makeup, was more attractive than any woman he had encountered over the years. He chose to endure. Fine, let us start over and have a proper conversation. The matchmaker should have introduced my conditions to you, right? Su Ning, disinterested. Flipped through the menu and ordered a vanilla latte. Zhou Jian, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Su Ning raised her eyes. You should already know. My parents are ordinary farmers. I have a younger brother in college and I'm an artist. We don't own a house or a car. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian frowned. As a star, you must earn quite a bit. Why haven't you bought your family a house or a car? Su Ning took a sip of the coffee that had just been served, finding it still a bit bitter. I did, but my mom refused. Zhou Jian's furrowed brows relaxed. Your mother is right. Your family's situation is already difficult. If you were also a financial burden, which man would be willing to marry you? Huh? Su Ning is actually on a blind date? It seems so. Didn't you see everyone is secretly filming? Su Ning had placed her phone on the table beside her, and from the viewer's perspective, they could only see her fair and somewhat abstract chin. What kind of person is sitting opposite her? Su Ning probably earns more in a day than he does in a year. Such arrogance. Did he just eat something unpleasant without wiping his mouth? Did you see? Even a big star has the troubles of marriage pressure. Who set her up with such a blind date? It's almost as if they are her enemy. Su Ning raised an eyebrow. If my money isn't for my parents, then who should it be for? Zhou Jian immediately retorted. Your parents aren't old yet. They're capable of working. Why should you give them money? When they grow old, you can just provide them with a few hundred yuan for living expenses each month. Your brother should contribute too. Besides, your parents are farmers. They haven't bought insurance. Who knows how much it will cost if they get sick in the future? You should save your money now, as you'll need it when you get married, and keep some aside just in case. Don't always think about enjoying life and splurging. Though this man's words are harsh, there is some truth in them. What does Su Ning's money have to do with him? Yet he's lecturing her. It's not difficult to buy insurance now. Does Su Ning lack that little money? Su Ning remained silent, and Zhou Jian, assuming she was feeling guilty, continued. So I say, don't think that just because you earn a lot as an actress, it's all good. It's ultimately a job that relies on youth. Unlike me, being a doctor becomes more valued with age. My parents have pensions upon retirement, so they don't need my support. I'm the only child, and all the money in the family belongs to me. Su Ning released the straw she had been biting for quite some time. Oh, you're really impressive. Could it be that Su Ning has genuinely taken a liking to this man? Now that people look down on Su Ning's family, it's hard to say how stifling it would be if they were truly together afterward. Isn't the crux of the matter that Su Ning is already in a relationship? What about Mr. Qin? What about Mr. Qin? Is there really someone foolish enough to believe that Su Ning is truly with young Master Qin? Do you understand the concept of hype? Having just sipped coffee, Su Ning's lips glistened, appearing both rosy and tender, akin to a flower about to bloom. Zhou Jian couldn't help but swallow hard. Moreover, I'm not trying to lecture you, but if we were to be together, you should refrain from accepting roles in kissing scenes or those risky films and dramas. My parents hold rather conservative views. They already vehemently oppose the idea of me being set up with you. They see you as an entertainer. Someone who flaunts themselves in front of so many people, disregarding decorum. Su Ning smirked. And then, receiving a response, Zhou Jian became even more animated. Also, I've heard that the entertainment industry often engages in those underhanded dealings. You haven't been subjected to any, have you? You should know that a woman's most valuable dowry is her chastity. You and that Mr. Qin, surely it's not genuine, right? Su Ning rested her chin on one hand, stirring her plastic straw. Asking so many questions, you must still be quite naive. Huh? Zhou Jian's tone grew more agitated. How can that be the same? A man my age who is still a virgin would face suspicion regarding his capabilities in that regard. I can't listen to this any longer. Where on earth did Su Ning find this eccentric? I have always opposed online bullying, but this is truly unbearable. Can someone expose him? I want him to comprehend the consequences of his double standards and lack of decorum. Are the girls in the comments section all secondhand goods? I've truly seen it all. Even a golden mushroom can speak now. Shut up, man. Zhou Jian stared seriously at Su Ning. You didn't answer my question earlier. Can I take that to mean you're no longer a virgin? Su Ning smiled. So what if I am? And what if I'm not? If I am, I can offer you 200,000 as a betrothal gift. If not, well, sorry, not a penny. 200,000. That's quite a sum. 200,000 joy beans, right?
Em laughing.
ID offered 200,000 for a handsome man willing to be a son-in-law. Not too demanding, just someone akin to a gender-swapped version of Su Ning would suffice. Hey upstairs, what kind of dream are you having in broad daylight? 200,000? Su Ning repeated with interest. So generous. Does that mean I should also provide a dowry? Of course. Zhou Jian began to elaborate. In our city, the custom dictates that the man offers a certain amount of betrothal gifts while the woman provides a dowry. It's even quite normal for a man to not give a betrothal gift while the woman offers a car as her dowry. You, a star. I can't possibly not have 200,000? Su Ning did not respond, merely stating. And I suppose I must take this money back and not spend it myself, right? Zhou Jian nodded. Exactly. It's primarily meant to supplement the household expenses. Both partners should contribute to their little family. Whoever earns more should contribute a bit more, right? Indeed. Isn't that how it should be?
Ha ha ha.
Su Ning suddenly burst into laughter. Now this truly is a turtle's off-campus excursion. The turtle can't hold back.
What are you laughing at?
Su Ning leaned back against her chair, crossing her legs. I'm laughing at how ugly you are, like a toad playing tricks. May I ask, according to your logic, what benefits do I gain from marrying you? There's no money, and you're not particularly impressive. Plus I'd have to sever all financial ties with my parents and focus solely on supporting your so-called little family. What's next? Am I to alleviate poverty and improve your unattractive genes? Have I lost my mind? Can you enlighten me on what gave you the audacity to think that a match between us could succeed? Was it Li Jinglei? Zhou Jian's face twitched with indignation, making him appear even more unsavory. You, an entertainer, what right do you have to disdain me? Lacking education and ability, merely relying on your looks to earn a bit of dirty money. Do you really think being beautiful makes you exceptional? Su Ning swept her long hair back. Indeed. Being beautiful allows one to do as one pleases. And why don't you earn dirty money? Is it because you can't? Oh, I forgot. It's because you're ugly, short, and balding, so even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to. Zhou Jian was so furious that his head buzzed. Let me tell you, don't think just because you have a little money now that you can act arrogantly. What does wealth matter? When you fall ill, you still have to slip red envelopes to doctors, and when faced with insurmountable problems, you still need to pay tribute to those in power. Money is worthless in the face of authority. Do you know who my uncle is?
How dare you speak to me like that?
Su Ning. Your uncle is the director, right? The mystery is solved. It turns out Su Ning is being forced into a blind date. The other party's family holds power. Is the efficiency of this generation of netizens so slow? Haven't they dug up the other side's ancestors for 18 generations yet? Though I don't like Su Ning, I can't accept such a vile person. Su Ning, don't hold back. Get up and fight him. I'm in pain from being angered by that shrimp-headed man. Chapter 69 Qin 1. My hatred for you is as hard as stone. How did you know? Did you investigate me? Zhou Jian scoffed lightly. I thought you were so noble and remarkable, yet you've thoroughly investigated my family. What's the matter? Is it that you find my family inferior to those nouveau riche, and thus you're dissatisfied? Your vision is as limited as that. Su Ning, indeed. My vision may not be expansive, but it's still a notch above your uncle's. To your uncle rumored to have embezzled millions? Don't spout nonsense. Zhou Jian slammed the table. My uncle has never engaged in such activities. Su Ning ordered another cup of coffee, her mouth dry from speaking for so long. Really? Then where did he get the money to stay in those underground hotels that cost over 10,000 a night? And how could he afford a house full of antique paintings? Anyway, I've already made the report. I even kindly reminded the staff that, as an actor with 8 million followers, if they don't conduct a proper investigation, I wouldn't hesitate to publicly report these matters online. What a relief. Su Ning. The light of justice. Now I must become a fan of Su Ning. It is well known that falsely accusing others can lead to imprisonment, especially since Su Ning is live streaming, so what she says must be based on evidence. It's known that the shrimp-headed man is a doctor. Both parents are civil servants, and his uncle is a certain director. I'm begging to know who he really is. I want to report him to the hospital. Zhou Jian was genuinely frightened now. He was aware that his uncle indeed owned a property specifically for antiques, and he knew his uncle had received some ill-gotten gains. But how did this woman know? Could it be that he had put his uncle in jeopardy with this blind date? You madwoman! Zhou Jian's mind raced. His scalp prickling as in a fit of rage, he grabbed a cup of water from the table and hurled it at Su Ning's face. Su Ning instinctively closed her eyes but didn't get splashed. Peeking through her lashes, she saw a parasol shielding her. Looking up, it was none other than Mr. Chin.
Huh?
Mr. Chin? What brings you here, sir? Chin Wan. I was wondering the same thing. Am I here because I've never been angry before? How amusing, sir. Su Ning seems like a eunuch beside the emperor. So, why has Mr. Chin come? Isn't it obvious? Seeing his wife secretly on a blind date, he flew over in a fit of rage to catch her red-handed. A hero saving a damsel in distress. I'm a fan of this. So the hero's weapon is a parasol. What is wrong? Is Mr. Chin a delicate boy? I'll count to 3, and I want to see the link to that parasol.
Who are you?
Zhou Jian swung his fists, stepping forward to strike, but was swiftly seized by Qin Wan, who twisted his wrist and pinned him down onto the table, forcing him into a kneeling position.
Who am I?
Didn't he remember my face while you were investigating this girl? Amidst the plethora of rumors circulating online regarding my clandestine arrangements with her. Are you truly oblivious to them all? The call for recognition has arrived. How did I detect a hint of grievance in President Chin's last words? Ha ha ha. President Chin, do you truly wish to reflect upon what you just uttered? Clandestine arrangements have been invoked. You wouldn't comprehend. This is merely a playful ruse of couples. All right, I shan't disclose who has been flaunted. Release me. Do you believe I want to report you to the authorities? Zhou Jian cried out in agony, his arm hurting fiercely, akin to a pig scalded by boiling water. Qin Jian sneered. Go ahead and report. I am curious to see whether the police apprehend me or you, the one accepting bribes from patients. Su Ning, why do I suddenly envision you calling for help, shouting until your throat is raw, yet no one will come to your aid?
Oh.
That image is too beautiful to contemplate. Qin Jian, you best not have envisioned it. Just then, the wail of police sirens resonated from outside the shop. Several officers entered. We have received reports from the public that Dr. Zhou Jian has long been abusing his position to accept bribes from patients, while also threatening them. Zhou Jian, you shall accompany us. I did not. I have not accepted any money. Zhou Jian continued to struggle, but was forcibly escorted out by 2 officers. Su Ning, bewildered. So, am I not to go? Qin Jian, do you wish to go? Not particularly. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent, thick with awkwardness. President Qin, are you here on business again? Su Ning asked, somewhat awkwardly. Qin Jian lowered his gaze upon her. Do you think it plausible? If I were to neglect my presence, the cash cow that the company has painstakingly nurtured would soon be set up on blind dates and married off. Do you believe I could bear such a fate? Su Ning instantly raised a hand in loyalty. President Qin, rest assured, I have no intentions of marrying in the coming years. Is marriage more lucrative than making money? Qin Jian, is this what I wish to hear? Qin Jian, my hatred for you is as solid as a stone. So, could President Qin not be a tad more candid? Pursuing a girl is not accomplished in such a manner. Is it truly so difficult to state that I came for you? Will I ever witness the couple I am pursuing wed in my lifetime? Marriage pales in comparison to the allure of romance. Recalling that the live stream had not yet ended, Su Ning picked up her phone and waved to the audience. Goodbye, everyone.
Don't.
After witnessing the bizarre man, I need to cleanse my eyes with a glimpse of President Qin. Sneaking around behind my back to engage in sweet romance, are we? I still want to see. I still want to see. I still want to see. The camera panned to Qin Jian, who momentarily paused before assisting Su Ning in ending the live stream. Do not engage in such perilous antics again. When such individuals become unhinged, it is you who suffers. You can merely utter You have heard, yet remain unchanged. Qin Jian drove Su Ning home, where at the entrance, her mother was anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Su Ning emerge from the luxury vehicle, she instantly sighed in relief, her attention swiftly captured by the figure following her. Ning, who is this? This is my husband. Husband? Oh, dear. You truly have achieved remarkable success. My daughter is indeed impressive. Su Ning. Qin Jian. Once Su Ning clarified the situation, her mother's gaze was filled solely with regret. So, shall President Qin remain for the night? It is rather late. Su Ning. It's not late. The sun hasn't even set. Qin Jian. I have yet to purchase my return ticket. Could you assist in arranging a room? Auntie? Su Ning. Chapter 70. Young people must take care of their health. Su's mother promptly set about tidying the room, while Su Ning hesitated. Glancing at Qin Jian. Speak your mind. Upon seeing Su Ning's foolish expression, Qin Jian felt an urge to pinch her cheek. How could someone so astute falter at such critical moments? Su Ning scratched her head. It's nothing. Merely worried that my home might be too humble for President Qin's taste. She spoke earnestly. Her home was merely a single-story dwelling, and the rooms shared by her and her brother were quite small, accommodating only a bed and a table. It was a far cry from their spacious residence in the capital. Just as Su Ning finished her statement, Qin Jian pressed his hand against her forehead. No fever. Who would have thought you could exhibit such humility? It is indeed a rare sight. Su Ning, so you think I am speaking nonsense, do you? Truly, my sincerity is wasted.
Woof, woof.
The actual dog was currently circling around Su Ning's legs, then lifted a hind leg. Su Ning shouted, "Stop. Who taught this foolish dog? It urinates everywhere. Yesterday, it nearly ruined my shoes." Qin Jian, observing the aggrieved and whimpering husky, inexplicably inquired, "Is this a male or a female dog?" Su Ning, "Who?" That evening, Su's mother prepared a grand feast, and as Su Ning enthusiastically piled her plate high, she lamented, "Mother, you never prepared such a sumptuous meal when I returned. Is it not different?" Su's mother discreetly glanced at Qin Jian. Observing how the big boss savored his meal, she felt at a loss for words, as though the entire spread of home-cooked dishes had transformed into an extravagant banquet. Truly, the wealthy possess an air of elegance even in dining. What a pity he is not her son-in-law. Su Ning inadvertently caught her mother's wistful gaze and, for some reason, interpreted it as a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, increasingly finding him agreeable. Could it be? Is my mother daydreaming more than I do? Ahem. Qin Jian nearly sputtered his soup. That night, Qin Jian lay in bed, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling. This was Su Ning's brother's room. Just as Su Ning had described, it was quite small. Qin Jian could scarcely turn without constraint. Yet, the room was impeccably clean, and the bed bore the refreshing scent of laundry detergent. Just a wall away was Su Ning's room. He could hear the sounds of doors opening and closing next door. Qin Jian reached for the lamp, unable to suppress the thought of what the person beside him might be doing at that moment. After repeating the thought several times, he abruptly turned off the light and closed his eyes. An hour later, the adjacent room was utterly silent, yet Qin Jian remained wide awake. Surely, it must be the unfamiliar bed. It absolutely must be. To distract himself, Qin Jian opened his phone, habitually checking the trending topics on Weibo. He wasn't searching for Su Ning. He merely wished to see if any of his artists had appeared in the headlines. Then, he stumbled upon the trending topic, Qin Jian's Su Ning's stunning beauty, together. His actions outpaced his thoughts, and before he realized it, he had clicked on the topic. The top image featured him and Su Ning simultaneously appearing in the live stream, with him reaching out to end the broadcast while standing behind her. The accompanying text read, "Who understands? I genuinely witnessed the domineering CEO and his adorably naive little wife." The comments flooded in with, "I'm obsessed. This visual is a delight to my eyes. I suggest you post more." Regardless of whether you believe it, I distinctly saw the words helpless yet indulgent in President Qin's eyes. "So, when will the two of you officially announce your marriage? I've brought the Civil Affairs Bureau with me." Qin Jian even noted that one commenter had altered their profile picture to a realistically edited wedding photo of himself and Su Ning. By the time Qin Jian processed the information, he had already saved both the wedding photo and the trending Weibo image.
Damn.
Qin Jian muttered under his breath, tossing his phone aside in frustration, compelling himself to close his eyes. Just as Qin Jian finally began to drift into slumber, he was abruptly pinned down by something. His cheek receiving a large, wet lick, warm and accompanied by hot breath against his face. Then came several vigorous kisses. Ha, ha ha ha. In the next moment, Qin Jian's face was completely obscured by soft fabric. This entirely extinguished his desire for sleep, and he shot upright from the bed. "Su Ning, you should exhibit some restraint." Ah. Upon switching on the light and comprehending the situation, Qin Jian was rendered speechless. There, the husky had its legs sprawled across his bed, its tail wagging like a fan, tongue lolling out, panting incessantly. Beside him lay the pink camisole that had just slipped off his face. What on earth transpired? The commotion from the adjacent room stirred Su Ning from her slumber. As she pushed open the door, she caught sight of Qin Wan hastily concealing his hands behind his back. "Why did you come in without waiting for my consent?"
Qin Juanes face flushed crimson.
His voice slightly stammering. At that moment, Su Ning was clad in a delicate white camisole paired with loose plaid shorts. In her drowsy state, she absent-mindedly rubbed her belly, resembling a lewd old man, yet her face bore an innocent and exquisite beauty, creating a striking dissonance. Qinwan's gaze instinctively fell upon Su Ning's white tank top, confirming his suspicion about where that foolish dog had procured those clothes. Upon hearing his words, Su Ning retreated outside the door and knocked again. "May I come in now?" Qinwan replied. "So, what just transpired?" Su Ning yawned and asked, "I thought I heard your cry, as if a respectable married man had been besmirched." "Well said. But I suggest you keep quiet," Qinwan retorted, tightening the grip of his hands behind his back. Nothing happened. How could he explain? Tell Su Ning that the dog had brought her small garment and presented it here like a treasure? Would she believe it? "All right then. I shall return to sleep," Su Ning declared, turning to stomp back in her slippers. Qinwan watched her slender waist and long, fair legs exposed, feeling an explosion of thoughts in his mind, his face growing even hotter. The next morning, as Su Ning had breakfast, she spotted Qinwan emerging from his room, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly drained. "Su Ning remarket, young people ought to practice moderation. 1 drop of rice wine and 10 drops of blood, do you understand?" Qinwan shot her a glare. "I had insomnia. We shall return home today." "All right," Su Ning agreed, indeed planning to return. Although staying at home was pleasant, the absence of income inevitably caused anxiety. "Mom, why don't you and Dad come back to the capital city with me?" Su Ning suggested while packing her luggage. With her mother assisting, Su Ning's mother shook her head. "What purpose would I serve there? There's no grandchild for me to care for. Your father and I lack education. We wouldn't find work and would only trouble you." As Su Ning stuffed clothes into her suitcase, she sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite recall what it was. "What do you mean trouble? I have money. You don't need to work. Just enjoy life." Su Ning's mother smiled contentedly, but did not acquiesce. Who can enjoy a daughter's fortune? "Once your younger brother is out, if he finds work in the capital, your father and I will go over and let him support us." Su Ning teased little brother. "You better work hard." At that moment, Su Yu sneezed. "Achoo. Hee. My mom is thinking of me again. I must truly be her treasure." On the journey back, Yu Fan, seated in the passenger seat, excitedly informed Su Ning. "Fashion magazine has invited you to shoot the cover. Get ready. For this period, refrain from indulging in culinary whims, maintain your figure, and it's best to exercise more. Sleep early and rise early, understood?" Su Ning removed her eye mask. "Is this magazine very prestigious?" Such demanding expectations were never mentioned by Yu Fan during previous filming. Yu Fan looked at Su Ning with exasperation. This is a top-tier fashion magazine in the country. Many idols regard being invited for a cover as a testament to their fame and success. Su Ning, now genuinely puzzled, asked, "What does it have to do with me? Is being unattractive also a criterion?" Seated beside her, Qinwan pondered for a moment. "Do you remember old Master Lu?" "Who?" Su Ning had no recollection at all. "The elderly gentleman you saw at the Qiao family banquet, who attempted to present you with a golden business card." Qinwan omitted. "The one who tried to connect you with his grandson." As soon as the golden business card was mentioned, Su Ning remembered the elder named Lu Zhengwo. His name sounded quite formidable. So, what connection does this magazine have with him? Did he establish it? He must be quite fashionable. No, Qinwan's expression shifted. It was founded by his grandson.
Oh.
But why did his grandson invite me? Perhaps it is because you saved his grandfather's life, Qinwan recalled. A month prior, the car that old Master Lu frequently occupied had exploded, resulting in the death of the driver. To everyone's astonishment, old Master Lu had exited the vehicle before reaching the resort, narrowly escaping the blast. Following the incident, he reviewed footage from the hidden cameras in the garage, identifying the individual who planted the bomb, ultimately uncovering the true culprit behind the scheme. His younger relatives, envious of his position, harbored ill intentions towards him. They had initially planned to eliminate old Master Lu and subsequently deal with his grandson, but the old man, having received guidance from Su Ning, turned the tables on them. Thus, the grandson's invitation is likely a gesture of gratitude for your intervention in saving his grandfather, Qinwan stated, though he was not entirely certain. Given his impression of Lu Chen as quite suspicious, Su Ning's act of saving his grandfather might not have left a favorable impression on him. Yet Su Ning dismissed such concerns. "Oh, is that so? Then this grandson is quite decent." Qinwan remarked, "You seem to be missing something here." While Su Ning often enjoyed banter, her dedication to her craft was evident to all. Between filming, she diligently embarked on a regimen of dieting and exercise. Standing at 168 meters and weighing 49 kilograms, she aimed to reduce her weight to 45 kilograms for a more photogenic appearance. Gazing at her already flat chest, Su Ning sighed, vowing that upon exiting the entertainment industry, she would strive to gain weight to achieve a curvaceous figure so she wouldn't envy others' ample bosoms. As Qin passed by Su Ning's practice room, he observed her diligently skipping rope, her face flushed from exertion, her athletic wear clinging to her form, accentuating her slender silhouette. After some contemplation, he knocked on the door. Go practice in the gym. The mats in the practice room aren't thick enough. Jumping like that is hard on your knees. Su Ning paused. Isn't the gym reserved for you, President Qin? You are welcome to use it whenever I'm not there. I am not that petty. You can go even when I am present, Qin silently affirmed.
Great.
Su Ning exclaimed joyfully, heading to the gym to work out. To ensure she didn't overstrain herself, Qin even hired a renowned female trainer for her. As they passed through the gym, Secretary Jean remarked, I've worked here for years and still haven't stepped inside. A month later, Su Ning's weight loss journey reached its successful conclusion, coinciding with her scheduled magazine shoot. Early that morning, she downed a cup of bitter black coffee, paired with whole grain bread that even dogs would disdain. Once the magazine shoot is over, I am going to indulge in a feast, no, several feasts. Yu Fan was in high spirits today, singing along while driving. Although Su Ning was the most troublesome artist he had ever managed, she was also the one showing the fastest progress, bringing him the greatest sense of accomplishment. Once the magazine shoot was complete, this girl's fame would surely ascend to the next level. He hoped the magazine sales would reflect that success as well. Upon arriving at the fashion headquarters, the receptionist verified their identities and guided them to the appropriate floor and room. To their surprise, they discovered several individuals already present in the room. Among them was a familiar face. Qiao Weining approached. Su Ning, are you here for the model audition as well? Audition? Su Ning raised an eyebrow.
Yu Fan exclaimed, Impossible.
The collaboration email clearly stated it was an invitation to shoot the magazine cover. Qiao Weining smiled softly. Indeed. The email I received stated the same, as did everyone else's. They mentioned that an invitation to shoot doesn't necessarily imply that the photos you take will be used. They will always select the most expressive ones. However, I didn't expect you, Su Ning, to have gained a modicum of fame and still compete with us newcomers. Isn't the theme this time about first impressions in the industry? Yu Fan was taken aback. I didn't notice any theme. Su Ning shook her head. Isn't it obvious? Some invitations are mere facades, while the intentions are quite genuine. I just wonder where I offended Mr. Liu. At that moment, Liu Qin sat in his office, viewing the surveillance footage from the room where Su Ning was. Observing her calm demeanor, a playful smile crept across his face. His assistant hesitated. Sir, isn't this inappropriate? What if Mr. Liu discovers how we are treating the one who saved him? Saved him? Just a charlatan, a petty schemer, he retorted. Chapter 72. Here it comes. Sister Ning's curse. Although the invitation was indeed targeted, the approach this time was relatively fair, even incorporating a competitive element. Yu Fan, incensed, sought refuge in a tea room to vent to Su Ning. What does Liu Qin mean by this? If he doesn't want to invite us, he could simply refrain. Instead, he deliberately orchestrates this to vex us. Su Ning, let's not wait for any competition. We should just leave. These are all newcomers, and competing with them would only diminish your stature. Su Ning was well aware of this reasoning. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that while she was not in a palace intrigue, reality proved no easier than acting. Let us not rush, she said, leaning against the water cooler, fiddling with her freshly manicured nails. We must compete. Otherwise, this entire month would be in vain. Over the past month, she had not been alone in her efforts. Yu Fan had tirelessly worked on scheduling and coordinating her activities, while Director Qin had made numerous accommodations for her, even arranging for a fitness coach and renowned models to guide her. Su Ning was unwilling to let it all go to waste. The competition's theme was about entering the professional world, which somewhat aligned with the current shoot's requirements. The staff led a group of newcomers into the fitting room, allowing them to choose their outfits and create their own ensembles. Su Ning, dreiling behind, could feel the gazes of others frequently directed her way. Qiao Weining was taken aback by Su Ning's humility, looking down on her. To lower one's status for a mere pittance, only to potentially not be selected, was quite embarrassing to contemplate. Qiao Weining held unwavering confidence in herself. After all, Liu Qin had assured her that there would certainly be a place for her on this cover, and at the very least, she would secure a duet with someone who performed well. She had already learned of the competition's theme beforehand and had prepared accordingly. Her initial roles had been in idol dramas, with her portrayal as the innocent protagonist marking her entry into the industry. Xiao Weining headed directly for garments that would showcase a pure and alluring aesthetic, ultimately selecting a white dress with a collared waist and lace trim, reminiscent of a fairy. Su Ning, meanwhile, perused the clothing racks without any particular inspiration. Perhaps by coincidence, whenever she fixated on a specific piece for too long, someone would promptly snatch it away. By the end, the remaining garments were either exceedingly mundane or rather eccentric. Once Xiao Weining had changed, letting down her long, dark hair, and with a professional stylist's assistance, she achieved a refreshingly innocent look. Truth be told, she resembled a recent graduate entering the workforce. In contrast, Su Ning walked straight to a white shirt and paired it with bright blue suit trousers. Xiao Weining was left speechless by Su Ning's ensemble. Su Ning, have you given up? If it weren't for your face, this outfit would look ridiculous on anyone else. Alright everyone, please enter in the order of the draw for your photos. In a room, the photographer clicked the shutter incessantly. Outside, the waiting crowd exchanged furtive glances and whispered among themselves. ISNT, the photographer going to guide us on poses? I heard it's meant to be freeform. No way. I can't even strike a pose. I've been following online classes for a few days, but finding a teacher is too expensive. And what is the rationale behind this outfit choice? ISNT it too challenging? Clearly, fashion was not easily accessible. Previously, the attendees had been popular stars. Why would they choose a newcomer without any skills? Yu Fan was currently crouched in a corner, complaining to Qin Wan about Lu Chen. Did she say she wouldn't come back? That girl is probably holding her breath. But she took too long to pick her clothes. And now there's hardly anything good left. Plus, there's no stylist. She just tied up her hair in a simple braid. Send me a photo, Qin Wan requested. Yu Fan found a good angle and sent a picture to Qin Wan. It's really all about her looks. Qin Wan scrutinized the photograph for a long time. In it, Su Ning leaned against the wall, engrossed in her phone, her expression neutral. The outfit didn't fit her well, being somewhat oversized, and the color was indeed peculiar. The only advantage was that it accentuated her long legs and fair skin. As the shoot progressed to Xiao Weining's turn, anyone with discerning eyes could tell that she had undergone professional training, with the photographer continually adjusting her poses and facial expressions to capture her best angles. After each shot, the staff lavished her with praise.
Wow.
Is there a benefactor involved? They must just be giving a little extra favor to the exceptional. So she asked the scion of the Qiao family. That certainly puts her on a different level from us commoners. There's no need to struggle. We're just here to run alongside her. We're fine, but some are truly embarrassing. A promising new star contending for these opportunities with us.
Now,
it seems we're destined to be trampled. Miss Qiao winning is certainly preferable to someone else winning. It's all the same, anyway. We're without connections. The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter, while Su Ning remained unfazed, even finding the time to raise her phone for a selfie. Posting on Weibo with a caption reminiscing about 2 years ago. Where is this place? The banquet of the Hongmen. Baby, this outfit isn't flattering. Take it off. And I'll buy you a new one. Seeing ugly people in ugly clothes is no fault of mine. Who dares to provoke Sister Ning? Don't they value their lives? Alas, calamities often extend across generations. But no matter, he would soon find himself in misfortune. Here it comes, Sister Ning's curse. I am not I, and I have done nothing. We must believe in science.
upon seeing Su Ning's Weibo post,
Yu Fan felt a rush of exhilaration and even retweeted her comment about the banquet of the Hongmen. Qin Wan more straightforward. Retweeted with a caption suggesting that once she was done playing, they would arrange something better for her. Enough. Stop flaunting your love in front of me. You despicable couples. I will never forgive you. Never. I'm truly tired of uttering the word envy. How infuriating. That man is so infuriatingly domineering. Since the bomb incident, old Master Lu had been keeping an eye on Su Ning's Weibo, and upon seeing her post, he immediately called Lu Chen, exclaiming, "What on earth are you up to?" Lu Chen, glancing at the Weibo post shared by Qin Wan, found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had witnessed this fellow defending a woman. Is he being serious? Lu Chen, calmly playing with his pen, replied, "If grandfather wishes to repay a favor, he can do so himself. You know I detest those who resort to underhanded tactics." Old Master Lu, fuming, retorted, "You impertinent fool. Do you truly believe that young lady has any means of foreseeing the bomb incident? She is genuinely capable. You must apologize to her and ascertain what may happen to you. Don't wait until it's too late to regret. Something might happen? Lu Chun chuckled. Grandfather. Didn't you see what she said? We must believe in science. Next up, Su Ning. Hearing the staff's announcement, Lu Chun hung up the phone, quietly watching Su Ning step into the photography studio. So, will you surprise me? Su Ning passed by Qiao Weining, who was crossing her arms with a look of disdain in her eyes. Su Ning, you must put in more effort. Even as a mere companion runner, you should do so with grace. Su Ning halted her steps. You too ought to put in some effort. After all, the back door isn't always an option. Chapter 73. Striking you hard with my strength. At the moment he caught sight of Su Ning, the photographer's eyes sparkled momentarily before he quickly composed himself, conducting the shoot in a businesslike manner. 3, 2, 1. In those fleeting 3 seconds, he observed Su Ning's expression transition from indifferent and aloof to a mix of bewilderment and seriousness. She leaned one hand on the desk while the other rested on her shoulder, attempting to project an air of ease, though her posture was visibly tense as she faced the camera. Good. Let us try another pose. 3, 2. Suddenly, Su Ning raised her hand. Could we change the shooting angle? The photographer paused briefly before nodding. Of course. She was the first artist today to make such a request. With utmost seriousness, Su Ning directed the photographer. Shoot from this angle, slightly tilted, yes. Just a moment, I need a prop. The prop she chose was a model apple, which she held above her head with both hands, tilting her cheeks slightly upwards, widening her eyes at the camera, her lips slightly parted, presenting a face that was both youthful and audacious, a reflection of self. At the moment the photographer pressed the shutter, his heart momentarily faltered. This face embodied the essence of a newcomer in the entertainment industry, radiating an untainted aura and a fervent yearning for the future. Subsequently, Su Ning posed for a series of photographs, each one so captivating that the photographer felt an overwhelming urge to scream, I want you. I want you. Yet he refrained, knowing he was merely a humble worker, with all the power resting in the hands of his employer. All right, that's enough. As Su Ning rose from the floor, the photographer could not help but inquire, what was your rationale behind this ensemble? Rationale? Su Ning pondered for a moment before smiling. In my sophomore year, a company came to our school seeking artists, claiming one could easily earn several million a year, even tens of millions. I took their words to heart and decided to give it a shot. However, I am not trained in acting, so I thought I must perform well in the interview. With my then limited understanding, I believed that I should dress in a manner that commands respect from the interviewer, while also exuding a star-like presence. Hence my eclectic mix of a white shirt and a sequin skirt. As expected, I faced relentless ridicule. Fortunately, my face was resilient enough, and I was ultimately selected. At this point, a hint of resentment crept into Su Ning's voice. It might have been better not to be chosen. As I ended up toiling for 2 years as a mere cog in a machine, the photographer couldn't suppress a chuckle, reflecting inwardly that this truly resonated with the mindset and behavior of a young person entering the workforce. You are quite remarkable, he hesitated before offering this assessment. A radiant smile broke across Su Ning's face. Of course, I am remarkable. It's just that some people are blind to it. Just then Lu Chun, who had just arrived at the photography studio's entrance, overheard this. After a long wait for the group to finish shooting, it was now noon, and Su Ning's stomach growled incessantly. I'll order takeout, Yu Fan suggested. Su Ning waved her hand. No need. Let us just snack a bit. We'll have lunch at the company cafeteria later. The variety is ample, and it's free. How delightful is that? Yu Fan retorted. Only you can derive such divine flavors from the cafeteria. As Su Ning munched on bread while scrolling through her phone, she came across a video captioned, Starting my weight loss journey. If I indulge again, I'll turn Japanese. She chuckled. Scrolling further, she found another video captioned, Starting my weight loss journey. If I indulge again, from today onward, I'll have a child every year. Her smile vanished instantly. Damn it. Reading silently doesn't count. It doesn't count. I'm being honest, please spare me. In the conference room, Lu Chun regarded the compiled scoring results with an ambiguous smile. You all are quite rebellious. A staff member who participated in the scoring exclaimed, Help. I thought I was the only one anonymously giving Su Ning high marks. You all, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have betrayed me as well. At this point, no one could muster a smile. Lu Chun picked up the set of photos featuring Su Ning, examining them intently. He had to concede that, despite his initial biases, Su Ning had indeed captured his attention first among the myriad of photographs. Sometimes, a haphazard mix can radiate a unique charm, and her expressiveness was indeed exceptional. It was evident she had put considerable effort into her preparation. With commendable talent, yet still seeking shortcuts, Lu Chen's impression of Su Ning diminished further. Bring them all in. As all the artists gathered, a palpable tension filled the room, except for Qiao Weining, who already knew the results. She cast a sideways glance at Su Ning, who was still chewing. Su Ning, losing to me doesn't warrant any feelings of inferiority.
Is that so?
Su Ning swallowed her bread, covering her lips with one hand and adopting an exaggerated expression. I thought you had already become a best actress. If that were the case, I'd certainly have to feel inferior. Qiao Weining replied, the results are already in my hands. Lu Chen stood on the stage, his voice resonant and elegant. Half of his face shrouded in shadow, the other half illuminated, his features sharp and commanding. What a dapper figure. Su Ning offered what she considered her highest praise. Lu Chen paused, casting a deep gaze towards Su Ning's direction. It was not his imagination. He had indeed heard her. I am pleased to announce that 2 outstanding cover models have been selected in this competition. Qiao Weining was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that someone could outshine her. This was also part of the arrangement with Lu Chen. If someone scored higher than her, a dual cover would be arranged. Otherwise, it would be her solo cover. Though slightly disappointing, she had no choice but to accept. Lu Chen appreciated the strength of character, and she was well aware of it. Yet, she remained curious as to who that individual was. Su Ning, Qiao Weining. Fashion sincerely invites both of you to participate in this issue's magazine shoot. With those words, Qiao Weining felt a sudden loss of control.
Why?
Why her of all people? The photographer, however, was quite pleased. It seemed the boss was indeed fair, and he felt happy for Su Ning. To perform so admirably even while being targeted, she truly deserved this outcome. Apologies, but I must decline. The utterance of Su Ning's words struck like a thunderclap. Especially beside her, Qiao Weining immediately exclaimed, if you refuse, then what was the point of competing with us? Do you really think you can flaunt it just because you won? Su Ning retorted with a scoff. Do you think I am like you? I merely used my strength to slap certain individuals in the face. Everything I have achieved is through my own efforts. Your doubts only reflect your own blindness and ignorance. With that, Su Ning slowly raised her middle finger towards Lu Chen on stage. You little brat. Within 3 days, you shall face calamity. Chapter 74, Mr. Qin, you are truly kind. So kind that it borders on foolishness. As Su Ning arrived at the entrance of fashion, she received a message from Qinwan. Qinwan, I've ordered you some food. It's downstairs at the NF building. Go collect it.
Su Ning. All right.
Mr. Qin is truly kind. A smile tugged at the corners of Qinwan's mouth. Was that all it took? Yu Fan queried. Why aren't you leaving?
Su Ning replied, me.
Qin ordered takeout for me. I'm going to find out where the delivery person is. What about you? Didn't he order for you? Yu Fan glanced at the empty WeChat chat box. No, nothing at all. Fortunately, Qinwan had ordered a substantial amount of food. Enough for Su Ning and Yu Fan to share. Meanwhile, Lu Chen found himself replaying Su Ning's rebellious act in his mind. He had not anticipated that this woman would refuse him, and it piqued his interest. If it wasn't for personal gain, then what did she truly desire? Seeing Lu Chen's unusual demeanor, Qiao Weining consoled him. What are the odds? What calamity? That Su Ning is quite the trickster. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the moment. Lu Chen glanced at the screen, noting an unfamiliar number. Hello? Send the photos, she just took to Shengshi. Shengshi?
Inhuan?
Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, while Qiao Weining instinctively leaned closer. Yes, send the photos. Qinwan's words were succinct and to the point. Lu Chen toyed with a photograph of Su Ning on the table. What if I refuse? I wouldn't hesitate to sever the partnership between Shengshi and NF, Qinwan replied. Lu Chen paused, turning the photo in his hand. Are you certain? NF and Shengshi have collaborated for years. The top artists from Shengshi Entertainment have all graced the pages of NF magazine. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, one that boosts sales and enhances visibility.
So,
Qinwan is willing to cut ties for women? Are you serious? Lu Chen exclaimed in disbelief.
Are you really involved with that Su Ning?
With a woman who has nothing to her name? Qinwan lifted his gaze, as if someone in the adjacent room had returned. This has nothing to do with you.
Just give me a response.
Lu Chen set the photograph down. Understood. I will have it delivered immediately. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the call was disconnected. Xiao Weining, who had overheard their conversation, felt a mix of jealousy and irritation. What on earth is Qin Wan thinking? What's so special about Su Ning? She lacks beauty, character, and her personality is absolutely dreadful. Lu Chun regarded Xiao Weining for a moment. I cannot speak for other attributes, but her looks are certainly not lacking. In fact, they surpass many women I've encountered in the business world who manipulate their appearances with ulterior motives. Qin Wan cannot be that superficial. Could he truly have feelings for that woman? In the presence of Qin Wan, Su Ning felt a rare sense of nervousness. I turned down the invitation from fashion. You won't hold it against me, will you?
Su Ning gasket gautiosly.
If you do, I shall fiercely criticize you. Money is important, but my reputation is equally so. Well, perhaps money is a bit more significant. I should have inquired about their offer. Could you not aspire for greater things? Qin Wan teased, pinching Su Ning's cheek. Noticing her bewildered expression, he softened his tone, laced with amusement. You did well. No one will blame you.
Oh.
Su Ning took a step back, as she was unaccustomed to such close proximity. But Mr. Qin, you are truly kind. So kind that I seem more like a fool than a capitalist. Do you truly believe Xingshi will not face bankruptcy with my generosity? In light of your apparent foolishness, I shall strive to earn you more money. Qin Wan remarked. Do you think everyone receives such treatment? You should go shoot your scenes for now. I've already arranged for you to be on the cover of another magazine next month. You will be notified when it's time to shoot. Su Ning was taken aback.
Ah?
Another magazine? Competing with NF? Are you frightened? Frightened of what? I fear NF will end up begging me for forgiveness. The next cover. Doesn't that mean I will be competing with Xiao Weining? I must prepare thoroughly. That evening, Lu Chun received a call from Xiao Weining. Brother Chun, I've had a bit too much to drink. Could you come pick me up? Lu Chun had just finished showering, towel drying his hair, and felt a flicker of annoyance.
Where are you?
At Xinguang Tiandi. As Xiao Weining spoke, she exchanged glances with her friends nearby. Just as she hung up, one of her friends teased. Weining, you really are something. Even Lu Chun has fallen for you. Xiao Weining blushed slightly. Don't speak nonsense. I merely assisted Mr. Lu. Huang Jiaojiao chimed in, hee. Regardless, Weining is impressive. It's a pity that Qin Wan is so blind. He can't see your worth and is entangled with a shameless actress. Xiao Weining felt uncomfortable. Why bring up that person suddenly? Wasn't that a public embarrassment? Lu Chun arrived quickly and spotted Xiao Weining laughing with others from a distance, causing his gaze to darken. Let us go. He stood before her. Xiao Weining rose, nearly stumbling, but Lu Chun didn't catch her. Instead, he subtly moved aside. Xiao Weining almost fell, her expression awkward. Brother Chun, I'm truly sorry for the trouble tonight. It's nothing, Lu Chun replied curtly. Next time. Don't go out drinking at night. It's unsafe for girls. Okay. Following Lu Chun, Xiao Weining admired his tall and broad figure, her hand instinctively reaching out to grasp his arm, only to withdraw each time. With his demeanor, he must prefer reserved and modest girls. After walking for a while, Xiao Weining asked, Brother Chen, where did you park? She truly had drunk too much and was struggling to walk in her high heels. The parking lot here is full. I parked in another underground garage. As they entered a narrow alley, several masked men emerged. Where are you two heading on this fine night? One of them jeered. Do we even need to ask? Clearly, they're off to a hotel. Look at how provocatively she is dressed. How enviable.
Hey.
Would you care to sponsor us a little so we can afford a foot massage? The leader brandished a baseball bat, and the others advanced menacingly. Seeing them approach, Xiao Weining immediately clung to Lu Chen's arm. Brother Chun, I'm scared. Lu Chen clenched his fists, a wicked smile curving his lips. Money? I would rather throw it into the river to feed the fish than give it to you. What a spirited young man. The leader swung his bat. But Lu Chen swiftly intercepted it, retaliating with a kick to the man's abdomen and wresting the bat from his grip. The others rushed in and chaos ensued. Xiao Weining, terrified, shrank back, trembling. She wanted to help but felt her limbs go weak, her instincts urging her to flee. Lu Chen, trained in martial arts, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo, found himself outnumbered. Spotting Xiao Weining crawling away after removing her high heels, he shouted, What are you waiting for? Call the police. Only then did Xiao Weining snap to attention. Right. Call the police. She shakily dialed 110, but when she turned, she saw a thug raising a metal rod aimed at Lu Chen's head. Be careful. Xiao Weining's warning came too late, and the rod came crashing down. In the next moment, Lu Qin felt warmth trickle down his face. He recalled Su Ning's words. Within 3 days, disaster would befall him. It seemed the prophecy had come true. Chapter 75. If you let someone anger you, be prepared to regret it. Su Ning learned of Lu Chen's incident from Yu Fan. Yu Fan recounted the news, relishing the moment. Well deserved. Let him doubt you, and even target you. Let us see if he still holds that attitude now. Su Ning was taken aback. Was this last night? Yes. Is there a problem? A major one. According to the timeline, he should have had a car accident tomorrow. Has heaven taken pity on him and dealt with him early? What a stroke of luck for him. What did I tell you? Now do you believe me? Lu Jiangwo entered, propping himself with a cane, barely resisting the urge to strike this unfilial grandson on the head. Once you're recovered, hurry and apologize to that girl. Do you understand? Lu Chun remained silent, and Lu Jiangwo's anger flared as he surveyed the hospital room. Where is that troublemaker? If she hadn't sneaked out to drink, would you have ended up in this situation? Grandfather, please don't say that, Lu Chun replied, massaging his temples. It's not Wei Ning's fault. After I was injured, she immediately called the police and scared those thugs away. Lu Grandpa slammed his cane against the floor with a thud. After you were injured, only then did she realize the need to call the police. What is there to commend about that? Should I also praise her for purchasing a coffin once you have passed away? Lu Chun remained silent, unable to contend with the old Master Lu's futile attempts to chastise him. Observing his boredom, the old Master Lu reached for the remote and turned on the television. After switching through a couple of channels, he landed on Changlo, settling down leisurely. In the grand banquet of the Jiuzhou, the emperor's countenance was as dark as thunder as he gazed upon the kneeling concubines scattered across the floor. Lin Chongzai wept uncontrollably, clutching her belly. Child, my child. The empress stood resolutely beside the emperor, proclaiming, conspiring against the royal heir is a grave offense. Your Majesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated to provide an explanation for you, the Empress Dowager, and Lin Chongzai, who has suffered the loss of her child. The emperor's expression remained stormy, his piercing gaze sweeping across each individual. Of course we will investigate, and we will uncover the truth. I shall see who dares to stir trouble within my harem. Changla tightened her grip on the hidden pearls within her garments. Behind her, Danju slowly raised her head, her gaze fixating on the individuals in front of her, her expression inscrutable. Lu Qin was taken aback by this sight. He had presumed that the theme chosen on the day of filming had merely aligned with Su Ning's comfort zone. Yet he had not anticipated her remarkable ability to switch emotional states seamlessly across various scenarios. Your Majesty, we have discovered that it was these pearls that caused Lin Chongzai to fall and lose her child. Xian Yuan Yao regarded the small pearls presented by the eunuch, his face revealing no trace of emotion. What did the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial garden witness? Replying to your Majesty, this servant saw the noble consort Xian taking a stroll in the imperial garden this morning. Prior to that, this servant and others had cleaned the garden and did not see these pearls. I also saw noble consort Xian pass through the imperial garden and suddenly bend down. Xian Yuan Yao twisted the prayer beads in his hand. Did you all witness this? The palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial garden responded timidly. Xian Yuan Yao then directed his attention to the now focal point of the crowd, Changlo. Consort Xian, do you have anything to say? Indeed. I passed through the imperial garden this morning. I bent down because I noticed these pearls lying on the ground, the very same ones that your Majesty saw. De Fei scoffed. So, you possess the same pearls, do you, Consort Xian? Bai Pin whispered. If what Consort Xian says is true, then these pearls cannot serve as evidence. Otherwise, we would have both witnesses and material evidence here. Preposterous. The Empress shot a cold glare at Bai Pin. This matter is for the Emperor to decide. It is not for you to speculate. Xian Yuan Yao tucked away the prayer beads, but Lin Chongzai suddenly lunged at Changla. Why did you cause my child's death?
Why?
Is it simply because we have a history? Consort Xian, your heart is truly vicious. I did not, Changla replied calmly. Just then, the Empress Dowager, who had kept her eyes closed as if in meditation, suddenly opened them, her murky gaze landing on Changla like a blade. If this is true, then take Consort Xian away for a thorough interrogation. Xian Yuan Yao immediately rose. I do not consent. The Empress Dowager slammed the table fiercely. Your Majesty, it is evident to all that this is a confrontation between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was displeased with the Emperor's prolonged favoritism towards Consort Xian, while the empowered Emperor was unwilling to remain under her control. The atmosphere grew tense, silence enveloping the room as the concubines held their breaths. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager.
I have something to say.
At that moment, Danju lifted her head, her voice clear and cold, resonating with authority.
What do you wish to say?
The Emperor asked impatiently. Danju smiled faintly, replying to Your Majesty, I have been suffering from insomnia these past few nights. I heard from the imperial physician that collecting the morning dew to brew tea could calm the mind, so I arrived at the imperial garden before dawn. And then? The Emperor's tone was tinged with urgency, and even Chang Lo instinctively turned to look at Danju, her eyes filled with confusion and surprise. I happened to see Bai Pin wandering in the imperial garden. What perplexed me was that accompanying Bai Pin was none other than Lin Changzai's senior palace maid, Qing Huan. Lin Changzai's path through the imperial garden today was unusual. It was a small path, and without someone guiding her, she should not have taken it. Ignoring the stern gazes from De Fei and the Empress Dowager, as Chang Lo lowered her head, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Lu Chen found himself entranced, and when he finally pulled himself back to reality, he saw his grandfather nearly glued to the television. After one episode concluded, the old master Lu glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the evening. Is that it? Is it over? Lu Chen found himself pondering the same question. Is it truly so difficult to air an entire series in one day? Oh, dear. With no more episodes to watch, this has become rather dull. I think I shall return and rewatch a previous episode. As he reached the door of the hospital room, the old master Lu halted. You drove her away. Just wait and see if you will regret it. Chapter 76. Speechless. Just let your father remain silent. Congratulations, Su Ning. The wrap party was a success.
Heh?
Upon receiving the bouquet from the director and witnessing the crew applauding her, Su Ning felt her eyes grow warm. After 3 months in the team, she had completed her first television drama. While the wrap was indeed celebratory, the promotional work should not be forgotten. Director Lu earnestly advised Su Ning. You, my dear, have been far too sparse in your Weibo posts. One might mistake you for merely playing a minor role in Changlo. Clearly, you are the greatest beneficiary. Su Ning, are you certain you want me to post? Director Lu nodded. Swiftly, Su Ning typed out a post. It's a wrap. The ending follows the original work. Those wishing to send blades can turn right and find director Lu Qingyun. The post was accompanied by a photo of Danju lying on the bed, having taken poison. Upon seeing this post and the comment section, Director Lu remarked, what a delightful online uproar. Just as Director Lu was preparing to sternly admonish Su Ning, Yu Fan approached. Thank you all for taking care of Su Ning these past 3 months. Our President Qin has arranged refreshments, so please help yourselves. Director Lu's previously stern expression vanished. Is this what you call a beginning and an end? President Qin truly has a flair for detail. Zhou Ming chuckled. In the end, it still reflects well on little Su. Fang Cheng, the single dog, chimed in sarcastically. You still claim there's nothing between you and President Qin? If that's the case, I shall eat dung on the spot. Su Ning, I know you're hungry, but there's no need to rush for a second helping. Lu Sun observed the two squabbling like school children. All right. Can we not bicker at this hour? Can you not be a bit more mature like me? Fang Cheng, aging is aging. Don't use maturity as a facade. Su Ning, at last. You've spoken a sensible word. Zhou Ming gazed at the lively scene and remarked to her manager. This truly is the most entertaining crew I've ever been a part of. Though Fang Cheng and Lu Sun exchanged barbs, both were among the first to leave comments on Su Ning's rap post. Zhou Ming, Director Lu, and others also commented and shared. The audience expressed their amazement at the harmonious relationships within the Changlo crew. At that moment, someone noticed. Wow, did you see? Lu Chen liket Su Ning's Weibo. He even followed her. Lu Chen? Is that the heir of the Lu family? Yes. He is the designated heir of the Lu group, worth billions. What connection do he and Su Ning have? Just the other day, the address Su Ning posted in that Weibo was at NF headquarters. Isn't NF part of the Lu group? Is Su Ning going to be featured in NF magazine? This group of netizens is quite the detectives. If that's the case, NF is also boosting Su Ning's profile. Everyone knows only top-tier stars get featured in NF. One cannot help but admire Su Ning. Not only did she reel in President Qin, but now she is President Lu as well. That lucky girl truly has remarkable fortune. Just as the audience buzzed with speculation, Su Ning removed Lu Chen's follow and promptly blocked him in a sweeping gesture. What rubbish thinks to ride my coattails, begone. Observing Su Ning's actions, Lu Chen remarked, Qin won, nicely done. Meanwhile, The official Weibo of Shengshi shared Su Ning's wrap-up post and announced, "Farewell to Changlo. And hello to September's star beauty.
Wow.
It's STB. Our Ning Ning is making strides. Next month's issue, I must buy it. It's actually star beauty. Su Ning's resources are indeed impressive." So, what was that situation with President Liu earlier? That day, Su Ning's Weibo post was rather cryptic. It seems there's a conflict with NF. Is this a battle of sorts? Front row seats to the drama. Now that she's shooting for STB, why still be cryptic about NF? Su Ning is merely stirring the pot, utterly speechless. Su Ning, if you're speechless, then just shut your mouth. Absolutely brilliant. Still the same Su Ning, laughing and crying. What were you thinking, provoking her? Upon learning that Su Ning would collaborate with Star Beauty, Qiao Weining nearly crushed her silver tooth in frustration. What a cunning scholar. She immediately called Lu Chen. "Bro Chen, when will my magazine announcement be released?" Leaning against the hospital bed, Lu Chen's phone screen displayed Shingshi's Weibo post. How about we postpone it for a month? He had no desire for Weining's magazine cover to coincide with Su Ning's. After all, there had already been enough unpleasantness. He was now intentionally trying to thaw relations with Shengshi and Su Ning. Qiao Weining's tone shifted. "Bro Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you worried my magazine will sell less than Su Ning's?" "That's not my intention," Lu Chen said, his thin lips pressed. Qiao Weining softened her voice. "Bro Chen, trust me, Su Ning is doing this on purpose. How could I possibly retreat now? She would surely mock me." Lu Chen's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he replied, "In that case, let us announce it today." Thus, then Fashion Official Weibo, which was currently the subject of heated discussion among netizens, announced Qiao Weining as the cover star for the September issue. But who is Qiao Weining? Don't you know she is the eldest daughter of the Qiao family? Do I really need to know? From shooting first-tier stars to capturing the children of magnates, I can't tell which is more lowly. But Qiao Weining is prettier than Su Ning. NF still has some basic aesthetics. Weining, you're amazing. The fireflies are all set to buy.
Wow.
Weining's new hair color is stunning. Weining's raw images are impressive. Who understands? Our Qiao looks so pure in that white dress. Weining has lost weight again. My heart aches for her. What awkward comments from the paid commenters. Issues like weight, pouting, outfits, and body shape. I seem to see many familiar faces in those discussions. Received it, even sensitive skin can use it, the child loves it, finish 3 big bowls in one go. As if Su Ning hasn't hired paid commenters herself. The one upstairs is real courage. Are you not afraid Su Ning will come after you? Seeing this comment, Su Ning silently turned off her phone. You fan, not going to scold them? Su Ning, I'm not foolish. Why would I run into a den of mad dogs just to be bitten? You fan, should I tell her that she could actually create a fake account to scold them instead, or should I just go and blow up the cesspool myself? These rabble-rousers, some things can be tolerated but others cannot. Before long, the day of the STB magazine shoot arrived. Su Ning gazed at the architecturally distinctive building before her, silently staring at the English letters for a long while. Accompanying her, Qinwan asked, "What are you looking at?" Su Ning, I finally understand why Star Beauty doesn't abbreviate like New Fashion. Otherwise, it would just become SB, right? Qinwan, I really want to open your head and see what sort of nonsense is inside. Ha ha ha. SB, is that even a thing? An exaggerated and flamboyant laughter erupted behind them, and as Su Ning turned around. Wow. A male model. Indeed, it was a male model. The man wore a wine-red shirt split to his waist, revealing a perfect 8-pack and a tantalizing V-line, paired with black shorts. His androgynous face sported a rebellious smile, and he even winked at Su Ning. The man playfully covered his face with a hand adorned with rings of various colors. So, how much are you planning to spend on me, miss? Su Ning pondered for a moment. 288, no more. We can't inflate the DO price. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law. You're really something. Sister-in-law. Chapter 77. Couple cover.
Yes.
Ignoring Qin Wan's death glare, Qin Yi laughed flamboyantly and extended his hand towards Su Ning. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Qin Yi, the second brother of Qin Wan and the founder of STB. Oh, so you're the second young Master Qin. Su Ning suddenly realized. No wonder they wanted me to shoot the magazine. It turns out it's a backdoor deal. Qin Wan's eyes darkened. Did that mean she was displeased? Makes sense. Her pride was quite strong. I'd love to have more of such good fortune. I get to earn money and infuriate the haters. Who is benefiting? I one T say. Qin buffed. Wait, what did I just hear?
Right?
Hearing Qinya's laughter brought Su Ning back to her senses. What did you just call me? Sister-in-law.
Ah.
Qin Yi was stepped on by Qin Wan but stubbornly managed to say the first 3 words, using the 4th to mask his yelp.
King Juan's lips wisha.
But his gaze couldn't help but drift toward Su Ning. There was no denying it. He was looking forward to Su Ning's response. Su Ning fell silent for a moment, as if her brain had short-circuited, before suddenly grabbing Qin Ye's arm and earnestly saying, "Second young Master Qin. Internet rumors are not to be trusted. In this information age, the content online is complex and varied, containing both truth and falsehood. We must enhance our discernment and not follow the crowd. It's a misunderstanding if you think I'm not interested. It's a misunderstanding if you think President Qin is not a good person, right? You understand how important reputation is for a man, don't you? A man without a clean reputation is undesirable to any woman. Moreover, someone like President Qin will undoubtedly seek a marriage alliance in the future. Would a wealthy young lady accept someone with dirt in their eyes? What if they come knocking, throwing 30 million in checks at me? That would be so embarrassing." Su Ning rambled onto Qin Yi like a monk, leaving him with a dazed expression. "Wait, I can understand each word you say, but when they come together, how come I don't get it?" Upon seeing his brother's dark expression, Qin Yi understood. Oh, so it turns out his brother is hopelessly in love. How pitiful. My little buddy. Upon reaching the conference room, Qin Yi shed his earlier frivolity and introduced seriously. The theme of this magazine shoot is love and desire. Literally. It's a couple S cover, also to promote the diamond rings of the Qin family S jewelry brand, QS. Little Su, do you mind shooting with a male model? Su Ning immediately shook her head. Not at all. Who would refuse to get close to a handsome male model? Bring on more, I can handle it. Very well. Little Su, you may go change. Once Su Ning entered the changing room, Qin Yi raised an eyebrow at Qin Wan. Are you sure you don't mind her shooting with other men? Qin Wan replied coldly, I have no objections. Qin Yi clapped his hands. All right, your mouth is the only thing that remains tough. I'm waiting to see how long you can hold out. Clearly, Qin Wan could not last 3 minutes. As soon as he saw Su Ning dressed in her outfit, he immediately called for a stop. You let her wear that? Qin Yi, chewing gum, blew a bubble. What is wrong with this outfit? Isn't it perfectly normal? Su Ning, with her long hair cascading down, adjusted the men's shirt in front of the mirror. The oversized white shirt, which barely covered her hips, had its sleeves rolled up, and the collar was pulled down to her shoulders, revealing nothing inappropriate. After all, non-existent things cannot suddenly appear. What do we call this? Boyfriend's shirt? In this light, it appears rather intriguing. From Qin Jian's perspective, he could only behold Su Ning's graceful shoulders, her exquisite collarbone, her fair skin exposed in abundance, and those captivatingly straight, porcelain-like long legs. Qin Yi whispered into Qin Jian's ear. In a moment, the male model will be resting his head upon her legs. Absolutely not. Qin Jian retorted immediately. Qin Yi pressed on, why not? She is an actress. She will eventually perform in roles far more audacious than this. Kissing scenes, bed scenes, aren't those more scandalous than the shoot? If you can't handle this now, how can you accept her filming intimate scenes later? Qin Ye's words left Qin Jian speechless, striking a chord with the hidden turmoil within him. When they were selecting scripts with Yu Fan, he had deliberately reviewed those laden with provocative scenes, and the overwhelming majority required Su Ning to engage in intimate acts with the male lead. At that time, Qin Jian did not object, but later confided to Yu Fan, find her a double. For the dangerous and intimate scenes, let the stand-in perform. What if the male lead has objections? Let him endure it. Qin Jian observed Su Ning peeking curiously towards the door, listening as she wondered internally. Where is the male model? Come out, darling. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. I agree to your terms. That's the spirit. Consequently, amidst Su Ning's eager gaze, Qin Jian entered, clad in a deep gray silk pajamas adorned with subtle patterns. Oh, wow. Not bad, very couple-like. Qin Yi applauded enthusiastically. Qin Jian took a seat beside Su Ning, casting a sharp glance at her. What are you dawdling for? Do you have any objections? And no, Su Ning stammered in response. To be honest, aside from the fleeting moment of astonishment, once Su Ning observed Qin Jian's attire, she found herself utterly mesmerized. Accustomed to his meticulous and domineering CEO persona, Seeing him in casual sleepwear, with freshly washed hair damply falling across his forehead, exuded a relaxed and comfortable aura that made him appear several years younger.
Wow.
What a charming, innocent man of nearly 6 feet. I want to devour him. Qin Jian froze. What do you mean by devour? What exactly do you intend to do? Be clearer. Qin Yi cleared his throat, casting a teasing glance at his younger brother. Look at you, so lacking in ambition. All right, let us commence the first act. Under Qin Ye's guidance, Su Ning sat sideways on the sofa, revealing a bashful smile. Qin Jian positioned himself behind her, one hand resting on her ring-adorned hand, interlocking their fingers, while the other encircled her slender waist, leaning in closer, as if inhaling her fragrant hair. Hold on, Qin Jian, can you be any more rigid? I mean your posture. You're meant to be intimate with your lover, not your adversary. You're exuding zero ambiguity. Are you a celibate monk? Listening to Qin Ye's remarks, Su Ning couldn't help but stifle a laugh, attempting to sneak a glance back, only to find Qin Jian leaning in closer at Qin Ye's direction. In the next instant, their lips met. Chapter 78. Someone covets your delicate blossom. Their eyes locked. Breaths mingled, both wearing expressions of astonishment and fluster that lent them an air of innocence. The next moment, Su Ning recoiled as if electrified. Oh my goodness! What just happened? I kissed President Qin. Su Ning's exclamations jolted Qin Jian back to reality. He instinctively pressed his lips together, the lingering sensation of softness and moisture still vivid, although that fellow's lips were quite soft and a tad cool, delightfully so. No, wait, that's not the point. Noticing the mischievous glint in Qin Ye's eyes, Su Ning feigned composure. What now? Will I be sentenced for stealing a kiss from my boss?
No.
This was my first kiss. President Qin is significantly older. Surely, he can't still be a virgin? That would be quite unfair to me. How old do you think I am? I'm merely 5 years older than you. Reflecting on this, Su Ning straightened her posture, emboldened. President Qin, you needn't feel inferior for being kissed by me. After all, you are not the one experiencing your first kiss. I am. In this regard, you have one victory. I have none, making it a 2-to-1 score. You have 2 victories now. I remain at 0, thus a 3-to-1 score. Thanks for the invitation, but I'm out of the game. Cough, cough. Qin Yi was struggling to contain his laughter, nearly suffering internal injuries from the hilarity of his sister-in-law's wit. I'll turn my back for you. You two continue filming. The previous atmosphere was delightful, and I believe you can elevate it further. Having already kissed, can it really get any better? To improve it further would surely cross into the realm of 18+. Speaking of 18+, I watched that film last night. It was utterly dull. The leading lady was stunning, but paired with a decrepit old man. The moment he appeared, I couldn't help but cringe. Qin Jian quickly interjected. All right, let us continue shooting. His gaze was resolute, as if he were joining a cause. Some things he could tolerate, but allowing outsiders to overhear was unacceptable. And then, Su Ning snapped back to reality, quickly immersing herself in the scene. Guided by Qin Yi, she and Qin Jian faced each other, her gaze soft and affectionate, akin to a tranquil spring. Qin Jian found himself irresistibly drawn to her appearance, recalling that kiss, and he lowered his eyes to her lips. Behind them, the floor-to-ceiling window bathed them in the warm, orange glow of the setting sun, their shadows entwined on the floor, as if the couple on the sofa were poised to share a tender kiss at any moment. Perfect. Perfect. This sensation was utterly right. Qin Yi had the photographer capture several candid shots. Subsequently, under Su Ning's atmospheric guidance, the two managed to complete the shoot amidst a few stumbles. Qin Yi patted his younger brother's shoulder. You've worked hard today. I'll send you the edited footage in a few days. Qin Jian brushed his hand away. I want the raw images too, and include a copy of the video. Oh my little Jian. Take my advice if you like someone, be proactive. Don't wait until someone else swoops in and regret it later. What regret? Su Ning had already changed and emerged. Qin Jian promptly replied nothing. Qin Yi shot Su Ning a flirtatious glance. Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for dinner tonight? Su Ning waved her hand. No. I'm a bit tired and wish to return to rest. No need for excuses. Just a moment ago, you called me your sister-in-law, and now you want to dine together? Something's off. Qin Yi protested. I have no such proclivities. Let me explain. Shifting topics awkwardly, Qin Yi continued. By the way, I heard you can tell fortunes, Xiao Su. What does the future hold for me? Su Ning closed her eyes in contemplation. You will have an unexpected encounter with a beautiful lady during a drunken night. But when she wakes up the next day, she will hastily flee, only to discover 3 months later that she is pregnant. Eventually, the beautiful lady will give birth to 5 children. One will be a culinary genius, another a child star, one an athletic prodigy, a fourth a gifted hacker, and the last. And the last what? How many boys and how many girls?
Dinge inhuire teigerle.
What is the name of the beautiful lady? Where did she take my children? Will I encounter them later? 5 children. My mother would be overjoyed. Qin Jian remarked, not necessarily. She usually finds us 3 brothers a headache. Sons and grandsons are hardly the same. By then, I would be the most accomplished in the family. Su Ning, whispered, wait, are you serious? Have you never read a romance novel about a domineering CEO and an unexpected pregnancy? Qin Jian. Qin Yi. Su Ning. Private matters are a mess. Help. I can never joke again. Firstly, no one understands my humor, and secondly, people genuinely think I'm a fool. Apologies. I was merely jesting. To atone for her blunder, Su Ning earnestly imparted a piece of advice to Qin Yi. Second young master, being a good person is fine. But being a pushover is not. Choose your friends wisely. Otherwise, one day you might lose your precious innocence and regret it too late. Qin Yi looked puzzled. What do you mean? Qin Jian, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, someone has set their sights on your delicate flower. Su Ning nodded. Exactly, your little daisy. In an instant, Qin Yi's rear tightened, and he erupted in a fit of expletives. Damn it. I am a straight man. I am a straight man. Now it was Qin Wan's turn to be astonished. Brother, you are actually straight? Qin Yi retorted, what do you mean? Qin Wan replied, otherwise. Do you think Mom always says that the Qin family's lineage depends on me and my elder brother? Qin Yi exclaimed, what the hell? I am utterly straight. Sister-in-law, you must tell me, who the hell dares to covet me? Su Ning remarked, look, he's so flustered he's starting to shout for people again. Days later, STB shared a shadowy photograph of Su Ning and Qin Wan on their official blog. Guess who's taking the cover with our Ning Ning? No prizes. The comments erupted. Wow, it's a couple's cover. Who is so lucky to be our Ning Ning's screen first love? The male figure seems quite well built. He has such a refined presence. I feel he resembles President Qin, but just a feeling. No way. President Qin wouldn't even appear on financial magazines. Would he consider a fashion magazine? A man who dotes on his wife would do anything. If it were President Qin, I would buy this magazine in bulk. Count me in, it feels like it will appreciate in value. STB replied, not so fast, little Sue has discussed with us. The magazine has limited purchases, with a maximum of 5 copies per person.
Wow.
As expected of Ning Ning, who dares to say she is exploiting her fans. Soon. Hashtags like Su Ning couple cover Su Ning's partner suspected to be President Qin, STB September-ish limited purchase, began trending. Upon seeing the trending topics, Qiao Weining immediately called Lu Chen. Chen go, let us also shoot a couple's cover. Su Ning is so cunning, pulling such tricks for sales. We cannot lose. Lu Chen had also seen the trending topics and had no doubt that the partner was Qin Wan. However, he declined Xiao Weining's suggestion. Why must we do what others do? Do you also want to impose a purchase limit on the magazine? Xiao Weining fell silent. How could there be a purchase limit? She wished for everyone to buy truckloads to show Su Ning what popularity truly meant. Since Lu Chen refused to shoot with her, Xiao Weining decided to enlist her mother, several cousins, and friends to promote her September issue. She even spent money to have her recently filmed idol drama air on a major television network, the same one as Su Ning's Changlu. The only difference was that Changlu aired on weekends, while her idol drama was scheduled for prime time from Monday to Friday. She refused to believe she would lose. Chapter 79. Fully booked, no queues please. Su Ning also discovered that Xiao Weining's new drama, titled Summer's First Rain, had aired. Sitting with a watermelon in front of the television, she watched for a while before silently changing the channel. There was no particular reason. She simply found it unappealing. Back in her high school days, she might have enjoyed a love story between a school bully and a poor girl. Now, it merely made her cringe. Especially when she watched the female lead, hands on her hips, confront the male lead. Oh Yang Sun, how dare you bully me? Do you think I would fear you just because you are wealthy and powerful? Listen well, I, Xin Yan Yan, am declaring war on you. Su Ning thought. Declaring war on capitalists is one thing, but being forced to work unpaid overtime is another. However, Qiao Weining is also a capitalist. She probably wouldn't understand. Upstairs, Qin Wan mused, I am a capitalist. I cannot comprehend such dramas. Xiao Weining had initially looked forward to summer's first reign surpassing Chang'e in viewership. Instead, she received disheartening news. The first episode garnered a rating of 109, while the second plummeted to 976. Over the following days, her drama's ratings continued to decline, following a downward trajectory akin to a stock market crash. Rumors circulated that the television station might even cut the series. To make matters worse for Xiao Weining, as summer's first reign suffered a drastic drop in ratings, it was Chang'e that emerged to salvage the primetime slot. In a scene on Saturday night, Dan Zhu helped Chang'e escape a crisis, achieving a rating that even exceeded 2.5. This was madness. Truly insane. On the Fruit TV's official blog, comments flooded in. If we couldn't we schedule Chang'e for weekday evenings and summer's first reign for weekends? I want to see more episodes. Come on, we finally have a break. Of course, we want to watch something enjoyable. I don't want to be digging trenches on weekends. I took a glance at summer's first reign last night. The male lead was greasy and obnoxious, and the female lead's acting was cringeworthy. I couldn't bear to watch. Can we show some leniency for Xiao Qiao's first acting role? Can we be lenient with my eyes? Is there a problem with Zheng Hui's performance? Haters, get lost. Ying's screen debut has been quite commendable. If you have what it takes, go act. Me act? My schedule is fully booked. I have to perform XI in the morning, shoots at noon, act in XX in the afternoon, and then go to XX at night. If you keep this up, I will have to cut my scenes. Because of fans like you, I don't even dare to comment on dramas anymore. Upon seeing the disparaging comments, Xiao Weining was infuriated and retaliated with her alternate account, only to become even more enraged. She could not shout the critics, and her private messages were turned off. As Chu Xiong entered the room, she found Xiao Weining angrily throwing pillows and smashing cups. Unable to bear the sight, why bother with these sour grapes? Su Ning acts to earn a living. You are merely playing around, so why take it seriously? Xiao Weining remained unwilling to concede. Anyone else is fine, but I absolutely cannot lose to Su Ning. Chu Xiong grasped her hand, reassuringly saying, I understand. I've already promoted you among our relatives and friends. I guarantee your magazine sales next month will outstrip Su Ning by a wide margin. Really? Xiao Weining's eyes brightened. Of course. How about 10,000 copies per person? For wealthy individuals like them, hundreds of thousands is just a drop in the bucket.
All right.
Let's see how long Su Ning can keep her tail high. At the Jiangnan Mansion, one of the most prestigious clubs in the capital, a group of wealthy young men were engrossed in a card game worth nearly 100,000. Before long, the door swung open, and the club owner entered with a bevy of beautiful girls. The young men smiled as they selected their favorites, and Qinyi scanned the crowd, choosing a seemingly gentle and demure girl. His companion, Mou, nudged him with a mischievous grin. What's this? Our second young master is changing his taste. No longer fancying the fiery ones, but rather the delicate flowers? Shut up. Qinyi shot him a glare. Nearby, Li Xingmin adjusted his glasses and interjected. Enough. Don't project your own thoughts onto Qinyi. He's merely choosing to please us. He won't actually do anything. Exactly. Huang Jun in the corner whistled. The second young master appears charming and carefree, yet he remains untouched amidst the flowers. We should learn from him. Shut your mouth. Qinyi kicked the table, and the others quickly fell silent. In terms of family wealth, Qinyi was on a different level than them. They often had to curry favor with him. Who would dare to retort? All right, let us continue playing. After a while, the atmosphere relaxed again, and Huang Jun raised his glass towards Qinyi. Second young master? Care to share a drink? Qinyi remained silent, but lifted his glass in response. Seeing him like this, the others became more animated. Someone remarked, Second young master, I have a new project here that's guaranteed to be profitable. Would you like to get involved? Qinyi slammed his glass down heavily. Guaranteed profit? What can you assure me? If it doesn't earn, will you return my money? The man fell silent, puzzled by Qinyi's sudden change in demeanor. In the past, he could easily pitch a project to Qinyi, and even if it lost money, he wouldn't complain or demand repayment. Why was he behaving differently today? Second young master, I've been eyeing a private yacht recently, and I need another 10 million. Would you lend me some? Sure. What interest rate are you offering? These individuals dared not utter a word, yet Qinyi was not inclined to let matters rest. He rose to his feet, declaring, I have regarded you all as brothers. Yet it seems you view me merely as a naive fool? Even the insincere flattery of brother, you smell delightful, sends shivers down my spine. Since we are all present today, let me make my intentions clear. 1 month, I shall grant you a month's time, after which I expect the repayment of all debts owed to me. Should you fail to settle your accounts, do not expect me to show any mercy. Previously, he had brushed aside these debts, but following Su Ning's reminder, Qin Yi calculated and realized that over the years, he had lent this so-called brotherhood nearly an entire small fortune. What other ventures could he not pursue with such funds? Second young master, what is the meaning of this? One queried. Indeed, we are brothers. How could we deceive you? Qin Yi smashed a bottle of liquor, retorting, enough of your empty chatter. Remember to repay what you owe. With that, he seized the girl by the hand and exited the private room. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, one person stared intently at the direction in which Qin Yi had departed for quite some time. Chapter 80. Deceiving brothers is one thing, but do not deceive yourself. Just days after the magazine shoot, Su Ning immersed herself in the filming of another television drama. Whether she played the lead, a supporting role, or a character with minimal screen time, she relished the script, finding the challenge of embodying diverse characters quite engaging. Consequently, numerous production teams extended invitations to her, priding themselves on the possibility of being chosen by Su Ning. Sifting through a plethora of scripts, she ultimately selected a leading role in a fantasy drama. Unlike the grandiose narratives of contemporary fantasy dramas that merely set the stage for a passionate romance between the protagonists, this one leaned more towards a storyline of a triumphant female lead. Su Ning found this premise quite exhilarating. Are you not continuing as a supporting character? Yu Fan jested. Su Ning playfully tapped her cheek with her tongue before engaging Yu Fan in a serious analysis. The supporting role is intriguing, a madcap character bent on mischief. Yet upon closer inspection, the lead is more richly developed. The supporting character, having experienced an untroubled life, initially assists the protagonist from a position of superiority, only to later succumb to darkness, as she cannot accept being surpassed. I can somewhat comprehend this transformation, but truth be told, it lacks charm. Yu Fan interjected. I merely jest, yet your seriousness would suit you well in a street performance, you know? Su Ning fell silent, finding it utterly uninteresting to explain herself to a brick wall. What use is there for an agent who can do nothing but let him coast along? By the way, Su Ning pulled out her phone. Someone added me yesterday, claiming to be the producer of Accelerated Heartbeats, inviting me to be a guest. I looked it up online, and it seems to be a popular dating show. What do you think about me participating? Mainly because the male guests from last season were incredibly handsome. They are the epitome of high-quality men, no offense intended. Especially in that water park episode, my goodness, if they weren't wearing socks. Each one could rival the male leads of adult comics. If only they pursued me. Yu Fan felt overwhelmed by the implications of Zhang Shiping's intentions. Having previously rejected him, why would he then covertly contact Su Ning? Was he truly hoping to elevate her popularity by having her appear on a high-profile dating show? No. He was terrified. Just then, Qin Wan, passing by from the lounge, felt a twitch at his temple. Great. Now he is lusting after men. And what is this about adult comic leads? In a fit of anger, Qin Wan slammed his fist on the keyboard. After skimming through a few comics, Qin Wan's frustration only mounted. Fine. A minimum of 30, with no cap on the upper limit. Is this what they mean by taking it to the waist? He then revisited the episode of the variety show Su Ning mentioned, concluding that this woman was utterly oblivious to the concept of measurement. Yu Fan, trembling with trepidation, messaged Qin Wan, Mr. Qin, Su Ning wishes to sign up for Accelerated Heartbeats, finding it rather interesting and a good opportunity to boost her popularity. What do you think? 5 minutes passed. Yu Fan followed up, Mr. Qin, I'm merely asking out of courtesy. She insisted I inquire, as you well know her temperament. To put it kindly, she has a strong sense of self. To put it less kindly, she is as stubborn as a mule. Of course, Yu Fan would never dare to send such a message to Qin Wan. I'll make sure to dissuade her from this notion. If all else fails, I'll just arrange for more work. Qin Wan responded, no need. Let her go, smiling. Yu Fan's heart sank. It was over. Mr. Qin had finally lost his mind over Su Ning. At the Lianchuan mountain villa, as Li Shengmin entered the waterside pavilion, he spotted Qin Yi leaning against a railing, tossing fish food into the water. Beside Qin Yi stood the woman he had taken from Jiangnan Manor a few days prior. Mr. Qin, tea, she said, her cheeks flushed, her voice as soft as a whisper. Qin Yi cast her a sidelong glance, accepting the teacup and idly swirling it around. Was he finally ready to settle down? Li Shengmin seated himself across from him. Qin Yi set down the teacup, chuckling softly. I merely wish to distance myself from that crowd. I only seek to recover the money that is rightfully mine, and I have not even demanded interest. Yet, they dare to give me the cold shoulder. Thinking I would apologize and reconcile? Understanding this, Li Shengmin produced a black card and placed it on the table. Here is the 20 million you lend me, along with 5 million in interest. Without this sum, my business would have been doomed. I am truly grateful. You are quite perceptive, Qin Yi replied, accepting the card without hesitation, then rising to his feet. I shall take my leave now. Xiaoxian, let's go. Wait, Li Shengmin said, his smile warm. You've made a rare visit to the villa. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I've arranged your favorite fugu banquet, prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. Why not dine before you depart? Very well. As the delicately sliced fugu sashimi was served, Li Shengmin raised his glass towards Qin Yi. Sake, not intoxicating, yet enhanced with ginger juice to counteract its chill. Qin Yi drank with little enthusiasm, his gaze fixed on the array of dishes, while Li Shengmin's smile deepened. Half an hour later, Mr. Qin? The woman looked bewilderedly at Qin Yi, who had slumped over the table. Li Shengmin's facade of kindness vanished as he coldly remarked, Yi has a poor tolerance for alcohol. It seems he has overindulged. I shall assist him back to his room. The woman attempted to follow, but Li Shengmin turned, his gaze dark and terrifying. You're tired too. Go take a rest. With that, he donned a gentle smile. Laying the man on the tatami mat, Li Shengmin's greedy gaze roamed over Qin Ye's androgynous features.
Yeah.
Li Shengmin's hand caressed Qin Ye's cheek, the texture just as smooth and delicate as he had imagined. There is no shame in liking the same sex. Why must you hide it? You do not truly care for that woman, do you? With her ordinary looks and submissive demeanor, how could she possibly be worthy of you? Yi, I had intended to conceal my feelings for you, but your actions have truly angered me. I shall punish you. Fortunately, Su Ning was absent. Otherwise, she would surely exclaim, Buddy, deceiving your brothers is one thing, but don't deceive yourself. Li Shengmin straddled Qin Yi, one hand resting on his shirt button, his fingers trembling. His otherwise handsome face flushed, his breath becoming thick and heavy. Damn it, get off. Just as Li Shengmin was about to unfasten the first button, Qin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, kicking him to the ground. Yi? Li Shengmin stared in terror at the enraged Qin Yi. Damn it, are you repulsive? Qin Yi rubbed his face vigorously, feeling the lingering dampness.
Yeah.
Stop hiding, I know you like men. I like your mother. Qin Yi kicked Li Shengmin once more, seizing his collar. Which ear did you hear me say I like men? Which eye of yours saw me with a man? Qin Yi scoffed. Everyone says so. Everyone? You mean those few dogs, right? Qin Yi was both infuriated and amused. It turned out that in the eyes of that group, he was perceived as a homosexual. And by their estimation, he was the submissive one. Truly, it was absurd.
What?
Just because I don't have a loose moral compass like you all, I must fancy men? Damn it, I'm merely preserving my chastity for my destined partner. I don't believe it. Li Shengmin's eyes were reddened with emotion.
All right.
See for yourself, Qin Yi pointed at his trousers. What reaction do I have? Not only none, but I'm even flaccid. You're lying to me. Li Shengmin took 2 steps forward on his knees, reaching out, and Qin Yi hurriedly stepped back. The sight of Li Shengmin in such a frenzied state, combined with the outstretched hand, made Qin Yi feel nauseous. And then he vomited all over Li Shengmin.
Ugh.
Chapter 81. Though the words were coarse, the reasoning was not without merit, yet this was excessively crude. It was only after being doused in Qin Yi's vomit that Li Shengmin's tears finally spilled forth. This time, he believed Qin Yi's words. Physiological reactions could not be deceived. Initially, Li Shengmin hadn't even entertained such notions. However, as others began to comment that Qin Yi resembled a woman with an exceedingly gentle demeanor, never raising his voice in anger, it was suggested he might indeed be effeminate. Coupled with Qin Yi's generous spirit, which seemed aimed at ingratiating himself with them, these notions gradually took root. When Qin Yi, without a flicker of hesitation, lent Li Shengmin 20 million for urgent needs, Li Shengmin was convinced Qin Yi belonged to that particular side of the spectrum. Li Shengmin had always considered himself a straight man, or so he believed, yet upon realizing that Qin Yi harbored feelings for him, he discovered he was not as averse to male contact as he had thought. Through a relentless cycle of self-persuasion, Li Shengmin convinced himself that Qin Yi loved him and was meant for him. When he learned that Qin Yi had found a female companion and that they had been together for quite some time, it was unbearable for him. leading to an impulsive act. In Su Ning's heart, Qin Yi understood that, without any warning, he had truly been taken advantage of, leaving him with a significant psychological scar. Not only did he abandon the career he had painstakingly built, but he also confined himself at home, spiraling into despair until one day he might succumb to self-destruction. Qin Yi had no doubt that if such a scenario were to unfold, he would prefer to be shattered than to live in dishonor. A pack of brutes. Qin Yi fumed, breathless. Just wait. I will ensure you all face ruin. He slammed the door behind him and immediately sought help from his elder brother and father. Recounting the entire incident. A bunch of scoundrels claiming I fancy men? Did I ever stand up to them? Do they truly believe I am as insatiable as they are? Qin Feng attempted to console him. Do not be upset. I will resolve this matter, and those people will certainly kneel to apologize to you. Do not take others' opinions to heart. Otherwise, you will merely become their scapegoat, having to shoulder whatever they throw at you. Just let the petty things slide. If you gamble and lose, worse things may come out. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Mother interjected. Though the words are coarse, the rationale is not without merit. Yet your expression is excessively crude. Qin Father shared in his second son's ire, albeit with a hint of guilt, as he too had previously thought it better to remain silent. Thanks to Xiao Su this time. How do you plan to repay her?
Vinha replied.
I was thinking of giving her some money directly, as I cannot think of a suitable gift. Qin Mother nodded. Giving money is acceptable. If you offer something else, your brother might become jealous. Upon receiving Qin Yi's generous thank you sum of 10 million, Su Ning immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Woo! No one understands me better than young Master Qin." The September heat in the capital was still intense. Su Ning had been shooting outside for hours. Her sunscreen applied thickly like plaster. Just as she returned to the break room, Yu Fan rushed over. The actress Zhong Ying is really fond of you. Look, she even bought your magazine. Looking over, Su Ning indeed saw Zhong Ying had posted on Weibo, who else has been eagerly awaiting for half a month. Just to see who the male lead is? Chuckles. Su Ning promptly logged onto her Weibo to like and comment on Zhong Ying's post. While simultaneously sharing her own, the September STB magazine is out. Everyone, grab a copy. Yes, I know I am not a good husband nor a good father. And certainly not a good son. So what? I am merely a girl. What are you still playing abstract? Do you know how troublesome it is for me to copy and paste every time you post such things? I bought 5 copies. Can we get acquainted? I'm from Shanghai. Are you there? I'm from Shanghai. Didn't receive it?
Blocked?
I'm from Shanghai. I'm a Shanghainese. Let's get acquainted, shall we? Strange. You dare to kiss in the magazine. I can't even imagine how far you go privately. Qin Wan, come give me a kiss. It's not what you think. I just want to indirectly kiss our Ning Ning. Order placed, awaiting payment. Looking forward to receiving it. Are Su Ning's fans all so abstract? Could they be elementary school students? Don't just play jokes and forget to place orders. Did the person above go blind? Haven't they seen the sales of the STB official flagship store? Upon seeing this comment, Su Ning made a point to check the sales of her issue on STB's flagship store, discovering that 80,000 copies had been sold.
Wow.
Is it really that impressive? I posted just half an hour ago. Yu Fan chuckled. What else there to be surprised about? This is just one of STB's sales channels. There are also some other platforms and various distribution methods. Altogether, I estimate the total sales now exceed 300,000. Though Yu Fan spoke calmly, he was excited inside. He had worked with numerous stars, yet none possessed the brand influence that Su Ning currently did.
Su Ning.
You are truly on fire now. Please be mindful of your actions and behavior, and do not let others perceive you as a bad girl. You have no idea how many eyes are watching your every move, waiting for you to slip up. I know you are a genuine child and hope you maintain that straightforwardness, but you must also hold yourself to higher standards, speak cautiously, and act as a role model for your fans, so you can go further. Such nonsense. Xiao Huaning had been keeping a close watch on Su Ning's developments, and upon seeing her magazine's soaring online sales, she felt her teeth might shatter from gnashing them. Comparing it to her own meager thousands of online sales, she could hardly swallow her frustration. Her manager tried to comfort her. Ying, as a newcomer, achieving such sales is commendable, especially since the magazine has sold over 100,000 copies offline. That's impressive. Yet I truly didn't expect your offline pull to be this strong. Typically, a star's fanbase reflects their online purchasing power for comparative purposes. Shut up. Her manager's words only poured fuel on the fire. Why did the offline sales soar? Because her mother, cousins, and friends all bought them offline. Even so, her sales were still lower than Su Ning's.
No.
I need to rally everyone to boost online sales. Just then, Xiao Ping received a message from his cousin, with whom he had always had a contentious relationship. Brother, I bought 10,000 copies of your Wan Ying's magazine. No need to thank me. We're family. Xiao Ping responded, what do you mean? Chapter 82. What a magnificent and ample white piece. Xiao Ping returned home in a huff. Back when he was with Su Qin, the family had vehemently opposed their relationship, leading to a rift with many relatives. Over the years, Chu Xiang had often urged him to mend ties with his family, suggesting that more connections could open more doors, especially when they were family. Yet, he remained unwilling. Little did he know they had secretly enlisted the help of relatives to boost magazine sales. Just moments ago, that scoundrel had said, spending hundreds of thousands on magazines is nothing, but where will all those magazines go? I can't just burn them. That would hurt Wan Ning's feelings. But the house isn't spacious either, sigh. Infuriated, Xiao Ping abruptly hung up the phone. Where to put them? In your water-filled head. He initially thought that it was inconsequential for Chu Xiang and wanting to interact with those individuals, as it did not affect him. However, the situation took a turn as they now stood before him, repugnant and unwelcome. Ironically, he felt somewhat indebted to them, considering that he and Wan Ning shared a father-daughter bond, a genuine family connection. Xiao Ping's chest heaved with frustration, and as the car passed a newsstand, something caught his eye. He instructed the driver, please stop. Upon exiting the vehicle, he paused before the stand, his gaze fixated on a magazine featuring Su Ning. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he reached out his hand. It truly seemed like a sign. Return the money to them double and retrieve that magazine as well. Burn it if you must. Store it away if you prefer. Regardless, you are not to contact them again. Upon returning home, Xiao Ping issued a decree to the mother and daughter. Chu Xiang remained silent, but Wan Ying's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. I refuse. If they see me reclaiming it, how humiliating that would be. Humiliation? Do you even understand the concept? Xiao Ping gazed at his daughter's indignant expression, disappointment swelling within him. Ying. It is not shameful to be bested by others. What is disgraceful is to attempt to surpass them through unscrupulous means. Can you triumph over them every time merely through wealth? If everyone were to act as you do, where would fairness and justice reside in this world? With such a mindset, how can I entrust the future of the Qiao family to you? Wan Ning stubbornly shook her head. I don't care.
Dad.
I cannot always lose to Su Ning. She merely had the good fortune of selecting a superior script. Once this period passes, her popularity will wane. At that time, I will triumph over her fairly. Xiao Ping regarded Wan Ning with a cold stare. Are not the scripts you are currently filming also of your own choosing? Stop making excuses for your failures. Chu Xiang intervened, wrapping her arm around Xiao Ping's. Enough, dear. Do not scold Ying. She is still young and naive. Still young? And who just recently underwent a coming-of-age ceremony. Chu Xiang retorted. Must you be so contentious? Why not go to the construction site instead? At that moment, Chu Xiang's gaze fell upon the corner of the briefcase Xiao Ping was holding, and a smile graced her face. Dear, you have a heart of gold beneath that sharp tongue. Is that not Wan Ying's magazine you bought? As she pulled the magazine out, Chu Xiang exclaimed. What do you mean by this, dear? Wan Ying's cries intensified. Dad, what do you mean? Xiao Ping felt a twinge of guilt. Yet recalling the unseemly actions of the mother and daughter, he regained his conviction. I am merely contributing to social fairness and justice. With that, he snatched the magazine back. He departed with determination, oblivious to the anxious expressions of the mother and daughter behind him. Wan Ning thought her luck had already run out for the day. Little did she know that she would receive a call from Lu Qin in the afternoon. He got straight to the point. Do not inflate the sales figures any further. It would not reflect well, if exposed. Wan Ning nearly choked with rage, unable to restrain herself from retorting, It's my money. Why do you care? Lu Chen's tone chilled considerably. I do not care whose money you are spending, but such blatant sales manipulation is detrimental to fashion. If you insist on proceeding this way, I will have to take this month's issue offline. Previously, when engaging those high-profile celebrities for magazine shoots, there were instances of fervent fans artificially inflating sales, but their fan bases were substantial, making significant purchases less suspicious. However, Wan Ying's actions were excessive. 99 of the sales were fabricated, all stemming from an order of 10,000 copies, which would easily raise eyebrows. It was an utterly foolish endeavor. Wan Ning, frustrated yet cornered, had no choice but to relent. While Su Ning's September issue soared past 1 million sales within a fortnight and trended on Weibo, Ning remained stagnant, her eyes reddening with despair. Cousin, find me some better scripts. No more campus dramas or idol shows. I don't even need to be the lead. Do you know what project Su Ning has recently taken on? The leading role in Carefree Journey? A fantasy drama with a 300 million investment? A sparkle ignited in Ying's eyes. Cousin, can you arrange for me to replace Su Ning? I'm afraid not. I've already inquired. The three brothers of the Qiao family held a mutual disdain for Su Ning and had not shied away from undermining her career. While some small companies might easily comply, the larger production houses would not heed their influence. What about the second female lead? Has that been decided? Not yet, but there are many competitors. That's fine. I want that role. Ning was resolute in her belief that her acting skills were no inferior to Su Ning's. Once the two appeared in the same production, the audience would undoubtedly discern who excelled. Accelerating Heartbeats in Love premiered on eVideo on September 15th, continuing in the same live format as the previous season. As the broadcast commenced, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded the channel. I wonder which guests will be joining us. I can't wait. eVideo is being so secretive, not releasing any materials. Is it really necessary? That's precisely what adds to the mystery. Wow, the opening is electrifying. Equally astonished was Su Ning, who, upon surveying the array of swimsuits before her, immediately chose the polka skirt version without hesitation. It was not due to conservatism, but rather concern for her figure. She feared that should she fall while wearing a bikini, it would lead to a rather compromising situation. Welcome, everyone, to the second season of Accelerating Heartbeats in Love. Our motto is, a single heartbeat can accompany a lifetime. Upon hearing the producer's words, Su Ning thought, how can I avoid a harem scenario?
Now,
Let's welcome this season's male and female guests. As two black stretch limousines came to a halt on the beach, 5 female guests and 5 male guests stepped out.
wow.
Lulu is here. And there's our beloved Shirya. Oh my, Xiaoxi's figure is phenomenal.
Who understands?
You spot that Su Ning. And I couldn't help but laugh. I feel the same. And the last one is Ning. I absolutely adore her portrayal of Shi Nian. The male guests are all wearing masks. It feels so mysterious. But they all have great physiques. Su Ning, I truly did not expect to see you here. Ning bounced over to Su Ning, her head held high in triumph, while Su Ning fixated on her equally bouncy assets for an extended period. Such ample and well-formed curves, undeniably authentic. Ning retorted, while the other guests chimed in. It turns out, grammatical errors do not impede comprehension. Help! Su Ning's eyes are going wide. Su Ning, why does everyone have it but me? Even the male guests have more pronounced chests than Su Ning. Ouch! That stings.
Now,
The production team will present each male guest with a rose. Please hand the rose to the female guest you are most attracted to at first glance. Chapter 83. A battlefield of romance, isn't it? Why must it be the males choosing the females? I fancy number 3. He looks tall and sun-kissed, and his attire isn't too outrageous. As the well-built male guest in black shorts revealed his upper body, he suddenly felt the weight of someone's gaze upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Initially, Su Ning believed she was drawn to the charming, brooding boy, but upon seeing the audacious number 5 clad in flamboyant red underwear, her eyes nearly clouded over. Do you not understand the beauty of partial concealment? Fully embracing allure is what true beauty is. The 5 male guests, each holding a red rose, turned to the producer, who asked the 5 female guests, would any of you like to say something to introduce yourselves? The first was number 1, Hanlu, a popular female streamer with millions of followers, possessing a striking, mature beauty and legs that seemed to stretch endlessly. In a fleeting moment, words eluded her, yet she fervently hoped for everyone's support. With a playful glance, she directed her attention to the 5 esteemed guests across from her. Number 2, He Xiaoying, a striking beauty whose name and appearance exuded a distinctly Korean charm, had previously secured 5th place in the last national beauty pageant.
Well,
I shall be candid. Number 3, you are precisely my type. Number 3, Lu Shi, a rising folk singer, sported a bob haircut and donned black-rimmed glasses, embodying the essence of a wholesome, girl-next-door image. However, she was also the most robust among the 5, creating a striking contrast. With a playful gesture, she stuck out her tongue. Amid such a gathering of beauties, I can't help but feel somewhat overshadowed. I hope I end up being the odd one out. When it was Su Ning's turn, she pondered, What should I even say after everyone else has spoken? Choose me. As a new user on Pinduoduo, I can offer you a discount. The live audience erupted in excitement. Wow. I'm genuinely intrigued by this. Now we must choose Sister Ning.
Who understands?
I contacted 50 people last night, even my ex-boyfriend, and still couldn't manage to get 30 yuan. Pinduoduo, your discount is longer than my life. Xiao Weining cast a disdainful glance at Su Ning, dismissing her as a simpleton. What nonsense is she spouting? With a sweet smile directed at the 5 male guests, she nervously fidgeted with the edges of her swimsuit. You all seem so dashing and powerful. I wonder if any of you might choose me? If you do, I promise to diligently complete every forthcoming task without holding you back.
Wow.
This is getting intense, someone remarked. Though I know Xiao Weining is quite charming. Paired with her stunning looks, I find it hard to resist. Look, number 5 is unconsciously taking a step forward. Innocent yet alluring, who could possibly refuse?
All right.
Gentlemen, the time has come for your selections. Please approach the one who captures your heart. As expected, number 5 promptly presented a rose to Xiao Weining, followed by number 3, who also chose her. Number 1, however, opted for Lu Shi. This left numbers 2 and 4 still without partners. These two seem rather aloof. Their attire is overly formal, both clad in black athletic sun protection suits. With 2 male guests remaining, yet 3 female guests still without flowers, one is bound to be left alone. How awkward. It seems rather grim for Su Ning. Although she has beauty, men tend to favor physique. Poor Ning Ning, does a comedian truly not deserve love? While the audience fervently debated, the remaining 2 men simultaneously advanced. In the gaze of all the other guests, they both approached Su Ning, who was engrossed in observing a small crab by her feet and simultaneously extended roses toward her.
Huh.
Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, receiving the flowers while bowing as if accepting an award. Thank you. Thank you.
Haha, how polite. Did you see that?
It's not that a comedian can't find love, but rather that an unattractive comedian cannot. Shut up. You think you're so clever, don't you? At this moment, I truly felt my heart shatter.
Now.
The results were in. 1 female guest successfully paired, 2 remained unpartnered, and 2 captivated multiple male guests. To facilitate these pairings, the gentleman who chose the same lady must now compete for her affection. The victor shall pair with their desired partner, while the defeated shall join the unpaired female guest. Is the chaos arriving so swiftly? The men's method of competition isn't just rock, paper, scissors, is it? Alright, please don't fight over me. Take your battles to the dance studio. The producer, microphone in hand, addressed the contestants. Number 2 and number 4, have you decided on your method of determining the victor? Number 2 replied nonchalantly, yes, we have. Number 4 suggested, how about beach tennis? The first to score 15 points wins. And what of number 3 and 5? We shall do the same. Thus, number 2 and number 4 began to strike the tennis balls with increasing ferocity, aiming more precisely at each other's heads. When the balls struck the ground, they left sizable dents.
Goodness.
Are they trying to kill each other? Were they regretting their decisions now? The method of competition was daunting. The weak would be left embarrassed. Is this truly tennis or some novel weapon? Hey, you're competing for a woman, not facing sworn enemies. Did you see those biceps on numbers 2 and 4? They're incredibly muscular. Just how much do they fancy Su Ning? Envy Su Ning. At that moment, Su Ning trembled in a corner. Oh no, they are absolute brutes. Initially entertained, Xiao Weining froze upon hearing number 2's commanding voice. Is that voice? The match continued for a full half hour, yet not a single spectator expressed boredom. Their eyes were glued to the scoreboard until number 4 triumphed by a single point. Congratulations to number 4 for winning. You may now remove your masks. As number 2 unveiled his face, Xiao Weining gasped, Chunge, is that really you? Why? Why did you choose Su Ning as your partner? Su Ning, equally incredulous, blinked in disbelief. Lu Chen? Why would he choose me? Could it be that he harbors resentment for my previous rejection and seeks to win me over only to cast me aside later?
Yes.
That must be it. As she contemplated, Su Ning nodded in agreement. Lu Chen remarked, you seem to have deduced everything. And who is number 4? Surely not another rival? As number 4's mask was slowly removed, Su Ning's expression shifted from anxiety to anticipation, ultimately settling into indifference. Oh, it's President Qin.
Qin asked.
Are you disappointed to see me? Haha. Su Ning's expression resembles that of someone who finally saved enough to secretly order a duck. only to find out it's her husband. Su Ning, what is wrong with my desire to stray? Let us be frank, aren't you at fault too? Let us just say, who can hear the truth in a hypothetical? Qin Wan approached Su Ning, smiling slightly. You seem rather dissatisfied. Su Ning instantly adopted a sycophantic grin. Not at all. I have admired President Qin immensely and am utterly satisfied. Haha, the return of the frying pan literature. Su Ning is just shy of performing a hand-rubbing gesture. Subservient to wealth, indeed. Subsequently, number 5, the red underpants guy, Chiao Feng, won the match and paired with Qiao Weining. Lu Chun paired with Han Lu, while number 3, Zhao Sheng, teamed up with He Xiaoying. After the pairings were complete, the production team escorted the 10 contestants to a seaside villa. The producer announced, "Thank you all for your hard work this morning. We've prepared a sumptuous lunch for you. Please enjoy your meal, and once finished you may rest." As Su Ning beheld the lavish spread before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. The dishes were laid out on a long table, with the 10 guests seated on either side. At first glance, Su Ning's gaze was drawn to the centerpiece, an exquisite platter of king crabs. Despite being seated at the edge, she stubbornly rose to grab a large crab leg. As others began to eat, their demeanor contrasted sharply with Su Ning's eagerness. They exhibited a more refined approach, typically choosing only a dish or two in front of them. Weining, do try this sea urchin, it's exceptionally fresh. Qiao Feng initiated the serving, presenting the plumpest sea urchin to Qiao Weining, even thoughtfully preparing it for her. Qiao Weining gasped, covering her mouth, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Thank you, brother Qiao. As she spoke, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted past Lu Chen's face. The first male guest, Wang Yuan, gentlemanly served food and poured drinks for Lu Shi. Zhao Sheng, unwilling to be outdone, immediately lavished attention on He Xiaoyi. Wow. Although Qiao Feng seems a bit greasy, he still displays a certain thoughtfulness. Ying, my dear, please do not be deceived by those vile men. Wang Yuan's eyes seemed glued to Lu Shi's impressive figure. How perverse. Why does it feel like the interaction between Su Ning and President Qin is rather sparse? Sparse? There's virtually none, to be honest. Lu Chun and Han Lu are the same. The atmosphere is utterly frigid. And they dare to claim Su Ning and Qin Wan are a couple? They are more estranged than I am with my blind date. At that moment, Su Ning's gaze fell upon the sashimi in Qin Wan's bowl. She had just sampled a piece and found it quite delectable, rich and tender without being greasy, but the portion was too small, and the plate was now empty. Forget it. I might as well eat something else. Just as Su Ning prepared to change her focus, Qin Wan extended his plate towards her. Feel free to take whatever you desire. How delightful. Su Ning sparklet. Without hesitation, she helped herself to the sashimi, sliced steak, conch meat, and baked durian from Qin Wan's plate. Although she could have served herself, that would be far too tiresome. Thank you, President Qin. I wonder if the baked durian is any good? As a country bumpkin, I've never tasted such an expensive fruit before. Su Ning devoured the food with unrestrained joy. Observing her silly expression, Qin Wan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. I saw it. President Qin smiled. The young master hasn't smiled in 10 years, after all. Smiling can take years off one's life, and the mere 9-year-old young master dares not laugh. No public displays of affection, please. When Su Ning reached the baked durian, her expression of delight rapidly morphed into one of complexity. This is truly awful. It seems I, a mountain pig, cannot appreciate such refined tastes. But I must persevere and finish it. I cannot waste food. I cannot waste food. Just as Su Ning steeled herself for a second bite, a long, elegantly defined hand suddenly reached across the table. If you don't like it, give it to me. Qin Wan took the baked durian from her, biting into the very spot she had just sampled. Indirect kiss. Who dares to say the couple I ship is fictional? You two are bold enough to exchange saliva in public. I can't even imagine what you get up to in private. Your uncle dotes on her father? Xiao Wanning, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of bile rise in her stomach, yet she quickly donned a bashful smile. Chengge, I would like to have a cheesy little prawn. Could you help me peel one? I just had my nails done, and it's difficult.
Oh.
Is Qiao Wanning making a bold move towards Lu Chen? It's quite normal. What is the point of a dating show without a few love triangles? I wonder what Lu Chen's reaction will be. He seems so cold. I don't know Lu Chen's reaction, but Qiu Feng's face has certainly darkened. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He had intended to refuse. In fact, if this were a private setting, he would have certainly declined. However, as they were on a show, with millions of viewers watching, and Xiao Wanning casting him an appealing, pitiful glance, he felt compelled to suppress his impatience and peeled a shrimp for her. Thank you, Chen Ge. Xiao Ning said, casting a triumphant glance at Su Ning. Su Ning thought to herself, is she out of her mind? It's just peeling shrimp. What is so impressive about it? I can do it better and more completely. With that in mind, Su Ning also grabbed a little prawn and deftly removed all the meat from the body and claws, presenting it to Qin Wan with a self-satisfied hum. Did you see that? Now, that is true skill. Lu Chen. Isn't this just a bit ridiculous? Qin Wan. Though it's a misunderstanding, it feels rather nice. After the meal, the group made their way to the rooms that had been pre-assigned. Su Ning, unable to contain her curiosity, turned back towards Qin Wan, puzzled. President Qin.
Why are you following me?
Qin Wan chuckled. Isn't this just a bit ridiculous? You didn't think it would be one room each, did you? What meaning would that pairing hold? Su Ning gasped in shock. No way, you're serious? Qin Wan smirked. Isn't this precisely what you wanted? Did you watch the last season for nothing? Su Ning said, because it's President Qin, I never even considered the notion of sharing a roof. What sane person would want to sleep with their boss? The audience watching the show erupted in laughter at this moment. Absolutely brilliant. What a you wanted it moment. President Qin. How bold you are. Duckhead, are you satisfied with what you see? If it's not real, I want to watch. Remember, the cameras in the room are on 24/7. When will I see Su Ning's reaction that want to make me laugh? Chapter 85. And now they were staying in the presidential suite. Upon entering the room and surveying the decor, Su Ning sighed in relief. The room featured a bed and a sofa, and she promptly walked over to the sofa. President Qin, I'll take the sofa. You can have the bed. Qin Wan glared at the sofa, his eyes seeming to ignite with fire. Who was it that felt the need to meddle? After a pause, Qin Wan coldly replied, no need. You will sleep in the bed.
All right,
came the quick response from Su Ning. My strategy of retreating to advance has proven effective. Qin Wan. This is truly ridiculous. After getting quite a bit of sand on her from the beach that morning, Su Ning glanced at the adjacent bathroom and, feeling a bit shy, said, President Qin, I'll go take a shower first. Qin Wan replied, his face betraying no emotion, yet his heart was in turmoil. Especially upon hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, an inexplicable thirst began to brew within him. Qin Wan rose to fetch a bottle of water, gulping it down in one go. I understand. This is called playing with fire, little girl. No, President Qin, what are you hesitating about? Is the bathroom door really that difficult to open? If the bathroom door were to open, this show would have no need to air. Half an hour later, the guests had settled onto their beds or sofas to rest, while the production team stealthily approached each room, whispering, to foster the development of the guests' relationships. We have arranged a surprise. Saying this, the production team produced a set of already prepared remote-controlled cockroaches. Oh my heavens! I might not be human, but you all are truly despicable.
A surprise?
More like a fright. If a cockroach crawls on me while I'm asleep, I will undoubtedly perform a village-wide assembly, complete with self-supplied cement and a dance to the heavens. I'm already laughing. Using the room surveillance, the production team maneuvered the cockroaches toward the 5 female guests. Feeling an itch on her face, Xiao Wening opened her eyes, only to find a cockroach perched on her nose. Ah! She sprang up, frantically swatting at her face. What's wrong? Qiao Feng was also startled awake. The remote-controlled cockroach that had fallen to the ground now scuttled toward Xiao, wanting once more. Without a second thought, she turned and threw herself into Qiao Feng's embrace, trembling. There's a cockroach. There's a cockroach. The beauty willingly sought refuge in his arms. Qiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, then overjoyed as he wrapped his arms around Xiao Wanying's waist. Feeling the soft and delicate form beneath his hands, he felt as though his heart might soar.
Quick! Kill the cockroach.
Hurry. Okay. Don't be afraid, Qiao Feng said, while subtly lowering his hand. Indeed, it was soft and bouncy. What the hell is Qiao Feng doing? Is he being intentional, or was it an accident? It might be an accidental intention. I'm losing it. Did he just lose his mind? Poor Xiao Wening. After taking advantage for a while longer, Qiao Feng finally crushed the remote-controlled cockroach, only to turn to Xiao Wening with a smirk, taking credit for his deed. Ying, do not be afraid. The cockroach is dead, and I am here for you. If you are truly frightened, you may come and sleep beside me. I assure you, I shall not harm you. Xiao Wening shook her head with difficulty. No need. She was not oblivious to Qiu Feng's subtle movements, yet her fear of insects eclipsed all else. With the bug gone, all she felt was a wave of nausea, which inevitably led her to blame Lu Chen. If only Lu Chen had chosen her instead of Su Ning, would she have found herself in such a predicament?
No.
It was all Su Ning's fault. It was she who had ensnared Brother Chen. Lu Shi's group was, in essence, a mirror image of Qiao Weining's. However, unlike Qiao Weining, who appeared stiff and paralyzed, Lu Shi commanded the situation, deliberately stirring the hearts of the male contestants with her vibrant charm. Observing Wang Yuan's unwavering devotion to her, Lu Shi's eyes sparkled with triumph. Indeed, she had known that no man could resist her allure. Certainly not. He Xiaoying's group remained utterly silent throughout. The reason was simple. He Xiaoying had fainted in a froth the moment she laid eyes on the cockroach. Yes, she suffered from a severe entomophobia. The production team exclaimed, "SOS! Help! Mr. Liu, there's a cockroach. I am terrified." Han Lu sprinted towards Lu Chen, but just as she was about to reach him, he dodged aside, causing her to crash into the wall. "Mr. Liu?" Han Lu covered her nose, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Chen swiftly captured the still-flying electronic cockroach, crushing it effortlessly. "Stop pretending. Your persona is either that of an aloof goddess or a fearless, tough woman. You've even trended for tackling mice during a live broadcast. This is a disgrace to your image." Han Lu was taken aback, her expression turning sour. "Laughable, your romantic advances have been met with ridicule. Mr. Liu, a man of such unwavering resolve is destined for solitude. Who would have thought Mr. Liu is a tea-tasting expert?" Just then, a loud thud echoed from the adjacent room. Lu Chen rushed out immediately. At that moment, Su Ning was lifting the bedboard, urging Qin Wan, "Mr. Qin, are there any bugs underneath?"
None.
Su Ning promptly released it and turned her attention to the sofa. "Let's check under the sofa." Lu Chen inquired, "What are you doing?" Su Ning did not even glance back, looking for bugs. "Just now, while I was sleeping, a cockroach crawled on my face. I lifted the bedside table to smash it, but it escaped. I have no idea where it went. I am terrified of bugs. I cannot sleep until I find it."
How amusing.
"The bugs seem to fear you more." I was astonished when Su Ning single-handedly lifted the bedside table. I am equally astonished. Why is it Su Ning lifting the sofa while Mr. Qin watches? Because they're engaging in a duet.
Ha!
You are truly clever. Fearing Su Ning might dismantle the entire room, the production team immediately clarified, "It is not a real cockroach. It is fake, electronic." Su Ning replied, "Oh, I do not believe you." The production team hurriedly produced the electronic cockroach. "How can you prove this is the one that crawled on my face just now?" The producer affirmed, "We have video evidence." Su Ning countered, "But that does not guarantee there are no real cockroaches in the room." The producer exclaimed, "What a scoundrel! Truly a rogue. Then what do you propose?" "I wish to change rooms." Su Ning smiled. "I want to stay in the presidential suite. Otherwise, I shall continue to dismantle the place. No, continue my search for cockroaches." The production team lamented, "Alas, your presence is a blessing." Successfully relocated to the presidential suite, Su Ning indulged in fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and an exceptionally soft bed. "If I do not make you bleed a little, I shall not bear the surname Su." The other contestants protested. "On what grounds?" "I too wish to move to the presidential suite." The production team replied, "Our budget is insufficient. If you are truly frightened, you may follow Su Ning's lead and search around." The production team could hardly believe that other groups contained individuals as eccentric as Su Ning. The other contestants grumbled, "How insufferable. This is utterly outrageous." In Chapter 86, Su Ning, I want you to kiss Qiu Feng. This time, Su Ning enjoyed a peaceful slumber, awakening to find the others gathered around a table. "What are you all doing?" Su Ning quietly inquired as she sat beside Qin Wan. She was close enough that her breath brushed against his ear, carrying a faint hint of mint, suggesting she had just brushed her teeth. Qin Wan awkwardly pressed his hands to his knees. "Nothing much, just chatting." "Oh, I see." Su Ning sipped her tea, observing the others. Given the possibility of pairing changes later, Qiu Feng was eagerly showcasing his charm, much like a hyena on the savannah seeking a mate. What a pity that Xiaoying was temporarily hospitalized. She was the type of delicate girl who would undoubtedly fear insects. The production team thought, "Only you have something to say." "Han Lu, I often watch your live streams. Honestly, you are far more beautiful in person than on television." Han Lu modestly nodded. "Thank you for the compliment." Xiao Feng turned to Lu Shi, Xiao Shi. Has anyone ever told you that you have a great figure? Lu Shi blushed and smiled. It's all right. Xiao Feng insisted. Do not be modest. It is rare to find a woman whose bosom surpasses my chest muscles.
Surely you must have some assets.
Su Ning thought. What is wrong with this man? His thoughts are as convoluted as his mind. Qin Wan and Lu Chen exchanged glances, both bemused. As Su Ning was busy critiquing him, Xiao Feng had already shifted the conversation back to her. Su Ning, I did not expect a girl like you to be so strong. It must be the result of enduring hardships in the past. If I had met you sooner, I would have ensured you did not suffer. Su Ning exclaimed, What? My strength comes from hardship. In an instant, she covered her mouth, her expression one of astonishment. Xiao Feng, how did you know? I was once a prominent heiress. But my wicked stepmother cast me into poverty. To survive, I had to toil for my strength. Now that I have grown up and become a star, I am determined to enact my revenge on those wicked people. This time, I shall triumph. Xiao Feng listened, dumbfounded, just as he was about to inquire further. Xiao Weining interjected. What revenge plan? Her voice trembled, her complexion pale. Su Ning regarded her with curiosity, unsure of her peculiar demeanor. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan chuckled. Are you both not online? This is just the KFCV Me 50 meme. Xiao Feng chuckled, and Xiao Weining quietly sighed with relief. Oblivious to the intense gazes from Qin Wan and Lu Chen. This seemed somewhat tedious. Lu Shi brought forth a stack of cards. Let us play truth or dare. Each person draws a card, and the one with the highest number wins.
Great.
The others eagerly agreed, leaving Su Ning and her companions with no choice but to acquiesce to the majority. In the first round, Han Lu drew the highest number. Considering Lu Chen had just embarrassed her, she unhesitatingly targeted him. Mr. Lu, do you already have someone in mind for this event? Will you be indifferent to others apart from her? She directed her gaze towards Su Ning, who was munching on fruit. Su Ning picked up a grape. Would you like one? Han Lu nearly choked, and Su Ning promptly stuffed the grape back into her mouth. I will not give you any. Laughable. Is this a child-esque game? They are already flirting, and Su Ning is still stammering. Wife, feed me. The named Lu Chen remained impassive, as if the scrutiny were not directed at him, yet his response was unequivocal. Yes. Is it Su Ning?
100%.
Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, Qin Wan's cool voice interrupted. It seems one question is the limit, right? Han Lu fell silent, as if someone had choked her. Lu Chen, I wish to continue speaking. Qin Wan, you do not wish to. Is this an attempt to prevent Lu Chen from confessing to Su Ning?
All right.
We do not need to add vinegar to the noodles tonight. Vinegar with noodles? What kind of bizarre cuisine is that? Isn't Su Ning just incredibly lucky? First, we have President Qin, and now, President Lu. Lu Chen hasn't even spoken yet. How do we know if he came for Su Ning? He isn't here for Su Ning. Could it be for you? The second round saw Wang Yuan draw the highest number. His cheeks tinged with crimson as he directly asked, Lu Shi, am I your favorite among the 4 male guests? Zhao Sheng has temporarily exited the first episode with He Xiaoying, leaving only 4 male and female guests. Lu Shi's previously smiling face instantly froze. Su Ning observed Lu Shi's reaction pre-question, hee, and post-question, not hee. Who would have thought this young man would be so bold? Lu Shi's gaze unconsciously flitted between Qin Wan and Lu Chen. These two were her targets for the show, endowed with wealth, beauty, and commanding presence. Unfortunately, it seemed Lu Chen had already set his sights on Su Ning, leaving only Qin Wan as a viable option. Even for Qin Wan, she couldn't afford to be overly expressive. Lu Shi quickly regained her composure, shyly covering her cheeks. I've only interacted with you, so of course, I think you're the best. However, we've only spent a day together. It's a bit too early to say I like you. I tend to warm up slowly. Wang Yuan nodded eagerly. I understand. I'll keep trying. Su Ning thought to herself, just afraid that all the effort will be in vain. In the third round, the highest number was drawn by Xiao Weining. A glint of malice sparkled in her eyes as she looked at Su Ning. I want you to kiss Xiao Feng. No way. Both Qin Wan and Lu Chen shouted simultaneously. What a farce. Why must women complicate things for each other? Xiao Weining is going too far. It's just a game. Without some excitement, who would want to watch? Which of the other 3 male guests isn't better than that old lecher Xiao Feng? Xiao Weining, having been teased herself, now wants to ruin it for others? I suspect this is a deliberate setup by the production team. How could kind-hearted Weining do such a thing? The production team. Slander.
Pure slender.
Under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, Su Ning slowly stood up, and Qiu Feng eagerly approached her. Qin Wan firmly grasped Su Ning's wrist, his voice stern and unwavering. "I will not allow this." Xiao Weining retorted. "President Qin, perhaps you should refrain from interfering with others' choices." Su Ning replied, "Indeed, I choose the punishment." "Damn it. If I have to kiss that ugly one, Xiao Weining, you'd better not fall into my hands." Ultimately, Su Ning downed a bottle of beer, her eyes slightly reddening. In the fourth round, the highest number was drawn by Qin Wan. He pondered over the card for a long time while Su Ning waited impatiently, her backside aching from sitting too long and needing to relieve herself from all the beer. Unable to restrain herself, she whispered, "President Qin, just ask what you want. Or are you considering someone for a dare? Surely you don't intend to propose something outrageous, like a kiss or a hug." Su Ning eyed Qin Wan skeptically while he looked at her incessantly chattering mouth, almost blurting out, "Stop talking, just kiss me." But he held back. Qin Wan finally raised his head, his gaze landing on the opposite side. "Xiao Weining, I want you to apologize to Su Ning for your earlier request." Chapter 87. A Chaotic Mess. Upon hearing this demand, Xiao Weining's face flushed crimson as she instinctively shouted, "Apologize? Why should I apologize? Isn't this following the rules of the game? If you can't handle losing, then don't play." Qin Wan's expression remained impassive. Who exactly is incapable of handling loss? Exactly. President Qin is merely adhering to the rules. It's clearly you, Xiao Weining,
Who can't handle it?
It's absurd. One might think Su Ning and President Qin were bullying her. It's not your fault. But if the tea doesn't make sense, then it's your fault. Xiao Weining realized her outburst, but refused to apologize. Instead, she picked up a bottle of wine. "Fine, I'll drink. As she began to pour the wine into her mouth, Lu Qian abruptly intervened. "Apologize." His gaze was cold and piercing, sending a shiver through Xiao Weining. She stubbornly retorted, "I did nothing wrong. Didn't you say you wouldn't concern yourself with me? If you have the ability, just sit there and watch me finish this drink." Lu Chen tightened his grip on the bottle. Just as Xiao Weining was about to drink, Lu Chen snatched the bottle away. "I'll drink this for her." "Help. What is going on here?" So, Lu Chen actually came for Xiao Weining? What about before? It's probably intentional, trying to make Xiao Weining jealous. "Su Ning, can you all play your games without involving me? Everything has turned into a complete mess. Let us just each take a sip." At this point, Su Ning thought to herself, "So thrilling? It turns out it's due to Xiao Weining's alcohol allergy."
Plus,
Since Xiao Weining once saved Lu Chen, he had to intervene. Lu Chen also has his difficulties. Qin Wan, what difficulties does he have? Isn't it all self-inflicted? What debt of gratitude can be repaid with money? If there is, then it's simply that he didn't spend enough. The game had lost its charm at this point. The producer hurriedly stepped in to ease the tension. "Time is running short. Let us prepare dinner in the order of our groups." The first group, Han Lu and Lu Chun, go first. Su Ning sighed with relief. "Good. I don't have to cook. Little Chun, little Lu, hurry and bring out a lavish feast." When the food was served, Su Ning's eyes nearly bulged out. Is this even fit for human consumption? This looks like snow. I'm going to have to become a snow-eating warrior. Qin Wan exclaimed, "What a mess." He then noticed the table filled with unidentifiable ingredients and even more unrecognizable dishes. He could tolerate the charred offerings, but what was that huge pot of deep curry-colored soup, lacking any discernible vegetables and smelling foul? "So incomplainet, it stinks." This is definitely a disaster. I can't possibly eat any of this. Lu Chen and Han Lu were well aware of their culinary skills, their expressions betraying a hint of shame. Xiao Weining was still captivated by Lu Chen's gallant rescue moments ago, and though she found the food somewhat repulsive, she still tried to defend Lu Chen's honor. "Let us just make do with it, shall we? In a few days, I'll cook something delicious for everyone." Su Ning quickly waved her hands. No, I'm not hungry. You all go ahead." Fortunately, I had the foresight to pack a few bags of pickled vegetables.
I can manage with that.
Qin Wan also declined to dine with the others, and once Su Ning had prepared her noodles in her room, he pushed the door open. Su Ning instinctively clutched her bowl of noodles, spotting Qin Wan. Haha, President Qin, would you like a pack too?" "No way. Are you really going to rob me of my limited rations?" Qin Wan replied, "All right, I'm quite hungry. I'll have 2 packs." Su Ning mused. "Who knows when the fish weeps for the water? Who knows my tears? Having you is my good fortune." While upstairs, the noodles remained untouched downstairs. People were rushing to the restroom, not just vomiting below, but also above. As they neared the point of delirium, several of them vaguely caught the delightful aroma of noodles wafting from upstairs. Oh no, this food is toxic. I'm seeing things. The producer caught hold of Han Lu, who had just exited the restroom. Please come with us. We have something good for you. Han Lu, half convinced, entered the room only to find a miniature hotel setup on the table. The producer grinned mischievously. Tonight, you can decide who sleeps with whom in which room. Han Lu's eyes lit up. Really? Indeed. As Han Lu looked around, she quickly scribbled down names for each room, but when she reached the last one, she suddenly dropped her pen and rushed towards the door. The producer grabbed her. What's wrong? You finished writing. Han Lu's face turned beet red. It's just that. My stomach hurts. The producer replied, just hold on. It's probably just gas. Han Lu protested, but I can't hold it any longer. A loud noise echoed throughout the room, leaving the producer dumbfounded. The bet was lost. According to the established rules, each evening, a guest is designated to arrange accommodations for the other guests. Tonight, it is Han Lu's turn to make the arrangements. The outcomes are as follows. Han Lu shares a room with Qin Wan, Lu Shi pairs up with Chiu Feng, Su Ning is with Lu Chen, and Xiao Weining is rooming with Wang Yuan. Upon hearing the producer's arrangements, the expressions of the 8 individuals varied considerably. Qin Wan felt a tightening in his chest and turned his gaze towards Su Ning, who was earnestly indulging in a large watermelon. Huh. Why is this one so seedy? It's utterly unpalatable. All right, everyone may return to your respective rooms now. Su Ning instinctively headed upstairs when the producer called out to her. Su Ning, that presidential suite has already been selected by Han Lu. Su Ning protested. On what grounds? I earned that myself. The producer remained unfazed. That is the rule.
Oh.
Is that so? Su Ning replied with a forced smile. Then I suppose I should have a good chat with everyone about producer Zhang's stories. Let me think. I could regale them with tales of producer Zhang and the village widow Wang that must be told. It is said that at that time, producer Zhang was just an inexperienced young director, full of talent yet overlooked, encountering misfortunes and winding up in a similar fate. During a trip to a water town for location scouting, he happened upon a young, beautiful, and tender-hearted widow. Enough, enough. Producer Zhang quickly interjected.
All right.
That room is yours exclusively. Is that satisfactory? The audience murmured. What is going on? I sense a whiff of gossip. As expected of you, Su Ning. You can forego handsome men, but not an excellent room. So, producer Zhang is quite the flirt, isn't he? Producer Zhang thought to himself. Damn it. How does Su Ning know about those incidents? Just recalling those painful memories made him wish he could vanish into thin air. Back then, he genuinely believed he had found his destined goddess and intended to cherish her for a lifetime, only to be cruelly deceived. The widow was indeed a widow, but she had a powerful brother backing her. That day, he nearly lost everything, including his precious tea.
Su Ning nodded in satisfaction,
oblivious to the resentful glances from the man beside her. So, the room is more important than me, is it? Qin Wan remarked, his tone heavy with grievance. Very well. I shall deduct your salary.
Su Ning exclaimed, No.
Come back. I truly cannot bear it. Upon returning to her room, Su Ning's expression was longer than a donkey's face. Lu Chen asked, do you really not want to share a room with me? He had not overheard Qin Wan's comments and merely assumed Su Ning was reluctant to part with him. At that moment, Lu Chen noticed Su Ning's gaze fixated on the fruit platter on the television stand. What a gigantic peach. I want to eat it, but washing my hands makes me itch. Perhaps I should just hold off. Well, mainly, I'm just too lazy to move.
Ah.
Surely, Qin Wan isn't genuinely considering docking my pay? One mustn't be so petty. It's not like I denied him the presidential suite. As Su Ning pondered, a freshly washed peach appeared before her. What are you standing there for? Don't you want to eat? Chapter 88. A woman cannot say no. Su Ning held the large peach, juices dripping down her face. Thank you, Lu Chen. You are truly a good person. Lu Chen replied, and just like that, I've earned my good guy card. As night deepened, in another room, Chiu Feng, bare-chested and showcasing his well-defined muscles, donned crimson underwear and struck several muscular poses for Lu Shi. Sister Shi, if you're scared to sleep alone in the big bed, just call me anytime. I'll protect you. Lu Shi adjusted her nightgown, revealing her plump thighs, and applied lotion. All right, thank you, brother Chiu Feng. Chiu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Are we really going to have surveillance running all night? I fear the live stream might get shut down. Chiu Feng's skills are still too shallow. Lu Shi is the one who has truly hidden her depth. Surely, all men must favor such a figure? I'm not a man, yet even I can't resist. Xiao Weining and Wang Yuan, each with their affections, communicated little and soon fell asleep. Qin Wan retrieved clothing from his suitcase, glancing at Han Lu, who frequently cast flirtatious glances his way. Could you please step out for a moment? I wish to take a shower. Han Lu bit her lip. Qin, you needn't go to such lengths. I wouldn't do anything to you. Besides, the bathroom has a door.
Qin Wan insisted. Out. All right.
This must be what they call upholding male decorum. Han Lu, there's truly no need. Just now when you showered, Qin didn't utter a word as he left. Do both Lu Chen and Qin Wan only have eyes for Su Ning? What else left to watch in this show? Is the upstairs internet only 2G? Lu Chen clearly has a sight set on Weining. Don't forget that Weining just got featured in a magazine run by Lu Chen. The circle is too chaotic. I can't make sense of it. When Qin Wan finished to shower, Han Lu entered to find him impeccably dressed, reclining on the grand bed. Mr. Qin. Qin Wan set aside his tablet. You sleep on the sofa. I'll take the bed. Unbelievable. Can't you exhibit a bit of gentlemanly decorum? And why on earth are you wearing a suit and running the air conditioning at this hour? This compels me to refer to you as a paragon of male decorum. Look what's on Qin Wan's tablet. The audience's attention shifted to Qin Wan's tablet, revealing a chat log with producer Zhang. Zhang, Mr. Qin, you cannot sleep at the door of Su Ning's room with a blanket. It's simply unreasonable. Qin, what reason? Who set these rules? Why must I comply? Zhang, I assure you, Su Ning and Lu Chen are indeed sleeping separately. Nothing has transpired between them, rest assured. Qin, so? How does that relate to my sleeping at their door? Zhang, as long as you don't go, you and Su Ning can continue to be a team tomorrow, alright? Qin, remember what you said. Does producer Zhang know what your contact name is? I initially thought Su Ning was the one being outrageous, but it seems Qin Wan is not far behind. Mr. Qin, don't believe Zhang's words. I just saw Lu Chen get up to cover Su Ning with a blanket. As we all know, this is a competitive show. Su Ning slept soundly, occasionally kicking off the covers, rolling under the bed, and hanging her head over the edge as if she had been beheaded. Lu Chen, who had been watching her closely, marveled. What a remarkable person. The following morning, Su Ning observed Lu Chen, sporting panda eyes, and earnestly advised. It said that young people should practice moderation. Why are you behaving like Qin Wan? Lu Chen replied. First of all, it's not what you think, and secondly, Qin Wan, I can't believe you are that kind of person. That morning, the guests gathered by the seaside. Producer Zhang wore a sullen expression. He had already witnessed Qin Wan's contact name through the live stream. Today, you may form your own pairs, 2 by 2. Once paired, we will proceed to the next segment, beach combing. Su Ning clapped her hands. Hooray! I was eager to do that, yesterday. Props team. Remember to bring plenty of small lobsters and large octopuses. I love eating them. Producer Zhang responded. There is no props team.
Ha ha ha.
Has Su Ning been watching too many fake beachcombing shows? I don't even want to say. There are those who claim to find king crabs by the seaside. Do they really think I'm a fool?
What?
There are no king crabs by the seaside? Oh, life is tough, Su Ning sighed. One cannot reap without sowing.
What is the point of beachcombing then?
Lu Chen, let us pair up. Xiao Weining had already walked over to Lu Chen, who remained silent, instead focusing on Su Ning, who was muttering to herself. Qin Wan stood before Su Ning. Who would you like to pair with?
Su Ning.
A moment late in her reaction, caught the teasing expression on Qin Wan's face. It seems you have someone else in mind? No. Who else could there be besides you, Qin Wan?
You'll choose me, right?
Qin Wan replied. Otherwise, who? I suppose you are just being coy. Be careful not to lose your wife. Internally beaming with delight while outwardly maintaining an aloof demeanor, Mr. Qin, you truly are a handful. Mr. Lu seems rather pitiful. It appears he intends to invite Su Ning. What invitation for Su Ning? Did you not notice he was specifically waiting for Xiao Weining? Ultimately, Su Ning was paired with Qin Wan, Xiao Weining with Lu Chen, Lu Shi with Wang Yuan, and Han Lu with Jiao Feng. It is well known that gathering seafood requires tools, yet such tools are not readily available to everyone. Producer Zhang approached with a small bucket, a salt shaker, a little shovel, small tongs, and most surprisingly, a tiny spoon. What on earth do we need a spoon for? To photograph crabs? Perhaps it's for scooping seawater to drink as seafood soup. The rules are straightforward. Do you see the floating ball not far out in the sea? Whoever retrieves it first wins. The male and female contestants will compete separately, selecting tools according to their rankings. Su Ning discreetly nudged Qin Wan's arm. Mr. Qin, how proficient are you at swimming? You must be quite adept, right? Qin Wan replied, not bad. Su Ning sighed in relief. That's good. We should at least secure a decent tool. I want a salt shaker. Qin Wan shot her a sidelong glance. Are you incapable? Su Ning instantly straightened her back. A woman cannot claim incapacity. I am quite capable. Just wait, I will absolutely get that shovel. Xiao Weining scoffed. A country bumpkin. Is this her first time seeing the sea? Where does her confidence come from? Lu Shi cast a deep glance at Su Ning and the others from a distance. Chapter 89 Su Ning. If I reveal even a hint, consider it my loss. The men's group prepared to jump into the sea, or rather, to swim, while Su Ning stood on the shore, stretching. The other female contestants cheered on their male teammates. Han Lu, Qiufeng, go for it. If you win, I will go on a date with you. Lu Shi, Yuan, you won't disappoint me, will you? If you win, I might consider sharing a bed with you. But you mustn't overstep. Well, Lu Shi's words caused Wang Yuan to nearly have a nosebleed. Su Ning, dumb. How vulgar. Xiao Weining was also cheering for Lu Chen, her cheeks flushed as she cupped her hands around her mouth. Chinge, if you win, I can grant you a wish.
Wow.
Everyone is so bold. What about Su Ning? Su Ning, say something. Don't you see Mr. Qin is watching you? Lu Shi also looked at Su Ning with curiosity. Sister Ning, aren't you going to encourage Mr. Qin? Don't you care whether he wins or loses? Su Ning was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, and when suddenly called out, she instantly displayed a bashful expression, cupping her face with her hands. Sister Lu Shi, don't you understand? Mr. Qin and I share a deep connection. Everything I wish to say to him is already nestled in my heart, and he has heard it. Right, Mr. Qin? Damn it. You're so meddlesome. Why do you care whether I say something or not? Qin Wan responded. We do share a connection, but I have yet to hear any good words from you. Nevertheless, he graciously nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Shi, I don't believe it.
All right.
Get ready. Begin. At the sound of the producer's whistle, the four men walked into the sea, transitioning to swimming in deeper waters. Chinge, go for it. Chinge, go for it. Wang Yuan, dive in. Qiufeng, don't give up. I believe in you. Su Ning stood on the shore, watching as the four swam further away. Judging by the colors of their swimsuits, Wang Yuan was in last place, and Qiufeng was second to last. The other two were clad entirely in black, even their swim caps matching, making it difficult to discern who was leading from a distance. However, Su Ning was quite certain that Mr. Qin will undoubtedly come in first. After all, while others toil away at work like dogs, he not only endures long hours but also spends 2 hours in the gym during breaks. If his stamina isn't the best, I refuse to believe it. I wonder which woman will be so fortunate as to accompany him in expending that energy in the future. Originally conserving energy and temporarily in second place. Qin Wan remarked, if you say that, then I must win. Soon, Qin Wan surpassed Lu Chen, who silently accelerated. The two were neck and neck, each vying for the lead. The two left far behind exclaimed, wait, have both of them taken performance enhancers? I refuse to accept this. I demand a drug test. In the final second, Qin Wan, leveraging his long reach, was the first to grasp the ball. Lu Chen exclaimed, wow, Mr. Qin, you're amazing. I knew you would win. You were truly handsome, charming, and beloved by all. I almost lost my composure. As soon as Qin Wan reached the shore, he was met with a barrage of compliments from Su Ning. Though he attempted to maintain an indifferent facade, the curve of his lips betrayed him. The producer asked Mr. Qin, what motivated you to strive so hard for victory? Qin Wan replied, I didn't exert myself at all. The producer chuckled, I give you full marks for that act. Now, please select your tools in order. Qin Wan chose the salt shaker as Su Ning requested. Lu Chen selected the shovel, Qiufeng opted for the tongs, and Wang Yuan picked the small fishing net. It was now the women's turn. The female contestants had changed into swimsuits that were either adorably innocent or provocatively sultry, causing the two male contestants to turn green with envy. As for the other two, they sat on the ground as still as statues. What is taking Su Ning so long to change? Sister Ning is finally going for a bold look? She used to wear such beautiful outfits during her trainee days, like a little fairy. Is she trying to make a dramatic entrance, deliberately coming out last? Does she think she'll die if she doesn't pull these stunts? Upstairs, you only dare to say such things when Sister Ning can't see the comments. Look at Mr. Qin. He hasn't even spared a glance for the other 3 female contestants, his eyes fixated on the van. I'm definitely a fan of Su Ning. Their sweetness every day, it's delightful. Su Ning, are you ready with your outfit? The producer was growing impatient. How distinctive must the swimsuit be to require such a lengthy change? Here she comes. This outfit is incredibly difficult to wear. Amidst the eager and disdainful gazes of the crowd, a figure clad entirely in black appeared before everyone. Producer Zhang exclaimed in shock. Who are you? Su Ning replied. It's me. Can't you tell? She pointed to her large eyes. Aren't they round and bright?
How could you not recognize me?
Producer Zhang. Forgive my poor eyesight. Ha ha ha. This is quite the transformation. So, Su Ning, can you tell us about the intention behind wearing this black outfit? Others, reveal as much as you can. Su Ning, if I expose even a little, consider it my loss. Producer Zhang facepalmed in exasperation. Su Ning, why did you choose to wear such an outfit? Su Ning looked at him with a bewildered expression. You wouldn't understand. This is called a shark swimsuit. It fits snugly against the skin, minimizing water resistance. Look, there's even a shark fin on the back. If a shark appears in shallow waters, they'll think I'm one of them and won't harm me. Su Ning turned around, revealing a fin-shaped dorsal protrusion on her back. Incredible. I can't believe I've been persuaded. I found the same swimsuit as Su Ning's. It can't be that she bought it, right? I believe it. I'm placing an order now. It also has the added benefit of providing full coverage, so I won't have to worry about getting sunburned. It is well known that physical sun protection is the most effective. Have you all lost your minds? The sales just hit 999 so quickly. Boss, send the money. Since everyone is ready, then on the count of 3, 2, 1, go. With the producer's whistle signaling the start, Su Ning was the first to bolt forward, though her running was hindered by the swimsuit, resulting in a rather comical sway.
Damn.
This swimsuit is so restrictive. Su Ning's cries were swallowed by the ocean as she began to swim. Laughing so hard, Su Ning's silhouette just now resembled Sun Wukong leaping from the stone. How did you know I made a meme of Su Ning as the stone monkey? Good things should be shared. Qinwan. I can't bear to look. Jiao Weining, unwilling to concede, doggedly trailed behind Su Ning, relentlessly exerting herself in an attempt to surpass her. However, Su Ning swam with astonishing speed, her movements both large and forceful, often drenching Jiao Weining with splashes of water just as she lifted her head to breathe. Damn it! Was she actually drinking Su Ning's footbath? Jiao Weining's face turned a shade of green. Realizing she could not outpace Su Ning, she recklessly grasped Su Ning's ankle, yanking her downwards. If I cannot win, neither shall you. Su Ning, choking on water, caught a glimpse of Jiao Weining's malicious grin beneath the surface and immediately lunged at her, engaging in a tussle. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know what true psychological trauma is. In the midst of their scuffle, Lu Shi swam past Jiao Weining, a glint of cold light flashing in her hand. Chapter 90. I take revenge on the spot. As Su Ning grappled with Jiao Weining, she suddenly noticed the top of Jiao Weining's swimsuit slipping down. Instantly, she reached out to assist, but Jiao Weining widened her eyes, clutching her chest. Su Ning handed the garment back to Jiao Weining and turned to pursue Lu Shi, who was still smiling. Suddenly, a figure clad in darkness charged toward her. Shark thrust. Su Ning collided with Lu Shi's her formidable shark fin, sending Lu Shi into a state of disarray, bubbles escaping her mouth. Han Lu, initially lagging behind, witnessed the other 3 vanish before her eyes, quite literally, and inexplicably found herself as the first to seize the ball. What happened to the race between the tortoise and the hare? Su Ning was hot on her heels, with Lu Shi trailing in third. Jiao Weining, however, came in last, not even managing to grab the ball, as she was preoccupied with holding her bikini in place. Chen Ge, help me tie this strap. Jiao Weining was genuinely on the verge of tears. Lu Chen's fingers hesitated. Rather than assist her, he draped a jacket over her shoulders. Go change into something else. Yet Jiao Weining could hardly contain herself, shouting accusations at Su Ning. It's all her fault. She asked the one who pulled my clothes down. Oh my god. Su Ning is being utterly outrageous. Who knows if Jiao Weining is falsely accusing Su Ning? Is she trying to tarnish her own reputation? Did you not see that Jiao Weining's swimsuit strap indeed fell off? No wonder Su Ning and Jiao Weining disappeared earlier. It turns out Su Ning attacked Jiao Weining. Such a talentless and unscrupulous artist. Chen Ge, you don't believe me?
Do you?
Just ask Lu Shi. She swam right past me and Su Ning. Lu Chen's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Lu Shi, who took a cautious step back, casting a wary glance at Su Ning. I did see Su Ning and Miss Jiao fighting underwater, but beyond that I cannot say. Then that settles it. Who else but Su Ning could have targeted Jiao Weining? Shouldn't we expel someone like her from the competition? Poor Weining, she must be the target of Su Ning's jealousy. After all, Mr. Lu treats Weining so well. Su Ning should be removed from the program.
Yes. Get out.
The queen of female rivalry. Lu Chen shifted his focus to Su Ning, awaiting her explanation. Qin Ju stood silently in front of Su Ning. She wouldn't do such a thing. Jiao Weining yelled. How can you be so certain? You're just covering for her. Why should I accept that? Su Ning let out a cold laugh, stepping up to Jiao Weining and delivering a sharp slap. Because I vent my grievances on the spot, disdainful of such despicable tactics. Su Ning. Jiao Weining was taken aback. You wretched, smack. Another slap followed.
You.
Just as Su Ning was about to strike again, Lu Chen raised his hand to stop her. Don't go too far. Su Ning got head on a bro. Who is truly being excessive here? Am I the one spreading filth on others? Lu Shi, what do you say? Lu Shi struggled to find her words, but Su Ning had already seized her hair. Did you toss the blade into the sea? Do you think everyone is as foolish as Jiao Weining? Can't you distinguish between a strap being severed or torn in a scuffle? Jiao Weining was left speechless. Lu Chen pulled aside the jacket draped over her, and upon closer inspection, it was clear that the strap of her bikini had indeed been neatly severed. Su Ning remarqued. If I had a blade on me, I would have taken a couple of swipes at Jiao Weining during our fight. Would she be in this state, bruised and battered? Lu Shi, for heaven's sake, use your brain and reconsider your poorly conceived plans. So, it was Lu Shi behind this. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. You were just berating my Ning Ning.
Come out and apologize.
Such a wretched person. I have disliked Lu Shi since the first time I saw her. Hurry and kick her out. She flaunts her assets, constantly trying to entice the male contestants. Jiao Weining, why are you still standing there? You should apologize too. Su Ning paid no mind to the reactions around her. She was simply reveling in her triumph. Director, I want that large strainer. The big rake was chosen by Han Lu, so I'll reluctantly settle for a strainer. Later, I'll have Qin Zong scoop sand. I'm too exhausted to do it myself. Qin Ju replied, I thank you. Yet Qin Ju approached the director, whispering a few words. The director, wearing a distressed expression, nodded. The situation was becoming clearer. Lu Chen felt a pang of guilt, addressing Jiao Weining, who was scratching Lu Shi's face. Go apologize to Su Ning. For a brief moment, he did indeed doubt if Su Ning had acted out of turn. Jiao Weining, incensed, retorted, why should I apologize? She hit me first. Are you certain you didn't do something you shouldn't have first? Lu Chen's remark struck a nerve with Jiao Weining, but she remained defiant. I didn't Su Ning attacked me first. Attacking with footbath water doesn't count as an attack. She choked on several mouthfuls.
All right.
Everyone, let us go clam digging. Zhang, the producer, interjected, attempting to mediate. This is crucial for whether we have seafood or plain water for lunch. At that moment, Su Ning was busy searching for small holes by the sea. Although she had never been clam digging herself, she had certainly observed others doing so. Confidently, she told Qin Ju, there must be clams in this hole. With that, she began to dig a large pit and proceeded to sprinkle salt into the small opening. Moments later, a long, slender bamboo clam emerged, which Su Ning promptly seized.
See?
I told you. However, this clam is a bit thin. Not as robust as the ones I saw online. Could it still be immature? Perhaps it's still a juvenile? Qin Ju replied. I hope you're indeed referring to clams. Watching Su Ning gather a plethora of clams, Jiao Weining felt indignant. Chen Ge, let us dig too. I don't believe we can outdo them. Lu Chen glanced at Jiao Weining, who was wielding a small spoon. Is that what you're using to dig? Jiao Weining's face flushed. Placing last was not her fault. It was all Su Ning's doing. Indeed, it was all Su Ning's fault. Had she not fought with Jiao Weining, Lu Shi wouldn't have ambushed her. Why weren't the clams surfacing? Was there not enough salt? Su Ning sprinkled salt into a small hole several times. Meanwhile, Qin Ju, who was sifting through sand looking for clams, remarked, it shouldn't be clams, perhaps it's a type of shellfish. As he reached in to dig, he soon unearthed a large, beautiful shellfish. Su Ning's eyes sparkled, resembling a shattered starry sky.
Wow.
Mr. Qin, you're amazing. You even know this. Her pale face was smeared with mud, her hair disheveled, yet adorned with a broad grin that made her appear delightfully silly, inexplicably causing Qin Ju's heart to skip a beat. Mr. Qin, how long will it take for such a large shellfish to expel its sand before it can be eaten? How do these clams even grow their shells? They're quite similar to bamboo. Qin Ju replied, Thank you, you've stumbled upon my knowledge blind spot. Chapter 91. Her words are equivalent to truth. After 2 hours, Su Ning successfully gathered a bucket of bamboo clams, and several sizable shellfish. The other groups also managed to collect a modest harvest, at the very least managing to pull up some seaweed, which could barely suffice for a meal of seafood. Su Ning remarqued, crispy, crispy, crispy. The seafood is quite fresh, if only it had a little less sand. Qin Wan replied, I can't eat much. I think I'll grab Su Ning a bag of instant noodles instead. In the afternoon, the guests congregated to play a battle royale game, busily selecting their outfits before the match. Su Ning was diligently coordinating her attire. As they entered the countdown interface, the audience immediately noticed 3 figures that stood out in stark contrast amidst a plethora of flamboyant costumes. I'm dying of laughter. President Qin and President Liu are dressed in suits even in the game. Suit-wearing bandits, I love it. Isn't the most jarring sight Su Ning's banana outfit? I've come to understand, Su Ning isn't deliberately seeking attention, she simply isn't quite right in the head. Once the game commenced, Su Ning, upon landing, flitted around chaotically like a headless chicken. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, she was hit twice, and her health plummeted. Help! Where's the shoot button? I've never played this game before. Cornered by 2 pursuers, Su Ning had no choice but to leap into the river.
Oh.
I didn't die. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. Ah. Qin Wan called out, follow me. I've found a vehicle. Su Ning asked, where? Where are you? Qin Wan instructed, check the mini-map. Su Ning retorted, if I could understand it, would I need to dive to dodge bullets? Besides, I think I'm a bit dizzy with this 3D map. Shaking her head, she added, President Qin, I'm counting on you. Qin Wan assured her, all right, give me 10 minutes. From then on, the sounds of gunfire echoed outside, accompanied by guests urging their partners for medkits. Su Ning grew anxious, her gaze fixed on Qin Wan's phone screen. Go, President Qin. There are enemies outside. Be careful. You're so impressive, President Qin. As she observed Qin Wan engrossed in the game, he, too, became more focused, feeling her intense gaze beside him. How did I die? After a considerable time, Su Ning finally remembered she was still submerged. Glancing down, she saw her banana character had no health left. Qin Wan, with enough composure to explain, noted, you still lose health underwater. After all, there's no oxygen in the water. Su Ning responded, oh, ise. What about the ads? Let me watch an ad to respawn. Ha ha ha. Su Ning, you're too funny. What games does Su Ning usually play? Probably Temple Run. Or maybe Honor of Kings. You can cut out to watch a 30-second ad before returning to the game. Don't be ridiculous upstairs. Realizing she couldn't respawn, Su Ning curled up and obediently watched Qin Wan play. Until the final gunshot echoed, Qin Wan successfully eliminated Lu Chen, who attempted to ambush him from behind. The game finally concluded.
Wow.
President Qin, you actually won. That's amazing. Su Ning cheered, clapping her hands excitedly like a seal.
In Juan de Markt.
It's a pity we were 2 minutes over time. The game ended at 12 minutes. Su Ning replied, that's still impressive. First place, out of 100 people. I wouldn't have dared to dream it. I never expected to hear coherent words from Su Ning. When Su Ning isn't acting erratically, she actually seems quite normal. Even reminiscent of a drama's female lead. President Qin, just admit it, you're quite taken with my Ning Ning, aren't you? Qin Wan indeed felt a flutter in his heart, especially when he saw Su Ning's sparkling eyes reflecting only him. He wished that moment could last forever. President Qin, you're so amazing. You must continue to carry me to victory next time. Qin Wan replied knowingly. Xiao Weining observed the intimate interaction between the two. Managing a faint smile, Chen Ge, you were impressive too. You were just a hair's breadth away from first place. Lu Chun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Ning and Qin Wan. That night, the first male guest, Wang Yuan, assigned the rooms, showing a clear preference for Lu Shi, thus unhesitatingly placing himself in a room with her. To avoid offending anyone else, he paired Han Lu and Qiu Feng in one room, Su Ning and Qin Wan in another, and Xiao Weining and Lu Chun in yet another. As night fell, Lu Shi, having toyed with the pure-hearted little puppy, was preparing to sleep when the producer called for her. Moments later, she burst from her room, tearful and knocking on the door of Qin and Su Ning's room. Su Ning, deeply asleep, didn't hear the knocking or Qin stirring. Qin stepped outside to find Lu Shi, her eyes red-rimmed, tears poised to fall. President Qin, I heard from the producer that you're going to expel me from the show. What did I do wrong? Lu Shi nervously tugged at the hem of her nightgown, her legs instinctively pressing together. She was certain that from Qin's perspective, he could see her partially exposed bosom and her soft, plump legs. Not to mention her pitiful expression. No man could resist such a sight. Yet, Lu Shi waited in vain for Qin's response. Cautiously lifting her gaze, she saw him engrossed in his phone, oblivious to her distress. Qin was examining the trending topics featuring him and Su Ning, including images of Su Ning leaning in closer during the game, compliments she had given him, and fan-made memes of their interactions. He saved every interesting image, momentarily unaware of the commotion before him. Lu Shi bit her lip in embarrassment. President Qin, is it about what happened during swimming? I swear it wasn't me. Please believe me. Maybe Su Ning intentionally slandered me, or perhaps Zhao Weining cut the rope herself to frame Su Ning, and when she couldn't implicate her, she turned her wrath on me. I swear it wasn't me. At last, Qin shifted his gaze from his phone, his expression devoid of warmth. Only icy. Does the truth matter? What? Lu Shi was taken aback. First, if you provoke her, you must bear the consequences. Second, her words are the truth in my eyes. Qin pushed open the door, leaving behind a chilling remark. You can choose not to leave, as long as you can accept the consequence of disappearing from the entertainment industry altogether. Lu Shi stood speechless. Qin returned to the sofa, and Su Ning rubbed her eyes as she awoke. President Qin, you're still awake? Why are you up? I'm going to the bathroom. Do you want to come? Qin responded, listen to what you're saying. When Su Ning returned from the bathroom, she found Qin still engrossed in his phone. She approached him. President Qin, are you having trouble sleeping? Would you like me to sing you a lullaby? Chapter 92, Is it a gathering to eat history? Qin set his phone down, gazing at the silly girl before him, clad in dinosaur pajamas with a tail trailing behind her. For a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to pull her into his embrace. Can you really sing a lullaby? Qin smiled faintly. All right, then sing for me.
Wow.
President Qin's smile is so affectionate. I wish for a lifetime of meat and vegetables in exchange for my CP to be full of love every day. Su Ning sings rather well. I still have her songs from her trainee days on my playlist. I want a partner to sing to me too. Late at night, I really start to miss men. Su Ning cleared her throat. Then I'll sing. With that, she casually started the accompaniment. This prelude gives me a bad feeling. This music sounds so familiar. Su Ning, why are you shaking your head? I want to plant a banana tree, laden with all my blessings. If life feels bitter, I'll take you to the seaside to watch the sunrise. A big banana, your feelings are truly marvelous, swaying and floating. Your feelings are enchanting. Su Ning sang with enthusiasm, even swaying her arms in time with the music. All right, a gathering to eat history. Su Ning, do you have a particular fondness for bananas? It's all right, I have a million brothers accompanying me to enjoy it. Impressive, truly miraculous. I implore Sister Ning to accept the divine powers. Alas, I can't sleep at all now. My mind is filled with thoughts of bananas. With great enthusiasm, Su Ning completed the entire song, lowering her head to gaze at Qin, her eyes sparkling with admiration as if she were about to inscribe praises upon her face. Qin remarked, not bad. Aside from being slightly off-key, it is still quite pleasant. Hee, I think it sounds delightful too. Next time you're restless, I shall sing for you once more. Qin replied, that won't be necessary. The following day, producer Zhang announced some news to the guests. Lu Shi has chosen to withdraw from the program due to health concerns, and Wang Yuan will follow suit. He Xiuya and Zhao Sheng have opted to participate in the next season. Therefore, new guests will join us next week. Please look forward to it. Lu Shi is leaving? How sudden. I was hoping to have one more chance to confront her. Su Ning sighed with a hint of regret. Qin interjected. So this becomes my issue.
Then,
the first episode concluded, leaving the audience clamoring for more. Not enough? Chang'e is already nearing its finale. No need to wait, it's utterly tantalizing. Enjoy your secretive delight. You can also check out Wan Ying's Early Summer Rain and Heartthrob Lovers. Don't miss out on President Chen's in Fashion Magazine. The July issue features his inner pages along with a stunning photo of him. And let us not forget our very own President Qin. A glimpse at President Qin's wife. Su Ning, the rising star of the entertainment industry, is a multi-talented idol known for her singing and dancing. Her acting has garnered recognition from numerous industry veterans, and her live streams are characterized by her authenticity. She can scold you, but you cannot scold her. Indeed. She is also the 2021 top scholar in both arts and sciences from Jing City, a reader of the Nobel Prize in Literature, a participant in the billion-dollar lottery, a possessor of golden countenance, a performer of the retreating drum art, and an expert in Control-C and Control-V. Big Ice Teacher, is that you? Laughing to death, Su Ning's fans share her equally concerning mental states. Upon returning to Jing City, Su Ning immersed herself in various work commitments, with the primary focus being the filming of Xianxiaju. Early in the morning, she arrived at the set, greeting the staff warmly. The response was enthusiastic yet tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Puzzled by this, Su Ning chose to observe quietly. As she prepared her makeup while reviewing the script, Director Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable and nudged the assistant director beside him. The assistant director retorted, "What are you doing?" Director Yuan insisted, "You should take the new script to her." "You take it." "I'm not foolish." "You take it." After a brief game of rock, paper, scissors, Director Yuan begrudgingly delivered the script to Su Ning. "Little Su, there are some modifications to the script. Please take a look." "Modifications?" Su Ning accepted the script with confusion and burst into laughter. Is this truly a minor change? It seems entirely unrecognizable. Initially, her character, the protagonist Li Lunan, was to be reluctantly taken in by the Lingyun sect after her parents were slain by the demonic cult, forced to serve as the lowest-ranking disciple while facing bullying from several external sect members. This was meant to showcase her tragic background and indomitable spirit. However, now there was an inexplicable addition of the second female lead intervening in these scenes, with an abundance of lines. If it were just the beginning, it wouldn't be too concerning, but the second female lead continued to intrude into many subsequent scenes, playing a significantly expanded role that felt excessively virtuous. Su Ning, skimming through the script, felt that the second female lead appeared more like the protagonist than the protagonist herself. Observing Su Ning flipping through the script for an extended period, Director Yuan felt both guilty and somewhat displeased. Was it his fault? It was all the doing of the capitalists. In an effort to promote a newcomer, an investment in a minor goal had altered the power dynamics with the financiers. What could a small director like him do? He too felt helpless. "Do you have any comments on the new script?" Director Yuan inquired. "If you have remarks, speak up. I would love to see you two go at it." Su Ning smiled softly. "No, not a single comment." Director Yuan. "Su Ning, if you have the ability to add scenes, you must also have the strength to carry this production. I am curious to see who this newcomer is, capable of overshadowing me. Apologies for my tardiness." A familiar voice rang in her ears as Su Ning looked up. "Huh? Director Yuan, darling?" Su Ning. "Well done with the delivery.
Just don't do it again next time."
Xiao Wanning rushed over, followed by 2 catering carts. "I was delayed due to some matters at home. These coffees and sandwiches are my apologies. I hope everyone can forgive me." "Not at all. Miss Xiao, you are incredibly generous. I happened to skip breakfast this morning. This is just perfect."
Wow.
Miss Xiao is truly affluent. "Thank you, Miss Xiao." The staff, who previously held some reservations about Xiao Wanning, now wore friendly expressions, significantly altering their opinions of her. These individuals, regardless of the drama surrounding additional scenes, were just workers. Who they worked for didn't matter, as long as they could benefit. After Xiao Wanning greeted everyone, she intended to engage Su Ning in conversation, primarily to flaunt herself. However, upon turning around, she found Su Ning had already left the makeup mirror. Looking again, she spotted Su Ning standing in line to grab coffee and sandwiches. "How can you be so shameless?" Xiao Wanning exclaimed. Su Ning, having secured her food, didn't forget to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Ying. Next time, could you arrange for some bacon and egg sandwiches? I adore those."
Get lost.
Chapter 93. What's wrong with being stingy? I recall that you provided work meals to everyone in the last production. Su Ning. Have you prepared any gifts for this crew? Xiao Wanning said with ill intent, having taken advantage of the situation. You don't have any grievances about the current crew, do you? This remark elicited suspicious glances from the others towards Su Ning, some even unfriendly. Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, quickly waving her hands in explanation. That wasn't my purchase. I could never afford such high-end lunch boxes. They cost nearly 100 each. So expensive. The items were arranged by President Qin. Perhaps he wanted to support me, as I just entered the industry. After filming several projects, President Sheen hasn't sent anything since, perhaps thinking my novice protection period has ended. As a worker, I can't demand my boss to open their wallet. Observing Su Ning's words soothed the atmosphere, Xiao Wenning continued her interrogation. And what about yourself? You've filmed so many dramas and taken endorsements. You must have earned quite a bit, right? Are you unwilling to buy something for everyone? Su Ning widened her eyes. I have made some money, but I come from a rural background, 3 generations of poor farmers. I need to save to improve my parents' lives and save for a house in Jing City. Once my 1-year hiatus is over, I will need to return to school, leaving little time to earn money from acting. Yes, I am reluctant to spend money treating everyone to meals and drinks. I am indeed stingy, because every penny I earn is hard-won. Look, my entire outfit doesn't even cost 500. Besides, who knows how long my popularity will last? Oh, I'm not even that popular now. If I get eliminated from the entertainment industry without sufficient savings, how will I survive? Su Ning's heartfelt words resonated deeply, causing the others in the crew to nod in agreement. Indeed, spending money in Jing City is easier than drinking water, especially with her aspirations to buy a home. Additionally, Su Ning's attire was exceptionally ordinary, and many of the staff were dressed better than her, leading them to mistakenly believe that she was genuinely short on funds. The assistant director candidly remarked, I understand, and I too find it distasteful to treat colleagues to meals when it's payday. Why should I be obligated to treat them? They haven't contributed to my work. They merely rely on their seniority to pressure the younger ones. How absurd. Yuan, the director, retorted. I hope you're not referring to me. This brief interlude swiftly passed, and before the filming commenced, Su Ning sent a message to Qinwan, instructing him not to deliver meals to the crew at noon, declaring, I wish to enjoy the common folk's fare. Over and out. Humph. I may choose to spend my own money, but don't you dare impose moral obligations upon me. Qinwan, perplexed by the lack of response, turned to call Yu Fan. In the rest area of the outer disciples of Lingyun's sect, several elegantly dressed female disciples were bullying a tattered, emaciated girl. I asked you to wash my clothes. Where are they? Now I've been scolded by the manager because of you, you wretched creature. Always playing the victim? If it weren't for your deceased parents, with your pitiful lineage, you wouldn't even be fit to clean the latrines for our Lingyun sect. One of the girls added, Hey, my shoes are dirty, clean them. No hands allowed, use your mouth. Despite the relentless bullying, the girl remained silent, neither pleading for mercy nor crying out in pain. Instead, she fixed them with a cold, bloodthirsty glare akin to that of a beast. Yuan, the director, noted, Su Ning's gaze is quite striking. It conveys a powerful essence. The assistant director responded, her acting is undoubtedly top tier among young actors. She possesses not only professionalism, but also a certain spirituality. It's a pity, Yuan interjected. Do not look at me with such eyes. I am not the one altering the script. Besides, Xiao Weining's acting is not necessarily inferior to Su Ning's. What else with that look? Do you wish to fight?
Come on.
I'll make sure to wipe the floor with you, little brat. One of the disciples conjured a fireball, aimed directly at the girl's face, ready to strike. Stop. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing white gauze gown descended from above, actually standing on a pushcart. What are you doing? Xiao Weining, portraying Yu Linglong, admonished sternly. I was patrolling the outer sect and stumbled upon you bullying a fellow disciple. Your actions are a disgrace to Lingyun's sect, tarnishing the reputation of our righteous sect. Do you even remember the rules of our sect regarding fellow disciples? As she spoke, Xiao Weining faltered. The lines were simply too lengthy. Yuan remarked to Su Ning, She memorized more than I expected. I thought she would substitute numbers instead. Sweat beaded on Xiao Weining's forehead, prompting her manager to step in and smooth things over. Weining is just a bit nervous, director. Let us do it again. Shall we? Yuan, with a hint of resignation, agreed, knowing there was no alternative. Regrettably, during the second take, Xiao Weining still failed to deliver her lines flawlessly. The same occurred during the third and fourth attempts. After a considerable struggle, when Xiao Weining finally completed her lines, her expression remained excessively stiff. Resembling a recitation rather than a performance, Yuan could only press his temples and call for yet another take. Frustrated, Xiao Weining exclaimed, Director, I believe my lines are excessively lengthy. There's no need for such grandiloquence. Many phrases are quite superfluous. Terms like sect regulations, camaraderie, and the spirit of justice, these could be trimmed. Su Ning quipped, I didn't expect you to possess such insight. Xiao Weining continued, If you're concerned about the runtime, we can include more close-ups of my character or additional scenes of me soaring on my sword. If all else fails, we could add more scenes of the protagonist in distress. Su Ning. Yuan countered, are you the director? Or am I? Due to Qiao Waning's insistence on condensing her lines, the shooting schedule noticeably lagged. To avoid delaying the overall production, the crew worked late into the night. At this juncture, the crew members regarded Qiao Waning with palpable resentment. Su Ning mused, it seems that sugar-coated bullets may not always be effective. Their shelf life is rather short. As the day wrapped up, Su Ning searched around but found no sign of Yu Fan. Instead, she received a call from Qinwan. Come to the entrance. Su Ning jogged outside, spotting a black Rolls-Royce flashing its lights at her. Qin, what brings you here? Just passing by? Qinwan, observing the jovial woman beside him, suddenly turned serious. I'm here to pick you up. Su Ning was taken aback for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. Qin, you're joking, right? Before he could finish speaking, she pressed his head down. Wait a moment, the crew is coming out. If they see us, it'll surely lead to misunderstandings. And misunderstandings are one thing, but they'll remember the work meals you provided. I refuse to be the scapegoat here. Don't you agree, Qin? Qinwan replied, yes. But it's not a misunderstanding. Chapter 94. Ingzheng eats peppercorns, and it's a struggle. Su Ning's interruption instantly dissipated the previously amiable atmosphere, leading Qinwan to sigh. I heard the script has been altered? Su Ning cheerfully nodded. Indeed, my role as the lead has been downgraded to supporting. Qinwan questioned. And you're happy about this? Are you out of your mind? I will apply pressure on the crew. If necessary, I'll withdraw. Su Ning quickly intervened. Please don't. Although the script has been transformed into a disaster, it does have its benefits for me. Firstly, I have fewer lines to memorize and fewer scenes to appear in, yet my pay remains unchanged. That's a reduction in burden. Secondly, in a subpar production, even slightly better acting can stand out, especially since my skills are exceptional. Those audiences and critique bloggers will undoubtedly praise me to the heavens. Lastly, as a newcomer, it's entirely normal to shoot one or two mediocre productions. Who hasn't he faced financial constraints at some point? Ultimately, it's advantageous for me, so rest easy, Qin. Surprised by Su Ning's thorough consideration, Qinwan began to see her perspective. It wasn't entirely a negative turn of events. I must admit, this does put you at a disadvantage. However, I will increase your share of the profits by 10%. Originally, Su Ning's contract stipulated a 60-40 split with the company, she taking 60 and the company 40, which was already quite favorable, as most newcomers face a 20-80 or 30-70 split. Now, with Qinwan promising additional compensation, Su Ning's smile widened. Qin, have you eaten? Allow me to treat you. Sure. Qinwan mused that Su Ning still retained a shred of conscience, and he was then led into a noodle shop specializing in cold noodles. Despite its unassuming appearance, the food was delectable. Primarily, the portions are generous and the prices reasonable.
Boss.
I'd like an order of meat buns with green peppers and a serving of beef noodles. Qin, please order whatever you like. Today, all expenses are on me. Su. Su Ning proudly puffed out her chest, while Qinwan gazed at her, his dark eyes glimmering with intrigue. All right, then I want to hold back. Thus, Qinwan ordered 5 meat buns and 5 servings of noodles, 4 of which were to be packed for later. Su Ning remarked, to eat and take away. Quite the deal. Thankfully, I'm financially secure now. Otherwise, I would be in tears. Seated in the quaint eatery, they remained oblivious to a group of young girls behind them, whispering excitedly. Hey, isn't that Su Ning? Yes, that must be her. And the one beside her is Qin, right? I can't believe they're so down to earth. I want to ask for an autograph.
Count me in.
The girls stealthily snapped photos of the duo and posted them on Weibo. Aw. It's my first time seeing a big star in person. I can't believe they're eating meat buns and noodles. They look even better in real life than on screen. So thrilling. Although they didn't mention Su Ning or Qinwan by name or tag them, the posts quickly drew attention. Teacher, where's my Zihan? Please provide a detailed address. I want to run into them. Qin is here too, late at night. I knew these two weren't pure-hearted. This is such a place Su Ning would visit. Is the meat bun delicious? Su Ning has a penchant for meat sandwiches, and so do I. Thus, I am equivalent to Su Ning. Ning can't afford anything decent to eat. No worries. I shall treat you. My address is just upstairs. You've already thrown your abacus beads in my face. This Weibo post quickly ascended to trending status, and the crew of Xiaoyaoju remarked upon seeing the images, Su Ning truly lacks funds. President Qin is indeed stingy. Concurrently, Xiaoyaoju capitalized on the buzz by releasing a wave of character stills, tagging each lead actor.
Wow.
Our Ning Ning has truly made it as the female lead. Qiao Weining is the second female lead. Does this mean she and Su Ning are a duo? The male lead is our Zhang Jing, a star brimming with sexual tension, just so you know. Wait, ISNT this incorrect, teacher? If Su Ning is the first female lead, why is her poster positioned in the second row, first spot? Exactly. Why is Qiao Weining's poster placed in the center? Moreover, in the collective poster, Su Ning appears smaller than Qiao Weining. How absurd. Perhaps the images were just randomly placed without much thought. You fans should let it go. Now you're even quarreling over poster positions and sizes. That's too far. Why can't we argue? If you co-author a paper with others, covering a theme you conceived, sourcing the materials, conducting the experiments, pouring in the most effort, would you be content to be relegated to the second author? Stop talking. I'm getting angry already. What has our Weining done to deserve this? She didn't request for her poster to be placed there. Right. Weining should not bear this blame. As Qiao Weining scrolled through the comments, she felt a strange vibe. Unsure, she looked again. It turned out her fans were indeed the ones arguing. The comment section was in chaos, and Yuan Dao, under pressure from investors, had to privately message Su Ning. Su Ning, could you please retweet the promotional post? If possible, say you've seen the layout already and found no issues, and ask your fans not to be too agitated. Su Ning, upon receiving this WeChat message, chose to leave him hanging for half an hour before responding in a mock-serious tone. Sorry, director, my Weibo has been confiscated by the company. They fear I might post something chaotic. Yuan Dao, then could you inform the operations team? Su Ning, sure. As she spoke, she showcased the chat content to Qin Wan. Mischievously winking, President Qin, it's your time to shine. Qin Wan took the remaining 4 meals from the staff and promptly called the operations director. Moments later, he sent Su Ning a screenshot of their conversation. Upon seeing it, Su Ning chuckled and forwarded the screenshot to Yuan Dao. Sorry, director, President Qin disagrees. Yuan Dao opened the screenshot to find a chat log between the operations director and Qin Wan. Operations director. President Qin. Su Ning just mentioned she wants to retweet the promotional Weibo to clarify for the crew. Qin Wan. So she wishes to yield to others, believing that suffering is a blessing? Operations director. More or less. Qin Wan. Then I wish her blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. Operations director. So, will the Weibo still be posted? Qin Wan. Feel free to post it. If it costs you a salary, consider it my loss. Operations director. Forget it. Forget it. Just pretend I was talking nonsense. Su Ning once again apologized to Yuan Dao, who hurriedly replied, It's all right, it's all right. You're also under a lot of pressure. I understand this situation has been unfair to you. We workers truly have it tough, caught in the crossfire.
Sigh.
Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. She could almost visualize Yuan Dao sighing dramatically through the screen. Qin Wan, are you happy now?
Su Ning,
You wouldn't understand. This is called retreating to advance. No work, no grievances, and no complaints from colleagues. It's like Ing Zheng enjoying peppercorns, utterly victorious. Observing Su Ning's quirky demeanor, Qin Wan felt a peculiar urge. Despite trying to restrain himself, he could not resist ruffling her hair. How come you're so clever? Su Ning. What the heck? How did I detect a hint of affection in President Qin's tone? It must be an illusion. It must be. Qin Wan, are you allergic to romance? Chapter 95. With a character like you, Mate Wan discount vouchers wouldn't dare inflate. My son is now accomplished. As Qin Wan returned home, he was met with the keen gaze of his parents and 2 older brothers. Qin mother, I saw the trending topic. TSK. A young couple sneaking out for a late-night snack. But you, why are you coming back at this hour? Playing the role of Liu Xiaohui?
Vinye, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri.
I thought my little brother was still oblivious. Seeing you like this really warms my heart. Qin Feng. Keep it up. When do you plan to get married? Let your brother know. I'll help arrange it. Qin father, with a stern face. What nonsense are you spouting? He then turned to Qin Wan with a gentler demeanor. Dad knows it's not that quick. However, you two should be getting to know each other well. At the right time, bring her home for us to meet. Qin Wan, don't be too ridiculous. He placed the takeaway food on the table. Qin mother, what is this? Qin Wan, Su Ning treated me, so I brought some back for you all. Qin Yi eagerly tore open the packaging. Not bad. You've really started living off soft rice. Qin Feng, you shouldn't let a woman spend money. Saying this, he took one portion for himself. Qin father and Qin mother each took a portion, excitedly discussing what gift they should return to Su Ning. In the evening, Qin mother found Qin Wan, who was processing documents in his study. What are your thoughts now? Qin Wan removed his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his nose. What aspect are you referring to? About little Su. Qin Wan paused in his actions, then his eyebrows curved slightly. I share the same thoughts as you. However, the road ahead is long and arduous. Before bedtime, Su Ning habitually picked up the script to review the next day's plot and lines. At that moment, her phone buzzed. A WeChat user named Won the World, Lost You, with an avatar of Jizun Bao, located in Andorra, sent her a message. Su Ning, is your absence from school because I rejected you? You can come back now. Indeed, woman, you piqued my interest. Su Ning widened her eyes. Who are you? Stop pretending. You think this tactic of yours will work on me? Let me tell you, it won't. Su Ning was utterly baffled. Who on earth is this? Damn it. I usually don't change contact notes, and now I have no idea who this is. Ning Ning. Patting your head, it's not that I deliberately rejected you. It's just that you were too ordinary back then, oh dear. Dressed plainly, even a bit dowdy, walking with your head down. I am, after all, a child of a wealthy family. How could I accept someone like you? But now it's different, getting closer, inhaling your sweet scent, seeing you on TV, young, beautiful, vibrant, and brimming with confidence. This is the image I adore. So, Su Ning, I'm giving you an opportunity. A chance to step into my heart, blushing but offering you roses. Su Ning, get lost, get lost. Someone like you better behave yourself if you don't want to be a discount voucher. The other party immediately retorted that X Group is a trash app and that they never order from there. Oh dear, facepalming. It seems others were right. Even after becoming a star, that air of poverty hasn't he left you. But fear not, with me around, I will help you correct that, smiling with affection, patting your head. As soon as the message was sent, the reply was a bright exclamation mark along with damn it, encountered a fool, initiating friend verification. And you are not their friend.
Damn.
You want to play hard to get with me, huh? Woman. I'll make you realize just how significant a loss it is to lose me. The next day, Su Ning arrived at work brimming with resentment. Although she often enjoyed being quirky, that did not mean she wished to encounter someone even quirkier than herself. It was not like they were mentally ill patients discussing their conditions. Yet, while filming, she had to deal with the ever-stuttering Qiao Weining. Su Ning's face was dark as a thundercloud. This scene depicts her stealthily tracking the members of the sect and infiltrating the Phantom Valley in search of the elusive spirit-soothing herb. However, she unexpectedly encounters the Lingyun sect and other factions vying for the inner cores of spirit beasts. In a bid to avoid detection, she hides in an icy water pool. Although the pool is not genuinely frozen but merely filled with dry ice, Su Ning has been submerged intermittently for half an hour and is feeling quite uncomfortable. At this rate, she might suffer from hypothermia. Just as Qiao Weining is once again interrupted during filming, Su Ning can no longer restrain herself and emerges from the water, exclaiming, "Enough! I refuse to continue." Qiao Weining retorts, "What do you mean?" Su Ning replies, "Literally what I said. Surely, you cannot be so incompetent as to forget even 100 words of dialogue while dragging everyone else into repeated retakes. I am beginning to suspect that you are doing this deliberately, either to bully me or the other actors. How else can one explain such foolishness?" Qiao Weining counters, "You are talking nonsense. Do you think these lines are easy to memorize? Do you think this scene is simple? It requires fighting while speaking. Oh, is it truly that difficult?" Su Ning casually picks up a branch and strides over to the others. "Come on, let us perform it as we did before. I will play the role of Yu Linglong." The other actors, who had been harboring grievances against Qiao Weining but dared not voice them, particularly those closer to her, clearly noticed her smirking when the scene was halted. Perhaps she is indeed deliberately causing trouble. At this moment, they are more than willing to support Su Ning. However, they are also anxious about whether Su Ning can truly deliver a commendable performance. They fear that if she falters, it would provide Qiao Weining with an excuse to prolong their arduous retakes. When the instigator makes a move, Su Ning, accompanied by several fellow disciples, swiftly retaliates, twirling gracefully and executing a stunning display of swordplay. She kicks aside an assailant and deflects another steel whip aimed at her companions, declaring, "Ah, you of the Tianyuan sect. You publicly proclaim to be a righteous sect, yet secretly engage in the despicable act of seizing others' hunting spoils. Through the camera lens, director Yuan observes Su Ning's performance, nodding in approval. I never anticipated that this girl had memorized the lines of others as well. The assistant director adds, indeed. Her execution of the movements is exceptionally high. She clearly possesses innate talent. Meanwhile, Qiao Weining, watching in frustration as those around her praise Su Ning, interrupts with irritation. Enough. What is so impressive about this? If you can do it, so can I. Director, let us reshoot now. I assure you it will pass this time. Su Ning responds. You think we can simply reshoot because you say so? Why should I trust you? I'm telling you, I'm done. I've been in this water too long. And now I feel unwell. I might catch a cold. I need a break. Chapter 96. Is the CPI ship going to be? You claim to be unwell. Yet you appear perfectly fine now. Qiao Weining is exasperated. Are you being unreasonable? Su Ning is indeed not inclined to engage in rational discourse with her. And you think that just because you claim you can do it, you actually can? On what grounds should I trust you? What do you intend to do? Su Ning has been waiting for Qiao Weining to say that you will practice, and in front of all of us, perform that segment 10 times, all by yourself. Practice makes perfect, far better than your attempt at luck to get it right in one go. Why should I? Qiao Weining shouts in outrage. Su Ning glansbuk. You can choose not to practice, and I can choose not to act with you, wasting everyone's time and tormenting us all. If you can do it, so can I. She had no intention of torturing anyone else, merely targeting Qiao Weining. Yet, she cannot let the others know, for they too have suffered through multiple retakes. Should they realize her intent, they would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards her. Qiao Weining falls silent. Su Ning turns to Director Yuan. Director, I will go change my clothes. Let us postpone this scene for today and film other parts instead. The director feels a headache coming on, surrounded by a cadre of difficult personalities. However, in comparison, Su Ning presents a far more favorable impression. He is unaware of the feud between Qiao Weining and Su Ning, but he recognizes that hindering the filming schedule is unprofessional. Moreover, Qiao Weining's skills are significantly inferior to Su Ning's. Since you are lacking, you ought to practice more. Very well, let us film the other parts. Qiao Weining, you are in poor form. Take 2 days off. 2 days should suffice for you to adequately prepare for the upcoming scenes. Qiao Weining is indignant, storming off in a huff. She turns to call her brother, cousin, they are all bullying me. At that moment, Xiao Yuanlin is being besieged by the investors of the production team. He does not know who leaked the footage from the past few days on set to the other investors. But Qiao Weining's subpar and somewhat foolish performance has not gone unnoticed. Even the filming conditions from that morning have been sent to everyone's phones. In the investor group chat, what is happening? Young Master Qiao, we gave you face by allowing Qiao Weining to be cast as the second female lead and even added scenes for her, only for her to perform like this? Yes. Although you have invested significantly, a day wasted in the production is still a waste of money. With so many people needing their wages and the rental costs of the venue, it is a financial burden. We took a risk letting an inexperienced actress play the second female lead. At this point, we would rather forfeit that investment. Qin Wan interjects. Shengshi has invested 50 million in this production. If the crew continues to perform this way, I will have no choice but to withdraw my funding. Su Ning will also be removed from the project.
Please no.
President Qin, if you withdraw, then I will too. Me too. I only invested because of Shengshi and President Qin. If you withdraw, then I won't invest a penny. The investors are vocal in their grievances. And Xiao Yuanlin feels the pressure mounting. That target is not something he can achieve alone. He has borrowed quite a bit from his older brother, second brother, and parents. He is counting on this production to make a substantial profit. Realizing this, Xiao Yuanlin lowers his voice. Ing, stop causing trouble. If this continues, I cannot protect you. Qiao Weining is taken aback. What do you mean? You have targeted Su Ning enough during this time. Haven to you? Once you have calmed down, focus on filming properly. Use your acting skills to outshine Su Ning and earn the admiration of everyone. I believe you can do it. With that, Xiao Yuanlin hangs up, needing to placate the other investors. Having invested so much, now retracting from the project would mean at least a loss of 10 to 20 million. He cannot bear to lose that much money. Holding her phone, Qiao Weining remains in a daze for a long while. Over the next 2 weeks, she surprisingly begins to take her acting seriously. Though her skills still do not meet director Yuan's expectations, her attitude is commendable. 2 weeks later, the second episode of Heartbeat-Pounding Romance officially commences filming.
Wow.
Finally, it has begun. I've been eagerly awaiting this for so long. I suggest changing it to weekly updates. No, daily updates. I wonder what the new guests will be like. I'm a bit excited. Anyone will do, as long as they don't bring someone in red underwear to blind my eyes. In front of the bus, producer Zhang waves to the returning guests. This episode features two mysterious guests, one male and one female, who are already waiting in the bus. Everyone, hurry and go greet them. Su Ning stands at the back of the line, yawning widely. Qinwan asks, didn't he sleep well? Su Ning shakes her head, not really. Every morning when I wake up, I feel an overwhelming urge to take a nap. You wouldn't understand. Who could compete with you, a workaholic? The guests board the bus one by one, with Xiao Weining entering first. When Lu Qin steps inside, she eagerly waves at him. However, he chooses a random seat in the back by the window instead.
Ugh.
This shouldn't be called heartbeat-pounding romance. It should be superficial harmony, divergent dreams. I hope the new guests will add some romantic tension to the show. At this point, I have no expectations. As long as they are normal people, that is sufficient. As it turns out, disappointment is the norm. As Su Ning stepped onto the bus, she occupied the front seat. A man, adorned in flamboyant attire, sunglasses perched on his nose, a garish shirt, and shorts, stood up. Su Ning, are you excited to see me? He exclaimed, removing his sunglasses and throwing a self-assured wink in her direction.
Who are you? Su Ning replied, her tone indifferent.
Enough, he retorted, fists clenched and his eyes reddening with emotion. Madam, the game of seduction ends here. It is my honor to stand before you in this humble manner, tall, straight, and handsome. I have taken the first step in pursuing you. Now it is your turn. He smirked, but I'm not so easily conquered. The other guests looked on in bewilderment. Oh, so you are the infamous brother parenthesis. Su Ning exclaimed, her surprise evident. You actually speak like this in real life?
What?
Do these two have a backstory? Is this man unwell? Is this how parenthesis literature is utilized? Her delicate fingers covered her cherry lips in shock, her round eyes widening like a soft, startled bunny. You startled me. Overwhelmed by the front row. He, a high-pitched laugh, distorted, sinister crawling, high-pitched laugh, distorted, sinister crawling, high-pitched laugh, distorted, sinister crawling, high-pitched laugh, distorted, sinister crawling. Another unserious guest joins the fray. A woman in a flowing white dress stood up, smiling at the crowd. Hello everyone, my name is Shen East Qinwan. Do you remember me? Qinwan glanced at her, confusion evident on his face.
Who are you?
Shen Yi hesitated, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. It's perfectly understandable that you don't remember. We were so young back then. After my parents moved away for business, I went with them. Even though it's been nearly 20 years since we parted, I still recall you, especially how you protected me from those wild dogs. A new storm has arrived. Oh no. The CPI ship is entangled with the new guest? Is this a recipe for disaster? Su Ning blinked, her eyes darting between the two. What a classic tale of childhood sweethearts, forced apart, with one party suffering amnesia. Qinwan remained unflustered. Oh, I remember now. That was the time you were holding a sausage, attracting those wild dogs. I told you to throw it away, but you refused and ran behind me, nearly causing me to be bitten. Chapter 97. A back hug for Su Outyen. Su Ning was the first to succumb to laughter, followed closely by the others. They had anticipated a deep, tragic romance, only to discover a personal grievance instead. Shen Yi's expression turned a shade awkward. She had believed Qinwan had gallantly chased away the wild dogs for her sake. After all this time, memories had faded. Biting her lip, Shen Yi swayed slightly, resembling a willow in the wind. I didn't intend to trouble you. I still remember our time together in kindergarten when others mocked my weight, and you were the one who stood up for me. Qinwan, you saved my life. I came on this show to express my gratitude.
In Huan,
Seemingly oblivious to her heartfelt gaze, responded coldly, all right, I acknowledge your thanks. Now, please withdraw from the competition. This is absurd. Shen Yi, sending you love lasers. Qinwan declined. Did you see that? That is what we call a model of masculinity. Qin, you are the reincarnation of Tang Seng. Brother parenthesis interjected. Child, heed my advice. Avoid love, sighing with a rueful smile, for when flowers fall with intent and waters flow without feelings, the only one to suffer will be yourself. Too bad my heart belongs elsewhere. Otherwise, I would offer you some comfort.
Su Ning quipet.
Am I allowed to slap this jerk? Permission granted. Haha, this is hilarious. Her large, bright eyes turned into crescent moons, cascading hair spilling over her shoulders. Her figure resembling a delicate willow in the breeze, her cheeks flushed with excitement, a smile playing at her lips. All right, this joke can be set aside. I will definitely be up all night dissecting this drama. Xiao Weining, intrigued, turned to the new guest, resting her arms on the back of her chair. What is your name, newcomer? Su Ning replied, I know. It S1 the world. Lost you. Ha ha ha. What a melodramatic name.
No.
It should be lost everything to the tower.
Stop pretending, Su Ning.
You know my name well. You've written it in your notebook hundreds of times.
Oh.
Are you Li Hua, Mike, or Tom? It's me.
Suatian.
Su Ning retorted. Li Hua sounds even better. Can it get any more absurd? This is hardly romantic. Xiao Weining interjected, her eyes sparkling with gossip. So, you say Su Ning likes you? And she has written your name in her notebook? Where's the evidence? Su Ning chimed in, I'd like to know as well.
Suatian skop.
That's easy. In the elective class we shared, she kept glancing back at me and scribbling nonstop in her notebook. I, maintaining a calm facade, focused on the blackboard, knew all too well. It's just my irresistible charm at play. Xiao Weining gasped in surprise. Is that for real? Su Outyan puffed up with pride. Ask her if it's true. All eyes turned to Su Ning, whose expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, she admitted, that did happen.
Wow.
Xiao Weining covered her mouth in astonishment. I didn't know you were so sentimental, Su Ning. But doesn't that mean you're straddling two boats? Shini shook her head disapprovingly. Girls should be a bit more devoted. Do boys not need to be?
Su Ning konteret.
Moreover, I haven't finished speaking. Why are you two so eager to interrupt? It's as if the emperor isn't anxious, yet the eunuchs are. Xiao Weining. Shini. I turned to look at him, because I wanted to identify the fool who took my seat, forcing me to sit in the front row and be called on by the teacher. The most embarrassing part was that I couldn't answer. As for writing on the paper, I was actually cursing that fool. I'll find my notebook and show you all. The production team better be ready with the censoring. Director Zhang exclaimed, just how vulgar were your curses? Su Aotian was taken aback. I don't believe it, biting his lip, tears welling, a hint of a sob escaping his lips. Su Ning, you're deceiving me. If you insist on this, don't blame me for retaliating. His gaze sweeping the room, his narrow, deep-set eyes locking onto a target. It's decided, I will pursue her. After all, I can tell she has feelings for me too, raising an eyebrow, flashing a charming smile. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked me so many questions about love just now. Su Ning, prepare to regret this. Su Ning replied, fine, then turned to Xiao Weining, your husband. Xiao Weining shot back, your husband. Though Xiao Weining was eager to witness the spectacle, she had no intention of involving herself, immediately turning to scold Su Outyan. You've got a case of love delusion. Don't you? You think everyone likes you? Su Outyan brushed back his hair, with a casual flick. Stop pretending, beauty. I understand perfectly. You understand nothing. Brother Chun. Look at him. He is slandering me. Lu Chun, ever perceptive, preemptively donned a blindfold. Su Ning quipped. Just like the husband in the harem drama. Sleeping soundly while being entered. Lu Chen, In Huan. He. The bus journey concluded at a quaint countryside farmhouse. Within the charming courtyard, a long table laden with an array of delectable dishes awaited. Su Ning was the first to rush over, eager to begin the feast. A lack of enthusiasm for food indicates a problematic mindset. Director Zhang interjected, I understand your eagerness, but hold on. The meal comes with conditions. Everyone must complete the tasks assigned by the production team before indulging in the grand feast, otherwise. Zhang's gaze settled on a small table in the corner, upon which sat a grotesque array of food. To put it simply, it resembled swill. With a chuckle, Zhang distributed task cards to each participant. Su Ning opened hers to find the instruction. Give Su Aotian a back hug, are you okay? Are you alright? Xiao Weining expressed her affections to Chiu Feng, receiving a response in kind. Qin Wen encouraged Han Lu to display a genuine smile. Lu Chun intertwined his fingers with Su Ning's in a tender clasp. Su Aotian serenaded Xiao Weining until she bestowed upon him a favorable review. Shen Yi devised a strategy to earn Qin Wan's princess carry. Han Lu fed Lu Chen a can of beer. Xiu Feng prompted Shen Yi to agree to a date with him. The audience watching the show exclaimed, can I say that every task was beyond my expectations? What is this, a mishmash?
Zhang.
You really know how to stir things up. Internally, Zhang lamented, which dating show has failed to pair a single couple by this point. let alone create even a hint of romantic tension? Many viewers were shipping Su Ning and Qin, yet the latter seemed oblivious to his feelings for her, appearing blissfully unaware like a single fool. Su Ning, Hachu.
Who called me that?
Zhang. The time limit is half an hour. Everyone, hurry and complete your tasks. Those who forfeit can go directly to eat swill at the other table. Su Ning, you mentioned swill, right? You said it. No way.
Today.
I'll be binding Su Outyen, and I will complete this task. Chapter 98. Laughing until one's stomach ached. Everyone speculated on who would be the first to finish their task, only to be surprised by an unexpected outcome. Qin approached Han Lu, causing her heart to race. Although she had prepared herself for the indifference of the wealthy participants prior to the second season, she could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation at Qin Wan's approach. Shengshi holds shares in your contracting website. For the next month, I will ensure they boost your exposure. Your traffic will be at least 5 times what it is now. Upon hearing this, Han Lu's heart exploded in a burst of fireworks. 5 times. She beamed with excitement and joy. Observing this, Qin Wan turned to the producer. Does this count as completing the task? Zhang was left speechless. I meant for you to use your charm, not to throw money around. Yet it was evident that the latter had yielded faster results. Indeed, Qin Wan was the first to complete his task. Stunned, my friend. Qin is unleashing his cash prowess. Wait, how does this relate to a dating show? This just capitalism throwing money for privilege, a truly ugly facade. Come on, even if Qin is wealthy, Shengshi's benefits surpass those of over 99% of companies. What do you know? Being the first to complete the task is due to Qin's hard work. It's all about the formula. Han Lu, too, did not anticipate such an outcome, leaving her somewhat flustered. Qin Wan, I always fulfill my promises. All right then, Han Lu felt a surge of happiness. In comparison to men, money held greater significance. After all, no matter how hard this man worked, he was still beyond her reach. The second to take initiative was Qiao Weining. She approached Qiao Feng, who was attempting to cultivate a rapport with Shen Yi. Qiao Feng, could you come here for a moment? I have something to tell you. Oh, sure. Dressed in a pink top adorned with a black bow and a coffee-colored ruffled skirt, her hair styled in a side braid, Qiao Weining exuded an air of purity and charm. Feeling bashful, she fidgeted with her hands, nervously tracing circles with her toes on the ground. Actually, from the first moment I saw you, I thought you were a wonderful man. Strong and robust, you exude a sense of security. Qiao Feng, puffing up with pride, you truly have an eye for talent. He then struck a flexing pose, showcasing his muscles while turning his back slightly. Look at these muscles. If you're my brother, come and challenge me. Qiao Weining, are you out of your mind? Despite this, she suppressed her urge to rebuke him and continued to express her feelings. I know you're great. Among all the male contestants, I feel the strongest connection to you. It's strange. I'm just playing along. Qiao Feng, is that true? I think you're quite impressive too. In Qiao Weining's gleeful gaze, Qiao Feng raised 3 fingers, one by one letting them drop. Though you may not be as beautiful as Su Ning, or as mature as Han Lu, and you certainly lack the gentleness of the newcomer, you're still quite good. So, do you want to ask me out? I'm giving you this opportunity. Ha ha ha. Qiao Weining's moves were fierce, but in Qiao Feng's eyes, she was in last place. You even managed to rhyme. Poor Qiao Weining. She was already humiliated by Shen, and now she's being belittled again. But this does count as completing a task, right? Qiao Feng did respond to her. Qiao Weining did complete her task, yet she was filled with rage, particularly furious, shaking with indignation. Without hesitation, she kicked Qiao Feng in the shins, causing him to stumble and fall. Qiao Weining, you're the one in last place. A dim-witted brute with brawn but no brains.
Su Ning, well then.
You're so enraged that you can't even form a coherent sentence. Qiao Feng, bewildered by the kick, protested, wait. You can insult my intelligence, but you can't insult my fitness achievements. Shen Yi hastened to Qiao Feng's side, her fair and delicate face etched with concern. Are you alright? Qiao Feng, if I'm fine, I'll eat some Lulu plums. Shen Yi reached out her hand to help him up, but he knelt on the ground, suddenly cupping his face and blinking his eyes. Miss Shen, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? The burly man's playfulness was somewhat beyond Shen Yi's comfort zone. Yet, she had to maintain her gentle and composed persona and could not outright refuse. It's a simple matter, just say yes or no. Shen Yi managed a strained smile. As long as you don't ask me to do anything strange. Within my capability, I will try to help. Xiao Feng stood up abruptly, calling out to Zhang. I completed the task. Shun Yi agreed to go on a date with me. Shun Yi. Xiao Feng looked at her with innocent eyes. Right. It's just a date. Not asking you to commit murder or arson. It's quite simple, isn't it? Shun I'd rather you ask me to commit murder or arson. Cornered. Shin Yi felt compelled to accept this unwelcome fate. At that moment, Su Outyen confidently approached the still fuming Qiao Weining, brushing aside his thin bangs. Oh dear. Sweet little princess. Who has upset you? He placed a hand over his mouth and cleared his throat, formally bowing as a gentleman. Allow me to serenade you to lift your spirits. Qiao Weining, no need. Encountering a fool was already bothersome enough, and now here was another. Su Outyen. Oh, little rascal, don't be insincere, then I shall sing. To die together, to love you until death, let us perish together. Su Ning, what on earth is this? Su Outyen singing is already unbearable. And now he is singing this nonsense. It's a dual assault on the senses. Isn't this a dating show? My mother just looked at me as if I were crazy. I was just knocked out, and I can't believe everyone is talking so much now. As Su Outyen sang the lines, even your excrement, I could consume in large bites. Qiao Weining's expression morphed from irritation to a blend of despair and suffocation. She had reached her limit, and in a fit of frustration, she slapped Su Outyen twice. Get the hell out of here. If you want to eat excrement, go to the bathroom and do it. Eat to your heart's content. No one will compete with you.
Ha ha ha.
Su Ning was in fits of laughter. The others were equally amused. Even Qin Wan and Lu Chen, known for their perpetual poker faces, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. I truly laughed so hard I almost lost control. Be careful, Su Outyen might come and take advantage of your vulnerability. Enough. I have a vivid mental image now. Su Outyen was left dazed.
Who am I?
Where am I? What was I supposed to do? Su Ning laughed until her stomach hurt, crouching on the ground, unable to rise. At that moment, a pair of large hands appeared before her. Do you need my assistance? Su Ning looked up, and it was Lu Chen. Chapter 99. The one who strays from virtue is actually myself. Su Ning waved her hand dismissively. No, thank you. Something feels off, very off. When someone is overly courteous without reason, there must be a plot afoot. I am not so easily deceived. Lu Chen. I could read your palm. Su Ning. All right then. She immediately extended her hand. Can you tell me when I will strike it rich? Just a modest goal will do. Lu Chen took hold of Su Ning's hand. Although it appeared slender and elongated, it was quite small. Barely half the size of his own. And soft. I was joking, he said, placing his hand over Su Ning's palm, intertwining their fingers. Mission accomplished for Lu Chen. Su Ning, darn. Even you, with those thick brows and big eyes, have betrayed me. Ha ha ha. President Liu, you've gone astray. Su Ning has completely lost her mind. It seems she won't be falling in love again, right? What the producer thought the task entailed, flying rainbows and bubbles around the world, a polyamorous rivalry. Reality, deceit and treachery, all schemes and calculations. Oh, and a foolish dog. He ought to just retreat into himself. Su Ning, alright. If that's how it's going to be, then I will join in.
Hey, Su Outyen.
Su Ning shouted.
What?
Su Outyen had just been thoroughly scolded by Qiao Weining, his mind buzzing, with no inclination to engage in parentheses literature. Su Ning, turn your back. Why should I listen to you? Just turn around.
No.
Fine, just you wait. Su Ning was taken aback by Su Outyen's obstinacy. She merely wanted a hug from behind, not to use him as a springboard. In that case, she had to catch him off guard.
Su Outyen.
What are you doing? Su Outyen looked up just in time to see Su Ning charging towards him with her head lowered. Damn. I only wanted to flirt with you. Did you really have to go this far? Su Ning, who said anything about killing you? Stop right now. I don't believe it, running out of breath, drenched in sweat. Her vision dimming. You must be plotting revenge on me. The two of them dashed around the courtyard, chasing each other in circles. Others watched in confusion. You all can run quite well, huh? I command you to help me pass the physical test. The delicate university student declares she can manage. Su Ning runs like a zombie. Hair disheveled, arms outstretched, and so slender. I won't watch without you. No wonder Su Outyen won't stop. If I were him, I wouldn't trust Su Ning either. President Qin, help me out. Where was President Qin? Su Ning sought external support, but Qinwan seemed to have vanished. With no other choice, Su Ning turned her gaze towards Lu Chen. President Lu, I helped you earlier. Now it's your turn to help me.
Lu Chen, all right.
Then he extended his long leg, tripping Su Outyen. Thud. Su Outyen. Let me speak. Thank you for with you. The seasons are warm. Su Ning. Here I come. She leaped, pouncing onto Su Outyen like a tiger on its prey, her hands reaching through his armpits. Producer, I have completed my task. Producer Zhang, I'm numb. Utterly numb. Brothers, who understands? Su Ning stood up, satisfied, brushing off her clothes. All right, Su Outyen, you can get up now.
Su Atian? Su Atian.
Lu Chen examined him. You knocked him out. Su Ning, is that true? No, he must just be asleep. Young people need their rest. They can sleep anywhere. You do understand the art of sleeping. That's quite all right. This way he won't need to drink the dregs. Just sleep through the night and wake up to breakfast. Even Yama would need to tattoo you on his forehead. After completing her task, Han Lu also mustered the courage to approach Lu Chen. President Lu, Lu Chen, just feed me, as long as you don't touch me with your hands. To Han Lu's surprise, Lu Chen was surprisingly accommodating. She quickly nodded, opening a can of beer, holding the bottom of the can, and offering it to Lu Chen. We need Han Lu's perspective.
Sigh.
Just thinking about it is so tempting. Now, who can distinguish between the pitiable drinking companion and President Lu? Now only Su Outyen and Shen Yi have yet to complete their tasks. Su Outyen is hopeless. But what about Shen Yi? Could she possibly achieve her goal? Xiao Weining approached Su Ning, leaning in with a mocking tone. Shen Yi and President Qin have simultaneously vanished. What do you suppose they are up to? Su Ning, I don't know. Do you have any clues? Do you think Shen Yi has any means to get President Qin to carry her in a princess embrace? I can't help but feel it's impossible. What do you think? Xiao Weining. Do you think I came here to discuss how to seduce men with you? Damn it. I loathe you like a block of wood. Xiao Weining sneered. Initially, the odds were slim, but with someone straying from virtue, President Qin might just agree in a fit of rage. Su Ning's eyes widened. Who is it? Who has strayed from virtue? President Qin is with someone of loose morals? His taste is truly lacking. And you, why didn't you mention such a huge scoop sooner? As she spoke, Su Ning flipped through the gossip compendium. Oddly enough, she hadn't seen anything about President Qin liking any promiscuous woman. Xiao Weining. Ah, you nonsensical person. I will never forgive you. Under the radiant moonlight, the shimmering lake surface danced with the wind. Shen Yi stood before Qinwan, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering. Qinwan, could you, for the sake of our childhood friendship, assist me in completing my task? It won't be too difficult for you. Qinwan had initially been in the courtyard feeling somewhat melancholic. Well, to be honest, he felt uncomfortable seeing Su Ning actively completing her tasks. Hence, he had stepped out for a stroll. He didn't expect to be intercepted by Shen Yi. I have no recollection of you as my childhood friend. Qinwan's demeanor was indifferent. Shen Yi bit her lip. Then, could you just help me a little? That depends on what you want me to do. Shen Yi's cheeks flushed, her heart secretly rejoicing. If you could just give me a princess carry. Qinwan, I cannot do that, he said, turning to leave.
Wait.
Shen Yi dashed in front of him, blocking his path. Qinwan, just one hug won't hurt. Besides, Su Ning is going to hug other men too. If she can do it, why can't you? Qinwan remained silent, leading Shen Yi to believe there was hope, and she continued to coax. I mean no harm. I merely wish to complete my task. I know you are upset with Su Ning. She has truly gone too far, as she could have refused to complete her task. Is it really that difficult to eat something unpalatable? Su Ning's actions show she doesn't care about you, or perhaps she thinks you won't do anything to her. But Qinwan, you could easily turn the tables on her. I am willing to be your tool. If necessary, we could even complete the task in front of her and see her reaction. Su Ning, who had come over to eavesdrop on the gossip, exclaimed, What? I am the one who strays from virtue. Chapter 100. I hope I haven't tarnished President Qin's reputation. Upon hearing Su Ning's thoughts, Qinwan realized she was nearby. To be honest, there was indeed a fleeting moment when he contemplated exacting some revenge on this heartless girl. But that moment passed quickly. Shen Yi interpreted Qinwan's silence as consent and shyly opened her arms, closing her eyes and standing on tiptoe. I'm ready. Qinwan took a step back, the night breeze brushing against his face, sharpening his senses. I did not agree to this. Shen Yi opened her eyes, bewildered. Qinwan remarked, though she possesses no heart. I do. It is evident that her actions stem solely from a desire to complete her task and indulge in delightful cuisine, devoid of any ulterior motives. Should I resort to such a misguided notion of revenge, it would not only fail to harm her, but would also leave me feeling unsettled. It is an option, yet unnecessary. Upon hearing the term unsettled, Sheni felt a profound blow, her delicate form swaying unsteadily. Then, could you assist me? Is that too much to ask? Qinwan replied without hesitation, indeed it is. However, you mentioned it is merely about consuming unpalatable food, is it not? How difficult can that be? Therefore, I have faith in your abilities. If you find it challenging, it implies you are not putting forth enough effort. Enough. I said enough. Cease with the formulaic responses. Ah, is Shun-Yi the only one required to drink the dregs? As the scene shifted, Shun-Yi sat despondently before a table laden with Indian delicacies, her spoon poised but hesitating to scoop any of the dishes. Xiao Weining exclaimed, "She is so unfortunate." Han Lu nodded in agreement, as girls often exhibit greater empathy towards one another. Su Ning ikonsur. I shall awaken Su Outyen. Su Outyen. Why is it always me who ends up hurt? Ultimately, Shun-Yi managed to consume just a single bite, as the rules mandated they must eat. Subsequently, she rushed outside to expel the contents of her stomach in utter disarray. That evening, the guests were ushered into a spacious room, which featured 2 doors on either side and was furnished with 8 beds. Director Zhang announced, "Tonight we shall have a communal sleeping arrangement. You may choose your preferred spot." No sooner had he spoken than Su Ning darted to the second-to-last bed. I am timid and fear sleeping on the edge. The bed in the center is inconvenient for nocturnal restroom trips, thus this location is most suitable. In Huan, clashing a pillow, made his way to the last bed. No particular reason, I simply prefer to sleep against the wall. Lu Chun took a step forward, but Xiao Weining swiftly slid in beside Su Ning, patting the bed beside her. Lu Chun, over here. Lu Chun, seemingly oblivious, opted for the second bed from the front. The first was too close to the door, and with autumn approaching, the nights had begun to chill. Shun-Yi hesitated briefly before settling beside Xiao Weining, a position relatively close to Qinwan. She had not yet given up hope on him, and her family held high expectations for her to win him over. Han Lu chose to sleep beside Shun-Yi, wary of being too close to Lu Chen. Despite his reluctance, Chiu Feng found himself positioned between Han Lu and Lu Chen, secretly wishing he could occupy Han Lu's spot. Wasn't it more delightful to be sandwiched between two? Director Zhang expressed discontent, noting the stark separation between the genders, yet found no alternative solutions. Just as he prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon the vacant first bed. Wait, isn't there someone missing? At that moment, Su Outyen lay serenely alone in the courtyard, the night breeze caressing him as he curled up, instinctively hugging his robust form. Su Outyen. So love can indeed fade away. Correct? It feels safer this way, with the male on the edge and the female in the middle. Is it not more secure for two to share a bed? Ideally, it would be one of those scenarios where clothes are strewn everywhere. Ladies upstairs. This is a comment section, not a desolate wasteland. Qinwan, feeling somewhat restless, turned several times before deciding to quietly inquire how Su Ning had completed her task. However, upon turning, he was met with the sound of steady breathing nearby. You certainly have a knack for disrupting the atmosphere. Xiao Weining, noticing Su Ning had succumbed to slumber, stealthily reached into Su Ning's blanket, intending to pinch her sharply for her frustrations. Yet, before her hand could descend, her side was suddenly kicked fiercely. Ah! She flung the blanket aside to find Su Ning's foot resting against her side, toes wriggling in a vexing manner, prompting Xiao Weining to fume. Su Ning, was that deliberate? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qinwan's deep voice. Silence. She is asleep. Nonsense. She is feigning sleep and kicking me. Qinwan threw off his own blanket, revealing a fair foot draped over his leg. A delicate foot. Such delicacy will only lead to your downfall. Xiao Weining, how infuriating. In Huan, hehe. Su Ning's sleeping posture is extraordinary. Her legs nearly split at 180 degrees. Xiao Weining was momentarily at a loss for words, impatiently shoving Su Ning's foot away. No sooner had she reclined than Su Ning's arm struck her face. Xiao Weining erupted in outrage. Are you never going to stop? Qinwan interjected. Enough. I will take care of her. And how will you do that? Someone like her needs to be tied up. Xiao Weining watched helplessly as Qinwan pulled Su Ning into his blanket. Xiao Weining. Qinwan. Finally, I have found a legitimate reason to hold my wife close. I suggest we lift the blanket, not for any other reason, but to prevent any potential altercations. I must keep a watchful eye and intervene as necessary. A petty squabble. The following morning, Su Ning stirred, stretching and letting out a soft hum, only to find her fist colliding with something soft. Startled, she opened her eyes and turned to find a face so strikingly handsome it seemed almost unreal, mere inches away. Chinwan lay beside her, roused by her punch.
Sunino cuerli chakel, oayo, in Juan.
I certainly did not intend to assault you. Chinwan responded with a nonchalant then closed his eyes, pulling her closer. Su Ning thought, wait, this is not right. Help. How did I end up sharing a bed with Chinwan? Before long, Su Ning relaxed again, shutting her eyes with a smile. This must be a dream, a lovely dream. Alas, the details elude me. The other guests witnessing the scene remarked, so we are merely a part of your play. Shun Yi clenched her jaw, forcing a smile. Chinwan, Su Ning. It is time to rise for breakfast. Upon realizing she had indeed shared a blanket with Chinwan, Su Ning felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing she could escape to another planet. She did not doubt Chinwan. Rather, she questioned her own slumbering state, having inadvertently snuggled into his blanket. I hope I did not commit any indiscretions against Chinwan's honor. Otherwise, his worth may diminish. Chinwan,